My name is Wang Si. It is often said that once one traverses dimensions, they can lead a life akin to that of the protagonists in exhilarating tales. Had it not been for my immediate abduction by a sinister cult upon my arrival in this new realm, destined to become a sacrificial offering, I might have almost believed it. It was the night of August 30th, 2077, amidst a gentle drizzle. In the eastern district of the Blue Star Federation, within a city village of Nanjian, darkness enveloped the area, which, though referred to as a city village, resembled more a slum, starkly contrasting the bustling urban center just 100 meters away. The vibrant chaos of the city, teeming with vehicles and illuminated by neon lights, invigorated the metropolis, while this narrow, dilapidated enclave served as a veritable refuse heap, a repository for the city's filth. A man clad in a black raincoat deftly maneuvered through the labyrinthine alleys of the city village, ultimately entering a modest establishment specializing in pig trotters. "You're here?" The shopkeeper, seated at the bar, glanced up at the man and casually handed him a bottle of mineral water. "You brought the goods? I presume. Everything is here." The man accepted the water, took a sip, and then placed the snakeskin bag on the bar, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The shopkeeper retrieved the bag and, before the man's eyes, began to inspect its contents meticulously. The man, appearing unfazed, took another hearty swig of water and inquired nonchalantly, "How's the state of the sacrifice?" "Quite spirited," the shopkeeper replied without lifting his gaze. "I simply cannot fathom why, with so many readily available sacrifices in the slum, the cult leader insists we venture into the old city to capture a martial arts student." The man muttered, tossing the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin. "It's exceedingly perilous." Just as the shopkeeper finished his inventory of the snakeskin bag, he glanced at the man and calmly warned, "Mind your tongue, do not let any information slip. The leader's decisions are based on his own calculations, and it is not our place to speculate." "Understood." The man, upon hearing the shopkeeper's admonition, straightened immediately. "Follow me, it's time to administer the sedative to the sacrifice, and you can check on his condition while you're at it." The shopkeeper gathered the snakeskin bag and beckoned the man to follow him into the back kitchen. At that moment, a gaunt man emerged from the kitchen, taking his place behind the bar. Upon entering the kitchen, the shopkeeper approached a sterilization cabinet, swiftly moving it aside to reveal an iron door concealed behind it. Beyond the iron door lay a staircase leading downward, and together they descended into a relatively spacious basement. The dimly lit room was starkly devoid of furnishings, save for a bed resembling a hospital cot and a handsome young man bound tightly upon it. The man approached the bed and extracted a wristband from his raincoat, fastening it to the young man's left wrist, waiting 5 seconds before removing it again. Heartbeat normal, blood pressure normal, breathing rhythm unremarkable. The sacrifice is in good health," he noted, observing the data on the wristband. After stowing the wristband, the man stepped aside, allowing the shopkeeper to take his place. The shopkeeper nodded at him and then delved into the snakeskin bag, retrieving a syringe predominantly composed of a silver alloy, partially glass, filled with a blue liquid. Without any sterilization, he plunged the syringe into the young man's upper arm and completed the injection. "Should we administer another dose? I recall this sacrifice awakened his talent today. He is a natural awakener," the man suggested. "Just a low-level natural awakener, hardly remarkable, and certainly inferior to an ordinary martial artist. If he were to die from the injection, it would be quite troublesome," the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head as he turned to ascend the staircase once more. The man glanced at the immobile young man and conceded the shopkeeper's point. Even if he possessed the talent to become a martial artist and was a rare natural awakener, what difference did it make? He was still bound here like a pig for slaughter. His gaze was a tempest of emotions: envy, resentment, exhilaration, and perhaps admiration. With a creaking sound, the iron door to the basement was shut once more, sealing off their escape. At that moment, the young man, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly awoke with a dazed expression, staring blankly at the decrepit ceiling. Wang Si, feeling his body tightly restrained and utterly weak, along with a brain muddled and fatigued, couldn't help but think, this isn't right. Earlier that day, Wang Si had found himself transmigrated into this nearly identical yet younger body. Having just grasped the notion that he had seemingly crossed into a martial world, He soon awakened his innate talent, shadow manipulation, while on his way to report to the Martial Arts Academy. Just as Wang Si believed he had become the protagonist of an exhilarating tale, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Upon arriving home and setting down his belongings, he intended to explore the surroundings. But before long, he was abducted by a group of burly men and drugged into unconsciousness. Awakening with great effort, buoyed by his formidable will, he was confronted with alarming news and administered a sedative. Although the injection caused him considerable pain, it paled in comparison to the shocking revelation he had just received. It seemed that he had been captured by a cult to be offered as a sacrifice. The silver lining was that his body remained largely intact, unscathed by any grievous injuries. The downside, however, was that he felt utterly drained. Although his physical condition had improved considerably upon awakening his innate talent, it was now heavily suppressed by a copious amount of sedative, leaving him without the strength to break free from his restraints. As for Wang Si's innate talent, shadow manipulation, it was indeed, as the shopkeeper had remarked, at the level and nearly useless due to its recent awakening. As Wang Si's mind raced, contemplating how he might escape the clutches of the cultists, a translucent blue panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. Host, Wang Si enhancement points, 30 newcomer bonus physique, 7 mentality, 12 note. The limits of an ordinary person are both capped at 5. Talent, shadow manipulation enhanceable skills, none overall evaluation. Thanks to your rare innate talent, your attributes significantly surpass those of ordinary individuals. Your combat prowess is slightly stronger than that of an unremarkable foe without special abilities. Friendly reminder, enhancement points can be earned through combat. Defeating or killing foes will grant you enhancement points. Gazing at the blue panel before him, Wang Si's breath caught in his throat, followed by a series of gasps. A system! I am saved! Overjoyed, Wang Si's lips curled into a silent smile. Chapter 2. Talent Promotion, Shadow Apostle. The information on the system panel was straightforward and simple. With just a cursory glance, Wang Si comprehended how to utilize it. System, enhance my talent shadow manipulation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Si commanded the system panel in his mind. Given his current predicament, merely augmenting his physical and mental attributes would not extricate him from his dire situation. Therefore, reinforcing the talent with the greatest potential was undoubtedly the optimal solution. Enhancing talent shadow manipulation requires the host to expend 10 enhancement points. Confirm? Confirm, Wang Si replied. In the next instant, the system panel flickered slightly. 10 enhancement points have been deducted from the host. Enhancing talent shadow manipulation. As the words on the system panel danced, Wang Si felt a wondrous sensation emanating from his forehead, swiftly radiating throughout his limbs and body. This feeling was reminiscent of what he had experienced during the awakening of his innate talent. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. Your talent shadow manipulation has been upgraded to Shadow Apostle. Your physical attribute has increased by 3 points, and your mental attribute has increased by 5 points. Sensing the surging power within him and the obedient signals from the shadows surrounding him, Wang Si knew that his decision to enhance his talent at this moment was undoubtedly the right choice. Not only had he acquired a truly extraordinary power, but his previously frail body had also received a sufficient boost following the talent's promotion. Lying on the hospital bed, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the darkness and shadows that lingered in the basement. The enhanced talent did not disappoint Wang Si. Almost as soon as he sensed the darkness and shadows, he received a response. His relatively robust body swiftly transformed into a pool of profound shadows, flowing from the bed, which was bound with restraining belts and ropes, down to the floor. The shadows surged like a tide within the basement, ultimately reconstituting into Wang Si's form. Incredible. Wang Si gazed at his own body, recalling the recent experience, a look of astonishment breaking through his otherwise calm demeanor. Unlike the almost useless talent shadow manipulation from before, the newly enhanced Shadow Apostle was astonishingly potent. Whether it was the ability to transform into shadows to escape confinement or the yet-to-be-utilized capacity to forge weapons from shadows with his bare hands, or the now more refined manipulation of shadows inherited from his original talent, each ability was of exceptionally high utility. Now endowed with the ability to escape with ease, Wang Si no longer felt a sense of urgency. Instead, he began to experiment with his newfound talents. With a mere thought, a robust, pitch-black tentacle emerged from the shadows beneath the bed that had once restrained him. As soon as the tentacle surfaced, it struck down upon the bed with lightning speed. Boom! This bed, designed to withstand at least 300 kilograms without collapsing, was effortlessly shattered by the tentacle emerging from the shadows. Wang Xi observed the seemingly fragile remains of the bed, silently calculating the mental energy expended in that single strike and the feedback he perceived. Subsequently, he whimsically clapped his hands together, conjuring a completely black staff from thin AI, or as long as there was shadow. He could create weapons. The shadows generated when he clasped his hands could indeed be harnessed, just as they could when he opened and closed his hands as he manipulated the staff like dough. Wang Xi pondered within. Eventually, the staff morphed into a short blade, roughly the length of an adult forearm, which he grasped confidently. Damn those cultists for daring to bind Wang Xi. Wang Xi's gaze turned deep as he stared at the staircase leading out of the basement, silently vowing to eliminate every last one of the cultists who had imprisoned him. Although a considerable anger toward the cultists brewed within him, Wang Xi refrained from recklessly charging out to confront an unknown number of adversaries. Instead, he reopened the system panel, noting the remaining 20 enhancement points and the plus signs next to his physical and mental attributes that a resolution began to form in his mind. The weak hesitate. The strong forge ahead. System, allocate 10 enhancement points each to physical and mental attributes. I'm all in. Preparing to deduct 20 enhancement points from the host for the enhancement of physical and mental attributes. Is the host confirmed? Confirmed. 20 enhancement points have been deducted from the host, enhancing physical and mental attributes. Congratulations, host. Your physical attribute has increased by 10 points, and your mental attribute has increased by 10 points. As the data on the system panel flickered, Wang Xi felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body and mind. The surge of energy and newfound strength led him to believe he could fell a bull with a single punch. Perhaps owing to his elevated mental attributes, Wang Xi swiftly acclimated to his enhanced physique and adeptly harnessed his newfound power. Without further hesitation, he concentrated, transforming once more into a pool of shadows, slipping effortlessly into the darkness and leaving the basement behind. However, he did not anticipate that the entrance to the basement where the cultists kept their sacrificial offerings was concealed behind a sterilizer. Specifically in the kitchen, hidden within the shadows, Wang Xi refrained from acting impulsively, instead observing the layout of the kitchen and the two chefs who were busy cooking. After several minutes of scrutiny from the shadows beneath the sterilizer, he discerned no anomalies. It appeared as though this kitchen was merely that of an ordinary restaurant. Having just escaped the basement, Wang Xi was not deceived by the fade before him. He silently marveled at the proficiency with which these beasts concealed themselves. Before stealthily slipping out of the kitchen, he recalled that the individual who had administered the tranquilizer to him had only recently departed, likely still within the establishment. Compared to the well-disguised chefs, the person who had injected him with the sedative was certain not to make a mistake, as Wang Xi surmised. The very person who had injected him with the sedative was spotted seated at the bar as soon as he exited the kitchen. Though Wang Xi had never seen the man's face, his superior mental attributes allowed him to accurately identify the shopkeeper at the bar as the one who had administered the tranquilizer. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Xi patiently awaited the conclusion of the shopkeeper's conversation with a gaunt man nearby, hoping for an opportunity to strike when he was alone, under Wang Xi's watchful gaze. The shopkeeper exchanged a few words with the emaciated man, who then retreated into the kitchen, leaving the shopkeeper isolated. Yet, the cautious Wang Xi did not immediately take the opportunity to end the shopkeeper's life. Instead, he returned to the kitchen to confirm that the gaunt man was preoccupied with food preparation before launching his attack. Without warning, several thick, dark tentacles emerged from the shopkeeper's shadow, swiftly restraining his body and mouth. Simultaneously, Wang Xi, wielding his blade, appeared as if from thin air. Chapter 3. What are you babbling about? The shadowy short blade was deftly swung by Wang Xi toward the shopkeeper's neck, which was not ensnared by the shadowy tendrils. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air and effortlessly severed the vertebrae connecting the head to the body, akin to a hot knife through butter, leaving merely a sliver of flesh. The shopkeeper did not even have time to resist or utter a sound before Wang Xi, appearing like a specter, decapitated him, leaving him lifeless. Simultaneously, a line of pale blue text materialized before Wang Xi's eyes. Detected that the host has instantaneously killed an enemy of equal cultivation. No cultivation. Reward. 2 enhancement points. Paying no mind to the gushing fountain of blood from the corpse or the sudden appearance of the text, Wang Xi cautiously glanced back at the kitchen, which remained undisturbed. Fortunately, the sound of rain outside masked the almost imperceptible noise of his lethal actions, allowing the kitchen staff to remain oblivious to the disturbance. Without further hesitation, Wang Xi commanded the shadowy tendrils to forcefully reattach the severed head to the body, enveloping everything but the head within the shadows. Let me see what secrets lie within your mind. With a deep breath of excitement, Wang Xi extended his right hand over the shopkeeper's lifeless face. As his hand covered the corpse's visage, a torrent of shadows surged from its orifices, rushing into him. The fundamental ability of the Shadow Apostle was neither the transformation into shadows nor shadow manipulation, but rather the mastery of souls, with the shadows surrounding him in submission. The Shadow Apostle could effortlessly access the souls of the deceased, wielding absolute control over spirits weaker than himself, although he had yet to undergo formal martial training. The enhancements provided by his talents and system upgrades had propelled Wang Xi's mental attributes to an astonishing 27 points, nearly 6 times the limit of an ordinary person's mental capacity. While the shopkeeper he had just slain was a so-called cultist, both his physical and mental attributes remained within the realm of the average person. The shopkeeper's mental attribute, at most 5 points, rendered his soul as fragile as willow fluff in the wind before Wang Xi's formidable 27 points. Wang Xi was not a sadist. He harbored no inclination to torment others. His motive for probing the shopkeeper's soul was solely to extract information regarding the cult he belonged to. This was precisely why he had uttered the phrase, "Let me see what secrets lie within your mind." However, as it was his first soul search, he lacked experience, even with absolute dominion over the souls of the departed. Wang Xi exerted considerable effort to acquire the desired object. It turned out that the group of cultists who had kidnapped Wang Xi hailed from a nefarious sect known as the Corpse Demon Church. Founded merely 3 months ago, its congregation numbered less than 30. Although its establishment was recent and its followers few, the Corpse Demon Church was far from benign, setting aside their illicit drug trafficking. They had conducted live human sacrifices in secret on no fewer than 7 occasions, according to the memories Wang Xi gleaned from his previous incarnation, ever since the Blue Star connected with a myriad of realms in 2007. Countless churches venerating malevolent entities had sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Even 70 years later, as society has ostensibly stabilized, the federal news broadcasts every week still report on the recent extermination of various evil cults. Churches founded predominantly on the worship of dark forces continued to emerge for various reasons, and despite the federal government's bounties, these insidious entities proved as resilient as cockroaches. Truly, a stroke of misfortune. Wang Xi wiped the blood from his face and slowly rose to his feet, the short dagger in his hand having inexplicably transformed into a formidable scythe. The memories of the shopkeeper contained a wealth of useful information, including the roster of the Corpse Demon Church's members and the locations of several of their strongholds. Within this very establishment, whether it be the 2 chefs currently in the kitchen, a lone waiter, or the now lifeless shopkeeper whose soul was eroding away from torment, without exception, they were all adherents of the Corpse Demon Church, all cultists, with the last vestige of hesitation removed. Wang Xi dragged the colossal scythe as he grinned maliciously and advanced towards the kitchen. The roll-up door behind him, battered by the relentless wind and rain, was abruptly slammed down by a robust shadowy appendage. Bang! The thunderous noise startled the 3 cultists still in the kitchen, one of whom stepped forward to bellow an inquiry. What was that sound? However, before this individual could reach the kitchen entrance and discern the situation, he was met with the sight of a gigantic scythe descending upon him, with the force of several hundred kilograms wielded by Wang Xi. The shadowy scythe obliterated the inquisitive cultist into a gruesome mass of flesh and bone, detected that the host has slain an enemy unit of equal cultivation level. Reward: 2 enhancement points. Paying no heed to the text that appeared before his eyes, Wang Xi stomped through the remnants of the cultist, dragging the gigantic scythe into the kitchen. "Good evening, gentlemen," he addressed the remaining 2 armed cultists, a flicker of crimson flashing in his gaze. Upon witnessing this, the 2 cultists, whether driven by emotional collapse or fervent devotion, each brandished a knife or a boning knife, shouting praises to their master as they charged at Wang Xi. The outcome, needless to say, was a foregone conclusion. Detected that the host has ruthlessly slain 2 enemy units of equal cultivation level, assessed as fighting against the odds. Reward: 5 enhancement points. What are you babbling about? Wang Xi stretched his neck and kicked the remnants of the cultists aside, casually grabbing several sheets of clean tissue to wipe his face, after cleaning the blood from his visage, ensuring it would not obstruct his vision. Wang Xi was somewhat taken aback by the message that had just popped up. Fighting against the odds actually grants an extra point of enhancement, quite equitable, this system. Having said that, Wang Xi once more summoned the system panel and, unhurriedly, began his second allocation system. Invest 5 enhancement points into physique and 3 into mental attributes. The total cost of this attribute enhancement is 8 enhancement points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. 8 enhancement points have been deducted from the host. Physique has been enhanced by 5 points, and mental attributes by 3 points. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 5 points, and mental attributes by 3 points. Feeling the invigorating surge in his physical prowess, a broad smile spread across Wang Xi's face. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, he exited the kitchen, his form flickering as he melded into the shadows, disappearing into the rainy night. The clock indicated it was precisely 11:21, leaving a mere 39 minutes until midnight. Chapter 4. First stage half-corpse demon. Having departed from the now desolate Pig Trotter's restaurant, Wang Xi, armed with intelligence extracted from the souls of several cultists within the establishment, pinpointed another stronghold of the Corpse Demon Church. Within a few hundred meters of the Pig Trotter's restaurant, Wang Xi transformed into a wisp of shadow, swiftly traversing the dimly lit alleys of the city. Reaching his destination in just a minute or two. Concealed within the shadows of a street corner, he observed a hair salon not far off, emitting a faint glow, and pondered quietly. If the memories of those cultists proved accurate, this seemingly innocuous two-story establishment was, in reality, a front for illicit activities. The hairstylists and attendants within were also adherents of the Corpse Demon Church, tasked with generating funds for the cult and occasionally moonlighting as kidnappers. Unlike the previous stronghold at the Pig Trotter's restaurant, this salon had established lookout posts at the 2 nearby corners, not solely to guard against vice squads but also to prevent being caught unawares by law enforcement. Wang Xi peered through the salon's window at the jovial group of men and women inside, silently tallying the numbers: 4 women and 2 men, totaling 6. Excluding the 2 stationed at the lookout. There should be 3 more present, yet something felt amiss. As he contemplated, Wang Xi's gaze fell upon the tightly shut windows of the second floor of the salon, and the answer swiftly dawned on him. Adhering to his principle of never acting carelessly, Wang Xi, in his shadow form, ascended along the wall via the shadows cast by the streetlights, slipping through the window's darkness. Sure enough, the missing 3 individuals were indeed on the second floor. 1 man and 2 women, engaged in a tryst. Wang Xi felt no surprise at the scene of undulating bodies and porcelain skin before him. Instead, he lingered in the shadows of the room for a brief moment before departing. With confirmation of the headcount, the 9 cultists within the salon were merely lambs awaiting slaughter, and should the 2 on lookout hear any commotion, they might escape. Allowing even one of them to flee would negatively impact Wang Xi's impending retribution against the Corpse Demon Church. Thus, to mitigate any risks, he resolved to eliminate the lookouts first before turning his attention to the cultists within the salon. With a decisive thought, Wang Xi soon located a lookout position near a tree close to the salon. A man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, without allowing him to utter a single sound, and without needing to lay a hand on him, Wang Xi merely willed it, and from the man's shadow, a dozen obsidian spikes erupted, effortlessly piercing through vital organs, including the brainstem. Blood trickled down, only to be washed away by the increasingly torrential rain. Detected that the host has slain an enemy unit of equal cultivation level. Reward: 2 enhancement points. From the shadows of the leaves emerged a skeletal right hand, which pressed down upon the man's lifeless body. Soul Search: having discerned the location of another lookout, Wang Xi wasted no time. Retracting his hand and swiftly darting toward the new position, the second lookout was situated in a rather unconventional place, a large recycling bin at the intersection. After confirming that the individual inside was indeed a cultist and that there would be no collateral damage, Wang Xi unleashed over 30 shadowy spikes, impaling the cultist like a hedgehog. Detected that the host has slain an enemy unit of equal cultivation level. Reward: 2 enhancement points. These cultists were certainly deranged. Placing their lookout in a garbage bin, Wang Xi scoffed as he emerged from the shadows, the outline of a massive scythe forming in his hand, while a complete set of dark, concealing clothing and a mask enveloped him. Clad in black, with a hood obscuring his face and a mask covering his features, Wang Xi stood silently at the entrance of the salon, observing the once lively scene that had now fallen eerily silent. The headcount remained unchanged. Satisfied, he nodded and proceeded into the salon, dragging the immense scythe behind him. No words were exchanged, nor was there any hesitation. The moment Wang Xi crossed the threshold, the patrons of the salon, who had been reveling moments before, swiftly brandished an array of weapons: machetes, baseball bats, stainless steel pipes, and more, charging at the seemingly ominous intruder. Facing this onslaught, Wang Xi remained unperturbed, merely summoning dozens of shadowy tendrils that surged forth like serpents from the darkness, swiftly sealing off all possible exits to the outside world. With a powerful swing of his immense scythe, he cleaved the nearest cultist in half as they reached him, with a physique attribute of 25, which was 5 times the limit of an ordinary person. Wang Xi possessed an overwhelming force of several hundred kilograms. The ordinary cultists stood no chance against the might of Wang Xi wielding the scythe. Even one unfortunate individual with yellow hair who managed to get close was sent crashing against the wall with a devastating kick, rendering him unconscious. The battle within the salon was a complete mismatch. With Wang Xi dominating his foes with overwhelming strength. In mere moments, he had reduced the 6 cultists within to mere fragments. It was only then that the 3 cultists who had been indulging on the second floor finally emerged. Armed and ready to confront the unexpected threat, the male cultist, leading the charge, turned crimson with rage upon witnessing the scattered remains of his colleagues. A guttural roar erupted from his throat as he lunged towards Wang Xi with astonishing speed. Intrigued by the spectacle, Wang Xi deftly evaded the onslaught of the red-eyed cultist, casually gesturing with his hand, which caused sharp spikes to emerge from his shadow, transforming the other 2 cultists into mere sieves. "What are you, transformed into a corpse demon after worshipping one?" Wang Xi inquired, observing the grotesque figure of the red-eyed cultist with keen interest. Alas, the only response was the unintelligible howls of the enraged cultist. Losing patience after dodging another attack, Wang Xi swiftly maneuvered behind the red-eyed foe and brought down his colossal scythe with tremendous force. The red-eyed cultist, endowed with speed and strength surpassing that of an ordinary human, was cleaved in 2 by Wang Xi, who stood unwavering. Host detected to have defeated 8 equally ranked enemies and 1 first-tier half-corpse demon with overwhelming force. Reward: 27 enhancement points. As the notification flashed before his eyes, Wang Xi glanced down at the lifeless body of the red-eyed cultist, a glimmer of intelligence flickering in his gaze. He first pressed his foot onto the arm of the corpse, grinding it with force. Then he stepped upon the remnants of the other cultists, noting the remarkable resilience of their bodies compared to an avirag with a resounding clang. Wang Xi caught sight of the already disengaged safety mechanism on the iron canister. In his panic, he did not take a moment to discern whether the canister housed a high-explosive grenade or something else entirely. After delivering a precise kick that sent it flying out of the alley, Wang Xi instantly transformed into a shadow, teleporting to the rooftop of a low building 100 meters away. Almost the very moment he arrived at the rooftop, a blinding white light erupted in the direction where the canister had been kicked. This flash of light transformed the dim, decrepit street into a fleeting midday brightness. A flash bang. He had truly been outmaneuvered. Perched atop the low building, Wang Xi gazed at the street 100 meters away, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of hesitation, he again morphed into a shadow, swiftly departing the rooftop and darting towards the recycling station. In the briefest of breaths, his figure materialized in the shadows before the recycling station. The previously dimly lit site was now utterly devoid of light. Almost simultaneously as Wang Xi emerged from the shadows, 3 cultists, shrouded in oversized black robes, sprang forth from the sewers and trash bins, brandishing glistening green daggers and screeching as they charged at Wang Xi, who was similarly clad in black. Pathetic. Wang Xi shook his head expressionlessly and ignored the trio, striding purposefully towards the recycling station. Before he could take his first step, the cultists, resembling frenzied dogs, were swiftly torn apart by numerous shadowy tendrils with tips as sharp as blades. Detected that the host has instantaneously eliminated 3 enemy units of equal rank, awarding 6 reinforcement points. The blood and remnants of the cultists mingled with the rain, flowing into the lower-lying alley, and within seconds, were entirely washed away. Meanwhile, Wang Xi had reached the entrance of the recycling station. Without engaging in any unnecessary antics, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, sending it flying off its hinges and crashing into a heap of refuse inside. Indeed, upon entering the recycling station, the first sight that greeted him was the refuse pit overflowing with the day's garbage, piled high like a small mountain. With no interest in swimming through the garbage, Wang Xi summoned dozens of shadowy tendrils to scour the first floor thrice before striding towards the second. Although the commotion from the earlier flashbang was not as thunderous as that of a high-explosive grenade, it was sufficient to rouse the nearby police station, prompting them to dispatch officers to investigate the situation. While the federal government's stringent oversight of its departments would prevent law enforcement from taking action against a law-abiding citizen like Wang Xi, the high bounties placed on the cultists by the federal authorities could incite the officers to seize the cultists' heads, resulting in Wang Xi losing a substantial amount of reinforcement points. From the exterior of the recycling station, it appeared that, barring any escape routes like sewers, the cultists hiding within had yet to flee. At the very least, there were 7 or 8 ordinary cultists and 3 elite foes. Capturing them all would surely yield no less than 20 reinforcement points. He could not allow the officers to claim the kills. With this thought in mind, Wang Xi ascended to the second floor, only to be filled with ire at his first sight. Before him lay 8 emaciated corpses, neatly kneeling in the corridor, while at the end stood a tall man draped in a black robe. his hair disheveled. Wang Xi recognized this man as the leader of the Corpse Demon Church. Observing the bloodstains on the man and the row of corpses, he had his suspicions but still held on to a glimmer of hope as he inquired, "Where are your followers? Have them come out and meet their demise." The Corpse Demon leader grinned widely at Wang Xi's words, his black-red eyes gleaming as he gestured towards the neatly arranged, emaciated corpses in the corridor, laughing, "Are they not all right here?" Chapter 7. The Corpse of Shang Yang. "Damn it, you wretched beast, you truly deserve to die." Upon hearing the Corpse Demon leader's reply, Wang Xi finally relinquished his last shred of hope. A significant number of his reinforcement points was now a certainty lost. "I do not believe you have the right to condemn me," the leader retorted, shaking his head before suddenly stomping the ground, shattering a large section of the tiles, and launching himself like a cannonball towards Wang Xi. Boom. Initially, there was almost 20 meters between them, yet this distance was instantly traversed by the towering form of the Corpse Demon leader. The torrent of wind generated by his rapid movement struck Wang Xi with the force of an oncoming freight truck. Without a moment's thought, as the Corpse Demon leader closed in, Wang Xi morphed into a shadow, teleporting behind him, while simultaneously conjuring a straight blade, striking fiercely at the leader's back. Swoosh, the blade, forged from shadows, effortlessly sliced through the Corpse Demon leader's robe under Wang Xi's powerful swing, leaving a gaping wound on his back. Immediately following, Wang Xi delivered two powerful kicks to the grievous injury, nearly causing the charging leader to lose his balance while elegantly creating distance between them once more. However, the Corpse Demon leader, as if impervious to pain, disregarded the gushing wound on his back, and in the next moment, seized one of the emaciated cultist bodies beside him, hurling it at the recently landed Wang Xi. Naturally, Wang Xi evaded the counterattack with ease, sidestepping to the side. At the same time, the straight blade in his hand morphed into a spear. With a glint of cold light, the spear twisted and turned, swiftly piercing through the Corpse Demon leader's chest. A successful hit. The leader's mouth widened in a blood-curdling scream, showing no signs of being pierced in the chest as he grasped the spear shaft with his darkened hands, seeking to hurl Wang Xi against the corridor wall. Yet, Wang Xi had no intention of retreating. Instead, he twisted the spear fiercely, scoffing, "Foolish bird." Before the Corpse Demon leader could react, a multitude of black spikes erupted from the point of entry, exploding from his chest. Pft, pft, pft. Countless black spikes pierced through the leader's flesh, shredding his vital organs, and even his brain was not spared. At that moment, the Corpse Demon leader resembled a human porcupine draped in black cloth, with thick, tar-like blood oozing from the spikes. Logically, a human would undoubtedly perish from such extensive injuries. However, it was clear that this cultist, devoted to dark forces, could hardly be considered normal. Whether he was even human remained in question. After transforming the Corpse Demon leader into a porcupine and receiving no notification from the system panel, Wang Xi immediately released the spear and leaped backward to create distance. Unexpectedly, at the moment Wang Xi jumped back, the Corpse Demon leader suddenly lunged, grasping the spear embedded in his chest and yanking it out with force. Rip! The spikes, as hard as rock, were effortlessly torn from the leader's body. Chunks of flesh were ripped away, and the thick, dark blood gushed forth from the wounds like an unturned faucet. But the broken spikes still clung to his flesh. The Corpse Demon leader disregarded them and hurled the remnants like a javelin at Wang Xi. As the spear hurtled towards him, aiming to pierce him like it had the leader, Wang Xi remained unfazed, his eyes locked onto the leader's neck. In the next instant, as the spear was thrown, it dissipated mid-flight, giving way to a shadowy tendril with a blade-like tip that emerged silently behind the Corpse Demon leader. The tendril twisted, gathering strength, and struck towards the leader's neck. Swoosh! The Corpse Demon leader was decapitated. Just when Wang Xi believed the leader was finally vanquished, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The headless corpse of the leader turned, effortlessly severing the blade-like tendril, and swiftly bent down to retrieve its severed head. Pressing it back in place, he could be seen moving his lips, adjusting the head slightly, and then, with a mocking expression, he addressed Wang Xi. "Do you know, corpses are, by nature, beings that have died once. So it is only natural that they cannot die again." At that moment, the Corpse Demon leader's face twisted, and he spread his arms wide towards Wang Xi, revealing wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. The power of immortality. "Do you not desire it? Come, be my brother, become the child of the Corpse Demon Lord, embrace immortality and gain eternal life. You, who are even more bloodthirsty and dark than I, can surely spread the Lord's blessings throughout the myriad realms." Witnessing the deranged Corpse Demon leader before him, Wang Xi fell silent for 2 seconds before promptly summoning the system panel. Expending all his reinforcement points, he allocated 10 and 15 points to his physique and mental attributes, respectively, boosting them to 40 and 55 points. Having completed this, Wang Xi did not waste time acclimating to his enhanced body. In a blur, he shifted behind the corpse demon leader. Stubborn fool. Just as the corpse demon leader had opened his arms. Sensing a chill behind him, his expression turned cold as he swung his arm back with force. Let me, as your elder brother, teach you some manners. Wang Xi deftly evaded the leader's heavy blow. Thrusting a straight sword through his chin and out the top of his skull, perceiving the anomaly, the lord of the corpse demon attempted to retreat, hoping to recuperate from his bodily injuries. However, much to his dismay, Wang Xi did not grant him that opportunity. Several robust shadowy tendrils erupted from the surrounding darkness, instantly ensnaring the limbs of the corpse demon lord, binding him tightly and lifting him into the air, rendering him powerless. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the corpse demon lord yearned to struggle, but found himself utterly incapacitated, as his limbs and head were bound and detached, making it impossible to exert any force against the shadowy tendrils summoned by Wang Xi. He attempted to articulate a plea, yet before he could utter a single word, he was met with a resounding slap from Wang Xi. Damn it. Do you enjoy posturing? Immortal, are you? Eternal life, is it? A brother, perhaps, a bloodthirsty dark one. Huh? Kidnapping, is it? With each segment of his tirade, Wang Xi mustered all his strength to deliver another blow, inflicting a relentless barrage of blows upon the corpse demon lord's face. Bound tightly by the shadowy tendrils, the corpse demon lord fell into a daze. After delivering a dozen slaps, Wang Xi, feeling a sense of release from his pent-up frustration, cheerfully pressed down on the corpse demon lord's crown and forcefully removed it. Activating the ability to command the souls of the deceased. To Wang Xi's surprise, the soul of the corpse demon lord emerged from his body with the same ease as that of an ordinary dead person. Observing the struggling soul in his grasp, Wang Xi paused for a moment, only to swiftly resolve to act without hesitation, tearing it to shreds, detected that the host has slain a second-tier half-corpse demon beyond his level. Reward, 20 enhancement points. Watching the barrage of notifications in his vision, Wang Xi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He kicked away the troublesome, withered body of the cultist and casually discarded the head he had in hand, instructing the shadowy tendrils to transform the corpse of the now headless and soulless corpse demon lord into a state reminiscent of Shang Yang. Fortunately, this fool was an idiot. Otherwise, his head would have been claimed by the enforcers. With that, Wang Xi conjured a small bench from the shadows and positioned himself at the entrance of the garbage collection station, awaiting the arrival of the federal enforcers. Chapter 8. The carnivorous flower of the Federation in the Northern District Police Station of Nanjing City. Within a bright room, Wang Xi had undergone several physical examinations and filled out numerous reports detailing how he had infiltrated the corpse demon church. At last, he was met with the final routine inquiry. A young female officer and a stern-looking male officer, both clad in black police uniforms, sat across from Wang Xi at a metallic table. One conducted the inquiry, while the other scribbled notes in a folder. Name, Wang Xi. Age, just turned 16. Gender. Upon hearing this question, Wang Xi instinctively replied, armed helicopter. The male officer, taken aback, glanced up at Wang Xi and retorted, isn't that absurd? What kind of gender is an armed helicopter? The male officer then returned to his notes. While the female officer inquired, male or female, Wang Xi replied candidly, male. The records indicate that you were kidnapped by cultists of the Corpse Demon Church in the Chongbei district, after which your abilities underwent a transformation. And subsequently, you single-handedly eliminated nearly 30 cultists, including their leader, the female officer asked, scrutinizing the file in her hands. The 8 corpses in the garbage collection station weren't my doing. It was their leader who took action. Wang Xi shook his head. Well, those dismembered remains are indeed your handiwork, the female officer remarked, sliding a photograph across the table towards Wang Xi. The image depicted the interior of a restaurant and an adult entertainment establishment. That was unavoidable. After all, I only awakened yesterday and hadn't yet learned how to control my powers, Wang Xi shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, the female officer continued to pose a few more straightforward questions, to which Wang Xi responded in kind. Moments later, the male officer closed the folder, and both stood up to address Wang Xi. The inquiry is concluded. Thank you for your cooperation. In response, Wang Xi rose as well. You're welcome. Where do I claim my reward for dismantling the cult? Turn right after exiting and head to the bounty hall. You can collect it at the service counter with your ID. The female officer instructed. What if I don't have my ID? Wang Xi scratched his head. Remembering your ID number will suffice, but you'll need to undergo facial recognition and fingerprint verification. The male officer replied while holding the folder. Understood. Wang Xi nodded and followed the officer's directions toward the bounty hall. As Wang Xi's figure vanished around the corner, the female officer took the folder from the male officer's hands, perusing its contents before exclaiming, "Over 20 people killed in a single night, and not a single corpse remained intact, just fragments of cultists or their remains. The mental state of this federal flower is quite concerning." In response, the male officer chuckled lightly. "Don't worry too much. At least this little carnivorous flower doesn't exude the aura of otherworldly demons. It's a genius on our side. Let us hope so. Who knows what the future holds?" The female officer replied, returning the folder to the male officer. Meanwhile, Wang Xi arrived at the bounty hall as directed by the two officers. He stood in the spacious hall, bustling with people and a cacophony of sounds. Momentarily taken aback, just recently extracted from a slum reminiscent of the early 21st century, he now faced a bounty hall adorned in a cyberpunk aesthetic. Feeling an intense sense of disconnection. Is this really a police station? Wang Xi leaned against the wall, composed of an unidentifiable cold metal, observing the peculiar passers-by and silently critiquing. Not far from him, a small group of 3 men, each exuding a completely different aura, was engaged in lively conversation. One was a muscular man clad in traditional attire, resembling a northern swordsman from a martial arts novel. Another was a bespectacled youth with a mechanical prosthetic arm, appearing to be some sort of scientist, and the last was a middle-aged man dressed in military green, carrying an anti-material sniper rifle, reminiscent of a special forces operative. These 3 men, all with distinct appearances, were conversing animatedly about 6 meters away from Wang Xi. Due to his scant knowledge of the extraordinary, he couldn't even fathom the subject of their discussion. Was it martial arts manuals, intelligent chips, or perhaps the latest model of armor-piercing rounds? After observing for a while, without discernible insight, and unwilling to draw attention to himself by resorting to violence, Wang Xi ultimately chose a window with a shorter queue and dutifully fell in line. Having lost his phone to the cultist destruction, Wang Xi passed the time in line by rifling through the meager information he had acquired from soul-searching. However, he abandoned this endeavor after less than 20 seconds. The reason was simple. The cultists possessed scant knowledge about the extraordinary realm, other than the corpse demon lord. All they had were online news articles. Essentially, anything they knew, Wang Xi could easily find on his phone, while the information they lacked was equally unknown to them. After flipping through the cultists' memories, not only did Wang Xi waste precious seconds, but he was also reminded of his shattered phone. Perhaps the corpse demon lord's soul harbored extensive knowledge about the extraordinary, but in order to prevent the enforcers from claiming his head, Wang Xi had personally torn it apart. Although over 20 members of the corpse demon church had perished, Wang Xi still felt a surge of anger, muttering under his breath, "Damn cultists." Wang Xi's soft curse should have gone unnoticed in the slightly noisy bounty hall, yet unexpectedly, the muscular man in front of him turned around to look at him. Upon seeing the remarkably young Wang Xi, the man was momentarily taken aback. Wang Xi, noticing the man's gaze, was also momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of contemplation, he considered several possibilities but refrained from displaying any emotion. Calmly regarding the man and inquiring, "Is there something you need?" The muscular man, recovering from his surprise, scratched his head and said apologetically, "Sorry, it's my first time seeing such a young person in the bounty hall. I was a bit surprised. Oh, I forgive you," Wang Xi replied, having no desire for an extended conversation. He was keen on collecting his reward for dismantling the corpse demon church and then returning home for a good sleep. However, the man, seemingly oblivious to Wang Xi's indifference, continued, "I just heard you mention cultists and did you take on a bounty from some church and were shocked by their barbaric actions?" "Something like that," Wang Xi responded, feeling somewhat resigned to the man's conversation, unable to sense any malice. Chapter 9. Strength is essential. After dismissing the muscular man, Wang Xi noticed that the person ahead had completed their transaction. Leaving the window vacant, he called out, "Hey, it's your turn." The muscular man paused, instinctively glancing back, and upon realizing it was indeed his turn, he chuckled and said, "You go ahead. I'm in no hurry." Seeing this, Wang Xi shot the man an odd look, but didn't hesitate, replying with a simple, "Thanks," before striding up to the window and stating to the staff, "I'm here to collect my reward. I forgot my ID." The staff within the window lifted their heads to gaze at Wang Xi, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a strikingly handsome youth before them. However, they quickly resumed their duties. "Please enter your ID number into the secure device and verify your iris information." Wang Xi recalled his ID number and diligently entered it into the machine. Once confirmed, he playfully blinked at what resembled a camera. All set. The personnel began typing on the computer in front of him, ultimately revealing the bounty Wang Xi had completed. 1 second-tier cultist, 1 first-tier cultist, and 26 non-supernatural cultists, totaling 28 individuals. You have any objections? Naturally, Wang Xi shook his head. After all, the benefits were being handed to him on a silver platter, and it would be illogical not to partake. Embracing the notion that one should seize opportunities, he accepted the 8 severed heads of the cultists, which had been drained to mere husks, based on the bounty specifications and the circumstances of completion. The reward amounted to 320,000 federal coins and a chi blood pill. As he spoke, the staff transferred the 320,000 federal coins to Wang Xi's sole bank card and retrieved a small black box from a large cabinet behind them. Handing it over to him, Wang Xi examined the box briefly before tucking it into his jacket pocket and turning to leave. However, the staff called out to him, "Wait, don't rush off just yet." Perplexed, Wang Xi turned back and inquired, "What's the matter?" "The higher-ups have granted you the privilege to choose an additional advanced martial arts technique as a reward for your exceptional talent," the staff replied. Glancing at the computer screen before him, "The privilege to choose an additional advanced martial arts technique. Could you elaborate?" Wang Xi asked, scratching his head. "For specifics, consult your homeroom teacher. He will provide clarity," the staff responded. "All right then." Wang Xi shrugged and stepped aside, preparing to head out and purchase a new phone before returning home. The burly man from earlier approached the window, clapped Wang Xi on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, young brother. You are truly the future of the Federation." With that, the man said no more, instead presenting his ID to the staff. Wang Xi caught a glimpse of the man's name, Zhang Tinio. What a fittingly stereotypical name, he thought to himself as he exited the North District Police Station. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the direction, Wang Xi transformed into a shadow and swiftly made his way to a 24-hour mobile phone store he recalled. Across both of his lifetimes, Wang Xi's parents had passed away at a young age, the distinction being that in his previous life, they had perished in a car accident, whereas in this life, they had died while suppressing cultists. What remained unchanged was that the young Wang Xi had received a considerable compensation and inherited a portion of their estate, his current residence. A villa with a courtyard located in the Luxing Street Villa district of the East District. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Wang Xi sat on his bed, cradling the phone he had just purchased, and began researching the history of the Blue Star Federation. On April 7, 2007, Blue Star was compelled to merge with the multiverse, leading to the emergence of various spatial overlapping zones worldwide. That on the same day, boundless natural energy and colossal beasts over 100 meters in size surged forth from these zones, ushering in an era of spiritual revival and chaos that swept across the globe like a tidal wave. That on August 1, 2019, the Federation was established, restoring order and stability. In October of that year, the Blue Star Federation formed an equal alliance with the peaceful Lit family, who had rooted themselves in the Endless Continent, to jointly combat the malevolent forces of the multiverse. That on November 21, 2025, the Blue Star Federation undertook an unprecedented large-scale purge, resulting in the demise of innumerable extraterrestrial demons and their followers in the flames of justice. On February 7, 2035, the steel tide of the Blue Star Federation and extraordinary individuals surged into the multiverse, commencing an ongoing super expedition. After reviewing several significant events, Wang Xi retrieved the small box containing the chi blood pill from his pocket and opened it. Upon lifting the lid, he beheld a vibrant red pill situated at the center of the box, and upon closer inspection, he could detect a unique fragrance wafting from it. He promptly took a photograph for further investigation. Top-tier chi blood pill, suitable for consumption during Martial Arts Foundation establishment. IT significantly enhances both the quality and quantity of one's vital energy, making it an excellent aid for foundational cultivation. After briefly perusing the pill's effects, Wang Xi scrolled to the bottom, realizing he was unfamiliar with the concept of Martial Arts Foundation establishment, though the price appeared to be more straightforward. Valued at 2,850,000 federal coins, Wang Xi stared in astonishment at the red pill quietly resting within the small box and glanced once more at the price of the top-tier chi blood pill he had searched for on his phone. Momentarily uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, the joy stemmed from the fact that his chi blood pill appeared identical to the top-tier version he had discovered, while the sorrow arose from the realization that both were indeed the same. My 2,850,000, Wang Xi instinctively exclaimed, only to suddenly remember he was currently in a high martial world teeming with extraordinary beings. In all likelihood, conventional currency would offer little assistance on his path to the extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Wang Xi dismissed his sorrow, and even found himself growing increasingly fond of the Qi blood pill nestled within the box. Moreover, the officers at the police station were fully aware that he was a first-year martial arts student who had yet to practice martial arts. Today, they had graciously provided him with both martial arts techniques and a pill. Without doubt, the Qi blood pill and the privilege to select an advanced martial arts technique could be utilized as soon as he arrived at school today. Wang Xi closed the black box containing the Qi blood pill, contemplating the neatly folded martial arts academy uniform atop his bedside table. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy in 2007, and the subsequent foray into the multiverse in 2035, a mere 28 years had elapsed. One could easily deduce, even without much thought, how extraordinary the martial arts path was, the most renowned and powerful route to the extraordinary within the Blue Star Federation. Although there were still 6 or 7 hours until the start of classes and the official commencement of martial arts training, Wang Xi could not quell his anticipation. The exaggerated power capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a mere gesture was something Wang Xi longed for. Even from behind a screen, with the aid of a system, such power was not entirely out of reach. No, the strength I will possess in the future will undoubtedly surpass theirs, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. As Wang Xi reclined on his bed, reminiscing about the scenes of renowned experts vanquishing demons, his resolve grew ever stronger. In this brutal high martial world, power is an absolute necessity. Chapter 10. Has the proud yet reluctant environment truly changed? In the early morning, around 7 o'clock, Wang Xi stood before the bathroom window, meticulously adjusting the collar of his martial arts academy uniform. Perhaps due to the consideration that the primary focus of the academy students was the practice of martial arts, the uniform was not of the oversized and cumbersome variety typical of Wang Xi's previous life. Instead, it featured elements of traditional attire with a fitted design that allowed for ease of movement. The cuffs were adorned with adjustable straps for a customizable fit. From top to bottom, both the shirt and pants were fashioned in a harmonious black and white color scheme, presenting a visually appealing coordination. After tidying his collar, Wang Xi gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring the appearance of a gallant hero from ancient times. Not bad, looking quite presentable, he remarked to himself. Subsequently, he exited the bathroom, returned to his bedroom, and gathered the Qi blood pill, his phone, and student ID from the bedside table, stuffing them all into a small black bag crafted from shadows. Having completed his preparations, Wang Xi eagerly descended the stairs. Intent on visiting a breakfast shop from his memories to relish in a long-forgotten dish of soup dumplings. In his previous life, having worked as a mercenary in Africa and constantly on the move, he had often found himself either assassinating some minor chieftain or engaging in a real-life version of Clash of Clans. Initially, Wang Xi had contemplated returning home for a visit, but time had always eluded him. Later, due to being wanted, he was barred from re-entry, rendering any future visits impossible. Little did he expect that after many years, the opportunity to enjoy the cuisine of his hometown would arise solely because he had traversed into another world. However, the first class at the Martial Arts Academy began promptly at 8 o'clock, and given the distance from his residence on Luxing Street, even taking the bus would require considerable time. For an ordinary individual, attempting to dash from Wang Xi's doorstep to the breakfast shop, consume a meal, and catch the bus to the academy with less than 40 minutes remaining would surely result in tardiness. Fortunately, Wang Xi was not an ordinary person. Moreover, prior to being kidnapped by the cultists the day before, he had already reported to the academy, familiarizing himself with the route. Thus, after enjoying his breakfast, he would transform into a shadow and swiftly make his way to the academy. Avoiding the bus crowd and arriving leisurely at the classroom before the 8 o'clock bell. Confident in his meticulous planning, Wang Xi pushed open the gate and strode purposefully toward the breakfast shop. Just then, a melodious voice, familiar yet unexpectedly clear, rang out from behind him. Wang Xi, you aren't thinking of going for breakfast at this hour, are you? Upon hearing this voice, Wang Xi halted in his tracks, curious to glimpse the speaker, wondering who could be so familiar with him. As he turned around, he encountered a graceful girl with a ponytail, clad in the same martial arts academy uniform, who was now standing with her arms crossed. Regarding him as though he were a fool, Wang Xi observed her slightly furrowed brow, and a blend of distant memories and fresh, yet similar recollections flooded his mind. This girl, also adorned in the martial arts academy uniform, was a familiar figure from Wang Xi's childhood, his childhood sweetheart. According to the memories of a previous life, It seems that in this world, the girl's father was once a comrade in arms of her parents, who later retired due to injuries. Before Wang Xi could gather his thoughts, the girl let out a sigh, stepped forward a couple of paces, and lightly jabbed Wang Xi in the back with her hand. I'm asking you a question. Why are you acting as if you can't hear me? After receiving this gentle punch from the girl, Wang Xi finally detached himself from the chaotic memories and regained his senses. Looking at the girl standing before him, he quietly and nostalgically called her name, Jiang Shui. Are you really foolish? Jiang Shui gazed at Wang Xi, her delicate eyes flashing with a mixture of doubt and surprise. Wang Xi remained silent for 2 seconds, awkwardly tapping his toes against the sole of his shoe, as if to change the subject, and asked Jiang Shui, aren't you going to school? Jiang Shui, relieved to see that Wang Xi was not truly foolish, then pulled out her phone with the hand she had freed and, after lighting up the screen, directed it towards Wang Xi. You still know you need to head to school at this hour? I thought you were such a sleepyhead that you didn't realize today was the first day of school. Upon hearing this, Wang Xi immediately grasped the concern hidden within Jiang Shui's words and replied with a smile. How could that be? Am I not in my school uniform? Then why are you heading towards the breakfast shop, not answering calls, not replying to messages, and you wake up only to think about eating? Jiang Shui said, huffily pulling out a bag of steamed buns and a cup of 8 treasure porridge from behind her. That I asked this for me, Wang Xi said, somewhat surprised, as he accepted the buns and porridge. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why Jiang Shui was hiding her hands, thinking she had developed a sudden quirk. Little did he know she was concealing breakfast if you don't eat it. Give it back to me. Jiang Shui crossed her arms and shot Wang Xi a fierce glare. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Saying this, Wang Xi stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, filling it nearly to capacity. What's the rush? I'm not competing with you, Jiang Shui remarked, casting a sideways glance at Wang Xi. You're acting like a starving ghost reborn. Wang Xi chewed and swallowed. And as if recalling something, he took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shui. What's this for? Jiang Shui, puzzled, accepted Wang Xi's phone and examined it before looking back at him in confusion. My previous phone broke, and this is the one I bought just last night. It doesn't even have a SIM card yet, Wang Xi explained. Are you trying to say that you weren't deliberately ignoring calls or messages? Jiang Shui returned the phone to Wang Xi and inquired. Yes, Wang Xi nodded. All right, that's all inconsequential now. Let us hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we'll be late on the very first day of school. Jiang Shui flicked her ponytail and rushed to stand behind Wang Xi, pressing both hands against his back to push him forward. Due to his past experiences, Wang Xi was not quite accustomed to having someone behind him, and he noticeably paused when Jiang Shui's hands pressed against his back. I got it. No need to push. Wang Xi sidestepped and then walked alongside Jiang Shui. Good to know. If it weren't for the fear of being late, I wouldn't even bother pushing you, Jiang Shui said, lifting her chin dismissively. Aren't you curious as to why my phone broke? Wang Xi asked, munching on the long-awaited steamed buns that it must have accidentally fallen into the toilet. Right? Jiang Shui scoffed, confidently looking at Wang Xi. You might not believe it, but it was actually confiscated and destroyed by a group of cultists. Wang Xi gestured animatedly. Confiscated and destroyed by cultists? Were you kidnapped by the evil cult yesterday afternoon? Jiang Shui speculated, observing that Wang Xi did not seem to be lying. Sort of. Wang Xi nodded, then curiously asked Jiang Shui, did you come looking for me yesterday afternoon? In Wang Xi's recollection, from the moment he crossed over until he was captured by the cultists of the Corpse Demon sect, he had not seen Jiang Shui at all. Don't mention it. I was bothered by a brainless person yesterday. Jiang Shui waved her hand in annoyance and then inquired about Wang Xi with concern. What happened next? How did you escape? Did you lose any parts? Thanks to you, I didn't lose a single part. I even managed to turn the tables on a bunch of cultists and received a bounty from the police station, Wang Xi said, giving a slight bow with the buns and porridge in hand. Upon hearing Wang Xi's affirmative response, Jiang Shui first sighed in relief, then playfully jabbed Wang Xi's shoulder. You really are lucky to this. Wang Xi merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying that if he weren't lucky, he would have been shot dead by stray bullets during his previous life as a mercenary, and he wouldn't have inexplicably traversed into this world of martial arts along the way. Jiang Shui chatted and laughed while Wang Xi enjoyed his food, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the only martial arts high school in Nanjing City, riding on bus number 6. As the name suggests, a martial arts high school is dedicated to the study of martial arts, contrasting with the literature high school that focuses on scientific theories. However, despite the nominal equality between the two, The difficulty and requirements for enrollment differ greatly. The Literature High School merely requires students to meet academic and moral standards for admission, with excellent students able to continue their studies at university afterward. In contrast, while the Martial Arts High School does not impose high academic standards, it has an absolute threshold: aptitude, the ability to practice martial arts. If a student lacks any aptitude and is a martial arts failure, then sorry, no matter how high their academic level, they can only attend the Literature High School. Practicing martial arts requires resources. Although the initial resource demands are minimal, there is no room for waste, as federal resources do not fall from the sky. Moreover, unlike Literature High School students who can continue to university after completing their high school education, martial arts students have no university to attend upon graduation. After 3 years, those who meet the academic and cultivation standards must in turn work in places such as the Wanjia battlefield, overlapping spatial areas, or as city law enforcers, where extraordinary martial artists are needed. However, to accommodate some overzealous students, those with some aptitude but not much, the Federation stipulates that martial arts students who have yet to break through to the first rank by the end of the first semester can transfer to the Literature High School to continue their studies. Looking at the sign high above the school gate, inscribed with Nanjing City First Martial Arts High School, Wang Xi silently scoffed at the singularity of the institution, remarking to himself that it truly is the first of its kind in the city. Subsequently, Wang Xi and Jiang Shui joined the stream of students dressed in martial arts high school uniforms as they entered the school. Before long, Wang Xi, guided by his memories, located his classroom, 1-3, a standard classroom for first-year students. This room is typically used for theoretical knowledge related to martial arts and daily activities. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shui, Wang Xi stepped into classroom 1-3. The usual setup for martial arts high school classrooms differs from that of literature high schools. The latter typically employs a two-person seating arrangement, while martial arts schools generally utilize individual desks. Each classroom is arranged in a grid of 7 rows and 7 columns, with walkable spaces between each column. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Xi quickly scanned the room and noticed that only the last few rows and the middle had a few vacant seats. It seemed that not many students had arrived late like him. Fortunately, the seats had been assigned the previous day, and Wang Xi had been allocated the classic second-to-last row by the window, where he found the textbooks he had received the day before tucked inside the desk. However, despite having a seat, Wang Xi did not intend to sit there. Instead, he made his way directly to the class monitor, Huang Tao's desk. This was not for any particular reason other than that Wang Xi remembered what the staff member at the Bounty Hall had told him yesterday. He had the right to select an additional advanced martial arts technique and could inquire about it with the homeroom teacher. Class monitor, do you know where the homeroom teacher's office is? Wang Xi asked Huang Tao, who had a middle-part hairstyle and an athletic demeanor, startled upon hearing his name while checking the attendance list. Huang Tao exclaimed, "Oh, it's Wang Xi. The homeroom teacher should not be in the office right now. What is the urgent matter you need to discuss with him?" Huang Tao glanced at the time on his phone and said to Wang Xi, "It's nothing urgent, just some matters I need to communicate with him." Wang Xi replied, "Why don't you wait a moment? In a few minutes, it will be 8 o'clock, and the homeroom teacher will come to lead us to the martial arts classroom. How about you find him then?" Huang Tao added, "After all, I don't even know where he is at the moment. Sorry for the interruption." Although Wang Xi did not obtain the answer he sought, he still politely nodded at Huang Tao. "No problem." Huang Tao smiled, then returned to recording names in the attendance list. After bidding farewell to Huang Tao, Wang Xi took his seat, rummaging through the desk until he found a textbook titled The Naming and Significance of Martial Arts Realms. He began to peruse it with great interest. The realms of extraordinary martial arts can generally be divided into 2 stages: the foundational phase, which spans from the 1st to the 5th rank, practicing skin, muscle, bones, blood, and organs, and the extraordinary martial arts phase that follows the completion of this foundation. Point 1 can easily chase down 4 horses running in 4 different directions at the 4-horse realm. The aura of vitality radiates outward like rising smoke at the smoke realm. The momentum of a fierce tiger can intimidate 100 beasts at the tiger realm. The ability to condense the Dharma form and establish one's true Dharma form characterizes the elephant realm. After the elephant realm, Wang Xi also noticed a dragon realm. However, before he could finish reading, a sturdy man in a dark green martial outfit with a buzz cut strode directly onto the podium, loudly commanding, "Everyone, get outside and line up. We are heading to the martial arts classroom in Zone B immediately." The burly man with a buzz cut is Wang Xi's homeroom teacher, Lu Nian. In Chapter 12, The Power of Martial Arts, upon receiving the command from his homeroom teacher, Lun Yin, Wang Xi did not voice any objections, casually stowing his textbook into the recess of his desk. Wang Xi silently followed the crowd into the corridor outside the classroom, obediently aligning himself according to the directions given by Lun Yin and the class monitor, Huang Tao, as they proceeded towards Area B. Where the martial arts classroom was located. It is worth mentioning that Wang Xi's regular classroom is situated in Area A, also known as the academic zone, which consists solely of conventional classrooms for theoretical learning. After exiting the teaching building, Wang Xi continued with the group for several more minutes, ultimately passing through an imposing gate seemingly crafted from some special alloy, stepping into the martial arts Area B. Enclosed by steel walls. As Wang Xi surveyed the surroundings, he noted that Area B was not only encircled by formidable steel walls but also internally partitioned into countless spacious open-air training grounds by numerous steel barriers. At the very center of Area B stood a 4-story teaching building. How vast! Wang Xi mused inwardly, marveling at the impressive scale of what was undoubtedly the only martial arts high school in the city. Just this one martial arts Area B could easily surpass the area of many universities from his previous life. Upon entering Area B, the group followed Lun Yin for a while longer until they finally arrived at an unoccupied small training ground. This square training area was approximately 2/3 the size of a football field, enclosed by 3-meter-high steel walls. As Wang Xi stepped into the small training ground, he immediately noticed a rectangular stone block positioned at the center. While he pondered the purpose of this stone block, Lun Yin, clad in dark green training attire, approached it, stroking his buzz cut, with the ease of picking up a piece of foam. Lun Yin effortlessly hoisted a rectangular stone block measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height and width. Placing it before the onlookers, thud, the 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide stone block landed heavily on the ground, the resounding impact announcing to everyone that this was no mere foam prop but a solid rock, standing beside the stone block. Lun Yin swiftly scanned the youthful faces of the students and spoke in a calm yet deliberate tone. Having made it here, you should all understand what martial arts truly entails. If we look back over 70 years, martial arts were merely a means to strengthen the body, comparable to a docile kitten when placed alongside firearms and missiles. Even if one devoted their entire life to cultivation, they would still be like a menace attempting to stop a chariot in the face of planes and tanks. However, after 2007, through the relentless research of countless pioneers, the extraordinary martial arts capable of refining the essence of heaven and earth emerged, allowing individuals to transcend the ordinary. Boom. As Lun Yin's words echoed, an immense force erupted from his body, akin to a raging flood. The terrifying aura felt almost tangible, compressing the air around him into a series of thunderous shockwaves, creating spiraling gusts of wind that rattled the clothing of both the students and Lun Yin. Standing among the crowd, Wang Xi felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lun Yin, his eyes wide with seriousness. Perhaps deeming the demonstration sufficient, Lun Yin shifted, instantaneously moving from beside the stone block to stand before it, his back turned to the students. With a clenched fist, he gathered power and struck. A visible shockwave erupted between Lun Yin's right fist and the stone block. Boom! The 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide stone block erupted with a deafening crack, shattering into countless fragments that shot like bullets towards the distant steel walls. The sharp clanging of metal was unmistakable. Had Lun Yin faced the students while delivering this punch rather than standing with his back to them, the lethal shards would have undoubtedly claimed the lives of all but one of the 49 students present. And that one? Surely it would have been Wang Xi, who could blend into the shadows. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lun Yin's punch only heightened Wang Xi's anticipation for martial arts training. Not far away, enveloped in smoke and dust, Lun Yin noticed the captivated expressions of the students. And a satisfied smile crept across his face. He understood that punch had been undeniably impressive. Waving his hand to disperse the lingering dust, Lun Yin cleared his throat and asked, "Is there anyone eager to give it a try?" There are plenty of granite blocks available in this area. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Moments later, 2 boys stepped forward from the crowd, class monitor Huang Tao and a burly fellow named Li Hao. "Just the 2 of you?" Lun Yin inquired, glancing at the boys before addressing the assembled group. "Is there anyone else who wishes to join?" As these words reached Wang Xi's ears, he felt a peculiar sensation. As if Lun Yin were subtly hinting at him. Curiosity piqued, he glanced up, only to meet Lun Yin's gaze directly. He is indeed hinting at me, Wang Xi thought to himself, dismissing the notion of stepping forward. There was no advantage for him, no obligation, merely a chance to garner attention, which did not warrant his participation. Observing Wang Xi's reluctance to seek the spotlight, Lu Nian internally mused. This steady demeanor seems somewhat at odds with the impressive record in his file. With a swift change of tactics, Lu Nian raised his voice. If anyone can shatter or break a stone block, I will personally reward them with 5 contribution points, valued at a total of 250,000 federal credits. This proclamation, the crowd, which had just quieted, erupted once more into a frenzy. Wang Xi leaned in to listen closely, finally grasping what Lu Nian referred to as contribution points. Simply put, these were a form of digital currency introduced by the Federation for settling extraordinary resources, strictly regulated by the government. To obtain contribution points, one could only complete tasks from the Federation's bounty hall or trade with those who already possessed them. The official exchange rate set by the Federation was 1 contribution point for 50,000 federal credits, although the reverse conversion was impossible. Thus, Lu Nian's claim of 5 contribution points being worth 250,000 federal credits was accurate, and its actual value likely exceeded that amount, given that it was the Federation's designated currency for extraordinary resources, unavailable in the market. Casting a glance at the granite stone block, Wang Xi appraised the potential destructive power he could unleash through the synergy of his dual attributes and talents, and then he squeezed his way through the crowd. The young man stood tall and confident, his black and white traditional robe billowing with each stride. "Who is this?" murmured someone in the crowd, searching their memory for any information on Wang Xi. "I believe he is Wang Xi. I heard he awakened a shadow-related talent yesterday, but he left so quickly after school that we didn't get a chance to speak. Wow, this seemingly inconspicuous individual is actually a gifted talent with an awakened ability." Another remarked that I wonder how he compares to Huang Tao, who has control over wind elements, and Li Hao, who possesses innate strength. Chapter 13. The Grand Display. Seeing Wang Xi approach silently, Lu Nian nodded with satisfaction, although it cost him 5 contribution points. He had achieved his objective. Lu Nian effortlessly retrieved another rectangular stone block, positioning it properly, and addressed Wang Xi, Huang Tao, and Li Hao. "Which of you 3 will go first? I'll give it a go." Huang Tao stepped forward, taking the initiative. "Very well," Lu Nian acknowledged with a nod, stepping aside to allow Huang Tao to showcase his abilities. Wang Xi and the burly Li Hao also took a step back to avoid any potential injury from flying debris. Huang Tao approached the stone block and scanned the surroundings, ensuring that everyone had retreated at least 5 meters before he assumed his stance to gather strength. Soon, the dust around Huang Tao began to swirl as an invisible wind gathered momentum, enveloping him in a whirlwind of earthy, yellowish energy. The visible gusts coalesced around Huang Tao, ultimately converging at his raised right fist, forming a rapidly rotating sphere of wind the size of a fist. Observing this phenomenon, Wang Xi maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally he was astonished. "No way, is that a Rasengan?" The spectators were equally astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. Even Lu Nian, upon witnessing the formation of the wind sphere, cast a look of approval towards Huang Tao. In an instant, the wind sphere was unleashed, hurtling towards the granite block with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. The pressure generated by the rapidly spinning wind sphere sliced through the stone like a multitude of sharp blades. The granite block groaned under the relentless assault, crumbling to powder under the wind sphere's might. Just when everyone anticipated that Huang Tao would shatter the stone block entirely, a sudden explosion occurred. As the wind sphere expanded dramatically, creating a half-meter-wide crater upon impact before dissipating, the residual gust swept through the vicinity, causing the clothing of those near the stone block to flutter wildly. "That was a valiant effort, but it seems I was a bit too ambitious," Huang Tao remarked, shaking his right arm with a hint of frustration. "Your ability is developing nicely. It's just a matter of strengthening your mental fortitude and endurance. Once you advance in martial arts and attain the extraordinary, you will surely improve." Lu Nian commended Huang Tao, offering constructive criticism and encouragement. "Who will go next?" Lu Nian inquired, looking at Wang Xi and Li Hao. "I'll give it a try," Li Hao replied in a deep voice as he stepped forward. Lu Nian nodded, retrieving another granite stone block and reminding him, "Since you possess a physical talent, feel free to use a weapon." At this, Li Hao hesitated for a moment before producing a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket. As Wang Xi eagerly anticipated what remarkable feats Li Hao might accomplish, Li Hao, upon reaching the stone, stood firm and, with unpretentious fervor, unleashed a flurry of punches upon the rock. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the knuckle duster colliding with the stone echoed, sending tiny fragments scattering as fine cracks began to emerge. After an intense barrage lasting several seconds, Li Hao removed the knuckle duster, revealing a stone surface marred by deep fissures. He turned to Lu Nian and remarked somberly, "My hands are numb, but it's all right." "You've done your best," Lu Nian reassured him, giving his shoulder a comforting pat. Li Hao nodded and made his way to the rear of the crowd, perhaps due to the fact that only Wang Xi remained. Lu Nian refrained from further chatter and promptly moved a stone to stand a short distance before Wang Xi, stating, "Now, let me witness your prowess." At these words, a twitch of discomfort crossed Wang Xi's lips. Well, no pretense whatsoever. Wang Xi inwardly criticized Lu Nian but wasted no time, approaching the stone with a faint grip of his right hand. Along the way, a liquid-like substance, exuding a malevolent aura, began to seep from Wang Xi's loosely held right hand. In just a few steps, this dark material enveloped his entire right forearm and fist. Once Wang Xi stood before the stone, the ominous black substance had transformed into a sharply defined black metallic gauntlet. The choice of metal was intentional. Earlier, upon entering Area B, Wang Xi had manipulated shadows to touch the metal door, imprinting its texture and hardness in his memory, although he could not yet replicate the door's material with perfect fidelity. Even a fraction of its hardness surpassed any metal Wang Xi had known in his previous life. Wang Xi raised his right arm, gathered his strength for a moment, and then struck with great force. Bang! The black gauntlet slammed against the stone, producing a thunderous sound as intricate cracks spread across its surface, and a fierce gust of wind stirred the dust on the ground and the hem of Wang Xi's clothing. Simultaneously, ripples of dark energy radiated across the fissured stone, only for the stone to remain intact. However, Wang Xi had already turned away, dispersing the gauntlet and flexing his right wrist. Observers, initially assuming Wang Xi had failed, felt a sense of disappointment mixed with a peculiar balance. Many consoled themselves, thinking, even a genius with awakened abilities cannot shatter the stone with a single blow. I, too, am not capable. I am not so different from a genius after all. From a short distance, Lu Nian furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish Wang Xi about the importance of giving his all, but in the next instant, countless obsidian spikes erupted from the stone, which was already on the verge of collapse. The stone detonated in a resounding explosion. Tiny fragments soared and fell, while larger pieces became lodged between the spikes. Soon after, the spikes vanished, leaving a modest pile of rubble. Witnessing this, the previously self-consoling crowd's eyes widened. And after a brief silence, they erupted once again. What they had initially perceived as Wang Xi's failed bravado turned out to be merely the prelude to a grand display. This guy is simply too good at putting on airs. Strong and handsome, he seems to claim all the good fortune. They had expected a mere charade, but he had indeed delivered a remarkable performance that I wouldn't advise trying this, one murmured, because I certainly cannot. Lu Nian shook his head in disbelief, grateful that he had refrained from voicing his criticism, for that would have led to an awkward situation. Approaching Wang Xi, Lu Nian looked into his eyes and advised, "Your abilities are impressive, and your development is commendable. I hope you will apply it in the right way." Wang Xi, however, did not take Lu Nian's lecture to heart. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "What about the contribution points you promised me?" "Teacher, once you advance to the first tier and can register as a martial artist in a couple of days, I will transfer them to you," Lu Nian replied, adding, "Rest assured, it will not be shortchanged." "Okay," Wang Xi nodded, then recalled the matter of martial arts techniques and asked Lu Nian, "By the way, teacher, about the bounty hall." Yet before Wang Xi could finish, Lu Nian interrupted, "Same deal. You'll find out once you advance to the first tier." Chapter 14. Ordinary Martial Arts. Building the 5 foundations. The Wang Xi did not receive the answers he sought. He refrained from pressing further, simply responding, "Fine," and fell silent. Lu Nian, observing Wang Xi's remarkable composure, felt a hint of surprise. After all, in his recollection, exceptionally gifted young individuals often exhibited poor temperaments. Even if Wang Xi believed he was merely placating him while confronting him in front of dozens of classmates on the small playground, Lu Nian would not have been taken aback. Yet, he was astonished at Wang Xi's calm demeanor upon hearing his response. Truly, he was worthy of admiration, having pierced through a malevolent cult on the day of his awakening, setting him apart from other prodigies. Lu Nian silently praised him. In truth, Lu Nian was not dismissively addressing Wang Xi's inquiries regarding contribution points and martial arts training opportunities. Rather, he deemed such matters unsuitable to disclose to students at their current stage. Only after they had thoroughly completed the first phase of martial arts training and advanced to the first tier, gaining a comprehensive understanding of martial arts and themselves, could students effectively utilize the resources distributed by the Federation. Otherwise, they might become blinded by greed and stray from the path. Liu Nian shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and addressed the group. Remember this playground's designation. It will serve as your training ground in the future. Yes, following this, we will proceed to the martial arts classroom for the first stage, which involves foundational training in martial arts. With that, Lu Nian led the group toward the centrally located teaching building in Area B. A structure that, while only 4 stories tall, was impressively expansive. As they approached, Wang Xi realized that the building, which appeared almost identical to a typical classroom from his previous life, was adorned with vibrant, captivating designs within. Wherever his gaze fell, he saw walls lined with a peculiar, flexible alloy, and nearly every surface projected manipulable screens. The cool-toned alloy and the omnipresent dazzling imagery clashed dramatically with the classic design of a traditional classroom. Wang Xi found it difficult to fathom the mental state of the architect who had conceived such a structure, aside from a few classmates who, like Lu Nian, remained unfazed upon entering the building. Most students, including Wang Xi, marveled at the unique design. What do you think? The design is rather eccentric, isn't it? You'll get used to it. This is typical for architectural designs on Blue Star, Lu Nian quipped, leading the way with a smile. Upon entering the teaching building, Lu Nian guided the group around 2 corners and halted before a door marked with the designation B1-3. This is the number for our martial arts classroom. Don't mix it up, Lu Nian instructed, pointing at the steel plaque. Yes. Subsequently, Lu Nian produced a black card from his pocket and swiped it across a sensor installed beside the door. After a series of beeping sounds, the door creaked open, revealing the interior space. At Lu Nian's prompting, Wang Xi and the students positioned at the front entered first. Spaciousness. This was Wang Xi's initial impression upon stepping into the martial arts classroom. The room, at least the size of a quarter of a football field, contained only a quaint 3-tiered tower, approximately half a meter tall, positioned at its center. Nothing else. Just as Wang Xi pondered this peculiarity, he noticed several students, who had displayed no surprise similar to Lu Nian, moving toward the tower. Observing this, Wang Xi decided against hesitating and deliberately positioned himself a couple of paces behind those students. Once they settled, Wang Xi discovered they had each found their respective places around the 3-tiered tower, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 meters, neither too close nor too far, lacking any information. Wang Xi chose a slender male student among them and stood just over a meter behind him. If only I could choose someone to probe their memories. This feeling of being uninformed is truly vexing, Wang Xi inwardly lamented. After a few more seconds, all students had entered the martial arts classroom, and the door closed once more. Gather around the tower and find your positions. Maintain a distance of 2 arms lengths between each of you. Lu Nian's voice boomed as he directed the disoriented students. Under Lu Nian's authoritative presence, the entire class swiftly organized themselves around the 3-tiered tower. Once silence enveloped the room, Lu Nian strode confidently to stand beside the tower. As the most formidable path to the extraordinary on Blue Star. Martial arts is not something just anyone can pursue. You all learned this during the Federation's qualification assessment. I shan't repeat myself. However, do not assume that passing the entrance assessment for Wu Gao ensures your success in mastering martial arts and becoming a martial artist. Every year, over 1/3 of new students at Wu Gao fail to complete the first phase of foundational martial arts training, unable to even reach the first tier of ordinary martial arts, thus ending their martial arts journey. Therefore, temper your restless mindset. If you cannot even confront martial arts earnestly, do not entertain thoughts of becoming a martial artist, simply transfer to Wu Gao to save time. As Lu Nian's words settled, the martial arts classroom fell into a profound silence, so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Liu Nian took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, saying, "All right, next I will introduce to you the foundation of martial arts cultivation." The foundation of martial arts is primarily divided into 2 components, the mental and the physical. As he spoke, Lu Nian retrieved a black remote control from his pocket and pressed a button directed at the small tower. In the next moment, the 3rd level of the tower illuminated, and a magnificent, lifelike white lotus with 36 petals appeared out of thin air. The practice of mental cultivation involves visualizing the projection of this enormous 36-petal white lotus, followed by closing your eyes and meditating to sketch it in your mind. Once you have vividly outlined this lotus in your heart, it signifies that your mental strength and mastery have reached the required standard, thus completing the mental aspect of martial arts cultivation. After finishing his explanation, Lu Nian pressed the remote control again, and the projection instantly transformed from the giant lotus into a young male figure dressed in short attire. The physical foundation is practiced after the mental foundation course concludes. Following the projection of the small tower, you will perform the 9th set of the Federal Martial Arts Foundation exercise. This exercise enables you to draw upon the heavenly and earthly vital energies to refine your body, ultimately achieving the state of storing energy within your being. If your mental foundation is already complete at this point, your body will naturally undergo a transformation, reaching the first level of martial arts. The skin foundation of the 5 foundational stages at that time. Your skin will change from its current delicate and easily damaged state to one that is as tough as leather, impervious to blades and arrows. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. It does not literally turn into leather. Only after undergoing this transformation and reaching the skin foundation will you truly embark on the path of martial arts cultivation. However, the skin foundation is merely the first of the 5 foundational stages. There are still the flesh, bone, blood, and organ stages to come. Each corresponds to the 2nd to 5th levels of martial arts. At that point, you will no longer rely on the Federal Foundation exercise and the White Lotus meditation for your practice. You will require martial arts techniques. Rest assured, the Federation will take care of this for you. Chapter 15. Skill Progress Bar. After listening to the homeroom teacher Lu Nian's words, Wang Xi pondered aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, horse, wolf, tiger, elephant, dragon. He understood after half a day at the Federal Martial Arts Academy the extraordinary levels that the cultists of the Corpse Demon sect would never fathom. Upon encountering this intuitive barrier of information, Wang Xi felt a profound sense of validation in his decision. All right, everyone, settle down and begin practicing the mental foundation course, Lu Nian called out to the group of students who were engaged in animated discussions. Upon hearing this, the students, who had just been eagerly discussing what types of martial arts techniques and weapons to study after completing their foundation, fell silent. Lu Nian instructed, "Find a comfortable position and sit down." In response, the students scattered and sat in a variety of peculiar postures, with some even lying flat on the ground, though most chose to sit cross-legged. Wang Xi deliberately observed a few of the more unusual students, and upon seeing they were also sitting normally, he refrained from any antics. Once everyone was settled, Lu Nian aimed the remote control once more at the small tower. The projection of the young man in white attire transformed back into the enormous 36-petal White Lotus. However, unlike before, Wang Xi felt an indescribable, unique sensation that brought a profound sense of tranquility, almost devoid of distracting thoughts. Focusing on the 3-tiered tower, Wang Xi noticed that not only was the top tier glowing, but the middle tier was also illuminated. He recognized that this calming sensation emanated from the glowing middle tier of the tower. At that moment, Lu Nian spoke. During the mental foundation course, the meditation tower will emit the martial essence of the White Lotus meditation, filling the entire classroom. This martial essence will assist you in achieving a deeper meditative state. The effect of the first meditation is the most beneficial. Quickly memorize the appearance of the White Lotus and enter meditation. After hearing Lu Nian's words, Wang Xi experienced an epiphany, promptly relaxing his previously tense mind and swiftly entering a meditative state. In the pitch-black expanse of his consciousness, a phantom lotus floated serenely. Instinctively, Wang Xi summoned all his mental faculties and directed them toward the ethereal lotus, sketching it. When he finally emerged from his trance, he realized that he had outlined 30 out of the 36 petals, leaving only 6 in a nebulous state. Recognizing this, the now awake Wang Xi understood the meaning behind Lu Nian's comments regarding the effectiveness of the first meditation. It indicated that during his initial entry into meditation, he had instinctively focused all his mental energy entirely on a single task. Due to the absence of distracting thoughts, there was no waste of mental effort while outlining the White Lotus. If a normal person were to exit such an enlightening state, their mind would undoubtedly feel fatigued. After all, immersing oneself wholeheartedly in a single endeavor, while efficient, does not diminish consumption in the slightest. But was Wang Xi a normal person? Clearly, Wang Xi, with his mental attributes 11 times that of an ordinary individual, was not. His departure from the high-efficiency meditative state was merely due to the monotony of repetition, not a depletion of mental energy. In fact, having achieved 5/6 completion of the White Lotus meditation, Wang Xi received considerable positive feedback. His mental attributes had increased by several points, and his utilization and mastery of mental energy surged dramatically. To illustrate, if previously Wang Xi required 1 point of mental energy to create a shadow tentacle, it was now reduced to between 0.2 and 0.1. Moreover, the precision and speed of using his abilities had seen significant improvement. Having adapted to his heightened mental acuity, Wang Xi continued to outline the White Lotus within his consciousness. With his robust mental energy and greatly enhanced mastery, he completed the remaining 6 petals in mere minutes. Satisfied with the lifelike massive White Lotus in his mental space, Wang Xi exited the meditative state. Upon opening his eyes, a familiar blue panel quietly appeared. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill White Lotus Meditation, Mental Attribute 5. Current skill proficiency for White Lotus Meditation is 3-3. Having reached the maximum proficiency for this skill, would you like to consume enhancement points to promote it? Upon witnessing this, Wang Xi did not rush to make a decision but instead summoned the system panel for a review. Host, Wang Xi, enhancement points, 20, physique, 40, mental, 60. Note, the limits for ordinary individuals are both 5, talent. Shadow Apostle, skills, White Lotus Meditation, 3-3, overall evaluation. The acquisition of a new skill has significantly enhanced your capabilities. Engaging in battles above your level poses no difficulty. Friendly reminder, enhancement points are obtained through combat. Defeating or killing enemies will yield enhancement points. Indeed, the mental attribute had increased by 5 points. While the talent Shadow Apostle remained unable to level up due to insufficient enhancement points, a skill labeled White Lotus Meditation now appeared in the previously empty skill section, accompanied by a fully filled progress bar and an upward arrow. Though the arrow incited a desire to click, Wang Xi had no intention of consuming enhancement points to upgrade the White Lotus Meditation. It was not due to reluctance, but rather a matter of necessity. If the staff at the Bounty Hall and homeroom teacher Lu Nian had not treated Wang Xi as a fool, he would likely possess the qualifications to study 2 martial arts techniques. Even the physical and mental aspects following his foundation would be divided into 2 techniques, which Wang Xi could acquire entirely. Therefore, there was no urgency for him to promote his skill, as he wished to avoid wastage. After all, enhancement points were in his hands and could be used at any time, but once spent, they could not be reclaimed. Having resolved his thoughts, Wang Xi glanced around, only to be astonished to find that everyone except him had exited their meditative states. With some curiously gathered around him. In this situation, Wang Xi felt a strong sense of peculiarity, almost to the point of discomfort. He was aware that he had looked quite impressive when he shattered the granite block with a single punch. But the way they surrounded him was akin to observing a monkey in a zoo, somewhat impolite. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Xi exchanged glances with the group of onlookers for several seconds before a girl with double ponytails broke the silence. Wang Xi, you maintained your first meditation for such a long time. You must have outlined many petals, right? Hearing this, Wang Xi instinctively furrowed his brow. Did I meditate for a long time? Upon noticing the crowd around him, clarity dawned on him. It was indeed the prolonged meditation that had attracted such a gathering of spectators. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xi decided to speak the truth without resorting to any unnecessary pretense of humility. Not really, just 36 petals. Chapter 16. Please don't come over. As soon as Wang Xi finished speaking, the crowd surrounding him erupted into a clamor of astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief and amazement. Is this for real? 36 petals. Isn't that the entirety of the White Lotus Meditation? I can't believe I would dream of completing the White Lotus in my first meditation. Is this what it means to be a genius awakened with talent? Their potential is simply beyond human. Someone lamented, only to be countered by another voice. Nonsense. Don't you remember Huang Tao, who also awakened? He only outlined 11 petals, and those were rather vague, even among geniuses. There are disparities. Listening to the incessant chatter of envy and admiration surrounding him, Wang Xi remained seated, devoid of joy or sorrow. The meditation that had elicited such admiration, sketching a 36-petal white lotus, was, in his eyes, merely a matter of course. It is worth noting that prior to practicing the White Lotus meditation technique, his mental attribute already stood at an impressive 55 points, while the highest mental attribute of an average individual barely reached 5 points. If the disparity in cultivation speed between 55 points and 5 points were not substantial, Wang Xi would indeed question the meaning of life. After all, he had slain numerous cultists in a single night. Utilizing countless reinforcement points to enhance his attributes, it would be absurd for him to fall short of a normal person. Had he remained modest before awakening the system and continued to do so afterward, would not this system's awakening be in vain? Furthermore, the reinforcement points he acquired were painstakingly earned through the lives of those cultists. Was he not strengthening himself through his own efforts, given that his strength stemmed from his own diligence? What was there to be modest about? Following a wager with his homeroom teacher, Lu Nian, Wang Xi resolved in his heart to showcase a fraction of his extraordinary talent and hard work. In hopes of garnering more resources from the talent-valuing Federation, as it stood, the generosity of the public resources was already evident. Subsequent investments from the Federation would surely be substantial. Just as Wang Xi delightedly absorbed the continuous praise from the crowd. An unexpected voice interjected. There must be limits to boasting, right? You've meditated for barely over 40 minutes. How could you possibly have achieved 36 petals? Are you merely fabricating tales to impress? Upon hearing this, Wang Xi turned to the source of the voice, where he spotted a boy with dark red hair and a hunched back, accompanied by two others, one stout and one slender, approaching him with their hands in their pockets. A boy beside Wang Xi, seemingly acquainted with the red-haired individual, promptly retorted, Shen Liangqi, stop being sour just because you can't reach the grapes. Wang Xi here can shatter over 9 tons of granite with a single punch. Surely you can too. The boy named Shen Liangqi, upon hearing this, refrained from rebutting. Instead, he merely clicked his tongue and remarked, Wang Xi has said a word. What's all this fuss about? At a loss for words. The boy turned his gaze toward Wang Xi. The onlookers, intrigued, also turned their attention to Wang Xi, eager to see how he would retaliate. Wang Xi, feeling somewhat bemused, patted his trousers and rose to his feet. Shen Liangqi, noticing Wang Xi standing, gazed at him defiantly and said, Isn't it delightful to be showered with praises and admired by pretty girls while boasting? This remark clarified for Wang Xi why this red-haired boy, with whom he bore no grudge, had chosen to provoke him. Perhaps it was the overwhelming attention Wang Xi garnered that left Shen Liangqi feeling overshadowed, or perhaps a girl he fancied was among the onlookers. Ignoring him entirely, igniting his jealousy. After evaluating the situation, Wang Xi found it both amusing and perplexing that he chuckled at Shen Liangqi's childish taunts, yet was puzzled by his audacity to provoke despite knowing he stood no chance. Wang Xi couldn't help but question Shen Liangqi's intelligence, pondering, he clearly knows I can shatter granite with a punch. Does he not fear being sent flying? Presuming Wang Xi's silence indicated apprehension. Shen Liangqi grew increasingly smug, continuing, if I hadn't exposed your lies today, who knows how many innocent girls you would have misled? Just as he finished speaking, Shen Liangqi's 2 lackeys chimed in. Well said, Brother Shen, a true man of principle. Encouraged by their support, Shen Liangqi attempted to pat Wang Xi on the shoulder, seeking to provoke him further. However, before he could make contact, a swift, powerful fist struck his abdomen. Shen Liangqi's words were abruptly silenced, the blow nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. Before any pleas for mercy could escape his lips, Wang Xi delivered another punch in an instant. Shen Liangqi's eyes rolled back, his consciousness fading as his legs buckled beneath him, leaving him kneeling before Wang Xi. Fear not, I've tempered my strength. The main event is only just beginning. Wang Xi declared. The laughter stemmed from Shen Liangqi's naive belief that upon entering Wugao, he was still among ordinary people, clinging to the notion that the previous rules of verbal sparring without physical confrontation still applied. The establishment of Wugao by the Federation was fundamentally aimed at cultivating formidable martial artists to supply various departments with vital talent. Yet, what merit is there in a martial artist who shies away from competition and conflict? The regulations of Wugao do not hold in Wugao. This reasoning also elucidates why Lu Nian did not intervene when Shen Liangqi provoked Wang Xi, nor when Wang Xi retaliated, belittling Shen Liangqi. Within the same grade at Wugao, the primary concern is not resource plundering. As long as no lives are lost and the actions remain within the bounds permitted by the Federation, all is acceptable. Once Wang Xi ceased to pay attention to Shen Liangqi, Lu Nian aptly announced, let us take a 10-minute break. We shall commence the physical foundation building course thereafter. Upon finishing, Lu Nian exchanged a glance with Wang Xi, signaling him to lower the 2 students suspended from the ceiling, so as not to disrupt the class. Wang Xi, readily compliant, nodded and, with a mere thought, released Shen Liangqi's 2 subordinates. Being mere weaklings, they were hardly worth concern. With a thud, the pair, a stout one and a slender one, were lowered by Shadow's tendrils. Upon hitting the ground, they shrieked Brother Shen, and dashed toward the motionless Shen Liangqi, who lay in a corner of the classroom. Originally, Wang Xi had intended to kick them both away if they dared to approach him again, but seeing their actions, he lost interest and returned to his seat. He flashed a gentle smile at the silent crowd and settled cross-legged. Witnessing this, those who idolized Wang Xi began to chatter, while those who disliked him quietly retreated. The 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the crowd surrounding Wang Xi gradually dispersed. When Lu Nian observed that all students were in position, he wasted no time in retrieving a remote control and pointing it at the three-story Taoist tower. The tower lit up entirely, projecting the image of a young man previously displayed. The projection appeared remarkably lifelike. Every detail of his attire and skin resembled that of a real person. Had Wang Xi not witnessed the projection emanate from the tower himself, he might have mistaken it for an actual human. The young man, clad in casual attire, presented his limbs and torso in a striking manner, allowing students to observe the projected movements clearly for ease of practice. Liu Nian pointed at the projection and explained. During the Physical Foundation Building course, the Taoist Tower will release martial essence, an invigorating light. This will fill the training room with martial essence and stimulate your internal qi and blood, enabling you to perceive these energies within your body and learn the 9th set of foundational exercises. Upon executing the correct movements, the martial essence will guide your internal energies, facilitating the absorption of the ambient primordial energy to strengthen your body. Therefore, focus intently on the projection and memorize the foundational movements. As Lu Nian concluded his instructions, the projected young man began to move languidly, while the light emanating from the 2 lower levels of the tower intensified, under the radiance of the tower. Wang Xi distinctly sensed his blood flowing as if accelerated, invigorated by an inexhaustible strength. The foundational exercises comprised 9 movements. Aside from the initial 3, which were relatively standard, the subsequent motions became increasingly challenging, demanding exceptional endurance and flexibility. Having memorized all 9 foundational movements demonstrated by the projected young man, Wang Xi joined in the practice as the second round commenced. Thanks to his impressive physical attributes of 40 and mental attributes of 60, Wang Xi adapted to the foundational exercises with remarkable ease, keeping pace with the projection despite it being his first attempt. Halfway through his practice, he sensed a warm current akin to a panel's energy influx within his awareness. Upon detecting this energy, Wang Xi's spirit sharpened, as he felt it flowing beneath his skin while occasionally absorbing white motes of light from outside. Realizing this was the qi and blood being guided by martial essence, he understood it was absorbing primordial energy to enhance his physique. Without hesitation, Wang Xi summoned his formidable mental strength to control the energy, seeking to amplify its absorption of primordial energy without altering its trajectory. Though it was his first attempt, he succeeded, increasing the energy's absorption to 2.5 times its original rate. The training progressed steadily. In contrast to Wang Xi's relatively smooth experience, the other students in the classroom struggled. Although all were engaged in practice, many faltered due to insufficient balance and flexibility, resulting in erratic postures that not only hindered their training efficacy but also drained their stamina. Only a handful of students, such as the class president Huang Tao, the Tali Hao, and a few likely descendants of martial families, executed the movements correctly. Among the few proficient female students, their foundational movements, albeit somewhat clumsy, were executed with commendable balance and flexibility. Beyond the genuinely earnest practitioners constrained by their physical limitations, some boys faltered in their movements due to distraction by the female students. The girls capable of entering Wugao to study martial arts were generally healthy, devoid of physical ailments, and possessed well-proportioned figures. They typically exhibited both beauty and commendable form, making their foundational movements visually pleasing. However, unlike those boys whose attention was ensnared by their baser instincts, Wang Xi remained unfazed, adeptly controlling his desires. Not to mention, the incessant surge of qi and blood within his body, coupled with the enhancement of his physical attributes, was sufficient to keep him enthralled. Chapter 18. A direct surge. After completing a round of practice with the projection, Wang Xi relaxed slightly, preparing to consume the qi and blood pill acquired from the bounty hall to expedite his physical foundation building process. The system panel promptly appeared. Congratulations, host, for acquiring skill. 9th set of foundational exercises. Physical attribute 4, current proficiency of skill. 9th set of foundational exercises is 2-9. Do you wish to consume reinforcement points to increase skill proficiency? Staring at the translucent panel's notification, Wang Xi was momentarily taken aback. He realized that the boost to his attributes from the 9th set of foundational exercises was significantly higher than that conferred by the White Lotus meditation method. Reflecting on Lu Nian's remarks during class, Wang Xi developed a hypothesis. The White Lotus meditation method was fundamentally aimed at enabling practitioners to master mental strength, while the foundational exercises purely enhanced the physical essence of the practitioner. Gazing at the panel before him, Wang Xi deliberated briefly before making a decision. He would expend reinforcement points to fully maximize the proficiency of the foundational exercises. 7 reinforcement points were worth the investment. Moreover, the premium Qi and blood pill valued at 2.85 million Federation coins could be conserved for the exchange of necessary resources. Wang Xi felt a surge of excitement as he touched the small box containing the Qi and blood pill in his pocket. Promptly summoning the system panel. Host, Wang Xi. Reinforcement points, 20. Physical attribute, 44. Mental attribute, 60. Note, the limits for ordinary humans in both attributes are 5. Talent, Shadow Apostle. Skills, White Lotus Meditation Method, 3-3. Ninth set of foundational exercises, 2-9. Comprehensive evaluation. The acquisition of a new skill has significantly enhanced your capabilities, making combat beyond your current level effortless. Reminder, reinforcement points are earned through combat. Defeating or killing enemies grants reinforcement points. Disregarding the fluctuations in other information, Wang Xi focused intently on the plus sign beside the proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises. In his mind, he commanded the panel, System, maximize the proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises. Maximizing proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises requires 7 reinforcement points. Does the host confirm the consumption of 7 reinforcement points to maximize proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises? Yes, 7 reinforcement points have been consumed. Congratulations, host. Proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises 7. Physical attribute 16. Proficiency of the 9th set of foundational exercises is now 9-9. Reaching the highest proficiency level of this skill, would you like to consume reinforcement points for its promotion? No, having declined the final option presented by the system, Wang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he moved his joints. With the proficiency of the foundational exercises maximized, not only had his physical attributes seen a remarkable increase, but he also perceived an evolution within his body. His senses were individually heightened to varying degrees, enhancing his perception of the ambient primordial energy. Simultaneously, Wang Xi detected a potent energy within himself that he could manipulate at will. Instinctively, he channeled this energy into his right hand and struck the air beside him with a punch. Boom! In an instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted, rustling the sleeves of those nearby. Somehow, everyone halted their actions, gazing blankly at the originator of the commotion, Wang Xi. Noticing this, Wang Xi offered an awkward smile and apologized. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. The crowd, upon hearing this, diverted their gazes, and no further questions or comments arose, except for a few curious onlookers who continued to observe Wang Xi in silence. Wang Xi exhaled deeply, reawakening his awareness of the energy within his body. However, he soon discovered that this energy had diminished significantly, shrinking from the size of a 1 yuan coin to that of a 50-cent coin. Fortunately, he noticed that this energy could gradually absorb the essence of heaven and earth to restore itself, recalling the various pieces of information he had searched for on his phone earlier that morning. Wang Xi speculated to himself, could this be the legendary martial arts true energy? Still uncertain, he glanced at Lu Nian, who was resting against the classroom wall. Perhaps sensing Wang Xi's gaze, Lu Nian opened his eyes and looked back at him. Seeing this, Wang Xi wasted no time, leaving his position and walking directly to Lu Nian. Before he could even inquire, Lu Nian spoke first, asking, have you broken through to the skin barrier? Clearly, despite appearing to meditate earlier, Lu Nian had been attentive to everything happening in the classroom. The explosive punch Wang Xi had thrown into the air had certainly caught his attention. Wang Xi nodded hesitantly, murmuring. Perhaps. Lu Nian carefully scanned Wang Xi from head to toe and remarked, indeed, the skin barrier can harness spiritual energy. The presence of true martial energy within your chest is a hallmark of breaking through the skin barrier. To achieve such a breakthrough within half a day of training is a remarkable talent. Observing Wang Xi's composed demeanor, Lu Nian's admiration was unmistakable. A person with talent, vigor, and the ability to know when to advance or retreat is cherished by every martial arts instructor. Once this class concludes, I shall take you to the C District's teaching area to register your martial artist account and obtain the next stage of martial arts techniques. He added, and I will conveniently transfer some contribution points to you. All right, Wang Xi nodded in agreement. Chapter 19, Martial Arts Techniques. Approximately 40 minutes later, after briefly conversing with the homeroom teacher Lu Nian and the class monitor Huang Tao, he led Wang Xi away from the martial arts classroom in District B, heading towards the adjacent teaching area in District C. The teaching area, as its name implies, is designated for imparting martial arts techniques and for students to learn them. Externally, it resembled the low buildings in the central part of District B, but notably lacked walls or fortified gates. This sight puzzled Wang Xi, For such an important area, the apparent absence of defensive measures made him wonder, does the Federation not fear the infiltration of cultists intent on self-detonation? Wang Xi voiced his concerns to Lu Nian. Upon hearing Wang Xi's doubts, Lu Nian chuckled heartily and replied, Wang Xi, never be deceived by appearances. The seemingly unprotected District C is merely an illusion. Not to mention the defensive fields present in every teaching building on campus, the ever-patrolling formidable robots within the teaching buildings of District C are more than sufficient to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals. Wang Xi nodded thoughtfully at this. Subsequently, he followed Lu Nian into the building of District C, still struck by the contrast, perhaps having been accustomed to the decor of the District B teaching building. Wang Xi was now somewhat used to the jarring aesthetic of the C district structure. Lu Nian tapped on the display screen on the wall, blinking several times as he did so. After a series of adjustments, Lu Nian turned and waved for Wang Xi to hurry along. After navigating through several corridors and around a few corners, they halted before a door. Lu Nian patted Wang Xi on the shoulder, pointing to the dim screen on the door. Activate the system by entering your identification number, then verify your fingerprint and iris. Your martial artist account will be registered, allowing you to enter the room and select martial arts techniques. Wang Xi turned to ask, is there anything I should be mindful of? Lu Nian replied, do not choose techniques haphazardly. There's a guidance robot inside. If you have any questions, feel free to ask it directly. Understood, Wang Xi nodded, approaching the door, double-clicking the screen to activate the system, and following Lu Nian's instructions step by step to verify his information. With a series of clicking sounds, the door before him slowly opened. After selecting the techniques, ask the robot inside for my contact information. I will return to the martial arts classroom, Lu Nian said, waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Wang Xi remained silent, merely waving at Lu Nian's departing figure before stepping into the room. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Upon entering, Wang Xi was greeted by a plethora of testing instruments and a humanoid robot with a gleaming silver exterior. This must be the guidance robot Lu Nian mentioned. It appeared quite amiable. Wang Xi scrutinized the silver robot, standing near an array of unfamiliar devices, forming a silent judgment in his mind. Unbeknownst to Wang Xi, the silver robot, having completed its initial identification of him, approached with purposeful strides. Wang Xi, you have awakened the Shadow System talent and single-handedly infiltrated a cult, achieving your foundational breakthrough within half a day. Greetings. The silver robot elegantly bowed in respect, its gentle voice nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. Wang Xi nodded slightly, curious about the robot before him. Hello, how should I address you? The silver robot replied. You may call me the guidance machine. With that, Wang Xi, uninterested in further pleasantries, got straight to the point. All right. Guidance machine, how do I obtain martial arts techniques? Upon hearing Wang Xi's inquiry, the silver robot promptly responded. There are primarily two mainstream methods to acquire martial arts techniques. The first is to spend contribution points to exchange for techniques at various departments within the Federation. And the second is to utilize the selection opportunities granted by the Federation. Currently, you have detected 3 opportunities to select advanced martial arts techniques. Would you like to utilize them immediately, having little knowledge of martial arts techniques? Wang Xi contemplated briefly before replying. Please explain the origins of these 3 opportunities for advanced martial arts techniques and the differences in their levels. Certainly. The silver robot nodded slightly and began to explain. The levels of martial arts techniques are rated based on their completeness and the highest realm they can reach. Classified from highest to lowest as advanced, intermediate, and basic. Advanced techniques can be utilized up to the Tiger realm without falling behind. Intermediate techniques can be employed up to the 5th stage of ordinary martial arts, while basic techniques are limited to the 3rd stage. The opportunities for the 3 advanced martial arts techniques you possess are rewards from the bounty hall and the right granted upon breaking through to the skin barrier on the day the foundational course commenced. This includes 1 opportunity to select an advanced martial arts technique and 2 opportunities for advanced techniques. This right is a gift from the Federation to martial arts prodigies, and every eligible citizen of the Federation qualifies for it. The value of this right is determined by the time it takes for a citizen of the Federation who is a martial arts student to break through to the skin barrier. Breaking through on the first day grants 2 opportunities for advanced techniques. Within 3 days grants 1 advanced and 1 intermediate technique. Within 7 days grants 1 advanced and 1 basic technique. Within 14 days grants 1 intermediate and 1 basic technique. And within 30 days grants 2 opportunities for basic techniques. Breaking through before the end of the first semester grants 1 opportunity for a basic technique. After hearing the robot's explanation, Wang Xi nodded, understanding. Is talent paramount? Fortunately, it seems there are still avenues available for ordinary individuals. Wang Xi pondered for a moment about what he lacked and asked the silver robot. I wish to possess high endurance, high burst, and high perception simultaneously. Guidance machine, do you have any recommended techniques? The silver robot responded. I am currently selecting 3 advanced martial arts techniques that align with your requirements for high endurance, high burst, and high perception. 3 different combinations have been identified for you. The primary technique of true chi cultivation, water element flowing water technique, the offensive technique, shadow pursuit breakthrough lance, and the technique for developing the third eye, mindful sword of clarity. The primary technique, earthly refinement technique, the overwhelmingly powerful, prison suppressing dragon elephant fist, and the legendary technique, listening to the wind with ears. The primary technique, storm gathering element technique, the increasingly formidable, layered wave blade technique. And upon completion, the technique that resonates with the stars, 7-star thunder BOW.AS. The silver robot concluded. A screen appeared on the wall beside Wang Xi, illuminated with details of the 3 martial arts technique combinations just summarized. This included requirements for practice, necessary resources, and the advantages and disadvantages of each technique. Chapter 20, Selection. After carefully reviewing the information, Wang Xi discovered that while the 3 combinations recommended by the guidance machine met his criteria, each had its strengths and weaknesses. The first combination, centered around the water element flowing water technique, boasted excellent endurance in its primary technique, high explosive power in its spear technique, and the potential to develop a third eye akin to the spidey sense or observation haki. Its advantage lay in perfectly aligning with Wang Xi's requirements, but the drawback was its daunting entry level and significant difficulty in practice. The second combination, based on the earthly refinement technique, promised high physical stamina upon mastery, decent combat endurance, and a powerful fist technique that also enhanced physical strength, while the listening to the wind technique functioned comparably to radar detection. Its advantage was the potential to develop substantial muscle and formidable combat power. Yet the resource consumption was alarmingly high. The third combination centered around the storm gathering technique, while its training difficulty and resource consumption were rather standard, proved to be incompatible with Wang Xi's innate talent, leading to its immediate dismissal. Faced with the information displayed on the screen before him, Wang Xi found himself in a quandary. Hesitant, he requested the guidance machine to retrieve information on other advanced martial arts techniques, hoping to discover something suitable that had not been listed. After approximately 10 minutes of reviewing summaries of several hundred advanced martial arts techniques, Wang Xi ultimately relinquished his hopes. After all, in an era where high technology was employed for martial training, it was improbable that any hidden gems remained unclaimed. Finally, taking into account the compatibility with his innate talent, Wang Xi opted for the first combination, which featured the primary technique of water element flowing water technique, along with the spear technique chasing shadows breaking the void spear, and the sword technique hard illuminating divine sword. The reason Wang Xi believed this combination aligned well with his talents was not unfounded. He had frequently maneuvered shadows in a liquid-like manner during prior training. The ease of use equated to compatibility and indisputable truth. Moreover, for someone like Wang Xi, who possessed a system, the difficulty of mastering martial arts was not a concern. Rather, the significant resource consumption was the real issue. After all, while high difficulty could be mitigated by investing points to enhance proficiency, a lack of funds was an insurmountable barrier. Upon making his selection, a palm-sized screen emerged from the chest of the silver-white robot, extended by its mechanical arm towards Wang Xi. The silver-white robot instructed, "Please enter your identification number to verify your iris and fingerprint information." Wang Xi complied. Once verification was complete, the silver-white robot retracted the screen and proceeded to the door of the room. Just as Wang Xi pondered the robot's intentions, the door slowly opened. He looked up to find a black robot standing outside, giving off an unfriendly aura. The two robots exchanged brief interactions at the doorway before it closed once more. The silver-white robot approached Wang Xi and presented 3 jade tokens, each approximately the size of an adult's thumb. Observing the tokens inscribed with the characters for water, spear, and sword, enlightenment dawned upon Wang Xi as he reached out to accept them. The 3 jade tokens were immaculate white, smooth to the touch, reminiscent of mutton fat jade and Hittian jade. The silver-white robot explained, "These 3 jade tokens are known as technique tokens. They contain all the information of these 3 advanced martial arts techniques, as well as some martial arts insights, to aid the holder in quickly grasping the fundamentals." It added, as a friendly reminder, The tokens have an anti-theft mechanism. Only the first individual to use their mental energy on the token can utilize it normally. Should a second person's mental energy attempt to access the token, the anti-theft mechanism will activate, rendering the token irreparably damaged. Please keep this in mind. After listening to the Silver-White Robot's explanation and warning, Wang Xi nodded while internally mocking. The technique tokens are out now. What are they doing here? Is it still 2077? However, despite the jest, he obediently infused his mental energy into each of the technique tokens. The Silver-White Robot, observing this, nodded appreciatively and continued. In addition to the right to choose your martial arts techniques, you also have 7 days of exclusive access to a training room, along with a resource package to practice the corresponding techniques. I have sent the specific information to your homeroom teacher, who will guide you through the subsequent procedures. You may leave this room once you are adequately prepared, and you are welcome to use all testing equipment in the room free of charge before exiting. Upon hearing this, Wang Xi turned to glance at the multitude of instruments, shaking his head disinterestedly. Please send me teacher Lu Nian's contact information. The Silver-White Robot replied, I have sent the contact information for Class 3. Grade 1's homeroom teacher, Lu Nian via text message to your phone. Wang Xi took out his phone and confirmed the receipt of an unread official text. After adding teacher Lu Nian's number, he instructed the Silver-White Robot to open the door for him. With a series of clicks, he placed the technique tokens into the black satchel crafted from shadows and proceeded onward. Upon exiting the teaching building of the transmission law zone, Wang Xi spotted a muscular man with a buzz cut dressed in dark green martial attire leaning against a tree in the landscaped area. It was Lu Nian. Chapter 21. Logistics Zone. Lu Nian waved at Wang Xi. So, are you satisfied with the technique you selected? Wang Xi replied, it's good enough, meeting my needs. That's great. Lu Nian nodded in reassurance and led Wang Xi toward a building resembling a factory or warehouse not far from the school grounds. Teacher, where are we headed now? Wang Xi inquired, glancing at the warehouse-like structure. Indeed, Lu Nian confirmed. Noticing Wang Xi's lack of familiarity, he elaborated, that building, which resembles a warehouse, is our school's District D, also known as the Logistics Zone. It is specifically responsible for managing the resources required by students for their training, while also issuing tasks for students to undertake, with rewards and contribution points. And we're heading there now to collect the resources for you to practice your martial arts techniques. Lu Nian concluded. Understanding Lu Nian's explanation, Wang Xi realized that he would need to frequently earn contribution points to exchange for training resources. After a short walk, the duo entered the logistics zone. The stark contrast continued. The interior was not spacious, but resembled a bustling reward hall akin to a police station, filled with a sense of technological advancement. However, unlike the diverse crowd in the reward hall, all the students in the Wu Gao logistics zone were clad in black and white traditional-style uniforms. Inside the hall, groups of students were gathered in jovial conversation, others hurriedly making their way. And even couples were seen flirting and conversing intimately. As Wang Xi observed the throng of young men and women, he followed Lu Nian up to the second floor. While climbing the stairs, Lu Nian casually remarked about the situation in the entrance hall. Due to the start of the new semester, many upper-grade students have yet to receive suitable tasks, so they are mostly lingering here. In 2 weeks, most of the new students will have broken through to the skin refinement stage. The students remaining in the logistics zone will have mostly departed by then. Wang Xi asked, are there very few tasks available? Lu Nian shook his head. Not at all. There are many, but the safe and simple ones are scarce. Although these tasks are issued by the school, they still involve combat, which carries a certain risk of fatality. High-value tasks are quite rare, which is why students tend to wait for group tasks. Wang Xi continued, must everyone undertake tasks? Lu Nian explained, not necessarily, but without completing tasks, one cannot earn contribution points. Without contribution points, one cannot exchange for training resources and thus cannot continue training. After a pause, he added, this is the first lesson the school teaches you. Survival of the fittest? Relying on oneself rather than seeking help from others. Wang Xi had already deeply understood these principles during his encounter with that group of cultists. He nodded silently in agreement. Soon, the pair exited the staircase and arrived at the second-floor hall of the logistics zone. In stark contrast to the bustling first floor, the second floor was relatively quiet. Aside from Wang Xi and Lu Nian, there was only a middle-aged man cleaning a table with a cloth. Lu Nian cheerfully called out to the man, Mu Yi, stop wiping the table and see what I've brought you, the first genius of the new semester. Upon hearing Lu Nian's voice, the man, referred to as Mu Yi, immediately ceased his actions and scrutinized Wang Si with keen interest, full of vitality and devoid of any malevolent aura. "He's a good kid," Mu Yi remarked, taking several strides to stand in front of Wang Si. Wang Si, taken aback by the man's sudden appearance, stammered, Hello. Hello. I am Mu Yi, the management director of the logistics zone, responsible for distributing resources to new students and auditing task eligibility," Mu Yi replied. His tone neutral, neither overly friendly nor distant. Liu Nian urged, "All right, enough with the small talk. This is Wang Si, the only student in our school to break through to the skin refinement stage in just half a day this year. Hurry up and get the resources ready." Mue cast a nonchalant glance at Liu Nian. "What's the rush? I'm not some parasite hoarding student resources. Hey, I never said that. I'm simply not as free as you are. I still have a bunch of students waiting." Liu Nian chuckled, scratching his head. "If you think my efficiency is low, you can head back first. After all, you don't need to be present to collect resources." Mui replied impatiently, "That won't do. After collecting the resources, I still need to take this student to District B to activate the private training room. It would be a hassle to make multiple trips." Liu Nian grinned widely as he followed Mui toward the reception area of the second-floor hall. Upon reaching the front desk, Director Mui began typing on the computer. "The techniques are water element flowing water technique. Chasing shadows breaking the void spear, and heart illuminating divine sword, correct?" he inquired, looking at Wang Si. "Yes," Wang Si confirmed with a nod. "All three techniques have a relatively high training difficulty," Liu Nian remarked. "Indeed, due to their high training difficulty, they require fewer resources," Mui stated as he continued typing. "In total, you will receive 1 water element crystal and 3 chi blood supplements. As for the weapons for the 2 martial skills, you will need to procure them yourself." Mu then asked Wang Si, "Would you like to collect everything?" Wang Si replied, "Yes, please." "Very well," Mui responded, then began to tap on the keyboard a few more times. "Please wait." Shortly thereafter, a jet-black robot approached Wang Si, carrying a metallic tray that held 2 boxes. One was a palm-sized black wooden box, while the other was a rectangular silver box measuring 15 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in width. Mu Yi explained, "When practicing the water element flowing water technique, holding a water element crystal in one hand can yield remarkable results. There are 3 vitality replenishing potions available, which can be used at the end of your training or when your body feels depleted. It is best to use one at a time, taken orally." Wang Si placed the 2 boxes of varying sizes and materials into his satchel and nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. There is one more matter. According to the regulations of the Federal Martial Academy, as a genius who has broken through to the skin barrier in a single day, you are entitled to a monthly consumption quota of 5 contribution points during your first academic year. This quota refreshes at the end of each month and cannot be accumulated," Mui added. Upon hearing this, Wang Si understood why so many students lingered in the lobby downstairs. It turned out that during their first year, they had guaranteed contribution points to rely on, allowing them to practice adequately. However, upon entering their second year, they would be thrust out of their comfort zones, leading to fierce competition, and most were still unaccustomed to it. Mu Yi inquired, "Do you wish to exchange for anything?" Wang Si shook his head. "No. Thank you." "Very well. Focus on your training." With that, Mu Yi turned to leave the front desk to attend to other matters. At that moment, Liu Nian reached out to stop him. "Wait a moment. Is there something?" Mu Yi raised an eyebrow at Liu Nian. Liu Nian replied, "Ahem. Please deduct 5 contribution points from my account and transfer them to Wang Si's." Chapter 22, Martial Arts Technology, Awe-inspiring. After leaving the logistics area, Wang Si followed Liu Nian back to the teaching building in Zone B. However, they did not head to the martial arts classroom, but rather to a solitary training room equipped with a simulated system that harnessed the elemental energies of heaven and earth. After instructing Wang Si and activating the training room's simulation system and energy gathering function, Liu Nian left with a remark, "You can skip the theoretical class this afternoon if you wish." To this, Wang Si could only sigh in admiration at the privileges bestowed upon him. He then proceeded to activate the training room's simulation system and energy gathering function in the manner Liu Nian had demonstrated. Accompanied by a series of beeping sounds, the once barren training room transformed dramatically. The silver metallic walls shimmered and morphed into an endless ocean view, while the floor became a tranquil sea surface. Billowing water vapor erupted from the ceiling, quickly filling the entire training room. At that moment, even without deliberate focus, Wang Si could feel the room brimming with water elements and an abundance of elemental energy. twice that of the outside world. Martial arts technology, truly awe-inspiring. Gazing at the now misty ocean-themed training room, Wang Xi couldn't help but marvel slightly. As he moved, he created ripples on the surface of the water, and with each heavy step, droplets splashed around him. Wasting no more time, Wang Xi seated himself in place, retrieving the jade tablet inscribed with the character for water and the water element crystal originally housed in the wooden box. The water element crystal was nearly the same size as the jade tablet and felt ice-cold to the touch, resembling a blue diamond-shaped ice block. Wang Xi grasped both the jade tablet of the water element flowing water technique and the water element crystal. Calming his mind as he meticulously delved into the training arrangement of the technique, did he envision waterfalls in the clouds, concentrating on the water elements, cleansing his physical form and purifying his soul. Reciting the incantation for the first level of the water element flowing water technique, he attuned himself to the martial essence within the jade tablet. With each breath, it felt as if a muscle memory surged forth within him, causing the true energy within to flow instinctively. Under the unique frequency of motion initiated by the blue water element crystal, a cool, ethereal energy coursed through his meridians, merging with his true energy. As this energy fused with his true energy, the surrounding mist of water eagerly rushed toward him. The energy and true energy continuously converged, and a torrent of water elements and elemental energy surged into Wang Xi's body with every breath, washing over him and enhancing his true energy. This continued for approximately 10 minutes. With a crack, the water element crystal in Wang Xi's grasp developed numerous fissures. The once blue crystal had transformed into a grayish-white hue, appearing as though something within had been entirely drained. Confirming that no further energy could be extracted from the crystal, Wang Xi casually returned it to the wooden box in his satchel, while still drawing in water elements and elemental energy. However, he soon realized that without the water element crystal to draw energy from, the efficiency of absorbing water elements and elemental energy to cleanse his body had diminished significantly. The difference was akin to 5 versus 1, and it required much more focus. Frowning, Wang Xi decided to terminate this session of training, pondering the specific reasons behind it. Congratulations, host, for mastering the skill water element flowing water technique. First level, Physique Attribute 5, Spirit Attribute 2. Current skill water element flowing water technique. First level proficiency is 215. Would you like to consume enhancement points to increase skill proficiency? Upon seeing the system panel that suddenly popped up, Wang Xi instantly understood. Of course, I can allocate points. Why am I even contemplating this? Max it out, he commanded inwardly. To max out the proficiency of the skill water element flowing water technique, first level requires 13 enhancement points. Does the host confirm the consumption of 13 enhancement points to max out the proficiency of the skill water element flowing water technique? First level? Yes, Wang Xi replied without hesitation. 13 enhancement points have been consumed. Congratulations, host. Skill proficiency for water element flowing water technique. First level has increased by 13. Physique Attribute 35. Spirit Attribute 18. Skill proficiency for water element flowing water technique. First level is now 1515. Reaching the highest proficiency level, the skill has automatically advanced to water element flowing water technique. Second level. With the changes reflected on the system panel, Wang Xi naturally acquired the memories of cultivating the water element flowing water technique. First level. Simultaneously, a refreshing sensation of breaking through shackles spread throughout his body, and Wang Xi felt yet another elevation within himself. If he was not mistaken, this should be the reason for breaking through the flesh barrier and reaching the second stage of mortal martial arts. Feeling elated, Wang Xi summoned the system panel. Host, Wang Xi, enhancement points, 0, physique, 100, spirit, 80. Note, the dual attributes of an ordinary person are limited to 5. Talent, Shadow Apostle, skills, White Lotus Meditation Method, 3-3, 9th set Foundation Building Exercises, 9-9, Water Element Flowing Water Technique, second level, 0-15, Comprehensive Evaluation. As a second stage mortal martial artist, you should seek more formidable foes to battle and engage in combat. Friendly reminder, enhancement points are earned through combat. Defeating or killing enemies will yield enhancement points. Glancing through the system panel, Wang Xi once again relished the exhilarating sensation of allocating points as he observed his empty enhancement point balanced. He then pulled out the jade tablets for the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear and the heart-clear sword from his satchel. Feeling a sudden itch in his heart, whether it was the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear or the heart-clear sword, both belonged to martial techniques. and practicing their attack patterns a few more times would surely yield results. What was rare was grasping their essence. For instance, the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear embodies a fierce intent that shatters all, while the heart-clear sword possesses an instinctive awareness that perceives before the move. Once the essence of the martial techniques is comprehended, the remaining patterns and true energy applications would flow seamlessly. Wang Xi deactivated the simulation system and, according to the required weapon dimensions for the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear and heart-clear sword, fashioned a spear over 2 meters long and a straight sword exceeding 1 meter in length using shadows. He manipulated the shadows to bind the 2 jade tablets to his forehead and began practicing the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear and heart-clear sword. Approximately an hour later, within the vast training room, Wang Xi continued to wield the spear and sword. The only sounds in the silent room were the slicing of the blades through the air and the heavy sound of his breathing. It became evident that both the homeroom teacher Lun Yin and the logistics management director Mu Yi were correct in stating that these two martial techniques were exceptionally difficult to master. After over an hour, Wang Xi had merely memorized the patterns of the two martial techniques, having learned only the basics. Fortunately, although Wang Xi had not managed to master the pursuing shadow-breaking sky spear and heart-clear sword, nor had he made any progress in proficiency, the system panel still recognized that he had acquired these two martial techniques and could spend enhancement points to advance his proficiency. Wang Xi was not concerned about a shaky foundation. After all, the skills acquired through point allocation came with their own training memories and muscle memory, indistinguishable from those he cultivated himself. Perhaps even more reliable. I recall that the head of the half-zombie salon has connections with a cultist who worships the earthly giant python. Wang Xi thought to himself as he immediately summoned the memories of that salon from the half-zombie, eagerly perusing through them. Chapter 23, Little Boyfriend. After perusing for a few minutes, Wang Xi finally grasped the connection between the cultist who served the earthly giant python and the half-zombie head of the salon. In simple terms, the cultist from the giant python church was a freeloading pest, while the half-zombie head was the proprietor of the salon. The cultist, boasting superior strength compared to the half-zombie head, frequently visited the salon to take advantage of services, sometimes even requesting home visits. Initially, the half-zombie head contemplated resistance and sought assistance from the zombie lord to regain his dignity. However, due to the giant python church's longer establishment and greater strength, the zombie lord did not assist the half-zombie head, but instead urged him to comply with the freeloading pest's demands. Over time, the half-zombie head succumbed to the situation. TSK, the feeble leader, being exploited by his own self. Could this not also be seen as a form of absurdity? Wang Xi sat cross-legged on the ground, pouring a blood-replenishing potion into his mouth while grumbling. Since last night, he had only consumed a single meal this morning. In light of yesterday's battle and today's training intensity, that meager portion of food was but a drop in the bucket, insufficient to replenish his energy. Thus, upon feeling the pangs of hunger, Wang Xi felt no reluctance and promptly retrieved a vial of the potion to drink. After all, he needed to earn enhancement points at the home of the cultist from the Great Python Church later that evening, and he could not afford to be lacking in stamina. In no time, he finished the 100 milliliters of the potion. A warm sensation gradually spread within him. Wang Xi recognized this feeling as the nutrients from the potion being fully absorbed by his body. The swift restoration of his energy brought him a sense of comfort that positively influenced his mood, with the shadows surrounding him rippling like the surface of water. Just as he was regaining his full vigor and preparing to gather his belongings to head home, his phone emitted a series of beeps from within his bag. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Jiang Shui that on their way to school, they had exchanged contact information once again. Jiang Shui, where are you? Let's go home together. Jiang Shui, don't get the wrong idea. I just think it might be a bit boring to go back alone. Reading Jiang Shui's messages, Wang Xi couldn't help but envision her seemingly insincere demeanor. Summoning two shadowy tendrils, he began to tidy up several boxes and pieces of trash while replying to her text. Wang Xi, I'm at the B District teaching building. Jiang Shui, isn't there a theory class this afternoon? Why are you still in B District? That's quite a lengthy message. Reply promptly. Wang Xi was slightly taken aback by the long message from Jiang Shui. Taking the bag handed to him by the shadowy tendril, he pushed open the door to the training room and stepped outside. Wang Xi, because I'm a martial arts prodigy, and my homeroom teacher has granted me special permission to skip the theory class. Jiang Shui, keep dreaming. Jiang Shui, I'm almost at the entrance of B District. Hurry up. Wang Xi, I'm on my way. After sending that final message, Wang Xi swiftly transformed into a shadow and slipped through the gap of a window, landing gracefully on the ground below. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his clothes, he strode purposefully toward the entrance. At the foot of the A District Teaching Building, a group of girls were chattering excitedly among themselves. One girl, with a somewhat cherubic face, looked regretfully at a girl with a single ponytail and asked, "Ashwe, are you really not going to join us at the pedestrian street? I heard there's an event happening this afternoon. It should be quite lively." The other girls chimed in. "Yes, it would be such a pity not to go." In response, the girl with the ponytail, Jiang Shui, shook her head with a hint of resignation. "Really? I've made plans with someone else, so I won't be joining you at the pedestrian street." The group of girls sighed in mild disappointment. "All right then." However, the cherubic-faced girl suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression turning to one of shock as she gazed at Jiang Shui. "Shui, the person you've made plans with. Could it possibly be your little boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, the previously dejected girls perked up immediately. Little boyfriend? Could it be a date? Jiang Shui, taken aback by the intense scrutiny from her friends, awkwardly inquired, "What on earth are you all talking about?" One girl shot a sideways glance at Jiang Shui. "When you rejected that rich kid from class, didn't you say you had a boyfriend?" Well, Jiang Shui momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Another girl jumped in. "Now you're saying you have plans with someone else and can't go to the pedestrian street. Could it be anything other than a date with your boyfriend?" The cherubic-faced girl added, "And you were grinning like a mischievous cat when you checked your phone just now, as if you were up to something sneaky." "No, I wasn't. Stop making wild accusations," Jiang Shui exclaimed, covering the cherubic girl's mouth in embarrassment and denying it vehemently. "Oh dear." The cherubic girl looked at Jiang Shui with a playful glint in her eye, eager to say something more. Meanwhile, another girl elbowed Jiang Shui teasingly and asked, "How did you two meet?" With a flustered demeanor, Jiang Shui stammered, We were childhood friends." The girls erupted into playful teasing. After shaking off her teasing friends, Jiang Shui jogged towards the entrance of B District, simultaneously checking her phone for any messages from Wang Si. As she rounded a corner, she collided with a boy carrying a black bag, not having had the chance to see him clearly. Bang! In a daze, Jiang Shui felt as if she had crashed into a wall, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Jiang Shui, hearing a familiar voice, she instinctively looked up. "Wang Si!" Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise as she sat on the ground. "Why the rush?" Wang Si extended a hand to help her up, smiling as he asked. Jiang Shui released Wang Si's hand, brushed herself off, and explained, a bit embarrassed, "I lost track of time on the way and didn't want you to be kept waiting." Afterward, she gently rubbed Wang Si's chest, concerned, "Did I hurt you? You knocked yourself over, and you're worried about me?" Wang Si chuckled, taking hold of Jiang Shui's hand and placing it on her own head. Jiang Shui blinked in surprise before quickly reacting, huffing. What a kind-hearted gesture that seems to have backfired. Though she feigned annoyance, her expression revealed no trace of anger. "You have a point," Wang Si replied, placing his hand on Jiang Shui's shoulder to adjust her stance, guiding her towards the school gate. They walked together, playfully bantering. Suddenly, a boy with striking red hair, resembling a character from a popular video game, jumped out from the roadside, flanked by a few others sporting an array of edgy hairstyles. "Hey, you, take your hands off Jiang Shui." The red-haired boy, Lu Wei, stood with his hands on his hips, coldly addressing Wang Si. "Yeah, back off," chimed in the group of edgy-haired boys. Glancing at these absurd individuals, Wang Si turned to Jiang Shui. "Do you know them?" Jiang Shui shook her head vigorously. "Not at all. You must be Jiang Shui's boyfriend." "Huh, frankly speaking, you don't deserve her. Do the decent thing and step aside. It would be more dignified. Otherwise," Lu Wei sneered, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. His companions echoed, "Or else you'll face the consequences, boyfriend." Wang Si looked at Jiang Shui, who was staring down, seemingly guilty. "This idiot has been pestering me, claiming he wants to pursue me. That I had no choice but to say I already have a boyfriend," Jiang Shui explained softly to Wang Si. Her head lowered. Afterward, she added, "I'm sorry." Wang Si, feeling somewhat helpless, patted Jiang Shui on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Just let me know next time, and I'll handle it." "Okay." Jiang Shui nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, seeing Wang Si and Jiang Shui ignoring him and engrossed in their own world, became increasingly furious, his temper flaring as curious onlookers began to gather. The crowd grew larger. "Fine, since you refuse to heed my warning, I, Lu Wei, will show you what fire fists are all about." As he spoke, flames began to coalesce around his right hand, enveloping it in a vivid crimson blaze. The surrounding boys cheered. "Wei Gu, you're so cool." Observing the scene before him, Wang Si couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement. It seemed that lunatics were abundant in 2077, that while contemplating how to deal with these foolish individuals in a way that would draw attention, Jiang Shui leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Can we take him on? Or should we run? He can't possibly chase us while wielding that flamed no need." Wang Xi shook his head, raising his gaze to meet Lu Wei, who was charging at him with a flaming fist. This was a perfect opportunity to test the synergy between his innate abilities and martial arts techniques. He focused his mind. The shadows beneath his feet deepened and surged outward like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping an area of over 10 meters around him. The onlookers and Lu Wei's group exchanged bewildered glances at the shadows spreading beneath them, retreating to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. Lu Wei glanced back at his companions, who remained steadfast, and then at Jiang Shui beside Wang Xi. Gritting his teeth as he charged forward once more, in an instant, he closed the distance, the searing flames barreling towards Wang Xi. Wang Xi instinctively shielded Jiang Shui behind him. The next moment, a torrent of dark, turbulent water erupted from thin air, crashing into Lu Wei and sending him flying, colliding directly with his companions, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Lu Wei and his gang were swept together by the surging waves. How pathetic, Wang Xi muttered in annoyance. He had initially thought Lu Wei, capable of producing fire, might be an awakened individual who could assist him in testing some newly developed techniques. Instead, he turned out to be merely a flashy fade, easily subdued by a simple move. The shadows surrounding them, now under Wang Xi's control, swiftly retracted and returned to their unremarkable state. "Didn't he expect you to have such skills?" "Quite impressive," Jiang Shui remarked, her eyes wide with admiration as she nudged Wang Xi playfully. In response, Wang Xi merely smiled, remaining silent as he grasped Jiang Shui's wrist and led her away from the crowd. He understood the wisdom in striking first to prevent being overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. The more one feigns weakness, the more troubles will inevitably come knocking at the door, after asserting sovereignty and demonstrating a modicum of strength. There should be fewer fools looking for trouble, Wang Xi mused to himself. Chapter 25. Who does he resemble? My father. As Wang Xi and Jiang Shui walked away, several members of the Shamate swiftly rose from the ground, assisting the red-haired Lu Wei to his feet. "Are you all right, boss? Did you get hurt, boss? Should we take you to the hospital, boss?" they inquired, surrounding Lu Wei with expressions of genuine concern. Lu Wei shook his somewhat dazed head. Surveying the onlookers, and noticing the absence of Wang Xi and Jiang Shui, he asked, "Where did Jiang Shui and her boyfriend go? Did they run off?" The Shamate subordinates exchanged awkward glances, for they had witnessed Wang Xi and Jiang Shui leisurely walking away hand in hand. Only after they could see no trace of them did they dare to help their boss up. In that moment, the subordinates looked at Lu Wei, uncertain of how to convey the truth. If they were to reveal that after being knocked senseless by the wave, his girlfriend and her boyfriend had not spared him a glance and simply walked away hand in hand, it would surely shatter Lu Wei's composure. Exchanging glances, the subordinates silently concluded that their boss would undoubtedly be devastated by the truth. Lu Wei rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing in his head. Oblivious to the silent communication among his subordinates, the world around him felt chaotic. At that moment, a blue-haired subordinate had a sudden insight and remarked to Lu Wei, "Indeed, boss, that guy, after the wave hit you, looked utterly exhausted as he took Jiang Shui and fled. It was clear he was afraid you might recover and take him down." The others nodded in agreement, praising the blue-haired subordinate. Yes, that's exactly right. He ran off so quickly, obviously terrified of you. I was the fastest to get up, and even caught a glimpse of their retreating figures. The Shamate subordinates took turns spinning their tails, momentarily dazzling Lu Wei, who was still somewhat disoriented. Although he had not even touched the hem of the man's clothes before being knocked out, he reasoned that since his loyal subordinates spoke so convincingly, their words must hold truth. The man had fled in fear. Despite knowing he lacked the strength to confront anyone, Lu Wei couldn't suppress his disdain for the fleeing Wang Xi. With all his might, he tossed his red bangs and sneered, "A coward who runs away. I truly cannot fathom what Jiang Shui sees in him." His words, the subordinates felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seemed they had led their boss astray. Lu Wei, in his confused state, was unaware of the reality, but the others had witnessed the entire encounter. The man who had bested their boss had shown no sign of weakness. Not a single drop of sweat had graced his brow. The subordinates collectively looked towards the blue-haired one, exchanging glances that conveyed their uncertainty about what to do next. The blue-haired subordinate's face fell, regretting his earlier suggestion. "What should we do now?" "How would I know?" "Boss, should we still trouble Jiang Shui's boyfriend in the future?" he asked cautiously. while the others nervously awaited Lu Wei's response, fearing he might order them to deal with the man. Fortunately, although Lu Wei had a rebellious streak and a flair for dramatics, he was not foolish. He shook his head resolutely, dismissing the blue-haired subordinate's proposal. No, I cannot confront that man just yet. I will train diligently for a few days, break through to the next level, learn some techniques, and then it will be too late for him at next Monday's martial arts competition. Upon hearing this, the Shamate subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. They would not have to throw themselves against a wall. Meanwhile, Wang Si, having just exited the school gates with Jiang Shui, remained blissfully unaware that Lu Wei was still harboring ambitions of competing with him. Your heart is racing. Are you nervous? Wang Si released Jiang Shui's wrist, a gentle smile gracing his calm features. Initially, Jiang Shui felt a pang of insecurity at the loss of his handhold, but upon hearing Wang Si's words, she instinctively looked up to deny. How could that be? I was just tired from you pulling me along so quickly. As she spoke, her gaze met Wang Si's eyes, which sparkled with mischief. Really? Wang Si inquired dumb. Jiang Shui lowered her head like a puppy, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. How had he suddenly become so handsome and so assertive? I like him even more. Wang Si, observing Jiang Shui's silence and her wandering thoughts, couldn't help but face palm. He gently poked her shoulder, asking, What are you thinking about? Not lovers. Nothing, really, Jiang Shui stammered, her heart racing faster than her mind, her fantasies interrupted by the reality of her blushing face. Her innocent confusion was irresistibly endearing. At that moment, her flushed cheeks seemed mismatched with her name. Wang Si, knowing Jiang Shui was easily flustered, decided to change the subject. By the way, how was your training today? How many petals did you manage to sketch? Relieved that Wang Si had not pressed further, Jiang Shui exhaled deeply. Had he pursued the matter, she might have perished from embarrassment right there. 16 petals, she declared proudly, lifting her head like a little penguin. That's remarkable, Wang Si sincerely praised, giving her a thumbs up. To achieve 16 petals on your first day of meditation training speaks volumes about your innate talent. I am the two aspects of martial arts foundation. The most challenging was mental cultivation. While deficiencies in physical talent could be compensated for with potions and elixirs, flaws in mental acuity could only remain as such. Moreover, when Wang Si had held Jiang Shui's wrist earlier, he had subtly sensed her internal energy and skin condition. He discovered that her progress in physical cultivation was even more advanced than that of her mental cultivation. If she persevered, she might soon attain the second level of privileges in the teaching area, a distinction reserved for geniuses capable of breaking through within 3 days. Jiang Shui, Wang Si suddenly grew serious. What is it? Jiang Shui noticed the rare sternness on Wang Si's face, her radiant smile fading. You must not become lax in your training over the next 2 days. Strive to complete your foundation before the day after tomorrow. Due to confidentiality agreements, Wang Si couldn't disclose the evaluation system, so he opted for indirect hints instead. The day after tomorrow, I will do my best. Although Jiang Shui was somewhat puzzled, she nodded, interpreting it as Wang Si's sudden paternal instincts emerging. This is crucial. Don't be willful. Wang Si's tone softened as he gently patted Jiang Shui's arm. Wang Si, do you know who you resemble right now? Jiang Shui suddenly asked. Who do I resemble? Wang Si was taken aback. My father, Jiang Shui declared emphatically. Chapter 26. Would I lie to you? If Uncle Jiang heard what you just said, he might give you a beating. Wang Si stifled a laugh, teasing Jiang Shui. What are you implying? I meant you and my dad are both so old-fashioned, Jiang Shui retorted, slightly annoyed. I know. Wang Si raised his hands in mock surrender. Humph. Jiang Shui flicked her ponytail, ready to ignore Wang Si for a few minutes to calm her feelings, but suddenly recalled something and turned her face back towards him. Enough about me. How is your training going? How many petals have you sketched? Wang Si chuckled lightly, replying honestly, I broke through my foundation and completed my training this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was visibly taken aback, and after regaining her senses, she incredulously exclaimed, Really? Would I lie to you? Wang Si shook his head in exasperation, watching the suddenly dazed Jiang Shui. So, listen to me. You're guaranteed to succeed. Put in extra effort in your training over the next 2 days, and you must complete your foundation by the day after tomorrow. I will. Jiang Shui nodded earnestly. Ding ding ding. The bus arrived, and as Wang Si and Jiang Shui chatted idly, they boarded the vehicle. During the peak hour after school, one would expect the bus to be packed, yet the one they boarded, traveling from the new district to the old district, was surprisingly sparse. In the quiet bus, the only loud noise was that of the on-board television, while Wang Xi sat beside Jiang Shui in the back, curiously watching the screen. Dear citizens of the Federation, hello, welcome to the South River Law Enforcement Report. Recently, our city's law enforcers received reports from concerned citizens and dismantled a heinous cult, eliminating nearly 30 cultists. Unfortunately, these cultists exhibited strong antisocial sentiments and resisted arrest, preventing law enforcers from capturing them alive and obtaining more information regarding the cult. The cult mentioned on the television was undoubtedly the one Wang Xi had just obliterated the day before. Cultists resisting arrest? Not quite. Before law enforcement arrived, the cultists had already met their demise at the hands of Wang Xi and the cult leader. Before the target even arrived, it seemed that it had already met its demise. If one were to successfully capture it, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Lost in his thoughts, Wang Xi was suddenly jolted by a sharp elbow to his waist. Instinctively, he turned to see Jiang Shui beside him. Indeed, it was she who had delivered the elbow jab. Before Wang Xi could inquire about her covert action, Jiang Shui leaned closer, whispering into his ear, Wang Xi, you weren't truly kidnapped by the evil cult yesterday. Were you? Her delicate lips parted, exhaling a warm breath that mingled with her concerned tone, enveloping Wang Xi's ear. He caught a faint whiff of her refreshing fragrance and gently pushed her back. Taking a moment to respond, do I really need to deceive you? I thought you were merely joking this morning. My apologies. Jiang Shui's gaze towards Wang Xi was complex, a blend of trepidation and a hint of regret. It's all right. It's been almost a year since the evil cult was dismantled in Nanjing City. Who could have anticipated that I would stumble upon it? Wang Xi shrugged nonchalantly. After a brief silence, Jiang Shui abruptly suggested, why don't you come over to my house for dinner tonight? Why? Wang Xi was taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. Well, my mom mentioned that it's been a while since you last had a meal with us. I came to find you yesterday afternoon specifically for this reason, Jiang Shui stammered. Upon hearing this, Wang Xi contemplated for a moment and, under Jiang Shui's hopeful gaze, shook his head. Let us postpone for today. I have other matters to attend to. Maybe in a couple of days, once you've completed your foundational training. Jiang Shui appeared slightly disappointed, but did not press further, simply responding with a soft, all right. The bus soon arrived at its stop. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shui, Wang Xi returned to his small villa. Without turning on the lights, as he stepped through the door, shadows rapidly expanded at his feet. Quickly engulfing the entire ground floor of the villa, the shadows surged like dark waves, rearranging the furniture within the room, as shadowy tendrils emerged from the waves, gently stacking the larger pieces in a neat pile. The vast residence was solely occupied by Wang Xi, and he found the arrangement of sofas and chairs in the hall to be rather superfluous. Instead, he opted to clear a spacious area to simulate a training environment for honing his martial skills. Although the cleared hall on the first floor was not as expansive as the training room in School B District, it sufficed for Wang Xi's needs. Unaccustomed to exposing himself outdoors, Wang Xi chose to utilize the cleared hall instead of the outdoor courtyard. Despite its ample space, the courtyard walls were not particularly high, standing at merely 2 meters. If someone were to observe from a higher vantage point nearby, there would be no semblance of privacy or security. Wang Xi found it impractical to use his abilities to seal off the courtyard, as it would appear too conspicuous and deliberate. However, within the confines of the villa, he encountered far fewer concerns. Symbolically drawing the curtains and enveloping the first floor in shadows, he established a sense of privacy and security. Shadows formed a thin membrane on the ground, beneath which lay a layer of black water that covered the entire first floor. Under Wang Xi's control, the water's surface calmed. With time before dusk still remaining, he decided to sit down and practice the water element flowing water technique. The air was saturated with water elements and the ambient energy of the world, which Wang Xi inhaled during his breathing. His physical form, having undergone significant transformation, allowed him to cultivate at an accelerated pace compared to before. Although the simulated environment created by his abilities was not as effective as the training room at School B District, it was still quite beneficial if one were to quantify his cultivation speed without any special conditions as 1, the training room in School B District as 3, then in his current environment, Wang Xi's speed was 2. Additionally, he discovered that as he practiced the water element flowing water technique to cleanse his bones, numerous elements reminiscent of small black dots, which felt familiar, along with blue-hued water elements and white dots of ambient energy, entered his body, purifying his physical form. Though he did not fully understand the nature of these elements, having realized they posed no harm, Wang Xi chose to ignore them and immersed himself in his training. Several hours later, Wang Xi exhaled a breath of turbid air, concluding his pre-battle training. Congratulations, host. Skill: Water Element Flowing Water Technique. Proficiency Level 2-1. Constitution Attribute 5. Spirit Attribute 3. The black water that enveloped the first floor receded swiftly, and Wang Xi's attire transformed from his black and white school uniform into a snug black ensemble, with alloy armor adorning key areas that a voluminous black cloak draped over him, complemented by a dark alloy mask that obscured his features. There was no choice. The material of the alloy Gatenby district was simply exceptional. Crafting a few pieces of armor for himself without hindering his mobility significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Is it also in the North District? Wang Xi reconfirmed the location of his target, his form blurring as he melded into the shadows of the night. Chapter 27. The lives of others are no concern of mine that night. On the outskirts of the North District in Nanjing City, the atmosphere was markedly quieter compared to the bustling urban center. The density of buildings here was sparse, lacking the residential charm of the old city in the major districts. From this vantage point, if one were not obstructed by nearby buildings, the towering primary city wall could still be glimpsed. The primary city wall is the highest level of defensive structure in the federal cities. Standing a minimum of 3 kilometers tall and 500 meters thick, enclosing an area of no less than 900 square kilometers, and is essential for major economic cities, beneath the primary wall. There are secondary and tertiary walls, all equally grand. The purpose of these formidable walls is to safeguard the populace within from the encroachment of wild beasts. Although the exotic creatures on Blue Star, aside from the unknowns in the ocean, have mostly been driven to near extinction, the proximity to the myriad worlds results in random occurrences of spatial overlap in various locations during purges of these creatures. It often happens that as one group is eradicated, another spatial overlap zone is deployed from the myriad worlds. Sometimes, these overlaps even manifest within urban areas. Initially, faced with the incessant emergence of exotic beasts in overlapping spatial zones, the federal authorities were greatly troubled. Fortunately, the Lit Tribe, allies of humanity from the myriad worlds, provided a unique spatial technology to aid Blue Star's Federation in addressing this dilemma. The Lit Tribe refers to this technology as the Forbidden High Wall. It is worth noting that images of the Lit ambassador stationed on Blue Star circulating online reveal that, aside from their longer, pointed ears, they bear a striking resemblance to humans. Upon first encountering an image of that ambassador, Wang Xi felt an intense sense of deja vu with pale skin, pointed ears, and an appearance akin to a perfectly crafted artifact. He could not help but think, isn't this an elf? No wonder they can mingle with humans. It is hardly surprising. Draped in his cloak, Wang Xi stood atop a building, gazing at the distant city wall bathed in moonlight, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He redirected his attention to a window in a nearby building. The occupant of the room behind that window was Wang Xi's target for the night, a member of the Serpent Cult. Residing in a first-level extraordinary dwelling, beneath the dark iron mask, Wang Xi's gaze flickered slightly. The previously dim room had been illuminated by a faint light, suggesting that someone inside had turned on an energy-saving lamp. It appeared that this member of the Serpent Cult had not been frightened into relocating by the destruction wrought by the Corpse Ghost Cult. Wang Xi deduced some information in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile beneath his mask. Then, with a swift motion, Wang Xi vanished from his location. Inside the dimly lit room, 3 men, also clad in hoods, were gathered around a folding table, devouring meat and drinking soda. The only source of light in the room was a small energy-saving lamp beside them. Behind the lamp, a woman, her limbs bound with rough rope and her head covered with a sack, struggled on the ground, occasionally emitting muffled sounds. It was clear that not only was her vision obstructed by the sack, but her mouth was also gagged. The 3 men, engrossed in their meal and idle chatter, appeared oblivious to the woman's continuous struggles. The dim light cast an eerie glow on their sickly pale faces, particularly that of the leader, who bore sharp teeth and fine scales as they stuffed their mouths with meat. They were discussing the fate of the woman beside them. One of the kidnappers, referred to as A, swallowed his food and asked the leader, "Boss, we went through a great deal of trouble to capture this woman. Do we really have to send her straight to the warehouse?" Another kidnapper, B, chimed in. "Yeah, boss, it's been a few days since we last had some fun. Just sending her off would be too much of a loss." The scaly-faced boss grew irritated upon hearing their remarks and scolded them. "Do you think I want to hold back? It's all because that bunch of idiots from the Corpse Ghost Cult got wiped out by the enforcers, leaving the entire North District crawling with law enforcement. No one dares to take clients anymore, fearing they'll be labeled as a stronghold for the evil cult." After speaking, The boss took a swig of soda and continued to berate kidnappers A and B. The cult is preparing for a sacrifice in the next few days to assist the leader in breaking through to the Four-Horse Realm. We're just one sacrifice short. This is a direct order from the leader. It must be delivered to the warehouse by 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do you dare to defy that? Kidnapper A chuckled, refilling the boss's soda, and proposed, well, that's true, boss. It's only just past 9 o'clock. If we move quickly, we still have plenty of time. The abductor B let out a lecherous laugh and chimed in, indeed, boss. Even though there's only one, there are 3 openings. Rotating among them will surely suffice. Upon hearing the suggestion from abductors A and B, the boss displayed a hesitant expression, clearly swayed by their words. Seizing the moment, abductors A and B pressed on. After all, the sacrifice doesn't need to be a virgin. Any young, living woman will do. Yes, just be careful, boss, and don't kill her too quickly. With the conversation reaching such a critical point, the boss finally nodded in agreement, stating, let us eat quickly and all charge in together to save time. Upon hearing this, abductors A and B exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they echoed, wise decision, boss. You'll take the lead. The boss continued to consume the meat, smiling silently. Meanwhile, the 3 nefarious cultists feasted and chatted merrily, while the woman, tightly bound, grew increasingly terrified, initially thinking it was merely a scheme for money and lust. She could hardly fathom that these cultists, devoted to the sinister sect, would not only seek pleasure but also conspire to take her life. Struggling desperately to break free from her restraints, she found herself powerless. Her body in a state of poor health, just as despair threatened to engulf her, and she prepared to relinquish her struggle, a sudden sound of flesh being pierced by a blade echoed in her ears. Instantly, chairs and tables were overturned, accompanied by the terrified cries of the abductors. The woman felt herself being lifted, a dagger pressed against her throat. She heard a man hiding behind her shouting something. The dagger pressing ever closer, blood slowly trickling down its blade. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Abductor B held the woman tightly, the dagger firmly against her neck, his eyes fixed on the peculiar man clad in a black robe and mask. Even with a human shield before him, Abductor B felt no sense of security. Just moments ago, he had been chatting and feasting with his boss and brothers, but in the blink of an eye, the boss, blessed by the Lord Yamoji, was felled by this suddenly appearing man without a hint of resistance. His brother, attempting to escape by overturning the table, was also struck down, impaled against the wall. In a frantic scramble, he had managed to hide behind the recently captured prey, using her as both a human shield and hostage. Spare my life. I surrender. I will cooperate. I just want to live. Abductor B clung tightly to the woman, shouting at the robed man who showed no desire for communication. The masked figure, fully armed Wang Si, paid no heed to the abductor's words, focusing instead on lifting the lifeless form of the boss to activate his soul-searching ability. Soon, having perused all the memories of the boss regarding the Python cult, Wang Si turned his gaze toward the not-so-innocent Abductor B, inquiring curiously, this woman appears to be just an ordinary worker, not the daughter of any federal official. Is she? If that's the case, what makes you think you can use her life to threaten me? Upon hearing Wang Si's reply, Abductor B's heart plummeted, and even the woman he held felt an urge to speak up. Hoping to secure some chance of survival. Why you can't force me, I'm not joking. If you come any closer, I will kill her. Abductor B stammered, trembling. Witnessing this, Wang Si sighed and shook his head, commenting, there are so many lunatics in 2077, they can't even comprehend basic language. The life and death of others is none of my concern. As soon as he finished speaking, a metallic spike suddenly shot out from the shadows beneath Abductor B, piercing through his body, the tip protruding from the top of his head. Detected host has slain a first-tier half-snake man and 2 ordinary enemy units, strengthening. Point 7. Chapter 28. Infiltration failed. Direct kill without the support of Abductor B. The woman lost her balance and fell to the ground. Thud. She landed heavily, nearly colliding with the dagger that had fallen from Abductor B. She was alive. The woman, unable to speak, let out a sigh of relief, her racing heart calming slightly. Lying still on the ground, she awaited the next move of the man who had vanquished the cultists. Being in the hands of this man who had dispatched the evil abductors was certainly preferable to being delivered to the altar as a sacrifice to the demon. The Federal Express had repeatedly reported that those who became sacrifices for the cult would not only lose their lives, but also have their souls completely devoured by the demon. Enduring torment without the hope of reincarnation, the mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine. After a brief silence, The woman noticed that Wang Xi was not paying attention to her but was rummaging through the place. And she felt a sense of relief that it seemed he was not engaging in a black market deal, but was instead an enforcer of the Federation. After killing the cultists, he immediately began searching for evidence. Disregarding the fate of the hostage, truly efficient and reassuring, the woman thought to herself. Suddenly, she heard the enforcer utter a statement. This group of beasts has quite a few places stocked with narcotics. It takes so many steps just to take a little. Narcotics? What does the enforcer want with the cultist drugs? The woman felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Wang Xi's words. In the next moment, Wang Xi removed the bag from her head and the rag from her mouth. Thank you. Just as the woman was about to express her gratitude to the peculiar enforcer clad in a robe and mask, she saw him brandishing a damp cloth to cover her mouth and nose. Before losing consciousness entirely, one word encapsulated her entire sentiment: it's over. After sensing the woman slipping back into unconsciousness, Wang Xi finally removed the drug-soaked cloth from her mouth and nose. His reason for doing this was not out of concern, but simply a reluctance to deal with the sacrifice brought by the cultists. Rescuing her and releasing her might provoke the enforcers, alerting the cultists of the Python cult. Leaving her unattended could lead to nearby residents calling the authorities, thus summoning the enforcers to the attention of the cultists. Wang Xi had ventured out in the dead of night to earn strengthening points, not to engage in a crusade against crime. Regardless of whether the enforcers arrived or if the Python cult was eradicated, Wang Xi knew that his strengthening points would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to rummage through the place for the cultist's special binding narcotics to incapacitate this hostage for several hours. By the time she awoke, Wang Xi would have likely accumulated enough strengthening points to call the enforcers to clean up the mess at that point. He could casually mention the location, and the enforcers would take her away. As for the possibility of leaving this hostage at the cultist's lair leading to unforeseen events, Wang Xi thought, not my problem. The fact that he and killed her in passing was already merciful enough. He would never accept any losses to his own interests because of her. After successfully managing the crime scene, Wang Xi turned off the energy-saving lamp in the room and jumped from the balcony. A manhole cover near the South River Amusement Park. Remarkable. These cultists truly know how to pick their locations. The robe billowed with the wind as Wang Xi plummeted, yet he remained leisurely, mocking the situation while confirming his next direction of movement. Just as Wang Xi's metallic mask was about to make contact with the ground, he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the distance. The South River Amusement Park is the largest amusement park in South River City. Situated at the junction of the North and West Districts, covering an area of 1.25 square kilometers, featuring an artificial lake that channels the South River's waters, due to the abundant water elements in the vicinity. The South River Amusement Park often experiences localized rain showers to quickly drain rainwater and ensure visitors are not affected. Numerous manhole covers have been strategically placed around the amusement park, with an extensive underground drainage system established. Thanks to this, the half-snake cultists of the Python cult, who adapted well to humid environments after receiving blessings, have established several strongholds in the sewers. Not only is the environment suitable, but the complexity and vast coverage of the sewer system have allowed the Python cult to evade enforcers time and again. According to the memories of a first-tier half-snake cultist, the Python cult has existed for several years, with a considerable number of both first-tier and second-tier snake cultists. Moreover, aside from the first and second-tier cultists, the Python cult also breeds numerous giant snakes in the sewers, believed to be exotic beasts bestowed by the Lord Yamoji as a half-snake cultist who had received the demon's blessing. The woman had considerable knowledge of the Python cult. Yet much remained unknown. For safety's sake, Wang Xi decided against a frontal assault with weapons, instead maintaining his shadow form, stealthily infiltrating the sewer. Although Wang Xi lacked a sense of smell in shadow form, the sight of the black sewage flowing through the sewers allowed him to imagine the foul stench that would greet him. Upon landing on the drier ground, Wang Xi did not immediately abandon his shadow form but instead opened his crimson eyes to search the area. He recalled that there was a half-snake man responsible for guarding the entrance and guiding the cultist brothers. Not having spotted him, Wang Xi refrained from acting recklessly and quietly waited in the shadows behind the iron stairs of the sewer. After roughly a minute, Wang Xi finally saw a man in a black robe, adorned with black scales, and possessing green snake-like eyes. Approaching from a distance, Dai appeared. He was heading towards a corner of the waterway about 50 meters ahead. Upon spotting his target, Wang Xi ceased his concealment. An alloyed spike surged upwards, piercing through the body of the man in the black robe in an instant. Detected that the host has slain a first-tier half-snake man. earning 5 enhancement points. Friendly reminder, the strong should wield their swords against the stronger. Defeating foes of the same or higher rank grants greater enhancement points. Ignoring the system's pop-up notifications, Wang Xi withdrew the spike and strode purposefully to the side of the black-robed half-snake man's body, commencing his soul extraction. The moment he made contact with the spirit of the half-snake man and glimpsed recent memories, Wang Xi instinctively halted his endeavor. It was not the horror of the memories that alarmed him, but rather the revelation that he had been exposed. The black-robed half-snake man had intended to reach the corner of the waterway some 50 meters ahead to rendezvous with the patrolling squad in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to Wang Xi, he had intercepted the man. Though swift in his actions, the second-tier Snake Man patrol had a far wider range of detection. Rising to his feet, Wang Xi cast a cold glance towards the distant corner of the sewer. As expected, 2 towering figures clad in black robes, with serpentine heads and tails, along with 6 serpents as thick as adult thighs and several meters long, emerged into his line of sight. The 2 Snake Men, brandishing worn standard-issue long guns, sprinted around the corner at full speed, their intentions clear as they charged towards Wang Xi. The 6 green pythons followed closely behind, slithering rapidly. Observing this scene, Wang Xi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Since he had been compromised, he would confront them head-on. Quickly adjusting his mindset, the shadows beneath his feet expanded to their maximum extent. The inky darkness enveloped every area within his line of sight. However, in the brief moment it took for Wang Xi to unleash the shadows, the 2 second-tier Snake Men had sprinted within 10 meters of him thanks to their powerful limbs. Their standard-issue long guns were nearly upon Wang Xi's cloak. In the next instant, a surging wave of black water erupted before Wang Xi, crashing forward with tremendous force. The terrifying torrent, akin to a colossal hand, bore down with immense power, sending the 2 long gun-wielding Snake Men and the 6 green pythons crashing against the wall of the sewer corner over 50 meters away. The 6 green pythons were obliterated into blood-red mush by the wave summoned by Wang Xi, while the 2 second-tier Snake Men, though spared death due to their scales and robust physiques, lost all capacity for movement. A blade-like appendage, tipped with an alloy edge, was conjured before the 2 Snake Men, swiftly severing their serpentine heads. The damp black snake heads rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Detected that the host has slain 2 second-tier Snake Men and 6 venomous pythons, rewarding the host with 30 enhancement points. After confirming the annihilation of the patrol squad from the giant python church, Wang Xi wasted no time approaching the corpses. In an instant, he traversed through the shadows that enveloped the entire sewer, reaching the bodies and retrieving the 2 severed heads to commence soul extraction. After eliminating the information he had obtained from the Ladybug Half-Snake Man, Wang Xi became the most knowledgeable individual regarding the sinister cult serving the otherworldly snake god, the earthly giant python, and the revered Yemo giant. Following the soul extraction, Wang Xi did not retract the shadows he had summoned, but instead gazed intently into the depths of the sewer, accompanied by a resounding rumble. A thunderous roar, 2 colossal white pythons, each over a meter in diameter and several meters long, burst forth from the unseen end of the sewer like 2 speeding trains, roaring as they opened their massive jaws. They barreled through the waterway, charging towards Wang Xi. The stone banks of the waterway crumbled under the pressure of the 2 pythons colliding, causing countless pieces of refuse to be forced ashore. The stench of the pythons, the foul odor of the sewage, and the metallic scent of blood from the nearby corpses intermingled, assaulting Wang Xi's senses. 2 exaggeratedly designed long guns were conjured by Wang Xi. Though referred to as long guns, the 80-centimeter long and 12-centimeter wide heads were more aptly described as sword guns. Grasping one of the sword guns, Wang Xi recalled the techniques of force application from the shadow-piercing gun. His muscles taut and coiled, channeling energy through his waist, legs, chest, back, and arms. The martial energy entwined with the essence of shadows along the gun's body. Bang! The exaggerated sword gun broke through the confines of the air, shattering the sound barrier with a terrifying sonic boom. The gun precisely struck the gaping maw of one white python, piercing through its skull and pinning it to the ground. The remaining python, caught unawares by the fate that had befallen its kin, met its demise on the spot. In the next moment, another sonic boom resounded. The second sword gun also found its mark, striking down the last remaining giant python. As the gun penetrated the skulls of the 2 pythons, the martial energy and shadow essence coiling around obliterated their cerebral structures, even as their well-developed nervous systems struggled to maintain control of their bodies. The reality of their death could not be altered. detected that the host has slain 2 third-tier white pythons, rewarding 40 enhancement points. Chapter 29. Those who run slow will die first. After slaying the 2 white pythons, Wang Si, having accrued 82 enhancement points from the giant python church, chose not to withdraw from the fray, but instead prepared to verify certain matters. He had just learned from the memories of the 2 Snake Man acolytes that the giant python church had set up a rudimentary multiverse array within the sewer along their operational routes. Capable of disrupting the local electromagnetic field, if all went as expected, Wang Si's phone should have been rendered inoperative once more. Upon retrieving his newly purchased phone and attempting to power it on to no avail. A mixture of sorrow and joy welled within him. The sorrow stemmed from the fact that his recently acquired phone was now useless again. The joy arose from the realization that he no longer needed to worry about the leader of the giant python church and his acolytes making a hasty retreat under the cover of night, thereby allowing him to accumulate even more enhancement points. As for why Wang Si was so certain that the leader of the giant python church would not flee with his followers. It was due to his knowledge gleaned from the memories of the Snake Man acolytes. The leader was currently a 5th-tier entity and possessed the ability to control both snakes and rats. By utilizing the eyes of these creatures, he could surveil the underground waterways surrounding the South River Amusement Park. While fleeing might be a rational choice, it would be immensely difficult for the giant python church to abandon their long-established lair. According to the acolyte's understanding of their leader, if he learned that the lurking intruder was unable to contact the enforcers, he would have no intention of leaving the sewer. Thus, the leader, loath to relinquish his lair, would surely gather the entire strength of the church to encircle and eliminate the intruder before they could reconsider their intentions. After completing his superficial tasks, Wang Si turned his gaze towards the red-eyed rat. The size of a puppy, lounging in the outflow pipe, he gave a thumbs-down gesture and arrogantly declared, "Wait patiently, for I shall soon claim your head, you spawn of the serpents." With that, Wang Si withdrew the shadows and, disregarding the rodent's anthropomorphic expression of anger, raced towards the direction of the giant python church's warehouse. A few rats, having lost sight of Wang Si, scrambled out from the walls and pipes. They all landed on the ground. Dark, sturdy shadow spikes abruptly appeared, impaling these rats completely. The red-eyed rats, roughly the size of a puppy, were left hanging on the spikes that pierced their bodies, squealing in agony. Meanwhile, Wang Si, upon passing through a dimly lit section, seamlessly slipped into the shadows, continuing his journey towards the giant python church's warehouse. Indeed, it was not a feigned action. Wang Si genuinely intended to head to the warehouse first. The reason for this detour was to allow the rats monitoring him to perish before he made his next move. Wang Si wished to engage in a game of wits with the leader of the giant python church, prompting him to guess which stronghold he would target next, should the leader engage in this game. Wang Si would buy himself some time to safely expend his enhancement points in a relatively secure location, upgrading all 3 of his skills to their maximum level. Wang Si was acutely aware of his own strength. Although dispatching 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier enemies posed little challenge, facing a horde of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier cultists alongside a 5th-tier cult leader was undeniably a fool's errand, given the darkness of the sewer. It was an ideal environment for Wang Si to traverse within the shadows. Thus, he arrived at the giant python church's warehouse in no time. The warehouse served as the driest and most concealed location within the giant python church, aside from the altar itself. However, unlike usual, the entrance to the warehouse was now crowded with individuals. 2 second-tier snake, men wielding standard alloy long guns. For 1st-tier half-snake, men brandishing standard alloy sabers and long swords, alongside 15 ordinary individuals cloaked in voluminous black robes, and 5 green pythons as thick as adult thighs, formed a dense throng at the entrance, their gazes darting about anxiously. Without disturbing these likely hastily dispatched sentinels, Wang Si silently slipped through the crack of the warehouse door in his shadow form. Inside the warehouse, a plethora of items lay scattered about, numerous outdated standard alloy weapons, canned meats, vegetables, and fruits. Several iron cages draped in black cloth contained offerings that the giant python church had likely captured for sacrifice to their esteemed master. In a corner of the warehouse, Wang Si also spotted a considerable quantity of ammunition for firearms, the disorderly traces indicating that a batch had recently been taken. Paying no heed to the various items, Wang Si first eliminated the snake rats hidden within the warehouse and then completely barricaded the main entrance, mimicking the alloy doors from Block B of the school system. Host, Wang Si, enhancement points, 82, physique, 105. Spirit, 83. Note, The maximum dual attributes for an ordinary person are both 5, talent, Shadow Apostle, skills, water element flowing water technique, second level, 115. Shadow Piercing Gun, novice, 020. Mind Bright Sword, novice, 020. Overall evaluation. Perhaps you should engage in battles against stronger foes, rather than revel in the slaughter of the weak. Friendly reminder. Enhancement points are acquired through combat. Defeating or killing enemies of the same level or higher is required to gain more enhancement points. Wang Si. Disinterested in the nuances of the system panel, extended 3 fingers and simultaneously pressed the sign next to water element flowing water technique. Shadow Piercing Gun and Mind Bright Sword. System. Max out the proficiency of water element flowing water technique. Second level, Shadow Piercing Gun, novice, and Mind Bright Sword, novice. Maxing out the proficiency of water element flowing water technique. Second level. Shadow Piercing Gun, novice, and Mind Bright Sword. Novice requires 54 enhancement points. Does the host confirm the consumption of 54 enhancement points to enhance skill proficiency? Confirmed. 54 enhancement points have been consumed. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the skill water element flowing water technique. Second level has increased by 14. Physique attribute 85. Spirit attribute 52. The proficiency of water element flowing water technique. Second level is now 1515. Reaching the maximum proficiency of this skill, which has automatically advanced to water element flowing water technique. Third level, congratulations, host. The proficiency of the skill Shadow Piercing Gun, novice has increased by 20. Physique attribute 40, spirit attribute 60. The proficiency of Shadow Piercing Gun, novice is now 2020, reaching the maximum proficiency of this skill, which has automatically advanced to Shadow Piercing Gun, mastery. Congratulations. Host. The proficiency of the skill Mind Bright Sword, novice has increased by 20, physique attribute 20, spirit attribute 80. The proficiency of Mind Bright Sword, novice is now 2020, reaching the maximum proficiency of this skill, which has automatically advanced to Mind Bright Sword, mastery. The system panel continuously displayed notifications, and the exhilarating sensation brought about by the comprehensive enhancements washed over Wang Si's very soul. Familiar yet foreign memories were being accepted and assimilated, while muscle memory emerged and was seamlessly integrated. Taking a deep breath after completing yet another transformation, Wang Si felt as though he had never perceived this world with such clarity. The divine skills of Mind's Eye and Piercing Gun were undoubtedly manifested through Wang Si's enhancements. There was no sense of discomfort. They felt indistinguishable from the abilities he had cultivated himself. Wielded with effortless precision. Physique, 250. Spirit, 275. Observing the more than double dual attributes, Wang Si revealed a satisfied smile beneath his mask, with his martial prowess at the blood barrier realm, 4th stage. His combined attributes exceeded 500. It would be no exaggeration to state that even if the giant Python sect trained everyone to fight alongside one another, they would not stand a chance against Wang Si. With a wave, he dismissed the alloy door blocking the warehouse entrance and fashioned a weapon, a gunsword he had previously used to slay a giant python, and a double-handed straight sword. The gunsword measured 2.5 meters in total length, with a shaft length of 1.7 meters, a blade length of 80 centimeters, and a width of 12 centimeters. The double-handed straight sword was 1.4 meters long, with a shaft length of 39 centimeters, a blade length of 1 meter, and a width of 3.8 centimeters. Wang Si gripped the gun in his left hand and the sword in his right, approaching the warehouse door and delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The original iron door of the warehouse was shattered by Wang Si's strike. Now, let us play a game of survival. Those who run slow shall perish first, Wang Si declared arrogantly, gazing at the mass of cultists outside. Poised and ready. Chapter 30. The thrill of purging evil brings me joy in the name of our Lord Yemojayed. We shall exterminate the intruders. A serpent man raised a standard long gun, tilting his head back to emit a deafening roar. The frenzied and wild cries reverberated throughout the sewer, echoing endlessly. The cultists gripped their weapons tightly, fervently raising their heads to unleash a chorus of roars. For the sake of our Lord Yemojayed, exterminate the intruders. Kill, 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 kill. The cultists launched a fierce assault, their frenzied roars akin to a fevered chant. The long guns thrust by the serpent man, the blades swung by half-snake beings, the venomous fangs bared by the pythons, and the cultists in the distance raising their weapons to aim, all converged upon Wang Si. Standing at the warehouse door, sword and gun in hand, he exhibited not a trace of tension, appearing calm and unperturbed. It was as if a robust adult were confronted by a group of toddlers wielding toys, easy, comfortable, and imbued with a wicked delight in toying with the weak, within the fifth stage of martial arts. His mind's eye, comparable to divine perception, sensed the malevolent intent swirling around him, triggering instinctively to that moment. The world seemed to slow down for Wang Xi, as though someone had pressed a button to play everything in slow motion. Everything around him decelerated. Nearby, sharp gun barrels, glinting blades, and cold, venomous fangs approached slowly. In the distance, the cultist firearms erupted with brilliant flashes of light, brass bullets bursting forth. Suddenly, a sharp, space-piercing aura erupted from Wang Xi. Azure martial energy entwined with shadowy mist rapidly enveloped the sword blade and gun tip. Wang Xi moved in unison, his left hand sweeping the exaggerated long gun towards the serpent cultist who had surged forward. The once mighty serpent body was instantly reduced to shambles, sent flying like a ragged cloth into the waterway. Using the residual force from the sweeping gun, Wang Xi spun, and with his right hand, the straight sword carved a graceful arc in the air, slashing down from left to right. The straight sword effortlessly severed 3 pythons, releasing a crescent arc of blue and black that surged toward the distant cultist with guns. The crescent devoured the bullets along its path, cleaving through 6 cultists before crashing into the sewer wall with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a terrifying gash. The remaining cultists were thrown into disarray. Wang Xi relinquished the straight sword, gripping the gun's handle with both hands, enveloped by the sharp intent of the weapon, shattering the floor beneath him as he lunged into the crowd like a dragon. The exaggerated gun barrel, akin to a beast's claw, shredded the remaining serpents and half-snake beings with effortless ease under Wang Xi's command. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, scales and shattered bones soared into the air. A new chorus of anguished cries and screams drowned out the previous fervent roars of the cultists. At a slightly more distant position from Wang Xi, several cultists, adorned with the flesh and blood of their fallen comrades, struggled to rise, aiming their guns with trembling hands, fingers ink at that moment. Wang Xi lifted his foot and crushed a tiny white snake that had crawled up from the waterway. They should be arriving soon. Following the ripples and sounds of splashing water from the canal, he gazed into the distance. The gigantic python, adorned with snow-white scales, emerged from the darkness, carrying a silver-haired man wielding a spear. Flanking him on either side were 20 cultists draped in voluminous black robes. It is said that the revered leader of the serpent cult, Yemengade, had bestowed 3 serpent eggs upon the cult leader Lu Yao for nurturing, all of which grew into white-scaled pythons. The first egg was granted for the eldest brother, hatching into a 4th-tier beast within a year, always by Lu Yao's side, obediently following orders. The second grant consisted of 2 eggs for siblings, which hatched into 3rd-tier beasts within half a year, roaming the waterway unchecked until they were ultimately slain by Wang Xi. Wang Xi regarded the enormous white python before him, its narrowest girth measuring at least 2 meters in diameter, and the cult leader Lu Yao standing atop its head, offering a mocking thumbs-down gesture. You've saved me the trouble of seeking you out. Thank you, you abominable hybrid of man and ghost. Chapter 31. Sword against white scales. Perhaps due to the familiarity with Wang Xi's caustic tongue, Lu Yao displayed remarkable composure, showing no signs of anger. With his emerald serpent eyes fixed intently on Wang Xi, he spoke slowly, from the tone of your voice and the scent you exude. It appears you are quite young and not an enforcer. Why would you dare provoke our serpent cult and slaughter so many of our devoted followers? Wang Xi could not help but scoff at Lu Yao's words, retorting with derision. Why? Because cultists are not protected by the Federation's laws. Anyone can administer extreme justice against them, and rewards await those who report or kill. Lu Yao gripped his spear tightly, his gaze dark and intense as he regarded Wang Xi, but he shook his head. A cunning and selfish individual like you would not risk life and limb for the trifles offered by the Federation. Never mind. We shall capture you and interrogate you at our leisure. With that, Lu Yao raised his left hand. The cultists on either side swiftly drew fully automatic rifles from beneath their expansive black robes, preparing to pull the triggers in Wang Xi's direction. However, in the next instant, profound shadows surged after interring his deceased wife. Lu Yao's father left behind a substantial sum of money, only to take his own life shortly thereafter. Gazing upon his father's lifeless body, the young Lu Yao came to a stark realization. The world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Subsequently, Lu Yao was taken in by his uncle and aunt in Nanjing City to continue his education. Rather than subjecting him to abuse, they fulfilled their duties as guardians. Thus, Lu Yao persevered through elementary and middle school, exerting every effort to gain admission to a martial arts academy. However, his martial aptitude was woefully inadequate. And with the loss of both parents and the absence of resources, he barely completed his foundational training in the final week of his first semester at the academy, just enough to receive a rudimentary technique for cultivation. Even after several years at the academy, where he resorted to any means necessary to acquire resources, he graduated with merely a first-level cultivation. Was it truly impossible for the dull-witted to grow stronger? Why? What justified the arrogance of those fools blessed with superior talents? Why was it that despite his relentless efforts, he remained shackled by the reality of his weakness, fueled by an intense sense of injustice? Liu Yao joined a team dedicated to exterminating the monstrous beasts surrounding the city. However, during his first mission outside the city, he was swallowed whole by a massive python. As his consciousness faded, Liu Yu beheld a golden vertical pupil, radiating like the sun. It inquired about his desires. Liu Yao replied, everything. His childhood experiences had led him to believe that possessing power equated to obtaining everything. Yet reality had demonstrated that those with nothing could never wield power. The entity Yermungandr granted Liu Yao the privilege of offering a sacrifice and a new life, at the cost of his soul becoming its sustenance upon death. With a shattered spear in hand, Liu Yao staggered onto the altar, his blood dripping to the ground, only to be trampled underfoot. He recalled the prodigies he had plotted to eliminate over the years. All that he had gained from Yermungandr. Why? Why did those of exceptional talent and noble lineage stand above him? Why? After years of cautious maneuvering, he was finally on the brink of transcending into the extraordinary, only to be thwarted by an interloper. The wealth he had accumulated over the years was utterly DEP. Having consumed 100 enhancement points from the host, the talent Shadow Apostle is being reinforced. Reinforcement in progress. As the words on the system panel ceased to change, a familiar sensation emerged within Wang Xi, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. The previously dim and tranquil sewer suddenly erupted into a silent frenzy, as unfathomable shadows surged forth like a tide from the shadow beneath Wang Xi's feet, spreading outward incessantly. These profound shadows resembled an abyss, concealing even greater depths beneath their surface. The shadows continued to expand throughout the sewer until they finally ceased. Having engulfed an area with a radius of 1 kilometer centered around Wang Xi, beneath the shadows, a space filled with desolation and silence, characterized only by a parched earth, quietly emerged. Suddenly, Wang Xi opened his eyes. The shadows that had covered everything within a kilometer swiftly retreated, retracting back to Wang Xi's own shadow. Congratulations, host. The talent Shadow Apostle has been upgraded to Shadow Sovereign. Physical attribute 60, mental attribute 100. Without paying heed to the changes on the system panel, Wang Xi reveled in the newfound power bestowed upon him by the talent Shadow Sovereign, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. First and foremost, the most immediate effect was that Wang Xi's body became extraordinarily attuned to all things related to shadows. While enveloped in shadow, a continuous influx of shadow elements flooded into Wang Xi's body, replenishing his expended stamina and energy. Furthermore, Wang Xi's shadow was no longer a mere silhouette. It had transformed into a vessel brimming with rich shadow elements, a microcosm that entirely belonged to him. Although this shadow microcosm was not vast, with a diameter of only 2 kilometers and taking on an irregular circular shape, its interior was suffused with dense shadow elements. Now, with his talent elevated to Shadow Sovereign and his physique rendered exceptionally unique, even if Wang Xi were gravely injured and on the brink of death, as long as he slipped into the shadows and entered the shadow microcosm, he could swiftly revive to full health under the healing properties of the abundant shadow elements. In addition to the transformations in his physique and shadow, the core abilities of the previous Shadow Apostle Shadow Creation, Shadow Manipulation, and Soul Manipulation had undergone a profound integration and elevation after his ascension to Shadow Sovereign. The manipulated shadows were no longer mere tools, but had evolved into true extensions of his will and spirit. Now, upon expanding the shadows, Wang Xi could distinctly perceive, hear, and see everything that lay beneath their cover. Unlike before, when they merely served to cloak a vast area as a means to create tentacles, spikes, and waves for attack, this was the outcome of the fusion of soul abilities and shadow manipulation. While this ability was undeniably powerful and convenient, it was not the most astonishing capability that Wang Xi had acquired. The most remarkable power, which he deemed utterly monstrous and defying the heavens, was the product born from the fusion of soul manipulation and shadow creation, Shadow Servants. This ability compelled souls to be resurrected within bodies constructed from shadows, becoming his utterly loyal servants. Moreover, as long as the soul remained intact, shadow servants could withstand any assault. Their demise would simply result in the destruction of their shadow form bodies. Once the souls of the shadow servants replenished sufficient shadow elements, they could be revived once more. Such creations could undoubtedly be described as immortal and indestructible. Yet, this was not where Wang Xi found the true defiance of this ability. The most outrageous aspect of the shadow servants was that, as long as there was a soul, he could create servants that Tio put it plainly. If in the future someone significant to Wang Xi were to perish due to unforeseen circumstances, but their soul remained, he could resurrect them in full while preserving their personality. Imagine a friend or loved one on the brink of death, grasping your hand and uttering heavy final words, along with their unfulfilled regrets. Although he could not save them in that moment, he could bring them back to life after they had completely passed away. Though transformed from a mortal into an elemental being, they would still survive. What a monstrous and extraordinary ability that was. Chapter 34. The dark and ruined land of the Black Serpent, having grasped the new abilities brought forth by the elevation of his talent. Wang Xi glanced at the balance of enhancement points on the system panel. He also reviewed the array of skills in the skill column, and a decision crystallized in his mind. System. Max out the proficiency of the skill Water Elemental Flowing Waterfall technique. 3rd level, Wang Xi commanded within his mind. Indeed, he did not choose to suppress his advancement in cultivation speed. Rather, he opted to continue enhancing himself. Perhaps suppressing his cultivation could yield more enhancement points in the short term, but it would undoubtedly hinder his growth rate. While being at the 5th tier of mortal martial arts might be impressive, the essence of life ultimately remained that of a mortal, not the extraordinary. Between mortal martial arts and the extraordinary realm, there existed an insurmountable chasm. Although the 5th tier of mortal martial arts could absorb the elemental energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, could produce true martial energy, and could practice numerous profound techniques and martial skills, it could never resonate with the world as a true extraordinary being would, nor could it execute moves capable of collapsing mountains and severing rivers. Do not be misled by the fact that Liu Yao, empowered by dark forces and having ascended to the 4-horse realm, could not even struggle against Wang Xi, who was merely at the 4th tier. In reality, the snake-human Liu Yao possessed an absolute numerical superiority over Wang Xi. This was why Wang Xi could not afford to confront Liu Yao head-on as he had done at the warehouse entrance. He could only rely on his ability to slip into the shadows to evade danger. Moreover, the reason Wang Xi could trap Liu Yao and ultimately kill him was due to the alloy gate in the B district of Martial High. This unknown material, when replicated by shadows, produced an entity with only half the hardness and toughness of the original. Yet, even with only half the original's toughness and resilience, it was still beyond the capabilities of Liu Yao, who was at the early stages of the 4-horse realm. To destroy, the shot that pierced through Liu Yao's chest had also consumed much of Wang Xi's mental focus and the majority of his martial energy. If an ordinary 5th-tier martial artist were to face Liu Yao instead of Wang Xi, they would not even need to be at the 4th tier to one-on-one against Liu Yao. The only chance of survival would be to kneel and declare allegiance to the master Yamajayat, and be spared the gaze of the earthbound giant serpent Yamajayat. Otherwise, they would meet only the swift retribution of Liu Yao's serpent claws, resulting in a gruesome end in the high martial world. Strength ultimately prevailed over cultivation. Except for extremely rare exceptions, those at a higher tier consistently exerted absolute dominance over those below. The disparity in cultivation levels between realms was even greater than the gap between a human and a monkey. Thus, understanding this principle, Wang Xi naturally would not forsake his foundation for superficial gains. Enhancement points were inherently meant to strengthen himself. It was nonsensical to hinder one's own growth for the sake of acquiring more enhancement points. Maxing out the proficiency of the skill Water Elemental Flowing Waterfall technique. 3rd level requires 30 enhancement points. Does the host confirm the consumption of 30 enhancement points to enhance skill proficiency? Yes, 30 enhancement points have been consumed. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the skill Water Elemental Flowing Waterfall technique. 3rd level has increased by 30. Physical attribute 170. Mental attribute 125. The proficiency of the skill Water Elemental Flowing Waterfall technique. 3rd level is now 30-30. Reaching the highest proficiency level, and the skill has automatically advanced to Water Elemental Flowing Waterfall technique. 4th level. As the words indicating the automatic advancement of the skill appeared before his eyes, Wang Xi could distinctly feel the transformation within his body. His meridians and blood vessels revitalized under the ferocious onslaught of water elements and the energies of heaven and earth, becoming infused with vitality. Linking every part of his being, skin, flesh, and bones, Together, blood barrier, breakthrough, his martial cultivation ascended to the 5th tier. Physical, 480. Mental, 500. As Wang Xi sensed yet another leap in his strength. The corners of his mouth, hidden behind his mask, involuntarily lifted once more. After briefly stretching his limbs, he slipped into the shadows and swiftly made his way toward the warehouse. The urgency to summon the enforcers to validate his achievements was no longer paramount. What mattered most was confirming whether the soul of the colossal white-scaled python, measuring dozens of meters in length, had been claimed by Yema Jayad. The prospect of transforming such a magnificent creature into a shadow servant and using it as a steed was so dazzling that Wang Xi could hardly fathom the envy and admiration he would attract. Just the thought of it brought him immense satisfaction, as for whether it would be too conspicuous or ostentatious. That was simply a nonsensical concern. How could one flaunt their majestic and awe-inspiring mount without being noticeable? In no time, Wang Xi traversed the nearly 5 to 6 kilometers between the warehouse and the altar in a mere matter of seconds. Upon reaching the motionless headless serpent corpse at the warehouse entrance, Wang Xi first offered a silent prayer for divine favor before unleashing the shadows to surge into the warehouse. Fortunately, Yema Jayad had not taken the soul of the white-scaled python, bound by its corpse. Its soul remained nestled within the snake's head, remarkably intact. To his surprise, several hostages had survived in the warehouse due to luck and the protection of their iron cage, remaining alive in a corner. However, Wang Xi, filled with joy, did not rush to rescue them immediately. Instead, he extracted the soul of the white-scaled python from its head and cast it into the expanding shadows. The soul of the white-scaled python traversed through the shadows, plummeting toward the desolate and silent parched earth. Endless darkness and shadows enveloped the soul above the ground, as shadow elements converged to construct a new corporeal form for it. Boom! A colossal black-scaled python, measuring an impressive 74 meters in length and 3 meters in girth, crashed down upon the parched earth of the shadow realm like a meteorite, undoubtedly, upon its transformation into a shadow servant. The python underwent a visible enhancement. This enhancement was not solely physical. It also encompassed its inherent mechanisms. The resurrection transformation of a shadow servant is not merely a return to life. It signifies the metamorphosis into a being of shadow elemental essence. The shadow elemental life, transformed by the shadow overseer, possesses all the abilities of a shadow apostle, including the manipulation of souls, shadow creation, shadow manipulation, and the ability to meld into shadows. Python. Embrace your rebirth. Wang Xi's figure materialized above the python. Gazing down at its bewildered countenance, he spoke slowly. Now, you are my loyal servant, the Black Serpent of the Realm of Darkness and Ruin, named. Chapter 35, Soul of Greed. The Realm of Darkness and Ruin, abbreviated as the Ruined Realm, is the title bestowed upon the Shadow Realm by Wang Xi. The intention behind this nomenclature was straightforward. Wang Xi felt that the Shadow Realm lacked the grandeur of the Ruined Realm. As for the reason behind such a name, the rationale is equally simple. This place is dark and desolate, devoid of anything but the pervasive shadow elements, apart from the title of the Realm of Darkness and Ruin. No other appealing name seemed available for Wang Xi to select. Next, the python, now revived as a shadow servant. Its previously white scales transformed to black. Wang Xi carefully sensed the traits inherited from its original form, growth. Growth, an unassuming term, is a legacy inherited from the world-devouring evil god, the earthly python, Ymir. While the python was alive, this innate talent allowed it to grow in size without limitation, provided it consumed flesh and souls. However, confined within the sewers and bound to the cult of evil, it struggled to acquire sufficient sustenance. The human sacrifices painstakingly procured by the cultists were not for it, whether flesh or soul. They belonged to Ymir. Yet, even in this resource-scarce environment, it utilized its innate talent to grow from a mere hatchling of less than 10 centimeters to a formidable serpent of dozens of meters. Before meeting its demise at Wang Xi's hands, after being transformed into a shadow servant, the python became an elemental life form, rendering the consumption of flesh futile. Consequently, its talent was reduced to only absorbing souls for growth. As compensation, the python, now a shadow servant, could slowly absorb the shadow elements of the ruined realm for gradual growth. Although this growth was described as slow, it still exceeded its previous rate in the sewers by 4 to 5 times. Ultimately, Wang Xi designated the black-scaled python with the name, Soul of Greed. Initially, in a fit of childlike whimsy, Wang Xi contemplated naming it the Colossal Black Serpent of Greed, the abyssal devourer of souls, but abandoned the idea due to its convoluted nature. Now, you are my loyal servant, the black serpent of the realm of darkness and ruin, named Soul of Greed. As Wang Xi's voice resonated through the gray, silent expanse of the ruined realm, the confusion in the black-scaled python's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented loyalty. Soul of Greed bowed its massive head towards Wang Xi, floating above in the air of the ruined realm. Observing this, Wang Xi descended before Soul of Greed, gently stroking its head, which was adorned with sharp, steel-like scales, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upward beneath his mask. Then, with a wave of his hand, he manipulated the shadows that still enveloped the warehouse and its surroundings, drawing in the wandering souls of the cultists and those still shackled within their physical forms into the ruined realm. Dozens of cultist souls gathered together. Once assured that none among them had been crushed by the python, Wang Xi patted Soul of Greed's massive head and pointed towards the nearby cluster of cultist souls, saying, "Do you see that massive souls? They're yours." Upon hearing this, Soul of Greed raised its head to gaze at the direction Wang Xi indicated. Upon seeing the cluster of cultist souls, it looked back at Wang Xi in disbelief, transmitting a wave of emotional resonance that conveyed astonishment. "All these souls are for me to consume. Is this true? Rest assured, my word is not to be doubted." Wang Xi replied with a smile. For Wang Xi, these cultist souls were merely of second-tier quality. Even transformed into shadow servants, they possessed little combat prowess. They belonged to the category of being tasteless when consumed but regrettable to discard. Thus allowing Soul of Greed to feast upon them was a fitting utilization. With Wang Xi's affirmation, Soul of Greed eagerly opened its maw and lunged towards the area where the cultist souls congregated. Accompanied by a resounding crash and the anguished wails of the souls, dozens of souls of varying quality were devoured by Soul of Greed, while most were ordinary souls, with only a few being of the first or second tier. For Soul of Greed, which had never tasted a single human soul from birth to death, these souls, albeit tainted and mixed, represented a banquet of unprecedented delicacies. After consuming all the souls, Soul of Greed turned and slowly slithered back to Wang Xi. Affectionately nudging his arm, Wang Xi patted the massive head of Soul of Greed, advising it to rest well before departing the ruined realm and returning to reality, retrieving the shadows he had expanded. Wang Xi walked deliberately towards a pile of refuse in the corner of the warehouse. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the heavy debris was effortlessly cast aside as if it were a mere collection of lightweight paper, revealing a severely deformed iron cage beneath a black cloth. Upon uncovering the cloth, Wang Xi beheld 3 individuals bound by ropes within the cage. Though each bore varying degrees of bruising, they were all, without exception, well-built and strikingly attractive women. Observing the terrified expressions of the hostages within the cage, Wang Xi couldn't help but internally muse, is the flesh and soul of men truly less palatable? Renowned evildoers often had numerous demands. For instance, that obscure Lord of the Corpse Demon was not particular. Any offerings would suffice during sacrifices. While reflecting on the 2 evildoers in his mind, Wang Xi raised his hand and summoned 2 blade-like tendrils to slice open the cage and sever the ropes binding the hostages. Watching the women, whose faces were filled with fear, Wang Xi spoke soothingly. "Ladies, do not worry. The nearby cultists have been eliminated, and you are safe now." As his words fell, the terror on the faces of the 3 hostages swiftly transformed into relief, and they embraced one another, weeping loudly for a good 20 seconds before gradually calming down. The hostages stepped out of the cage and repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Wang Xi, unfazed by their verbal expressions of thanks. Wang Xi conveyed his request. Due to a special formation set up by the cultists in the sewers, electronic devices cannot function properly. That I need you to contact the nearby police station upon returning to the surface and inform them of the situation here. Upon hearing Wang Xi's words, the 3 hostages readily agreed. Their unwavering resolve suggested they would likely contact the police station even without Wang Xi's prompting. "May I ask your name? I wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving deed once we are outside," inquired one of the more mature hostages, bowing her head in appreciation. The other 2 hostages, upon hearing this, echoed her sentiment. "Me too." Initially contemplating how to escort these 3 hostages out from which sewer, Wang Xi was taken aback by their response. He then waved his hand dismissively, saying it was merely a small effort, nothing to mention, before summoning 3 robust shadow tendrils to cast the women, who had heard his refusal yet wished to say more, out of the nearest sewer opening. Chapter 36. A casual kill. What a niche language. After tossing the 3 hostages onto the surface, merely 5 or 6 minutes elapsed before 3 law enforcement officers clad in black uniforms arrived at the warehouse entrance. The uniforms bore a resemblance to special police attire from Wang Xi's previous life, albeit of superior material and lacking a long police badge on the left chest, instead adorned with the elegant embroidery of the characters for justice. Leaning against the corpse of Soul of Greed, Wang Xi observed the 3 officers. Due to their restrained auras, he could not discern their levels of cultivation, but he surmised they were all powerful beings above the rank of the Four-Horse realm. The leading male officer approached Wang Xi and raised his hand in a salute, stating, "Hello, I am Yang Yifei, the captain of the 4th Law Enforcement Team from the North District Police Station. May I ask you a few questions regarding the cult of evil in this area?" "Certainly, I shall speak freely," Wang Xi replied with a smile and a nod. Seeing Wang Xi's high level of cooperation and emotional stability, Yang Yifei gestured to his 2 companions. The other 2 officers promptly retrieved notebooks and pens, as well as a compact video camera from their pockets. Once they were ready, Yang Yifei kindly nodded to Wang Xi and began, "Please confirm. Were you the one who rescued 3 federal citizens a short while ago and directed them to contact the law enforcement officers at the nearby police station?" Wang Xi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I did. Originally, there were over 10 hostages in the warehouse, but only those 3 fortunate ladies survived the aftermath of the battle." Receiving this information, Yang Yifei continued, "Did you single-handedly eliminate all the cultists in the sewers, as well as this giant python?" Wang Xi replied, "That is correct. It was all me." After receiving the response, Yang Yifei paused momentarily before continuing to inquire, "What is your identity and intention?" Upon hearing this question from Yang Yifei, Wang Xi was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that his all-black cloak and the mask covering his entire face had led these enforcers to misinterpret his intentions. Without hesitation, Wang Xi removed his mask, revealing a handsome and youthful visage, and smiled gently. "I am Wang Xi, a freshman from WuGao.as." The mask was lifted and his words fell. The atmosphere in the warehouse instantly became tense. Yang Yifei's smile froze on his face, while the 2 enforcers behind him scrutinized Wang Xi's youthful face alongside the massive serpent carcass nearby. "You are Wang Xi, who was kidnapped by the Corpse Demon sect yesterday and awakened your talent for a second time, subsequently eliminating them without leaving a single survivor." Yang Yifei displayed signs of losing composure. "That would be me." Wang Xi nodded in acknowledgement. "Have you been kidnapped again?" Yang Yifei blurted out instinctively upon Wang Xi's confession. "Well, not exactly that. I merely stumbled upon the cultist tracks and took the opportunity to eliminate them," Wang Xi replied, scratching his head with a disarming smile, appearing utterly harmless. Hearing Wang Xi's statement, the enforcer holding the camera couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Taking the opportunity to eliminate them. Such a niche expression." Yang Yifei, observing the oddly dressed yet clear-eyed Wang Xi before him, found it challenging to reconcile him with the body strewn outside the warehouse. Is this truly the little red flower of the Federation? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yifei decided to bypass most of the unnecessary procedures and stated plainly, due to the unusual nature of this matter, "We need to take you back to the precinct for testing. Much like yesterday," he continued, "the specific procedures will be the same as what you experienced last night, aimed at detecting any traces of dark energy on you. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Having gone through a comprehensive examination once, Wang Xi felt no anxiety and appeared quite compliant. "No problem." Suddenly, he recalled a hostage still lying in the nearby community and some cultists fleeing through the sewers. After some contemplation, he conveyed all this information to the 3 enforcers standing before him. "Hostage and remaining cultists, you say?" Yang Yifei pondered for a moment before instructing the 2 behind him. "You need to report this information to the station immediately and request them to pull up the surveillance footage from the area surrounding Nanjing Amusement Park. We must capture that group of cultists." "Understood." The enforcer holding the notebook promptly retrieved his phone and made the call. "You go to the location Wang Xi mentioned and rescue the hostage." While also searching for any relevant information, Yang Yifei directed. "Yes." The enforcer with the camera responded and swiftly vanished from sight. After issuing the orders, Yang Yifei turned to Wang Xi, saying, "Let's head to the North District Precinct." "All right," Wang Xi replied, then asked, "Have you dismantled the array in the sewers?" "No. We are combat personnel and lack knowledge of the cultist formations," Yang Yifei explained as they walked towards the warehouse exit. "Then how can he make a phone call?" Wang Xi queried, pointing at the enforcer who was communicating with the station using his phone. That is a phone developed by the Joint Defense Military Department, immune to most disruptive forces that affect ordinary phones. Yang Yifei elaborated. Can it be purchased? Wang Xi inquired, his interest piqued. You'd have to ask the staff at the Bounty Hall. Our enforcers' phones are all distributed free of charge by the Federation, Yang Yifei chuckled. I see, Wang Xi nodded. Upon reaching the surface, Wang Xi realized that Yang Yifei and his team had run here without any means of transportation. Reluctantly, Wang Xi slipped into Yang Yifei's shadow, speeding towards the North District precinct at a remarkable pace of 500 meters per second. Following a similar procedure as before, which included several physical examinations and filling out 7 reports detailing how he penetrated the serpent cult, Wang Xi arrived at the final routine inquiry.as before. It was the same 2 officers, a young female officer and a principled male officer, both dressed in black uniforms, seated across from Wang Xi at a metallic table. Back for another chat. Are we? The male officer couldn't suppress a laugh. What a coincidence, Wang Xi replied with a hearty laugh, unperturbed. The female officer, casting a resigned glance at her partner, began the routine questioning with utmost seriousness. Name? With familiarity from the previous encounter, the routine questioning was swiftly completed, and Wang Xi bid farewell to the 2 officers, heading directly to the Bounty Hall. Chapter 37, 300 Contribution Points. Water Attribute Beast Crystal Core. Wang Xi moved quickly, soon stepping into the Bounty Hall of the North District Precinct. Observing the cyberpunk-inspired decor of the hall, he felt an inexplicable warmth. Perhaps it was because the interior style of the Wu Gao B.C. indeed districts was similar, and having seen it all day, he had grown accustomed to it. Although it was nearing 11 p.m., the Bounty Hall was still bustling with people, even more so than during his last visit at midnight. Thanks to the diverse crowd in the Bounty Hall, Wang Xi's cloaked and masked appearance did not draw attention. Whether it was the martial attire from the Eastern District, the medieval garb from the Western District, or the cybernetic modifications from the Southern District, they all appeared more conspicuous than Wang Xi. Rather than rushing to the counter, Wang Xi leisurely traversed the spacious Bounty Hall, suppressing his aura as he explored. The last time he had visited the Bounty Hall, he was an ordinary person without any cultivation, and after collecting his reward, he had hurried home. As the saying goes, a soldier's return deserves a fresh perspective. Although technically Wang Xi had been at the Bounty Hall just this morning, the leap in his strength was monumental. After casually strolling around the Bounty Hall, Wang Xi's mood lightened considerably. The martial artists, knights, and cybernetic beings present were all perceived through his shadow senses, revealing their soul quality and energy fluctuations. Most were between the 2nd and 5th tiers of martial arts, with only a few extraordinary individuals at the Horse Realm. Previously, Wang Xi had feared that activating his talent as a transcendent would lead to a deadly confrontation over valuable items, but this time was different. The circumstances had changed. It was not arrogance on Wang Xi's part, but with the strength of the eclectic crowd in the Bounty Hall, the notion of robbery seemed absurd. Perhaps he could even earn some enhancement points tonight. Recalling the 60 enhancement points dropped by the serpent cult leader Liu Yao, Wang Xi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he gazed at the few extraordinary figures in the Bounty Hall. Not only would he receive substantial enhancement points, but he could also capture a powerful soul to transform into a shadow servant. However, sensing something amiss, Wang Xi quickly suppressed his dark and extreme thoughts. Was it due to the frequent soul-searching that he had been exposed to too much negative information, affecting his mindset? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xi soon arrived at an answer. Even thoughts of indiscriminately killing a Horse Realm extraordinary for enhancement points and high-quality souls could arise in the Federation's first-tier city. It seemed that his rapid growth and strength was beginning to influence his originally calm and cautious thought process. A Horse Realm extraordinary was not akin to the ordinary people kidnapped by the cultists. A few disappearances would not raise alarms. Horse Realm warriors served as the backbone of the Blue Star Federation. Each one, upon breaking through, would be documented in the Federation's Eye of Heaven database, regardless of whether they were employed or unregistered. This measure not only aimed to prevent these true extraordinary beings from disrupting the Federation's public order, but also to protect them from being seduced by dark forces, leading them to betray the Federation and turn against their fellow citizens. After calming his restless heart, Wang Xi sighed. I should take a break before finding more convenient targets to eliminate. Thinking back to how he had been kidnapped yesterday and up until midnight today, aside from eating, sleeping, and training, he had been engaged in killing cultists or en route to do so. He couldn't help but chuckle. Before his crossing, he had played mercenary in Africa, battling primitive tribes. After crossing, he was now combating cultists in the Blue Star Federation. What a natural-born killer. Shaking his head to dispel such wild thoughts, he strolled towards a shorter queue at one of the counters to begin waiting. After about 20 minutes, It was finally Wang Xi's turn. The staff member this time was a young woman, her face marked by significant frustration, suggesting that being a public servant in the Federation was no easy task. With considerable work pressure, the staff member glanced up at Wang Xi, cloaked in black and masked, and asked in a robotic, monotonous tone, document verification or fingerprint and iris verification, drawing upon his prior experience. Wang Xi reached into the shadow beneath his cloak to retrieve his identification from the dilapidated country, presenting it to the staff member. Document verification. All right, the staff member acknowledged, taking Wang Xi's ID and placing it on the card reader. Please enter the password for your martial artist account. Wang Xi complied. After verifying the information, the staff member looked at Wang Xi with surprise and asked, are you Mr. Wang Xi? Indeed, Wang Xi nodded. The clerk gazed at the information on her screen and explained to Wang Xi. I have detected that you have 2 rewards awaiting collection. However, before you can claim them, you must select the type of reward, as they come with different options. Upon finishing her statement, a small projection appeared on the translucent glass near the window, displaying the reward choices for Wang Xi after he vanquished the Serpent Cult. 15 million Federation coins, 300 contribution points, 1 early-stage beast crystal core with selectable attributes, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, wood. After reviewing all the options for the 2 rewards, Wang Xi exhibited no hesitation, opting for the 300 contribution points and a water attribute beast crystal core. As for the rationale, the explanation was simple. Contribution points could be exchanged for Federation coins at any time through the federal government, whereas Federation coins could not be converted back into contribution points. Furthermore, Wang Xi had little use for Federation coins. All the resources he would typically need required contribution points for redemption. As for Federation coins, in the tightly controlled market of Blue Star, the resources available for purchase with Federation coins were exceedingly scarce. Moreover, even those limited resources, when converted according to the contribution point to Federation coin ratio established by the Federation, proved to be more cost-effective to acquire using contribution points. The blood-replenishing elixir Wang Xi previously obtained from the Bounty Hall required 30 contribution points for purchase. Yet, since the elixir was the most suitable for advancing physical foundation, it would often sell out immediately upon release, leading to frequent shortages. After all, the quicker one established their foundation, the better resources and techniques could be obtained. Thus, the blood-replenishing elixir, possessing both functionality and scarcity, would be swiftly snatched up in the Federation's coin market at nearly double the price. As for the water attribute beast crystal core, it was precisely what Wang Xi needed, given that he practiced water attribute martial arts. It would be nonsensical to choose a crystal core of any other attribute. After informing the clerk of his choice, the projection on the window vanished. Would you like to retrieve this early-stage water attribute beast crystal core? The clerk inquired. Wang Xi pondered briefly before replying. Yes, please retrieve it, but I'll need it for my training session at school tomorrow. Please hold on. The clerk responded, operating the screen in front of her. After a wait of over 20 seconds, a silver robot arrived, carrying a small wooden box behind the clerk. The clerk took the box and handed it to Wang Xi. She then asked, you currently have 305 contribution points and 5-time limited contribution points left in your martial artist account. Do you have any consumption requirements? Hearing this, Wang Xi recalled something said by Yang Yifei, the captain of the 4th Law Enforcement Squad. He could inquire with the Bounty Hall clerks about whether contribution points could be exchanged for military-grade phones that were immune to most interference. Promptly, Wang Xi addressed the clerk. Is it possible to exchange contribution points for a military-grade phone, like the one used by enforcers? The clerk pondered for a moment before asking, are you referring to the phones developed by the military department that can resist most damage that would be lethal to ordinary phones? Yes, that's the one. Wang Xi nodded vigorously. The clerk's expression turned somewhat peculiar as she glanced at Wang Xi's handsome face on his ID and kindly cautioned, while this may sound impressive, in the end, it is merely a phone. The contribution points required to buy one could instead afford you dozens of ordinary phones. That's so. Can I purchase it? Wang Xi inquired, perplexed by the clerk's earnest tone, seeing that Wang Xi was resolute in his decision and had just received 300 contribution points in his martial artist account. The clerk ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Yes, it requires 10 contribution points. Okay, please get me one, Wang Xi replied with satisfaction, thinking, a bit pricey, but it will be much more convenient in the future. After inputting the payment password for his martial artist account, Wang Xi finally acquired the highly coveted 2077 high-tech military-grade phone. After a brief examination, he tucked it into his pocket and casually retrieved the wooden box containing the blood-replenishing elixir from his dilapidated country. "Do you accept returns for blood-replenishing elixirs? I got it from you, but I didn't end up using it," Wang Si asked the somewhat fatigued clerk. The clerk glanced at the wooden box in Wang Si's hand and replied, "If the item is in pristine condition and as it was when it left the factory, the buyback price is half of the selling price. In that case, never mind," Wang Si said, returning the elixir to his satchel. A return of 15 contribution points for a 30 contribution point elixir seemed hardly worth it. It was better to give it to Jiang Shui to boost their rapport. After reclaiming his identification and confirming no murderous treasure hunting plot had been triggered, he left in disappointment, retreating into the shadows to head home. Chapter 38. Were you kidnapped by cultists again yesterday? The following morning, as Wang Si was washing up in the bathroom, he heard the pleasant chime of the doorbell. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he summoned a small shadow tendril to hold his toothbrush while continuing to brush his teeth, pulling out the military-grade phone he had just purchased the day before from his pants pocket. Upon illuminating the screen, he noticed the time was 7:14. Realization struck Wang Si, and he shook off the lingering drowsiness from just waking up. At this hour, aside from Jiang Shui, it was unlikely anyone else would visit. After tucking his phone back into his pocket, Wang Si extended his shadow, allowing it to stretch toward the gate of the courtyard. At a height of 4 centimeters above the doorbell, he conjured a scarlet snake eye. Peering up and confirming that, indeed, Jiang Shui was standing there, dressed in her martial arts academy uniform, her hair neatly styled, radiating youthful vibrancy. The snake eye glanced at the breakfast Jiang Shui was hiding behind her back, spun around curiously, and then faded along with the shadow. Simultaneously, a shadow tendril emerged from the shadows behind the door and opened it for Jiang Shui, who had been startled by the sudden appearance of the shadow and the scarlet snake eye. Originally intending to wait for Wang Si at the door, Jiang Shui hesitated as she held Wang Si's favorite breakfast, peering cautiously into the unexpectedly opened courtyard. Jiang Shui couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Si's home had taken on an eerie quality. It appeared like an ordinary villa with a yard, yet inexplicably exuded a sense of horror movie ambience. Overwhelmed by this feeling, her thoughts began to spiral. Just yesterday, Wang Si mentioned assisting the enforcers in vanquishing a sinister cult. And now his house seems so strange this morning. Could it have been overtaken by cultists and transformed into a stronghold? Has Wang Si already been sacrificed by them? Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Jiang Shui's mind raced, and after a moment of hesitation, she steeled her resolve to step into Wang Si's seemingly mundane yard. However, before Jiang Shui could reach the front door on the first floor, Wang Si, who had already completed his morning routine with the assistance of the shadow tendrils, pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he walked, he buttoned up his uniform jacket and curiously asked Jiang Shui, "Why are you so slow? Is your leg bothering you? If your leg hurts, you don't need to bring me breakfast." This moment, seeing the perfectly intact and vibrant Wang Si, Jiang Shui felt utterly at a loss. Frozen in place, "I can't watch those ridiculous web dramas anymore," she silently vowed. Meanwhile, Wang Si, observing Jiang Shui's unusual silence upon seeing him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. However, this suspicion was quickly dispelled as he sensed that Jiang Shui's soul aura remained as pure as ever. Not tainted by any malevolent influence from cultists, could she have simply bumped her head this morning? With that thought, Wang Si reached out to gently lift Jiang Shui's bangs, intending to check for any swelling. However, after a thorough and unreserved glance, he found her forehead smooth and flawless, devoid of any redness or swelling. Oh no, could it be the back of her head? He thought, alarmed. "What are you doing?" Jiang Shui puffed out her cheeks. Her soft and smooth face unexpectedly adorned with a faint blush, making her look particularly adorable. "I was just wondering if you felt unwell," Wang Si replied, retracting his hand from her bangs as he realized she didn't appear to have bumped her head. Hearing Wang Si's response, Jiang Shui defiantly lifted her chin, thrusting the breakfast into his hands, declaring, "Eat your buns. What could be wrong with me?" "Indeed, you are correct," Wang Si replied gently, adopting a tone one might use with a child. "Humph." Hearing Wang Si's soft voice, Jiang Shui let out a light huff before directly voicing her curiosity. "Wang Si, why does your doorbell sprout an eye when pressed? It's quite frightening. Oh, that. I created it using my innate abilities." "Did it scare you?" Wang Si chuckled. "Did it scare you?" As soon as those words escaped Wang Si's lips, Jiang Shui instinctively lifted her chin, her mouth hardening like the alloy gate of school block B. "Humph. It's just a strange-looking animal eye. How could it possibly scare me? Indeed, Wang Xi nodded, munching on his breakfast while affirming her words, though he kept to himself the fact that he had seen her startled expression through that very eye. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, Wang Xi retrieved his high-tech smartphone from his pocket, a marvel of technology from 2077, capable of immunizing against most fatal damages that would typically be catastrophic for ordinary devices. This exceptional device, developed by the Federal Military Industrial Department, was valued at 10 contribution points or 500,000 federal coins. Upon illuminating the screen, Wang Xi presented a QR code to Jiang Shui, saying, "Add me on Qixin." "Did your new phone break again yesterday?" Jiang Shui inquired, scanning the code with her device. After sending Jiang Shui his new contact number, Wang Xi sighed in resignation. There's no helping it. The unpredictability of life is daunting. "Were you kidnapped by cultists again yesterday?" Jiang Shui asked, glancing up at Wang Xi, who appeared unscathed. Wang Xi shook his head, struggling to maintain his composure. "Not exactly. Last night, I assisted a team of law enforcers in uncovering a sinister cult hiding in the sewers. Although I faced no real danger, that cult had set up an unknown array in the sewers that rendered ordinary communication devices useless. My poor phone met its untimely demise." Upon hearing Wang Xi's improvised tale, Jiang Shui did not doubt its authenticity but maintained a serious demeanor as she instructed, "If you assist law enforcement again, make sure to run quickly if you encounter danger. Rest assured, if I choose to flee, no one can catch me," Wang Xi replied with a confident smile, recalling the desolate kingdom of his shadow. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead as he remembered something, then produced a small box from his coat. Handing it to Jiang Shui, "This is a gift for you." Jiang Shui, initially poised to tease Wang Xi about his confidence in fleeing, suppressed her words upon seeing the box and instead asked, "What is this?" "Qi blood pill," he answered. "Qi blood pill." Jiang Shui quickly withdrew her hand, astonished, her expression akin to that of a startled creature. "Yes, what's wrong?" Wang Xi questioned, amused, as he weighed the small wooden box containing the Qi blood pill. Feigning ignorance, seeing Wang Xi's nonchalant demeanor with the valuable item, Jiang Shui was momentarily flustered. "Why are you asking me what's wrong? Are you still half asleep, speaking nonsense? Such a precious cultivation resource cannot be given away casually." As she spoke, Jiang Shui firmly pushed the small box back towards Wang Xi, her face taut with seriousness. "I don't know how you acquired this Qi blood pill, but I know it certainly didn't just fall from the sky." With her hands on her hips, she assumed the role of a concerned guardian, lecturing Wang Xi, "You need to be careful with your spending. Otherwise, one day you might find yourself broke and sleeping under a bridge." In response, Wang Xi concocted a half-truth to placate the girl before him. "I received this Qi blood pill as a reward for assisting the law enforcement in the Northern District in capturing, apprehending cultists. Afterward, I inquired at the bounty hall, asking if I could return the Qi blood pill since I had no use for it. They said they would buy it back at half price. I thought that was not too bad, and considering you still haven't established your foundation, it would be perfect for you. So I decided to keep it for you." After hearing Wang Xi's explanation, Jiang Shui's previously resolute stance faltered slightly. "The police station won't take it back. You could sell it for over 2 million federal coins." Wang Xi sighed softly, refraining from answering her question directly, instead countering, "Jiang Shui, do you know about contribution points?" "Contribution points? That's the officially recognized extraordinary digital currency, right?" "Yes, I'm aware," Jiang Shui nodded. Wang Xi continued, "You also know that I have completed my foundation establishment, correct?" "Yes. You told me just yesterday." Jiang Shui's eyes began to reflect a hint of confusion. Wang Xi, appearing compelled by market forces, spread his hands and explained slowly, "To be frank, the extraordinary resources available for purchase with federal coins are primarily limited to those below the first tier. Aside from the technological prosthetics exported from the Southern District, resources of the first tier and above can only be exchanged for contribution points. Selling it back at half price would be a significant loss. Federal coins hold virtually no value for me at this stage." Observing the sincerity in Wang Xi's expression, Jiang Shui's heart began to waver, yet her voice remained firm. "Regardless of your reasoning, this Qi blood pill is far too valuable for me to accept." Seeing Jiang Shui's inner conflict, Wang Xi gently grasped her right wrist, pulling her closer. His index finger delicately pried open her tightly clenched fingers, and he placed the box containing the Qi blood pill into her palm. "When did we become so formal? If you feel undeserving, you can always return a Qi blood pill to me later." Wang Xi's amber-like eyes locked onto Jiang Shui's, his soft voice seemingly imbued with a charm that was hard to resist. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grasp and captivated by his gaze, Jiang Shui found herself inadvertently agreeing, okay. Before Jiang Shui could fully process the moment, Wang Si released her wrist, stepped back to create distance, and turned to leave the courtyard. Wait until the healing rays from the cultivation tower are emitted after class before consuming it. We must not waste its potency. With that, Wang Si left Jiang Shui standing in place. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, as he exited the courtyard, he waited for her to regain her composure before they both headed towards Wugao. However, due to his 6 days of exclusive access to a training room in Area B, he did not accompany Jiang Shui to the ordinary teaching building in Area A. After parting ways with Jiang Shui, Wang Si strode purposefully towards the central teaching building of Area B. Along the way, he noticed several upperclassmen heading towards Area D, though their auras seemed rather unremarkable, generally fluctuating between the 2nd and 4th tiers, with very few surpassing the 4th tier. It was understandable. If every student at Wugao possessed the demeanor of an emperor, the Federation would not divide the benefits available to students into so many tiers. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Si unabashedly scrutinized the faces of those around him. Without needing to extend his shadow to perceive their aura intensities, the shadows of those under his gaze obediently conveyed their owner's information to him. As he mingled within the throng, he sought out individuals who might genuinely be deemed prodigies. Suddenly, a silver-haired figure, wielding a dual-handed longsword, caught Wang Si's attention. With an elegant, slender form, waist-length hair that shimmered like silver, skin as pristine as fresh snow, and piercing eyes exuding an aura of aloofness. The sight of this young woman instantly captivated him. Her shadow, too, conveyed her essence faithfully to Wang Si. First tier. How could that be? Wang Si stood momentarily stunned, processing the aura transmitted by her shadow. By the time he regained his composure to search for the silver-haired girl, he found her figure obscured by the throng of people. How peculiar. With such attire and demeanor, she could easily be mistaken for a genius or a wealthy heiress. How could she possess only first-tier cultivation? Wang Si refrained from launching an extensive search for the silver-haired girl out of mere curiosity, and instead pondered as he continued towards Area B. Soon, Wang Si entered Area B, and as he passed through the alloy gates, he appreciatively patted them. Approaching the central teaching building in Area B, he mentally prepared himself for a period of rigorous training. However, upon entering the lobby on the first floor, he spotted a burly man in a dark green combat suit with a buzz cut, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Teacher Lun Yin, what brings you here so early? Wang Si greeted the muscular man. Seemingly roused by Wang Si's voice, Lun Yin slowly opened his eyes and looked at him, saying, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Wang Si replied, puzzled. Lun Yin nodded slightly, calmly explaining, the police station informed us about your situation yesterday. The leaders are preparing to change the rewards for this year's new student martial arts competition champion. The martial arts competition is an annual event held by the Federal Wugao, scheduled to commence 7 days after the start of the school year, specifically on the second Monday following the commencement. Only first-year students who enroll on time and possess a cultivation level above the first tier are eligible to participate. Through preliminary rounds, 50 students with the strongest overall abilities are selected from the hundreds of martial arts prodigies who break through within the first 3 or 7 days. They then engage in one-on-one arena battles to determine the strongest martial arts genius of the academic year. For those selected through this somewhat nurturing selection process, the Federation invests further resources in the martial arts champions and geniuses. It sounds quite realistic, doesn't it? Yet, the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest are the fundamental principles of the high martial world. The path of martial arts inherently requires the continuous engagement in combat and the relentless pursuit of strength through conquest. A warrior devoid of bloodlust, one who cannot or dares not engage in battle, regardless of their exceptional cultivation aptitude, is destined to falter on the martial journey. Thus, the Federation's criteria for identifying and selecting martial prodigies is considerably stringent. However, correspondingly, the resources allocated to such geniuses are far more generous than those afforded to others. Yet, as Lun Yin mentioned, never has Wang Si encountered a case where the championship rewards were altered specifically for one individual. Surely, such an act would be fraught with errors, wouldn't it? Reflecting on the Federation's stringent regulations concerning government officials, Wang Si, with a look of confusion, quietly inquired of Lun Yin, who stood before him, surprised by Wang Si's unexpected display of humility. Contrasting sharply with his usual confident and measured demeanor, Lun Yin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he chuckled and shook his head. What nonsense! The martial elite is fundamentally a cradle for nurturing talent for the Federation. As the saying goes, special circumstances warrant special measures. For someone as passionate and fierce as you, the higher-ups in the Federation would be more than willing to make exceptions. Not to mention, this is merely an annual martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this, Wang Xi nodded in understanding, silently expressing gratitude to those cultists who had enabled his achievements and resolved to deal with them decisively should they cross his path again. Observing Wang Xi's expression of comprehension, Lu Nian urged him, "All right, enough of the pleasantries. Hasten to articulate your requests, for I must return to my class shortly to continue guiding those younglings in their foundational training." Prompted by Lu Nian's insistence, Wang Xi began to contemplate the resources he currently lacked. Undoubtedly, what he sought were enhancement points. However, these points could only be acquired by vanquishing formidable foes, and Wang Xi could not reasonably expect the Federation to arrange for him to face powerful death row inmates. Setting aside the moral implications of such a request, which would undoubtedly align with the actions of a deranged cultist, the reality was that even if the Federation wished to provide him with such opportunities, there simply Wang Xi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, lowered his gaze and extended his right hand towards the silver-haired girl, who appeared dazed from the collision, in an attempt to help her stand up. "I apologize. I was a bit distracted just now. I hope I didn't hurt you." Upon noticing the hand reaching out to her, the bewildered silver-haired girl sitting on the ground turned her gaze towards Wang Xi. Her emotions tangled. How could someone who had remarkably completed the Foundation establishment on the very first day and broken through to the skin barrier feel so fragile before this handsome man? As if she were merely a delicate petal, grasping Wang Xi's outstretched hand, she rose to her feet, disregarding her slightly disheveled attire, and looked directly into his eyes, inquiring, "My name is Dongfang Yu, a first-year student and an awakened talent of the lightning attribute." "And you?" Wang Xi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected introduction. Instead of expressing anger or sarcasm after being hit, she was introducing herself. Could it be that she had sustained a blow to her head? Concerned, he furtively glanced at Dongfang Yu's head, feeling a wave of unease. Although puzzled by what Dongfang Yu was attempting to convey, he responded in kind to her self-introduction, "I am Wang Xi, also a first-year student." With an awakened talent of the shadow attribute, he added, "I was distracted just now and inadvertently bumped into you. I'm truly sorry, no worries. I share part of the responsibility, as I was not paying attention to my surroundings either." Dongfang Yu replied, shaking her head gently. "Moreover, compared to this trivial incident, I am more concerned about you. Wang Xi. Wang Xi gazed at the beautiful girl before him, who was nearly on par with Jiang Shui. Feeling a hint of surprise, "Am I some kind of succubus? Has yet another woman taken an interest in me?" Dongfang Yu nodded and explained, "You are extraordinarily strong, almost to an exaggerated degree, to be honest. When you collided with me, I considered retaliating, but upon exerting my strength, it felt less like grappling with a person and more like contending with an advancing wall of solid alloy that I in that instant. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't budge your forward momentum, and I felt like a fragile petal blown off a tree by the wind." Her words, the embarrassment that Wang Xi had struggled to dissipate resurfaced within him. It was a combination of misunderstanding others' intentions and the calm demeanor of the victim recounting her experience without any sign of distress. Fortunately, the B District teaching building was still relatively empty, and the floor where Wang Xi and Dongfang Yu were located contained only private training rooms. Otherwise, he feared his toes might have been mortified by the situation. "I truly didn't mean to," Wang Xi said, his gaze slightly averted, as a sense of moral obligation began to trouble him. He felt that his sense of ethics might be overly high, making him reluctant to simply bump into someone and leave without a word. Seemingly sensing his discomfort, Dongfang Yu chuckled lightly, her tone calm yet cool. "I harbor no ill will. I am merely curious as to what you have been nourished on, as your physique appears remarkably robust. I initially thought you were a senior from the second or third year, but it turns out you are a fellow first-year student." Wang Xi pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "If I must say, I have been nourished by hard work and sweat. Who says that slaying cultists and sweating from the effort of leveling up isn't hard work?" "Ah, so you have been diligently training since childhood?" Dongfang Yu's eyes lit up with admiration. Wang Xi turned his head away, avoiding further eye contact with Dongfang Yu, and replied, "I suppose so. Whether I trained diligently in the past is uncertain. However, these past few days of hunting cultists have indeed been quite rigorous." "Do you have a preferred weapon, Wang Xi? If possible, I would like to spar with you." Dongfang Yu stepped closer to Wang Xi. Before he could respond, She added, "My favorite weapon is the two-handed sword. And I specialize in the lightning attribute sword techniques." This is getting a bit ambiguous, Wang Xi thought, glancing down at the silver-haired girl nearing him, silently critiquing himself for wanting to voice his thoughts but fearing it might tarnish his image. He took a half step back to create some distance. I apologize, but while I can wield both polearms and two-handed swords, I am currently planning to meditate in the training room for a while and do not wish to spar. With that, Wang Xi inclined his head slightly towards Dongfang Yu and attempted to pass her by, heading towards his training room. However, as he brushed past her, a delicate, smooth hand grasped his wrist. "Please wait a moment." Wang Xi, wary of hurting Dongfang Yu, halted his forward motion and turned to see her serious expression, curious about what she had to say next. Dongfang Yu asked, "Wang Xi, you haven't yet forged a weapon that suits your own martial arts and talent, have you?" "No," Wang Xi replied, puzzled as to why she was inquiring about this. Did she intend to help him forge one? Upon hearing his response, Dongfang Yu sighed in relief and continued, "If you agree to spar with me, I, in the name of the Dongfang family, promise to procure a high-quality material for you to forge your weapon, free of charge." Upon hearing this, Wang Xi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Dongfang Yu seriously. Although he had sensed her affluent background from her aura earlier, he had not realized she was the daughter of the most prominent cultivation family in Nanjing. TSK. To promise using the family name, her parents must either be the current family head or a high-ranking elder. One must understand that forging a martial artist's weapon is far more intricate than merely casting iron or alloy into shape. It requires various ores rich in special elements and materials from exotic beasts that match the properties of those ores, shaped by martial artists skilled in weapon forging. The weapon's owner must then infuse it with genuine martial energy to recognize it as their own. A qualified martial weapon must possess not only exceptional sharpness and resilience surpassing ordinary weapons, but also a strong ability to conduct martial energy, deeply aligning with the owner's martial energy attribute. It is widely acknowledged that the most crucial factor in whether one can wield a weapon effectively is how well that weapon fits the user. A martial weapon that aligns closely with the owner can significantly enhance a martial artist's combat prowess, often achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. However, conversely, the better the martial weapon, the higher the quality of materials required. If we were to exemplify using water attribute ores and materials to forge a two-handed sword martial weapon, one would need to gather low-quality ores and materials. And even then, Wang Xi's contribution points would barely suffice for two. This assumes all special ores and exotic beast materials are of low quality, resulting in a weapon with minimal growth potential and compatibility. If middle quality or, as Dongfang Yu mentioned, high-quality materials were to be used, Wang Xi would likely find himself lacking the contribution points, even after slaying several Lu Yao. This was also why Wang Xi had continuously utilized the weapons created through shadows instead of purchasing a superior one. Was it that he did not desire a better weapon? No, it was simply that he lacked the contribution points. The standard alloy weapons available in the D District Logistics Department were priced at 4 contribution points each. Yet they were not as effective as the weapons he crafted himself from shadows. High-quality materials. Wang Xi gazed down at Dongfang Yu, who still held onto his wrist without any sign of releasing him, and the annoyance he felt at her interruption faded away. Instead, he found himself thinking how generous she truly was. After being knocked down by him, instead of blaming him, she was offering him a gift. Ultimately, Wang Xi was swayed by the allure of wealth and, facing this benefactor, revealed a gentle and warm smile. In that case, I shall not refuse your request, Dongfang Yu. However, let it be clear, this is a one-time arrangement, and the location will be determined by you. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu beamed with joy, releasing her grip on Wang Xi's wrist, and slightly bowed her head in apology. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Not at all. Wang Xi waved his hand dismissively, presenting himself as a magnanimous individual. Just a moment. I will retrieve my sword from the training room, Dongfang Yu said to Wang Xi before running into the training room behind her. She soon emerged, carrying a two-handed sword on her back. Dongfang Yu smiled at Wang Xi. Shall we go? We can use the playground designated for my class. It's nearby and unoccupied. Wang Xi had no objections, merely nodding in agreement as he followed Dongfang Yu to their class's exclusive playground. Upon arriving at the deserted playground, Dongfang Yu unsheathed her great sword, only to notice that Wang Xi stood empty-handed, without any weapons. Glancing down at the weapon in her hands, crafted entirely from high-quality ores and materials from exotic beasts, she felt a flush of embarrassment. I apologize. I should have considered this. Let us first go to District D to purchase 2 standard alloy weapons and then return to spar. I will cover the contribution points. No need. Wang Si was unconcerned about the superiority of Dongfang Yu's weapon. He simply wished to conclude the sparring session quickly in order to obtain the high-quality materials she had promised. The prospect of acquiring a martial weapon forged from precious special ores and materials worth thousands of contribution points was undeniably enticing. Wang Si yearned for one as well. Amidst the tumult of thoughts, a sword of obsidian black, wielded with both hands, slowly emerged from the profound shadows beneath Wang Si's feet. He drew forth the dark blade, pointing it directly at the distant figure of Dongfang Yu, and declared, "Let the battle commence." As soon as his words echoed, a brilliant golden lightning bolt erupted in midair, transforming into countless golden serpents that coiled around the sword's edge. At a glance, the gleaming blade, sparkling with silver and gold, resembled a divine weapon of unparalleled sharpness. Be careful, Dongfang Yu admonished sharply, forcefully planting her feet on the ground. Gripping the large sword with both hands, she lunged toward Wang Si like an arrow released from its bow. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, accompanied by the explosive crack of thunder. The fierce wind generated by the clash created a subtle pressure that rippled through the surroundings. Wang Si remained silent, his gaze lowered, holding the black sword with a single hand. To be fair, Dongfang Yu's momentum, infused with lightning, was already formidable within the first tier, even against a second-tier leader of the Corpse Demon Church. She might have fared well. However, her opponent was not merely a first or second tier, but Wang Si, a fourth-tier cultivator capable of effortlessly slashing through the extraordinary serpent man of the four-horse realm. Faced with such an onslaught, Wang Si did not even need to employ his passive perception. With his remarkable 500 points of mental attribute, he could perceive every nuance of Dongfang Yu's movements. What appeared to be an aggressive attack was, in his eyes, riddled with flaws. Clang! With a flick of his black sword, he effortlessly deflected the lightning blade. Realizing her assault had been easily neutralized, Dongfang Yu utilized the momentum from the rebound to create some distance between herself and Wang Si. Simultaneously, the rapid golden lightning detached from her sword, hurtling toward Wang Si as if intent on tearing apart this arrogant individual. Unexpectedly, Wang Si seemed to have anticipated the incoming lightning strike. After deflecting the lightning sword, a layer of murky black substance materialized on the blade, swirling toward the lightning. The once formidable golden lightning, now drawn to the black sword, transformed entirely to a shade of darkness, with a low shout imbued with caution. Wang Si unleashed the black lightning, which morphed into a jet-black sword energy, slicing toward Dongfang Yu. This dark lightning sword energy, suffused with an aura of profundity and destruction, carved a visibly deep-charred trench in the stone-dust ground. It surged forth with unstoppable speed, akin to the wind, towards the already prepared Dongfang Yu. She gripped the sword hilt tightly, summoning all her martial energy, concentrating her entire essence into a single point. The roaring golden lightning enveloped the blade in her hands, the tip radiating brilliance akin to the breath of a dragon or serpent. The martial weapon, perfectly attuned and conductive, was wielded to its utmost potential by Dongfang Yu at that moment. With no time to spare uttering the name of her technique, she relied solely on her muscle memory from years of sword practice, fiercely returning the lightning sword energy toward Wang Si. Boom! The sword blade, ablaze with golden lightning, collided violently with the crescent-shaped sword energy entwined with pitch-black lightning. For an instant, a significant portion of the training ground was enveloped in the flickering interplay of light and shadow produced by their clash. The intense shockwaves rippled through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to spiral outward. The gust whipped Dongfang Yu's silver hair into a frenzy like a silver serpent, while Wang Si's garment swayed gently as if caressed by willowy branches. The contrast between their stillness and motion highlighted the evident disparity between them. Wang Si, at some point, had withdrawn the black sword back to the ruined kingdom, standing with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the contest of sword energies between Dongfang Yu and his casually unleashed blade. This sword energy bore no martial essence, nor was it wielded with all of his strength. It merely utilized the encompassing nature of shadow elements to assimilate Dongfang Yu's lightning sword light, ultimately infused with a hint of piercing intent. Sensing Dongfang Yu's growing fatigue and her diminishing capacity to contend with the sword energy, Wang Si summoned a shadow tendril from the depths of her shadow, ensnaring the slender waist of the girl and pulling her out of the sword energy's attack range. Boom! The residual force of the black lightning sword energy continued unabated, carving a trench of charred earth across the training ground before crashing heavily against the metallic wall, leaving a distinct white mark. Wang Si calmly surveyed his handiwork before striding over to Dongfang Yu, who had been pulled aside by the shadow tendril, and was now slumped weakly on the ground that a gentle and warm smile graced Wang Xi's face, concealing the cold composure he usually bore. "Can you still stand?" he inquired, kneeling beside her without gazing at her sweat-drenched form that revealed her graceful contours, instead tenderly focusing on her strikingly sharp silver eyes. "There is a saying, when you gaze into the abyss, the abyss gazes back at you. In this case, it could be slightly altered too. When you cast your gaze into the girl's eyes, her gaze reflects back at you, without feeling out of place." Dongfang Yu held Wang Xi's warm, amber-like gaze, and the sharpness in her eyes softened ever so slightly. "I should be able to," she murmured, attempting to rise with the aid of her great sword. However, her trembling body and sweat-soaked garments betrayed her struggle. A gentle breeze wafted from afar. As the already exhausted Dongfang Yu felt a sudden chill wash over her from the breeze, her faltering body collapsed. Just as she braced for another fall, a warm hand steadied her back, gently supporting her upright once more. "Don't force yourself," a soothing voice whispered in her ear. Dongfang Yu looked up to see Wang Xi's face radiating a sunny smile. Watching her with gentle eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly as she dared not hold his gaze any longer, whispering a soft, "Thank you." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Wang Xi's keen ears caught every syllable. Yet, he pretended not to hear, using his shadow manipulation to conjure a large cloak to drape over Dongfang Yu, concealing her form that had been revealed by her sweat-soaked attire. Simultaneously, he infused a gentle and temperate stream of water essence into her weary meridians, restoring her strength and nurturing her body. As the cool essence flowed into her, Dongfang Yu felt no discomfort, only a soothing sensation as her body regained a measure of strength. However, despite this slight restoration, she did not immediately reveal it, instead leaning against Wang Xi, inhaling his scent. Her previously sharp and cool silver eyes softened considerably. Wang Xi, maintaining his warm and gentle demeanor, felt an inner thrill of excitement. "The plan has succeeded. I am merely 75 away from acquiring my first high-quality martial weapon." Chapter 44. Why the hell are you? After concluding the spar with Dongfang Yu, Wang Xi assisted her back to her training chamber. "What attributes do you desire for that high-grade material?" he inquired, preparing to depart. "Shadow or water attributes, but preferably shadow," Dongfang Yu replied, cradling the sheathed great sword in her arms. Wang Xi did not feign politeness. Directly articulating his request for investing a bit of time and charm to procure high-quality forging materials was indeed his objective. Dongfang Yu nodded eagerly. "All right, I'll help you find shadow attribute materials as soon as possible, likely within these next 2 days." With this, Wang Xi's smile grew more genuine. "Rest well. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, goodbye," Dongfang Yu responded, nodding. After bidding farewell to Dongfang Yu, Wang Xi strode purposefully into his private training chamber. Upon entering, he eagerly activated the function to gather the elemental energies of heaven and earth, along with water elements. This time, he refrained from assuming a mimicry form. Instead, once the chamber was suffused with these energies, he grasped a beast crystal core and initiated a shadow manifestation. The deep shadows, under Wang Xi's deliberate control, cloaked every wall, floor, and ceiling of the training room. The light source within the chamber was swiftly engulfed by the tangible darkness, transforming it into a sealed space rich with water elements, shadow elements, and the energies of heaven and earth. In this pitch-black void where visibility was utterly absent, Wang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and comfort, devoid of any hint of panic. After a brief moment of elation, he settled down cross-legged, activating the 4th level of the water elemental flowing cascade technique. In the next instant, Wang Xi seemed to transform into the drain of this bathtub-like training room, rapidly absorbing the abundant energies of heaven and earth, along with the water and shadow elements. Simultaneously, his martial essence successfully established a connection with the water attribute beast crystal core he held, greedily consuming the pure elemental energy and water elements contained within. Thus, a significant volume of the elemental energies was enveloped in his martial essence, intensively washing over his internal organs. As soon as the concentrations of heaven and earth energies and water elements in the training chamber increased slightly, Wang Xi had devoured them entirely. The water attribute beast crystal core, a product of the initial stage of the four-horse realm, was indeed exceptional, containing purer water elements and elemental energy than the free water essence crystals he had previously acquired. Under the relentless greed of Wang Xi, he persevered for nearly 2 hours, which cannot be deemed lacking in quality. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Wang Xi released his grip on the alien beast's crystal core, revealing a dull, grayish-white core devoid of luster. Congratulations to the host. Skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Decision. 4th level proficiency 5, physical attribute 40, mental attribute 25. Current skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Decision. 4th level proficiency is 550. Would the host like to consume enhancement points to increase skill proficiency? No. Wangxi retracted the shadows, opting not to deactivate the training room's ability to gather the world's vital energy. With a look of satisfaction, he stood up from the ground and stretched his limbs. This alien beast crystal core was indeed a remarkable item, comparable to 5 enhancement points. However, due to his physical and spiritual strength having surpassed the ordinary initial stage of the four-horse realm, the core would have been more durable otherwise. After a moment of reflection, Wangxi patted his slightly deflated belly, choosing not to deceive his stomach with blood and vitality supplements. Recalling the location of the martial arts cafeteria, he stepped out of the training room, making his way toward the dining hall. Within Wangxi's privileges was the ability to enjoy the cafeteria's special supply of alien beast meat for free. It was said that alien beast meat was not only exceedingly delicious, but also contained an immense amount of blood and vitality energy, even possessing aphrodisiac effects. Wangxi was unsure which remarkable individual had revitalized their vigor by consuming alien beast meat and subsequently thrived in the seafood market. Merely based on its exquisite taste and the substantial energy it contained, Wangxi had ample reason to indulge. The formidable physique of a martial artist required sustenance rich in vital energy. Much like the Federal's Guardian series, giant mechs needed nuclear energy to function. Previously, whenever Wangxi felt hungry, he would simply drink the blood and vitality supplements obtained from Zone D after finishing training yesterday. He had consumed one, and after dispatching the cultists from the giant python sect, he had another upon returning to his residence. Now, he had but one remaining, though blood and vitality supplements could be repurchased in Zone D with contribution points. There was no need to waste points when free food was readily available in the cafeteria. The martial arts cafeteria was not far from Zone B. Exiting the alloy gate of Zone B and walking just over 100 meters would bring one there. As it was still before 11 o'clock, the first-year students were diligently cultivating in their classrooms, and the cafeteria had yet to reach its peak meal hours, just as Wangxi had finished nearly 2 hours of focused training. He ambled leisurely into the almost deserted cafeteria. As for why it was described as almost, that was because there were still several couples with only 1 or 2 stages of cultivation, engaged in romantic games. Quite delightful, indeed. Wangxi mused as he approached the window dedicated to alien beast meat dishes. Behind the counter sat a matronly woman with a face full of excess flesh. Upon noticing Wangxi's arrival, she barely lifted her eyes, merely pointing to the large sign indicating the window's exclusivity, stating, "This window is exclusively for martial arts prodigies who have completed their foundation building within 7 days. No sales." Taken aback, Wangxi paused momentarily. Had he been mistaken for someone else by the cafeteria staff? Feeling somewhat helpless, he chose not to explain, instead retrieving his student ID from his pocket, the Ruined Nation, and swiping it on the card reader at the window. Beep, student Wangxi, entitled to enjoy alien beast meat dishes, free of charge and without limit. The cold, mechanical synthesized voice emitted from the card reader dispelled the laziness from the matron's face. Wangxi refrained from mocking her. Simply waving his student ID and indicating a few appealing alien beast meat dishes, it was understandable for her to slack off at work. After all, she had neither provoked him nor acted with malice. So there was no need to escalate matters. Soon, Wangxi was contentedly seated with a bowl of rice and a bowl of alien beast meat, ready to indulge. Alas, fortune seldom comes alone, and misfortune never arrives singly. Just as he was about to bring a succulent piece of glistening, aromatic alien beast meat to his mouth, a red-haired figure burst into his line of sight. Upon spotting Wangxi, the red-haired individual pointed at him and let out a shrill outcry. "It's you." Wangxi slowly lowered the piece of meat, casting a dark glare at the red-haired individual, a hint of crimson igniting deep within his amber eyes. "What the hell do you want?" Chapter 45, The Second Encounter with the Meal Bowl. As soon as the words left his mouth, a remarkably thick shadowy tentacle surged from the shadows beneath the red-haired individual's feet in the cafeteria. The shadowy tentacle coiled around him like a python, swiftly binding him into a black bundle. Since the tentacle first sealed the red-haired individual's mouth, he had no opportunity to utter the obnoxious noise that Wangxi detested. Rising from his seat, Wangxi casually placed a lid over his meal and strode toward the bound red-haired figure, delivering a resounding slap. "Are you out of your mind? Do I know you? Pointing and barking at me? Whether it was due to the slap or some other reason, the red-haired individual's eyes filled with grief and indignation. He attempted to struggle and speak, but the tight binding of the tentacle stifled his words, resulting only in muffled whimpers. Ignoring the sounds from the red-haired figure, Wang Xi glanced toward the cafeteria entrance and noticed several individuals rushing in to grab their meals, prompting him to lose interest in the red-haired one. With a swift motion, he delivered another slap across the portion of the red-haired individual's face not covered by the shadowy tentacle. Smack! The sound was crisp and pleasing, alleviating Wang Xi's agitation considerably. Pointing at the red-haired individual's nose, he cautioned in a low voice, "Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't bother with you. Leave quietly later, and you'll be fine. But if you can't understand human language and continue barking like a dog, I'll hang you at the cafeteria entrance for others to gawk at." Understood. Upon hearing Wang Xi's warning, the expression on the red-haired individual's face was not only filled with intense grief but also a great deal of humiliation. He nodded in understanding. With a mix of sorrow and humiliation, the red-haired individual nodded in compliance as the shadowy tentacle continued to hold him in place. Seeing that the red-haired one was somewhat clever and understood the importance of knowing when to yield, Wang Xi chose not to waste any more energy on him. With a mere thought, he dismissed the shadowy tentacle and returned to his original seat, soothing his empty stomach as he prepared to uncover the lids covering the bowls of rice and alien beast meat. However, just as he was about to lift the lids, he noticed the red-haired individual, whose face was now flushed like a monkey's backside from the earlier slaps, standing opposite him at the table. Stopping his hand mid-motion, Wang Xi looked at the red-haired individual with annoyance, saying, "Do you really want to be hung at the cafeteria entrance?" Yet, the red-haired individual did not display any signs of fear. Instead, he wore an expression of grief and indignation, pointing at his own face and asking Wang Xi, "You really don't recognize me? It's Lu Wei, your rival from yesterday's battle. You have no impression of me at all?" Wang Xi fell into contemplation upon hearing the name Lu Wei. It seemed there was indeed such a person. After killing numerous cultists the previous night and extracting a wealth of useful information, the inconsequential details had been effortlessly forgotten. Although Lu Wei had some distinguishing features, his lackluster performance rendered him comparable to a stray dog. Had Wang Xi not recalled the keyword battle yesterday, he might have spent quite some time rummaging through his memory related to this unremarkable red-haired figure. However, whether he remembered or not made little difference to Wang Xi. After all, Lu Wei had been thoroughly defeated in their encounter, knocked out with a single strike, leaving him with no qualification to be remembered. Oh, so what do you want from me? If there is nothing, kindly remove yourself from my sight, Wang Xi stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Wei. Lu Wei, hearing Wang Xi's unrelenting words, was about to respond, but upon recalling his previous predicament, he swallowed his words back down. Soon, he lowered his head like a defeated rooster and asked Wang Xi, "Are you really Jiang Shui's boyfriend? What does that have to do with you?" Wang Xi replied, casting an indifferent glance at Lu Wei, his tone impatient. "That I see." Lu Wei sighed, turning towards the cafeteria's entrance. Casting a glance at the dejected red-haired Lu Wei, Wang Xi sighed internally, reflecting on the abundance of neurotics in 2077, before lifting the lid from his bowls and indulging in the beautifully prepared alien beast meat and the special rice, which was plump and glistening with a hint of the world's vital energy. The fat of the alien beast meat melted in his mouth, while the lean meat was tender and juicy. As soon as the first piece of alien beast meat was chewed and swallowed, it was swiftly digested by his long-starved stomach, transforming into pure life energy to nourish the blood and flesh cells throughout Wang Xi's body, along with his slightly lacking vitality. Before long, both bowls of alien beast meat and special rice were completely devoured. Though he had filled 2 bowls over 20 centimeters in diameter, Wang Xi's abdomen remained flat. Feeling the nourishment from the alien beast meat and special rice warming him throughout, akin to soaking in a hot spring, he found it immensely pleasurable. After resting for a moment, Wang Xi, still somewhat unsatisfied, picked up the empty bowls and headed back to the window dedicated to alien beast meat dishes. Wang Xi, a crisp, melodious, and vibrant voice echoed from behind him. Merely by sound, Wang Xi did not need to turn back or expand his shadow perception to conjure a vivid image of the voice's owner. He held 2 bowls of food and glanced in the direction from whence the voice emanated, only to behold a striking young maiden with a single ponytail, her figure exuding confidence as she dashed towards him. While distinct from Dongfang Yu's icy allure, she possessed a charm of her own. Jiang Shui sprinted up to Wang Xi, her breath steady and cheeks unflushed, hands on her hips, and with a beaming smile exclaimed, Hehe, Wang Si, I have broken through the physical barrier. Ah, congratulations, Wang Si responded with a slight nod, then gestured with his chin towards the window serving exotic beast meat dishes, indicating that Jiang Shui should walk and talk simultaneously. Jiang Shui, having spent years as Wang Si's childhood companion, easily grasped his cue and fell in a step beside him, chatting away. It was largely thanks to that blood essence pill you gave me. Otherwise, with my pace of cultivation, I wouldn't have completed the physical foundation until tomorrow. Wang Si chuckled and shook his head at Jiang Shui's words. For those who take 30 days, or even nearly a semester to break through the physical barrier. You are undoubtedly a genius. Hehe. Jiang Shui grinned widely at Wang Si's praise, feeling quite satisfied. The pair soon arrived at the window dedicated to exotic beast meat dishes. Wang Si retrieved his student ID and swiped it at the card reader before handing the 2 empty bowls to a plump matron, signaling her to fill them to the brim as before. Chapter 46, The So-Called Kings and the Vanquished, Plain and Clear. Wang Si, how does the exotic beast meat taste? Jiang Shui inquired, peering curiously over Wang Si's shoulder. Captivated by his handsome visage, Wang Si, still savoring the flavors of the beast meat, answered without a moment's hesitation, tender and fragrant, delectable and succulent. Moreover, beyond the delightful taste, each mouthful transforms into premium energy, replenishing the consumption incurred from martial training. After a brief pause, he added emphatically, in a word, exquisite. At Wang Si's assessment, Jiang Shui couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling her own appetite stirring. Having taken Wang Si's advice to heart, she began rigorous training upon returning home yesterday, significantly advancing her foundation building progress. Thus, today she was able to combine Wang Si's blood essence pill, culminating in a vigorous completion of her foundation and breaking through the physical barrier. However, most of the energy within her had been converted into blood essence and martial true energy, leaving her quite famished. Soon, the matron returned, having filled the bowls to the brim, and upon receiving the hefty bowls, Wang Si stepped aside, allowing Jiang Shui to take her place. Jiang Shui, not one to dawdle, followed Wang Si's earlier procedure, swiping her student ID at the reader. Ding. Student Jiang Shui, you may enjoy exotic beast meat dishes for free, limited to 15 kilograms per day. Although she was quite hungry, Jiang Shui refrained from requesting 2 large bowls of food like Wang Si. Instead, she opted for a plate of special rice and 2 pounds of exotic beast meat. After receiving her plate from the matron, Wang Si led her back to their previous dining spot. Despite the freshmen not yet concluding their morning foundation building course, as mealtime approached, some upperclassmen who had yet to secure suitable tasks had already entered the cafeteria. Compared to a mere 10 minutes prior, the cafeteria had grown considerably noisier. Wang Si's previous spot was relatively secluded, distanced from the serving window, and thus remained quite tranquil. Enjoying a leisurely meal was rather pleasant. With a gentle thud, Wang Si placed the 2 hefty bowls onto the table, producing a dull sound. Jiang Shui, intending to sit beside Wang Si, glanced at the bowls on either side and settled for the opposite side instead. Once seated, Jiang Shui instinctively wished to discuss the events of the morning with Wang Si. However, upon looking up, she found Wang Si already engrossed in devouring his meal, enthusiastically inhaling the rice and exotic beast meat. Gurgle. At the sight of Wang Si relishing his food, Jiang Shui's stomach audibly protested, her face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing the noise, yet seeing that Wang Si seemed oblivious to her predicament. She decided to quell her desire to share and picked up her chopsticks. Following Wang Si's rhythm as she began to eat heartily, it is well known that in a state of extreme hunger, a person can consume an entire cow. While Jiang Shui's appetite was not quite that exaggerated, driven by her hunger, her pace of chewing and swallowing was not far behind Wang Si, who was already 5/10 full. In just 5 or 6 minutes, both Wang Si and Jiang Shui had cleared their bowls of food. Satiated, Wang Si leaned back in his chair, relishing the warm, restorative sensation coursing through him, feeling thoroughly content. Although 2077 has its fair share of lunatics and madmen, the food here is quite commendable, Wang Si mused, his eyes half closed, rubbing his still flat and firm abdomen. Across from him, Jiang Shui mirrored his satisfaction and enjoyment. Wang Si glanced at Jiang Shui, whose abdomen had slightly rounded from the meal, and with a cheerful smile remarked, "Delicious, isn't it?" "Indeed it is," Jiang Shui replied with a soft hum, indicating her contentment. Subsequently, she recalled her earlier intention to discuss daily anecdotes with Wang Si. But after witnessing his voracious consumption, she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, she remembered the 2 martial arts techniques she had selected that morning and eagerly shared with Wang Si. Wang Xi, what attributes do your chosen techniques possess? I selected a water attribute derivative technique, an ice attribute martial art, along with an ice attribute gun technique to complement it. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's question, Wang Xi lifted his gaze and met her expectant eyes. He decided not to conceal what could hardly be deemed secrets. What a coincidence. I chose a water attribute technique as well. And I too selected a gun technique. However, mine is simply a pure water attribute technique, while the gun technique focuses on the essence of shooting without any attributes. Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement at Wang Xi's response. Her imagination already painting a scene of the two of them alone on a training ground, sparring with their guns. Not only would this enhance their combat experience, but it might also deepen their bond. Perhaps even breaking through that thin veil between them. Imagining the setting sun casting a warm glow as she and Wang Xi leaned against each other on the empty training ground filled Jiang Shui with both shyness and anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, while Wang Xi remained oblivious to the internal turmoil within Jiang Shui, he looked at her with curiosity as she suddenly fell silent, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Wang Xi inquired, "Why is your face so red?" "I'm just feeling invigorated," Jiang Shui replied. After resting for a while, Wang Xi escorted Jiang Shui near the alloy gate of Area B, reminding her to focus on her martial arts practice and not to be distracted. He then bid her farewell and made his way towards the logistics department in Area D. With 300 contribution points in his martial artist account, Wang Xi intended to explore Area D for suitable cultivation resources to purchase. Initially, he had planned to exchange those contribution points for some low to mid-quality materials to forge a large gun and sword. However, with the emergence of the affluent Dongfang Yu, Wang Xi scrapped his conservative plans and boldly aimed to craft 2 high-quality martial weapons for himself. As for why Wang Xi felt such confidence in treating the young heiress of the Dongfang family as an ATM, was it merely due to his striking appearance and extraordinary talent for cultivation? Or perhaps it was the Clich D methods of wooing. Wang Xi would tell you that you are mistaken. Entirely mistaken. The source of his confidence was not rooted in such trivial matters, but rather in the unique gift he alone possessed in this world, Shadow Overlord. Ever since Wang Xi's talent, Shadow Apostle, ascended to Shadow Overlord, his mastery over the manipulation of souls had reached a new level. Now, Wang Xi could effortlessly manipulate the souls of all sentient beings with a spiritual attribute lower than his own. Although the young heiress of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yu, boasted an impressive vision, experience, and wealth far surpassing Wang Xi's, she was regrettably only at the early first tier of cultivation. In comparison to Wang Xi, whose spiritual attribute rivaled that of an average mid-tier 4-horse realm practitioner. She resembled a small chick facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With dual attributes peaking at 20, Dongfang Yu stood no chance against Wang Xi, whose dual attributes soared beyond 480 as long as she remained within Wang Xi's line of sight. Any flicker of desire within Dongfang Yu's heart was laid bare before him. Earlier in Area B, after fortuitously bumping into Dongfang Yu and helping her up, Wang Xi sensed the fierce battle lust burning within her. With an experimental yet playful mindset, he initially declined her offer, then activated his ability to amplify her inner desires, eager to see what price this young lady of high standing would be willing to pay. To Wang Xi's surprise, the silver-haired maiden, the young heiress of the Dongfang family, possessed a remarkably high threshold of desire, or perhaps she was simply exceedingly wealthy. After Wang Xi stimulated her battle lust to its zenith, she offered a sparring match, regardless of the outcome, for the price of a high-quality material. Thus, driven by greed, Wang Xi fully activated his third eye, spending 2 to 3 seconds in reality to devise a series of subsequent plans targeting Dongfang Yu. Wang Xi's actions to guide and amplify others' desires were fundamentally based on the emotions inherent within the target themselves, unlike the malevolent forces that impose and instill desires within their followers. It is akin to having 2 logs ablaze. The first log, you blow gently upon it, hastening its combustion until it ultimately dwindles into a mere heap of ashen remnants. The second log, however, you lay upon the ground, adding an assortment of combustible materials and wielding a flamethrower to incinerate it, resulting in a bizarre array of ashes. The first log bears little evidence of human interference, for even without the breath of someone fanning its flames, its final form would remain unchanged. In contrast, the second log tells a different story. With the addition of fuel and the application of fire, the ashes it produces are distinctly recognizable as abnormal. One could assert that Wang Xi's influence on emotions and desires leaves no trace upon the soul, nor does it raise any suspicions. After all, Wang Xi merely acts as a catalyst and guide. reflecting the genuine actions the individual would take under slightly extreme emotional conditions. Even if the Dongfang family suspects that Dongfang Yu is acting strangely and subjects her to a soul examination, they would ultimately remain oblivious to Wang Xi's involvement, merely concluding that their young lady is experiencing the whims of adolescence and the stirrings of first love. Consequently, Wang Xi may find himself with a few more rivals of the same age, triggering the classic and ever-familiar scenarios of mockery and retribution. However, such trivial matters pale in comparison to the two exquisite weapons of martial prowess that Wang Xi possesses, with merely the guidance and catalysis of combat, desire, and lust. Wang Xi is confident he can comfortably navigate his resource-scarce early to mid-stages through Dongfang Yu. After all, these noble families are never lacking in wealth and resources. He has already invested time and energy in stirring the affections of their young lady. So what harm is there in taking a few things? He reassures himself, I shall compensate later. It is not mere exploitation. The notion of to the victor belong the spoils is clear and straightforward. There is no fault in ruthlessly augmenting one's strength. Those deemed guilty are merely the inept failures of their own machinations. Chapter 47. Class 3 Mecha. Exile Model 3 Navigating through the bustling throngs of District D's first floor. Wang Xi ascended the staircase directly to the second floor. Upon arriving in the second floor hall, he noted an increase in the number of personnel clad in light blue work attire compared to his visit the previous day for resource collection. Alongside students dressed in the black and white athletic-style uniforms akin to his own, there were over a dozen staff members, supplemented by more than 20 white guidance robots and several black combat robots, exuding an air of professionalism. In stark contrast to the numerous staff and robots, the student presence was significantly diminished, with only 8 or 9 students attending to matters near the personnel. Wang Xi scanned the hall and his eyes brightened upon spotting the logistics department head, Mu Yi, seated at the bar, sipping tea. Good afternoon, Teacher Mu Yi, Wang Xi greeted with a smile as he approached. Upon hearing Wang Xi's voice, Mu Yi turned to look, setting down his teacup upon recognizing the visitor. Well done, young man. I've heard about your exploits. You've done splendidly. It seems the intelligence has already reached the upper echelons of the Federation. You've certainly brought honor to our Southern River Martial Academy. Flattery, flattery. I merely acted in accordance with the situation, Wang Xi replied with a smile, appearing exceedingly humble and unfazed by praise or criticism. Mu, however, burst into hearty laughter, playfully chiding. No wonder Lun Yin, that brash fellow, has been extolling your virtues before me these past few days. Not only are you gifted, but you possess spirit and intelligence. Today's encounter proves he was not mistaken. Wang Xi, not one to refute such sentiments, merely smiled in acknowledgement. So, what brings me to your presence? Surely it is not just to seek a sip of tea from this old man, Mu Yi remarked, lifting his teacup and gazing at Wang Xi with a twinkle in his eye. Wang Xi bypassed any preamble, clasping his hands respectfully before stating, I have come to the logistics department for 2 matters. The first is to procure resources necessary for my daily training. The second is to inquire if there are suitable tasks available for undertaking. After contemplating Wang Xi's words for a moment, Mu Yi replied, for purchasing resources, you may approach those in blue attire. As for suitable tasks. That depends on the level of tasks you seek, without hesitation. Upon Mu Yi's final word, Wang Xi promptly responded, I am looking for short-term tasks available for those at the 5th rank up to the initial stage of the 4-horse realm. Acknowledging Wang Xi's response with a nod, Mu Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, I will check for suitable tasks of that nature. You may go ahead and procure your resources first. With that, Mu Yi moved behind the bar to access a display screen, searching for recent short-term tasks requiring 5th rank or early 4-horse realm martial artists in Nanjing City. Meanwhile, Wang Xi did not linger idly. Instead, he heeded Mu Yi's advice and approached a blue-clad young lady who appeared to be momentarily free from her duties. Hello, I would like to purchase some resources, he stated, retrieving his identification card from his pocket, the Ruined Nation, and presenting it to the young lady, who was either an employee or an instructor. The blue-clad lady, having concluded her brief respite, glanced at Wang Xi before performing a series of operations on the computer before her data display screen materialized on the bar, showcasing a plethora of items, categorized into 4 main types: martial arts techniques, medicinal supplements, special minerals, and materials from extraordinary beasts. Wang Xi briefly examined the category of martial arts techniques and discovered that even the most affordable advanced techniques demanded over 1,000 contribution points. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he was currently not in need of martial arts techniques. Otherwise, purchasing at full price would require an excruciating accumulation of points. After glancing over the categories of medicinal supplements, special minerals, and extraordinary beast materials, Wang Xi deliberated for a moment before deciding on his purchases. 2 crystalline cores from water attribute extraordinary beasts at the early stage of the 4-horse realm and 5 class 3 blood replenishing supplements. The price for the 2 crystalline cores was 200 contribution points, while the 5 class 3 supplements totaled 50 contribution points. It is worth noting that the class 3 blood replenishing supplements Wang Xi intended to purchase were not the same as the 3 he had previously received for free from the logistics department. Blood replenishing supplements are categorized into 5 ranks, with the first rank corresponding to the Tiger realm, the second to the Wolf Smoke realm, the third to the 4-horse realm, and the 4th and 5th ranks aligning with the 5th and 4th ranks, and the 3rd to 1st ranks, respectively. The 3 class 5 supplements Wang Xi had received yesterday were the lowest grade, thus serving merely to replenish energy from daily activities. For someone like Wang Xi, whose dual attributes already surpassed the majority of early 4-horse realm martial artists, the class 5 supplements could only sustain him for a brief period after exhausting battles. Only class 3 and higher supplements could significantly restore his stamina. Initially, Wang Xi contemplated purchasing a class 2 supplement for backup, but he later deemed it unnecessary, concluding that having class 3 supplements for emergencies would suffice. Therefore, he refrained from acquiring the more expensive class 2 supplement. In total, the crystalline cores and the 5 class 3 supplements amounted to 250 contribution points. The blue-clad lady's expression remained impassive, as if she had encountered numerous affluent newcomers with abundant contribution points throughout the day. Very well, Wang Xi acknowledged, handing over his identification card. After it was scanned, he entered the payment password for his martial artist account. That a mechanical synthesized voice announced the successful transaction, and a nearby white guidance robot proceeded to the back of the hall. Moments later, the robot returned, holding a small black wooden box and a metallic silver box. It presented the boxes to the blue-clad lady for confirmation, and upon verifying the items, she handed them over to Wang Xi. Please confirm that the resources are in order. Wang Xi nodded, extending a sliver of mental energy to probe into the wooden and metallic boxes, satisfied to sense the surging water elements, the abundant earthly energy, and the rich vitality within. He withdrew his energy. Everything is in order, he replied. Please take care, the blue-clad lady said formally, bowing slightly to Wang Xi as he accepted the boxes, finding her excessive politeness amusing. Wang Xi smiled and strode purposefully toward Mu Yi. Along the way, he tucked the 2 boxes into his pocket. The Ruined Nation. The 2 crystalline cores from the early 4-horse realm would be sufficient for Wang Xi to enhance his proficiency in the 4th level of the water elemental flowing water technique by 10 points. With an additional investment of 35 enhancement points, he would be able to transcend the 5th rank and enter the true realm of the extraordinary, becoming a formidable early-stage 4-horse realm martial artist. After achieving the extraordinary state, each advancement in martial prowess would be monumental yet arduous. Among the 5 grand realms, horse, wolf, tiger, elephant, and dragon, each realm is further divided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages, with significant disparities between these stages. To illustrate the example of the 4-horse realm, the gap between an early-stage 4-horse realm martial artist and one at the mid-stage is more pronounced than the difference between a first rank and an early-stage 4-horse realm martial artist. Although Wang Xi currently stands at the 5th rank, with attributes far exceeding those of typical early-stage 4-horse realm martial artists, he is acutely aware that he still has a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the mid-stage of the 4-horse realm. This distance, while not excessively long, is nonetheless substantial, longer than the gap from the 1st rank to the 5th rank, yet shorter than that from the 5th rank to the early stage of the 4-horse realm. However, as soon as Wang Xi breaks through to the initial stage of the 4-horse realm, he will possess the extraordinary ability to effortlessly slay mid-stage 4-horse realm adversaries, along with the agility to retreat unscathed from encounters with late-stage opponents. Wang Xi approached Mu Yi, who had ceased his previous activity and resumed his tea tasting, and inquired, "Teacher Mu Yi, have you discovered a suitable task?" Mu Yi cast a glance at Wang Xi and tapped the display screen before him twice. Immediately, a screen appeared in front of Wang Xi, showcasing a task issued by the Southern Jiang City Defense Army to eliminate the beasts lurking near the walls. The task required participants to possess cultivation levels between the 3rd rank and mid-stage 4-horse realm. The rewards were variable, contingent upon the number of beasts one could eliminate. The extermination task was to be led by a 3rd-tier mech, the Exile Type 3, dispatched by the City Defense Army. to prevent overwhelming beast tides that could challenge the extermination team. The Exile Type 3, a lightweight nuclear-powered humanoid energy mech, was piloted by soldiers with specialized modified bodies and unwavering resolve. Its destructive power equated to that of a late-stage four-horse realm warrior, while its defense and mobility were comparable to a perfectly realized four-horse realm fighter. Chapter 48, The Cultist Killing Machine. Overall, while the task appeared safe, its rewards fluctuated unpredictably, and it demanded considerable combat prowess from participants. Should a participant possess insufficient cultivation or lack comprehensive combat capabilities, they might not only fail to earn any contribution points but could also face the risk of untimely demise. After all, the wilderness beyond the city walls was fraught with peril, with beasts, strange flora, and the ever-present threat of cultists lurking as potential dangers, though each extermination team was accompanied by a pilot of the Exile Type 3. These soldiers were not caretakers, ensuring the safety of every team member. As soldiers, they would not turn a blind eye when their comrades were in dire straits, yet they would not waste effort attempting to rescue those doomed to fail. Gazing at the task information before him, Wang Xi's mind raced with calculations, ultimately settling on the decision to accept this task. Compared to the tasks he had observed in the first-floor hall, the one presented by Mu Yi was indeed more suited to Wang Xi's current circumstances. The tasks in the hall varied. Some offered short durations with low rewards, which Wang Xi deemed a waste of time. Accepting them would merely invite unnecessary trouble without yielding any contribution or enhancement points. Others were short but perilous with high rewards, yet they were located far from the city, making immediate retreat impossible in emergencies. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Although Wang Xi was no gentleman, he valued his life dearly and thus avoided such tasks. Alternatively, there were lengthy tasks with substantial rewards for distant support and extermination, which were relatively safe and offered decent returns, but their distance from southern Jiang City meant he would be away for months, preventing him from attending the martial arts competition at school and missing opportunities for developing a small world. Hence, he also rejected these options that in Wang Xi's discerning eyes. The task Mu Yi had selected, while still carrying significant risks, offered an exceptional advantage. Its location was merely a little over 20 kilometers from the towering walls of southern Jiang City. With Wang Xi's shadowy evasion speed, he could reach the wall in under 40 seconds, ensuring that even in the face of insurmountable foes or dangers, he could withdraw unscathed. What do you think? Have you made up your mind? Mu Yi inquired, nonchalantly sipping his tea. Wang Xi nodded and respectfully replied, I've made my decision. This task is quite suitable. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. It was but a minor effort. Mu Yi said, waving his hand with a smile. He then reminded Wang Xi, the departure time for this task is 3 in the afternoon. After accepting the task, return and prepare diligently. Do not be late. Understood, Wang Xi acknowledged, and with Mu Yi's guidance, completed the task acceptance process. After a few flashes of the display screen, Wang Xi's information was submitted to the task-releasing City Defense Army's intelligence system for review. Approximately 2 minutes later, a message arrived on Wang Xi's military-grade phone. Upon checking, he found a notification from the logistics department of the Southern Jiang City Defense Army confirming his acceptance, along with a transmission link. Clicking the link, he accessed detailed information and intelligence about the task to exterminate beasts near the walls, including basic information about the commanding soldier and potential beast varieties that may appear during the mission, as well as the final assembly point. Having clarified the task's fundamental details, Wang Xi bid farewell to Mu Yi and returned to his training room in Zone B. Since the extermination team was scheduled to depart at precisely 3 in the afternoon for the target location outside the city, participants were required to arrive at the military camp at the East District Gate by 2:30 in the afternoon for organizational purposes, ensuring that no divisive conflicts arose within the team during the mission. Upon returning to his training room in Zone B, Wang Xi noted that the time had already reached 12:24 in the afternoon. The remaining time was insufficient for him to refine a water attribute beast crystal core at the initial stage of the four-horse realm. This meant that he could not achieve a breakthrough before the task. At the 5th rank, he could easily defeat enemies at the initial stage of the four-horse realm, but facing mid-stage opponents would likely require a strenuous fight. Should he encounter foes at the late stage of the four-horse realm, or even those at the pinnacle of that realm, Wang Xi would not hesitate to flee at the first opportunity. What nonsense about face, morality. Nothing was more important than his own life. After resting for a brief period in the training room filled with the essence of heaven and earth, Wang Si absorbed the accumulated energy and water elements within for an hour or two. He then powered down all the equipment in the training room and stepped out of Zone B, preparing to head to his residence in the Old City. Naturally, he could not don his school uniform for a mission in the wilderness beyond the city walls. Upon arriving at his residence, Wang Si promptly shed his school uniform, retaining only his inner garments. After tossing the discarded uniform into the washing machine, he took a moment to admire his physique. Reminiscent of a perfect Roman sculpture, he then summoned shadows to envelop his entire body, and when the shadows receded, he had donned the attire from his previous exploration of the Python cult, an outfit designed for ease of movement. Consisting of black tactical gear, protective alloy armor for joints and vital areas, sturdy steel boots, a black cloak, and a dark mask that concealed his entire face, although such attire might appear peculiar during the daytime. In the extraordinary world of 2077, any genuine extraordinary individual could wear whatever they pleased without raising eyebrows. After changing into the cultist killing machine's garb, Wang Si took a moment to respond to a message from Jiang Shui on Qixing. Jiang Shui, how about coming to my house tonight? Just for dinner, of course. Jiang Shui, after all, you mentioned yesterday that you'd come over once I break through the threshold. Jiang Shui, this isn't something I desire. It's something you promised. Read. Wang Si, how about tomorrow? I have a task this afternoon, and I won't have enough time. Wang Si, I will definitely come tomorrow. Read by the other party. Jiang Shui, all right then. Jiang Shui, but didn't you just assist the enforcers yesterday? Why do you have another task? Is it dangerous? Read. Wang Si, don't worry, it's just a stroll near the city walls. There shouldn't be any danger. Jiang Shui, just be careful. If there's any danger you can't handle, remember to run fast. Wang Si, naturally. Chapter 49. The Nature of Humanity. Southern Jiang City's walls feature 4 gates, one for each district. Each gate is situated within the military camp of that district. It is said this arrangement was designed to enhance protective measures during beast tides, preventing the gates from falling into the hands of malicious individuals, thereby safeguarding the citizens within the city. Around 1 in the afternoon, Wang Si departed his residence for the military camp at the East District Gate, despite covering a distance of 25 to 26 kilometers. He did not rush, but still arrived in under a minute. As he approached the towering walls, Wang Si emerged from the shadow of a nearby building, gazing upward at the imposing structure. Though it was not his first close inspection, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Previously, while tracking cultists from the Python cult, he had been 8 or 9 kilometers away from the base of the walls. And it had been nighttime. From a distance, the walls appeared tall, but did not evoke a profound sense of shock. Now, standing less than 500 meters from the base, even craning his neck to its fullest extent, he could not see the top of the wall, only the blazing sun illuminating its height, imparting an air of majesty. It was hard to fathom how this several thousand-meter-high wall was constructed and what it must have been like during its creation. Wang Si marveled internally at the remarkable martial arts technology of the Federation before slowly making his way toward the steel military camp established beneath the towering wall. The camp was built around the gate, which stood 20 meters high, surrounded by an 8-meter-high alloy wall. From the outside, Wang Si felt it occupied an area several times larger than the 1.25 square kilometers of the Southern Jiang amusement park. The camp's gates were open, allowing passers-by to glimpse the various steel structures within the compound. However, should you underestimate it simply because the military camp's gates stand wide open and attempt to infiltrate for the purpose of causing destruction? The 2 first-class mechanized beasts, Type Tianlu 4 and Type Pixie 4, stationed atop the steel platform at the camp entrance would immediately disengage from standby mode. They would activate their large nuclear reactors, unleashing a cataclysmic assault upon any intruders. Although these beast-like mechas are relatively compact, standing just over 5 meters tall, their destructive and defensive capabilities are undoubtedly comparable to the pinnacle of the Tiger Realm. Constructed from a unique alloy derived from rare ores found throughout the myriad realms, they exhibit exceptional resistance to the 6 common elements: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and wood. Furthermore, thanks to their design as mechanical spirits developed by the Federation's elite, there is no concern regarding the corruption of a pilot's mind by malevolent forces. The destructive and defensive prowess of the Tiger Realm's pinnacle is more cost-effective than nurturing an equally powerful being from a foreign race, thus enabling the Federation to swiftly establish its foothold across the myriad realms and even launch counteroffensives to seize numerous resource-rich miniature worlds. The nuclear-powered mechas and elemental weapons represent the zenith of the Federation's ingenuity. As for how Wang Xi acquired such extensive knowledge, it was simply because he found these two steel behemoths so striking that he took a photo and searched online. Almost instantaneously, a news article from 2040 appeared, titled, Type Tianlu 4 and Type Pixie 4 achieve outstanding performance on the front lines upon their debut. How long until the Federation's Iron Cavalry conquers the myriad realms? The article contained not only detailed descriptions of the two first-class mechas, but also practical combat footage captured from the front lines. Can you believe that a 5-meter-tall iron beast, after withstanding a claw strike from a 60-meter giant, not only remained unscathed but immediately sprang back up, retaliating with a charged breath attack that reduced the giant to cinders? What does that even signify? It's akin to a 2.5-meter-tall muscular man being effortlessly defeated by a mere kitten standing just 20 centimeters tall, with the kitten mercilessly overpowering him. It's hard to fathom the absurdity of such old relics from 37 years ago, making one wonder just how extraordinary the frontline mechas must be. Wang Xi tucked his phone back into his pocket, quietly muttering to himself. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved his identification card from within his robe and approached a squad of soldiers stationed beneath the Type Pixie 4. The soldiers had long noticed Wang Xi, clad in a robe and wearing a mask, but since he exhibited no unusual behavior and stood openly within the attack range of the two first-class beast-like mechas, they refrained from approaching him. After all, in these times, the attire of extraordinary individuals often possesses a peculiar flair, and Wang Xi's appearance was relatively normal by comparison. Additionally, the military routinely dispatched forces to eradicate beasts emerging from areas of spatial overlap. The massive mechas and cybernetically enhanced soldiers were better suited for engaging in frontal assaults, while the agile and adaptable extraordinary individuals were generally more effective for hunting beasts in the wilderness. As for why the Federation does not deploy large military forces to flatten the wilderness, it is simply too labor-intensive and costly, with the returns failing to justify the expenditures. The spatial folding zones continuously refresh, as do the beasts and foreign races. If today a tribe of foreign creatures emerges and you send a large army to crush them, only to have a new horde of beasts appear a couple of days later, would you continue to dispatch large forces to subdue them? Please, even if the Federation is achieving victory after victory on the front lines, it cannot sustain such attrition. After all, the Federation does not consist solely of the first-tier city of Nanjiang. There are countless first-tier cities like Nanjiang across the Federation, not to mention numerous second- and third-tier cities. In most cases, it has been proven that a single Type Exile 3 mecha, accompanied by a squad of early-stage extraordinary individuals, is sufficient to handle the majority of beasts and foreign races emerging from spatial folding zones. Good day, sir. Please state your purpose. The lead soldier, equipped with a hand cannon, approached Wang Xi, raising his steel prosthetic in salute. Exuding a sense of righteousness. In response, Wang Xi returned the salute and presented his identification card to the soldier. Upon receiving Wang Xi's ID from beneath his robe, the soldier's serious demeanor softened slightly. Accepting the identification. I have taken on a mission to eradicate the beasts near the wall. It's my first visit to the military camp, and I find it quite fascinating. Please pardon my curiosity, Wang Xi said, inclining his head slightly toward the soldier in front of him. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Xi spoke, the soldier confirmed Wang Xi's identity and smiled, saying, "No worries, comrade. Your youth makes your curiosity quite natural. A common human trait." Chapter 50, It is quite beautiful, is it not? After conversing with the lead soldier stationed at the entrance for a while, Wang Xi bid farewell and followed a helpful robot into the military camp. Upon entering, he was struck by the bustling activity of mechas and vehicles, robots and soldiers, and the sprawling steel factories, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the camp's size and spatial efficiency. Noticing Wang Xi's gaze frequently following the moving mechas, the robot guiding him remarked, "The mechas traversing the camp are entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, primarily classified as fourth-tier mechas, with combat capabilities equivalent to fourth- and fifth-tier warriors. Higher-tier third-class mechas are mostly stationed in the factories for maintenance or on standby within the city walls." Hearing this, Wang Xi glanced around at the hundreds of steel factories within the camp, the shortest reaching 6 to 7 meters tall, while the tallest towered at an impressive 30 to 40 meters. This meant that within this quiet steel military camp, not only was the sheer number of mechas staggering, but it also housed a range from relatively weak fourth-tier mechas to the fearsome first-tier ones. Having just watched combat footage of the Type Pixie 4, Wang Xi had gained a clear understanding of the formidable power at the pinnacle of the Tiger Realm. He held no contempt or disdain for these first-class mechas. Capable of obliterating half a city block with a single charged shot, it was rather amusing. Even a slight charge from them compelled Wang Xi to contemplate how to preserve a whole corpse. Moreover, military camps like the one at Dongqing Gate are not unique to Nanjiang. There are 3 such camps in the city, all possessing considerable first-class mecha strength. After engaging in conversation with a highly intelligent robot for a brief time, Wang Xi soon arrived at his intended destination, the steel factory housing the Type Exile 3 mecha. Standing before the factory, towering 20 meters high, Wang Xi followed the robot's lead as it gently pushed open a small door and entered. Upon crossing the threshold into the corridor, he encountered numerous robust individuals in work attire conversing with scholars in white lab coats about various technical matters. Modules, engines, core stances. A barrage of unfamiliar technical jargon flowed from the lips of the lab-coated individuals. All captured by Wang Xi's keen hearing, the robot ahead skillfully rotated its head 180 degrees to explain to Wang Xi, these individuals are the crew responsible for maintaining, servicing, and testing parameters of the Type Exile 3 mecha. They are all educated professionals with degrees from esteemed universities. Wang Xi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I could tell they were not mere brutes from the martial arts academies. Their demeanor suggests a wealth of knowledge. After this, Wang Xi glanced at the robot's head, still in its awkward position, and remarked, "But let's not dwell on that. I think it would be better if you turned your head back." Understood, the robot complied, promptly returning its head to its original position. Though the factory's corridors were intricate and sprawling, Wang Xi quickly made his way out with the robot's guidance, entering the expansive area where the Type Exile 3 resided. The 16-meter-tall steel giant was supported by a framework, with teams of workers in uniforms and lab coats diligently inspecting various components of the mecha using lift vehicles. Wang Xi and the robot stood at the foot of the Exile 3, gazing upward in awe at this superweapon forged from human ingenuity. The heavy metallic texture and oppressive aura conveyed its terrifying potential, but it is quite beautiful, is it not? The robot, also gazing up at the Exile 3, inquired with certainty. Taken aback by the robot's question, Wang Xi nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly beautiful, perfectly aligning with my conception of such war machines. After a brief pause, he curiously asked the robot beside him. However, I feel that the beauty you speak of differs from my understanding of beauty. The robot, exhibiting a degree of human-like empathy, nodded in response, perhaps, but I believe there is no real distinction. In essence, they both represent a state and serve as a term of praise. As the robot concluded its explanation, Wang Xi merely nodded thoughtfully. Farewell, sir. My task is complete. The pilot of the Type Exile 3, Soldier Ji Li Hui, has now arrived. The robot bowed slightly to Wang Xi before retracing its steps. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xi refrained from saying much, instead waving his hand with genuine interest as he bid farewell to the retreating figure of the robot. He was unconcerned about whether it would see him. For to a robot equipped with artificial intelligence, eyes were merely ornamental. The 360 scanners concealed within its steel cranium served as its true vision. The robot moved swiftly, vanishing from Wang Xi's sight in mere breaths. With his hands concealed beneath his robe, he absent-mindedly gazed at the exile supported by numerous struts, while his thoughts wandered to the immense damage a single punch from such a mech could inflict. And what kind of otherworldly beast might withstand its might? In his estimation, the already transformed Shadow Servant, now at the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm, would likely be pulverized into a puddle of flesh within seconds when facing this 16-meter-tall exile mech, becoming nothing more than a dark, mushy paste. However, due to the binding with the ruined kingdom, it would not perish but merely return after a few minutes, much like a resilient serpent. Just as Wang Xi indulged in the morbid curiosity of how many times the Shadow Servant might need to die before defeating the exile, a soldier clad in black combat attire emerged from behind him, exclaiming, "So, what do you think? She is quite beautiful, isn't she?" Wang Xi was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry and turned to face the young soldier beside him, his expression slightly strained. Although he had sensed someone approaching from behind, he had not anticipated that the first words out of this person's mouth would be such affectionate praise at this moment. Having deduced the identity of the soldier, Wang Xi felt a metaphorical lump in his throat that he could not dislodge. Is it true that the soldiers and robots in your military camp are all enamored with machines? The moment an outsider gazes at your mech, they immediately inquire about its beauty. The soldier, oblivious to Wang Xi's unspoken sentiments, assumed that this young comrade was simply shy and cheerfully extended his right hand. Introducing himself, Ji Li Hui, active pilot of the third-rank mech, Exile Type 3. Wang Xi, not wishing to be overly formal, shook his hand in return. Wang Si, Shadow Class Awakened, 5th Order Cultivation, initial stage of the Four-Horse Realm. I know, the comrades from the logistics department sent me your information after reviewing it. Ji Lihui replied with a hearty laugh, playfully patting Wang Si on the arm. At your age to have slain a transcendent of the Four-Horse Realm. You truly are accomplished for your years. Upon hearing this, Wang Si was not surprised that Ji Lihui was aware of his background. After all, the military was a branch of the federal government, and information sharing among departments was quite standard. Moreover, having killed the giant python cult leader Liu Yao was a tangible achievement, naturally recorded in the official archives for verification. Wang Si did not respond with false modesty to Ji Lihui's praise. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Speaking of age, Mr. Ji, you do not appear to be much older than I, looking quite youthful yourself. You are the first person I've encountered who has become a pilot of the Exile Type 3 at such a young age." Although Wang Si was unaware of the specific requirements for operating the Exile Type 3, the sheer scale of the workshop and the multitude of individuals maintaining it suggested that it was no ordinary feat to pilot such a formidable machine. Regardless of whether it was innate combat talent or familial background, Ji Lihui's capability to operate a mech of such caliber at his age was noteworthy enough for Wang Si to consider forming a connection with him. However, Wang Si felt somewhat disappointed that Ji Lihui seemed to possess some kind of protective item for his soul, which kept Wang Si from effectively guiding or catalyzing his emotions to IS at a federal-issued defense mechanism against mental attacks for mech pilots. After careful consideration, Wang Si abandoned the notion of influencing Ji Lihui's psyche and instead adopted the demeanor of a composed young man, engaging him in casual conversation to me. Haha, I'm in my 20s. Significantly older than you. Ji Lihui chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a carefree smile. Upon hearing Ji Lihui's response, Wang Si activated his mind SI, slowing time as he mentally calculated. In his 20s? That aligns with the information I gleaned from his shadow. This personality doesn't seem like the typical offspring of a prominent family or a cunning old fox. However, the possibility of him acting is not entirely ruled out. If he is acting, that would be somewhat alarming. He can mimic even the slightest emotional fluctuations. For now, I shall treat him as a sunny, affable individual. Having more friends is certainly preferable to having more enemies. As Wang Si concluded his reflections, the state of his mind SI disengaged, and 0.2 seconds elapsed. He looked at the grinning Ji Lihui and clasped his hands together, speaking in a calm, steady tone. Being in your 20s indeed means you are considerably older than I, but not excessively so. Given this, it may be more fitting for me to address you as Brother Ji rather than Mr. Ji. Upon hearing Wang Si's words, Ji Lihui paused momentarily before bursting into laughter and embracing Wang Si, saying, "That works perfectly. Such a form of address feels more intimate, especially since we will soon be fighting side by side in the wilderness. As battle brothers. If you were to call me Mr. Ji, I would find it somewhat uncomfortable." Sensing Ji Lihui's genuine emotions and confirming he was not a duplicitous character, the corners of Wang Si's mouth subtly lifted behind his mask as he continued the conversation. "Is this your first time leading a team outside the city to exterminate otherworldly beasts?" "Brother Ji." Ji Lihui nodded initially before shaking his head. "Sort of, but before this, I had gone out alone to exterminate several groups of otherworldly creatures while piloting the Exile Type 1 and 2. Wang Si was taken aback. He had merely asked a casual question but had not anticipated that Ji Lihui was indeed a rookie without prior leadership experience. Well, that puts my mind at ease. As he spoke, he began strategizing the quickest route back to the East City Gate from the mission site, perhaps sensing Wang Si's skepticism or realizing his own words had inadvertently revealed his inexperience. Ji Lihui quickly halted and projected a screen from his left arm, reassuring Wang Si. "Although I lack prior leadership experience, I do possess considerable knowledge regarding the extermination of otherworldly creatures and combat scenarios." As he spoke, the projected screen displayed a clear route map. "This is the path we will take from the city gate to the mission site. The first half is on a highway. Relatively safe. You won't encounter much in the way of otherworldly beasts, nor even ordinary wildlife. The latter half becomes more perilous, as it comprises mountainous terrain with dense vegetation, where snakes, insects, and weaker otherworldly beasts are often found. If all goes well, as long as you remain cautious during our advance, we should encounter no issues." Listening to Ji Lihui's explanation, Wang Si scrutinized the route map on the projected screen and, in a mere 2.5 seconds, devised 4 excellent escape routes in various directions. "Does the mission site cover a rather extensive area? Is the distribution of otherworldly beasts particularly scattered? Wang Xi inquired, pointing out his curiosity to Ji Lihui. Ji Lihui nodded, tapping his left arm to display several images. Yesterday afternoon, the logistics department's drones discovered this group of otherworldly beasts at the mission site. Wang Xi focused intently on the images. Realizing that the subject was a fierce wolf-like creature with dark fur and black lightning patterns, its appearance was indeed distinctive, yet Wang Xi did not recognize its species. After all, he had only trained for 2 days at Wugao and had dedicated all his time to improving his strength. Having never attended a theoretical class, fortunately, Ji Lihui, the pilot of the Exile Type 3 and the team leader for this mission, was not lacking in knowledge. Aware of Wang Xi's limited education, Ji Lihui kindly elaborated. This is the Dusk Thunderwolf, a lightning attribute, pack-dwelling otherworldly beast, possessing some shadow attributes as well. According to the drone's intel, this wolf pack consists of a dozen common wolves ranging from 1st to 3rd rank, with at least one at the initial stage of the four-horse realm. It is estimated that there may be 2 to 3 5th-rank wolves hidden within the pack, along with one transcendent wolf at the mid-stage of the four-horse realm. Do not worry about the potential mid-stage four-horse realm wolf. I will handle it. You only need to deal with the remaining common and initial stage wolves alongside the other team members. Wang Xi nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. I can easily handle the initial stage otherworldly beasts. Great. Ji Lihui clapped Wang Xi on the arm, encouraging him. I believe in your abilities. As they spoke, Wang Xi and Ji Lihui exchanged a glance through their masks, bursting into laughter in unison. Amidst the hearty laughter, Wang Xi remained vigilant, having realized his lack of knowledge regarding the intelligence on exotic beasts. Perhaps I should seek out a learned soul to transform into a shadow servant, to serve as a living encyclopedia. A flicker of crimson glimmered in his amber eyes. Chapter 52. This yellow-haired fellow has some substance. After a few more casual exchanges with Wang Xi, Ji Lihui was called away by 2 individuals in white lab coats to ascertain the status of the mechas. Left with nothing to do, Wang Xi strolled around the workshop, striking up a conversation with a burly worker who was repairing the Exile Type 3 weaponry, and took the opportunity to examine the equipment. Subsequently, he methodically inspected the Exile Type 3 weapons, discovering that the materials employed, in terms of both hardness and toughness, were inferior to those used in the Bixia Type 4 and Tianlu Type 4, which guarded the entrance of the military camp. However, this was to be expected, for the Exile Type 3 was merely a third-tier mecha suited for late-stage 4 horsepower, constructed from alloy despite its imposing stature. In contrast, the Bixia Type 4 and Tianlu Type 4 were first-tier mechas of perfected tiger horsepower, crafted from high-quality special metals, albeit smaller in size. Given Wang Xi's current shadow creation abilities, he could only replicate half the strength of the strongest armor material from the Exile Type 3. Meanwhile, the most formidable claw material from the Bixia Type 4 and Tianlu Type 4 could only yield a quarter of its original strength. Nonetheless, while one was half the original strength and the other a quarter, it was evident that the quarter strength from the Bixia Type 4 and Tianlu Type 4 surpassed the half strength from the Exile Type 3. The disparity was not solely in the strength of the materials. The special alloys crafted from unique ores possessed superior conductivity for martial energy and elemental forces such as water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and wood, far exceeding that of ordinary alloys. After thoroughly examining all the metallic materials in the workshop, Wang Xi discreetly crafted a black spear and a black sword, both infused with the characteristics of special alloys. Using his shadows in a corner, gripping the spear and sword, he tested the conductivity of his water attribute martial energy through the weapons. The flow was seamless, compared to the shadow weapon constructed from the alloy gate of Schoolby District. The newly fashioned shadow weapons made from the special alloys of the Bixia Type 4 and Tianlu Type 4 provided a markedly smoother transmission of martial energy. The previous shadow weapons, while inherently compatible with shadow elements, lacked conductivity for any other elements, had it not been for his limited educational background preventing him from extracting the unique elemental properties from the special alloys. The compatibility of the shadow weapons with Wang Xi could have reached even greater heights. Once accustomed to the weight of the new shadow weapons, Wang Xi stored them within his shadows, safeguarding them in the desolate realm rich with shadow elements. He then found a quiet corner, using shadows to mold a chair, crossed his legs, and leaned back on the armrest while perusing his phone. The content revolved around learned cultists, exotic races, and the profiles of fugitives from the Federation. After approximately 10 minutes, the robot that had guided Wang Xi into the workshop returned, accompanied by 4 individuals. Upon sensing their auras, Wang Xi raised an eyebrow. 2 men and 2 women. A robust man in the early stages of 4 horsepower, 2 fifth-tier women, and a yellow-haired fellow. Wang Xi recognized the sturdy man, Zhang Tiniu, from their previous encounter at the Bounty Hall, never expecting to meet him again at the Eastern City Gates military camp. The robot approached Wang Xi and raised a hand in greeting. "Hello, it's good to see you again. I presume you've met the driver Jili Hui? How was your conversation?" Wang Xi set down his phone and raised a hand in return, acknowledging the robot. "Thanks to you. It went quite well." Turning to the 4 individuals standing nearby, Wang Xi inquired, "They are here to participate in the extermination mission as well, correct?" The robot gave Wang Xi a thumbs up. "Indeed." The robot then introduced Zhang Tiniu and the yellow-haired man, stating, "These 2 gentlemen are Zhang Tiniu and Zhang Buxue, an uncle and nephew duo, possessing the early stage of 4 horsepower and 4th-tier martial prowess respectively." Following this, the burly Zhang Tiniu and the yellow-haired Zhang Buxue smiled and nodded at Wang Xi. Not out of flattery, but to avoid provoking an unknown yet formidable figure, Zhang Tiniu, Wang Xi appeared as a silent shadow, visible yet devoid of warmth or presence. Likewise, although Zhang Buxue's cultivation was not particularly impressive, his keen intuition warned him to tread carefully around Wang Xi, recognizing that anyone maintaining such an aura in the military camp was either exceedingly powerful or exceedingly arrogant. In either case, antagonizing him would be ill-advised. Therefore, Zhang Buxue resolved to approach Wang Xi with a warm demeanor, understanding that a friendly overture was far less hazardous than an antagonistic one. Wang Xi, perceptive to the emotions swirling within the 4 individuals, chose to remain silent and merely nodded in acknowledgement. After introducing Zhang Tiniu and Zhang Buxue, the robot gestured towards the 2 young women. These ladies are Su Qining and Li Qingwei, both possessing 5th-tier cultivation. Following the brief introduction, Su Qining and Li Qingwei smiled and nodded at Wang Xi, greeting him in a manner similar to that of Zhang Tiniu, albeit without the underlying tension. Sensing the emotions of the 4 individuals before him, Wang Xi found it intriguing. Aside from the yellow-haired Zhang Buxue, the others harbored affectionate sentiments towards him. Zhang Tiniu's feelings were those of familial care, while the 2 young and beautiful women, Su Qining and Li Qingwei, regarded Zhang Buxue with the affection of romantic interest. Wang Xi silently mused, "This yellow-haired fellow has some substance." After introducing Zhang Tiniu and his companions, the robot turned to introduce Wang Xi. "This gentleman is called." The robot hesitated, glancing at the mask covering Wang Xi's face, unsure whether to divulge his information, given the mask's ability to conceal his identity. Sensing the robot's uncertainty, Wang Xi waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Wang Xi, a shadow-type awakener, 5th-tier cultivation, who has single-handedly slain a cultist in the early stage of 4 horsepower." With that, Wang Xi slightly raised his hand, causing shadows beneath him to extend outward, forming 4 shadowy tendrils that grasped black alloy chairs. "Please, take a seat." The 4 alloy chairs were placed steadily before Zhang Tiniu and his companions. Chapter 53. Departure. The robot lowered its head and asked Wang Xi, "Why only 4? Don't I get one?" Wang Xi chuckled at the thought. Do robots need chairs too? The robot pondered for a moment, adopting a human-like expression of contemplation before waving to the group. "I have to return to my post at the military gate. I'll take my leave now. Jili Hui, the driver, will bring the remaining 2 squad members to gather with you shortly. Please do not wander far." With that, the robot exited without a backward glance. The playful interruption from the robot seemed to bridge the gap between Wang Xi and Zhang Tiniu's group. They had noticed the absence of chairs in the workshop and expressed their gratitude to Wang Xi before pulling the alloy chairs closer to sit down. After settling in, Zhang Tiniu observed Wang Xi, who was engrossed in his phone, and hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Young brother, have we met before?" Hearing Zhang Tiniu's voice, Zhang Buxue and the others turned their curious gazes toward him. Anticipating Zhang Tiniu's inquiry, Wang Xi did not deny it and nodded. He had expected this reaction the moment he revealed his name, as there was no need to conceal his identity during a mission to exterminate exotic beasts. Unlike a covert operation against cultists, the mask was merely an accessory he found stylish, complementing his attire. "The Bounty Hall, right? I remember." Wang Xi's voice emerged from beneath the mask, sounding somewhat muffled. Upon receiving Wang Xi's confirmation, Zhang Tiniu's expression transformed to one of astonishment. "It really is you. I thought it was just a coincidence of names." "Huh. I hadn't anticipated running into you here either," Wang Xi replied, gauging the emotions of the four seated with him. All is well. The sentiments are mostly curiosity, devoid of malice. As for the lesser exotic beasts we encounter on our way to the mission site, I shall refrain from competing with them and will share a bit of the spoils. Perhaps it was due to Zhang Tiniu's acquaintance with Wang Xi that, within a few brief exchanges, Wang Xi soon became well acquainted with Zhang Tiniu and the three others. Subsequently, as Wang Xi engaged in a perceptive and guiding conversation for over 10 minutes, he managed to glean most of the pertinent information about Zhang Tiniu and his companions. For instance, Zhang Tiniu, at the age of 32, practiced a soil-based martial art and wielded a pair of robust arm guards, boasting commendable defensive capabilities. In contrast, Zhang Buxue, age 19, had recently graduated from Wugao. He practiced a wind-based martial art and employed a longbow, which was likely more effective than conventional firearms for clearing distant threats. The remaining two ladies were both 20 years old and were said to be senior students of Zhang Buxue, armed with a saber and a great sword. Seniors, Wang Xi mused, after clarifying the relationships among the group and their proficiency with weapons. Wang Xi took the opportunity to succinctly inform them about the impending encounter with the Twilight Thunderwolf. In Wang Xi's perception, although Zhang Tiniu and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the prospect of facing a mid-stage four-horse beast, they did not exhibit confusion or bewilderment at the name Twilight Thunderwolf. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek out a typical Wugao graduate soul for a more thorough inquiry. Rather than demanding extensive knowledge, Wang Xi silently contemplated. Time swiftly passed during their idle chatter. After a brief interval, Ji Lihui, who had been absent for some time, approached Wang Xi and the others, accompanied by two burly men. He prompted the group to introduce themselves. Following the exchange, Wang Xi learned the names of the two robust individuals, Wang Wen and Wang Xing, both possessing a fifth-tier cultivation level and wielding a spear and a long pike, respectively. Once everyone had acquainted themselves with one another's combat capabilities, Ji Lihui produced a small black box from behind him and activated it. This subsequently projected a sizable screen displaying the route Ji Lihui had previously discussed with Wang Xi, along with drone footage of the Twilight Thunderwolf. That Ji Lihui elaborated on his combat strategy, asking if there were any objections, and distributed tactical earpieces for communication. Once he confirmed there were no dissenting opinions, Ji Lihui bowed to the group and turned towards the already operational Exile Type 3. Meanwhile, Wang Xi and the other 7 armed themselves and boarded 2 open-top all-terrain vehicles. The vehicles, designed for 5 occupants without steering wheels, were entirely controlled by intelligent AI. Zhang Tiniu and his 3 companions occupied one vehicle, while Wang Xi shared the other with Wang Wen and Wang Xing. As the engines roared to life, the 2 affordable open-top vehicles emerged from the factory, closely followed by a towering 16-meter humanoid mech, the Exile Type 3, its heavy footsteps resonating with the thunderous roar of its nuclear engine. The colossal mech, weighing over 3,000 tons, traversed the military camp's even terrain, each step echoing like an earthquake, even at a distance of over 20 meters from Ji Lihui's piloting of the Exile Type 3. Wang Xi could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the massive machine. In that moment, he couldn't help but calculate his odds should he find himself in combat against the Exile Type 3. 3 seconds later, he abandoned the thought. This formidable piece of equipment could withstand most attacks from mid-stage 4-horse beasts, and with its protective field activated, it could even guard against all common elemental assaults, reaching a maximum threshold capable of fending off fully realized 4-horse tier attacks. Moreover, the cockpit was outfitted with devices to prevent mental control breaches, eliminating the possibility of the mech's internal structure being compromised. Given Wang Xi's current combat prowess, even if the Exile Type 3 stood still, allowing him to unleash his full firepower for an extended duration, its protective field would remain stable. Conversely, if Wang Xi were to remain stationary, the Exile Type 3 wouldn't even need to deploy its plasma chainsaw or other offensive modules. With a simple punch, it could reduce him to mere shadows, with no feasible chance of victory. He found solace in the fact that while he couldn't best the Exile Type 3, he could at least retreat into the shadows if necessary. Strength. Truly, it is never enough, Wang Xi thought quietly as he sat in the rear of the vehicle, gazing intently at the slowly opening 20-meter-high East City Gate, his desire for power surging within him. That I hope this journey will present me with ample opportunities to encounter beasts, allowing me to accumulate more enhancement points. Chapter 54. The wilderness beyond the city. Outside the city, an expanse of desolation stretched forth. The land, long exposed to the ravages of artillery, were no greenery exceeding half a meter in height. Only patches of grass, woven from countless resilient weeds, could be seen. The withered yet abundant grasses thrived upon the parched, charred earth, swaying in the wind like a group of children nodding their heads in unison. Boom! A camouflaged open-top all-terrain vehicle crushed through the desolate grass, speeding towards the horizon. Following closely behind was another identical vehicle, traversing the same forlorn terrain as these two vehicles approached a distant rise. A resounding roar echoed from above. Buzzed, a towering gray-white steel giant erupted with azure flames, lifting its feet 5 meters off the ground, sweeping past the already trampled grass like a tornado. The terrifying wind pressure lifted the broken dry grass, sending it spiraling into the sky, only to descend moments later. The grass lingered aloft for several seconds before landing, while the two earlier vehicles had vanished from sight, leaving only a faint silhouette of the gray-white giant. Though it was Wang Xi's first venture beyond the city, he felt neither excitement nor trepidation at the unknown. Seated in the second vehicle, he leaned against the left rear door, gazing through his mask at the desolate surroundings. The towering, thick walls shielded the outside world from the relentless onslaught of beasts and foreign entities, extending 5 kilometers beyond the city, a region untouched by the spatial distortions that rendered energy attacks and artillery shells ineffective. Whether it was a first-tier beast or a tiger from the Yin realm, any entity daring to encroach upon this effective attack range would face an overwhelming barrage of long-range strikes. Even a weak first-tier beast would endure the full might of a third-tier assault. One shot would leave no trace behind. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light, as if seeking to pierce the heavens, shot down from the high walls. The next moment, a violent tremor and a deafening crash erupted from the point where the beam struck. Rumble, dust soared into the sky, and a rolling shockwave swept across a radius of several kilometers. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic sandstorm, Wang Xi clearly witnessed a magnificent mushroom cloud rising from a location many kilometers away, before he could marvel at the destructive power of the beam. Ji Lihui's voice crackled through the tactical earpiece. All units, remain calm. That was a second-tier annihilation beam activated by the high walls, targeting a 4-horse beast that dared to approach. The beast has been eliminated. Continue to maintain vigilance and proceed to the mission location. Acknowledge receipt. Acknowledged 7. Soon, Wang Xi and his group exited the strike zone of the high walls. Though the desolation persisted, the land had become noticeably less parched, resembling the earth of Wang Xi's previous life. The greenery had transformed from mere yellowed weeds to clumps of reeds, dense shrubs, and solitary yet towering trees exceeding 20 meters in height. Moreover, some foolish beast roamed the area, perhaps due to prolonged deprivation in the resource-scarce wilderness. A 2-meter-tall black bear adorned with purple bristles charged towards the open-top all-terrain vehicle upon spotting it. Wang Xi glanced at the charging bear, then at Zhang Buxue, who had already drawn his bow and aimed. And his enthusiasm waned. While it appeared robust, it was merely an ordinary beast, devoid of extraordinary power and lacking intelligence. Bang! With a resounding blast, an arrow enveloped in green martial energy was unleashed by Zhang Buxue, shattering the sound barrier in an instant. The green arrow, accompanied by visible white energy, cleaved through the air, heading straight for the bear's forehead. The arrow lived up to its impressive appearance, effortlessly obliterating the bear's head as if it were a watermelon under a Barrett rifle. The headless carcass flew backward for several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Wang Xi dismissed the idea of collecting such a pitiful creature, even for feeding the greedy souls. He merely observed as several wild dogs emerged from behind a mound, voraciously devouring the bear's remains. The expedition did not halt in its advance due to the bear. It continued along the predetermined route toward the increasingly dense forest ahead. In the span of merely 6 or 7 kilometers, 8 beasts had charged at the vehicles, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zhang Buxue's arrows. Fortunately, Wang Xi and his companions traversed the initial stretch of the desolate terrain without incident. The latter half, however, was filled with towering trees and an abundance of hard, dense vegetation thriving under the nurturing energies of the earth. The military's budget all-terrain vehicles could not navigate this environment effectively. Of course, the logistics team had never intended for the extermination squad to drive their vehicles into the perilous thicket. The vehicles were designed without any protective features. Their low cost rendered them disposable tools for the team. 2 off-road vehicles were parked at the edge of a dense forest. As the group gathered their weapons and supplies, meticulously adjusting their gear, under the command of Ji Lihui, they formed a triangular formation and slowly advanced into the thicket. At the forefront stood Zhang Tiniu, embodying the combat prowess of the early stages of the 4-horse realm, followed by Su Qinin and Li Qingwei, with Wang Wen, Zhang Buxue, and Wang Xing trailing behind. Wang Xi positioned himself behind Zhang Buxue, while Ji Lihui piloted the Exile Type 3, which had retracted its thrusters and was merely moving forward by rotating its joints, although the movement still generated considerable noise. The dense underbrush quivered with each step of the Exile Type 3. However, this was a far cry from the cacophony produced when the thrusters were engaged and the machine hovered through the air. At least, the surrounding foliage would be crushed rather than uprooted. After the group had advanced over 300 meters, Ji Lihui's voice suddenly crackled through the tactical earpiece. Attention, 5 faint extraordinary energy signatures detected ahead. Estimated to be first-tier aberrant beasts from another race. Just as the words left Ji Lihui's mouth, a purple-black chitinous sickle sliced through the underbrush, and 5 gray-purple humanoid entities leapt into view. These beings were entirely encased in gray-white and purple-black chitinous armor, adorned with various sharp protrusions on their heads, their faces devoid of mouths or noses, possessing only a pair of elongated, dim eyes. The 5 entities were distinctly varied, primarily classified into 3 categories: two-handed, one-handed, and those without hands. The two-handed entities wielded a longbow of solid gray-white, swiftly knocking chitinous arrows and releasing them with precision. The one-handed entity bore a heavy purple-black sickle, while the two-handed beings brandished razor-sharp chitinous blades, charging towards Wang Xi and the others after breaching the underbrush. These are demonkin. Everyone, be cautious of their weapons. They are imbued with demonic energy that can corrode flesh and blood, Zhang Tianyi warned, deflecting the chitinous arrows shot by the demon archer and alerting his companions. Just as the scythe-wielding demon and the dual-blade demon closed in within 50 meters. Wang Xi scrutinized the intricate chitinous design adorning the demon's eye. In the next instant, 5 black, specialized alloy spikes shot forth violently from the shadows beneath the 5 demons. The obsidian spikes pierced upward, effortlessly breaching the chitinous armor, comparable to steel, of the demons, impaling them completely. Host has detected the instant kill of 5 first-tier demons. Reward, 5 enhancement points. Chapter 55, Prosperity Lies in Danger, with a soft thud. Wang Xi withdrew the shadow spikes as the demons' lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily down a thick, black, oil-like ichor pooled on the forest floor, emitting a foul stench. The 5 first-tier demons had been entirely vanquished. Wang Xi calmly reported, seizing the moment when the group's attention turned towards him, extending a portion of his shadows to envelop the demons' corpses and draw their souls into the ruined kingdom. Intrigued by these demons, Wang Xi mused that although their extraordinary energy was merely first tier, their overall strength reached second-tier levels. If converted into shadow minions, he believed it highly likely that he would manifest an exceptional trait. While it might not match the soul-devouring efficiency of the Soul Devourer, it would certainly not be without merit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ji Lihui's voice broke the silence through the tactical earpiece. These lower-tier demons and the Twilight Thunderwolves belong to the same world of another race, possibly 2 neighboring tribes transported together through a spatial fold. The number of Twilight Thunderwolves may also increase. All units, proceed with caution to maintain formation. The group responded in unison. Received. After acknowledging the command, they swept the demons' remains aside and continued their forward march. Wang Xi remained at the rear of the triangular formation, with the Exile Type 3 positioned protectively in front of the group. Unlike his comrades, who felt anxiety and trepidation upon learning of the potential increase in the Twilight Thunderwolves' numbers, Wang Xi felt exhilarated at the prospect of an expanded reward pool. Confident in his ability to escape, he did not share the same fears as the others. As the extermination team advanced slowly through the forest, they encountered a number of feeble, low-tier aberrant beasts, approximately a dozen. All of first or second tier. Wang Xi refrained from striking, instead extending his senses to carefully monitor every potential hiding spot for lurking beasts. Naturally, he did not overlook the souls of these aberrant creatures, collecting them into the ruined kingdom, keeping them separate from the 5 demon souls, intending to use them as sustenance for the Soul Devourer post-mission. After roughly 10 minutes of progress through the thicket, they finally reached their destination, the boundary of the territory claimed by the Twilight Thunderwolves. All units rest for 60 seconds and prepare to attack once the time is up. Ji Lihui's command echoed through the tactical earpiece. The group responded promptly. However, just as they were about to catch their breath, a hulking wolf-like beast, shrouded in dark fur and adorned with black lightning patterns, leapt from a distant boulder, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. It opened its maw, unleashing a formidable bolt of black lightning towards the team from 100 meters away. The terrifying lightning surged forth, rapidly traversing the distance and striking directly at Zhang Buoxue, who stood at the center of the formation. In a critical moment, a translucent protective shield materialized, absorbing the entirety of the black lightning with nary a ripple. This shield was none other than the protective field of the Exile Type 3, capable of withstanding attacks of the perfected Four-Horse realm. Upon realizing that the lightning had failed to inflict any damage, the wolf-like creature attempted to leap from the boulder to flee. Yet, the Exile Type 3 did not grant it that opportunity, raising its arm to unleash a devastating beam of light, obliterating both the creature and the boulder beneath it. Boom! The boulder shattered, resonating through the serene forest with a thunderous crash, startling countless birds from their nests into the sky. Small creatures scurried in all directions, desperate to escape the impending disaster. In the distance, a series of piercing wolf howls echoed, signaling the gathering of a wolf pack. Ji Lihui's resigned voice broke through the tactical earpiece. Rest period is over. All units, prepare to face the enemy. Clearly, even without his prompting, the team, having heard the distant howls, was already on high alert, weapons drawn and ready for combat. Wang Si too retrieved the black firearm he had stored in the ruined kingdom. His gaze fixed intently on the source of the howling. To his astonishment, he sensed a pressure emanating from that direction akin to that of the Exile Type 3 behind him, the Twilight Thunderwolf of the late Four-Horse realm. In addition, he detected two presences of early Four-Horse realm strength and one that surpassed early but fell short of late stage, likely belonging to the mid-Four-Horse realm. 1 late stage Twilight Thunderwolf, 1 mid-stage, 2 early stage, and a dozen others ranging from 1st to 5th tier. His mind automatically engaged, and as his thoughts accelerated, Wang Si began to strategize. I'll unleash my domain to annihilate all the Twilight Thunderwolves below the Four-Horse realm in one go. Then have Ji Lihui hold off the late-stage wolf while Zhang Tinio and the others contend with one of the early-stage ones, and let the Soul Devourer handle another early stage as well. I will expend all my efforts to vanquish the mid-stage Twilight Thunderwolf, then swiftly eliminate the remaining early-stage ones before teaming up with Ji Lihui to dispatch the strongest late-stage wolf. However, given my current attributes, it seems quite daunting to tackle the mid-stage head-on. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Hesitation is the enemy of progress. Wang Si accessed the system panel and called out mentally, System. Invest all remaining 40 enhancement points into Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. 4th level. Skill. Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. 4th level current proficiency, 550. Does the host confirm the consumption of 40 enhancement points to increase this skill's proficiency? Yes. Chapter 56. Slaughtering the Wolf Pack. 40 enhancement points consumed. Congratulations, host. Skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. 4th level proficiency increased by 40. Physique Attribute 320. Spirit Attribute 200. Current skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. 4th level proficiency 4550. Does the host wish to continue consuming enhancement points to further increase skill proficiency? As the text on the system panel continued to change, a familiar surge of power coursed through Wang Si's body, flowing restlessly within him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Si's physical and spiritual prowess surged significantly, with nearly all his internal organs undergoing a transformation, while the quality and quantity of his martial arts' true energy experienced a substantial enhancement. Feeling the tempestuous power within him, Wang Si turned his gaze towards the direction of the howling wolves, his demeanor unruffled. The confidence instilled by his newfound strength rendered him remarkably calm. Everyone, I have a plan. Wang Si's voice, filtered through his mask, resonated through the tactical earpiece, reaching the ears of every member of the extermination team. The group, taken aback by Wang Si's sudden words after his earlier silence since boarding the vehicle, paused to listen intently, eager to hear his strategy. Recognizing this, Wang Si did not keep them in suspense and directly articulated his plan. After listening to Wang Si's arrangements, Ji Lihui solemnly confirmed, Brother, are you certain that after slaying over a dozen 5th-tier Twilight Thunderwolves, you can still confront a beast at the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm and another at the mid-stage, and manage to slay them? A slight smile crept onto Wang Si's lips as he sensed the warrior spirit within Ji Lihui's heart. I would never jest with my own life. Wang Si's confident voice emerged from beneath his mask, accompanied by the deep shadows that enveloped his feet. The shadows, as profound as an unfathomable abyss, surged forth like a tidal wave from beneath him. In less than a breath's time, the darkness completely engulfed a 2-kilometer radius around Wang Si in the mountains. the distant howls of wolves grew increasingly ferocious, no longer emanating from a single direction, but rather echoing from all sides, evoking a sense of being surrounded. However, the Twilight Thunderwolf pack was not the formidable army of Liu Bang, and Wang Xi was no mere mortal from a past life. Like the conqueror Xiangyu, observing the shadowy domain that Wang Xi had conjured, Ji Lihui felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The Exile Class 3 removed the plasma chainsaw sword from his back, its body adorned with numerous thrusters that flared like fish scales, emitting a ghostly blue blaze. Ji Lihui's hearty voice resonated through the tactical earpiece. "Leave the mid-stage 4-horse Twilight Thunderwolf to me." With that, he burst into laughter, and the massive Exile Class 3 soared into the air, instantly breaking the sound barrier, wielding the 10-meter-long plasma chainsaw sword that whirled with ionic aftershocks, charging towards the menacing beast that had just emerged in the distance. This wolf beast, with its claws planted firmly on the ground, stood nearly 9 meters tall, its dark fur adorned with black lightning patterns. Its explosive muscles bulged, and its beastly teeth glinted ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Just as the Wolf King stepped out from behind a colossal tree, poised to howl from a vantage point and command the pack to attack, it had not yet opened its mouth when its ghostly blue eyes caught sight of a gigantic figure radiating a heavy aura. Hurtling towards it with an oddly shaped greatsword, the Wolf King, realizing the imminent threat, abandoned its plan to howl and attack. Dark fur crackled with black lightning, which quickly coalesced at the tip of its tail, forming a blade of black lightning. As soon as the black lightning blade took shape, the Exile Class 3 had already surged forward, brandishing the rapidly spinning plasma chainsaw sword before the Wolf King. The high-speed engine within the Exile Class 3 roared violently, and the massive sword tore through the air, crashing down. The prepared Wolf King twisted and lashed its tail, the black lightning blade colliding directly with the azure plasma chainsaw sword. Boom! The powerful clash of energy produced a thunderous roar, sending a visible circular shockwave sweeping through everything in its path. Expanding outward, the shockwave obliterated vast stretches of towering trees and sent clouds of dust and shrubbery flying. By the time it reached Wang Xi and the others, its force had diminished, merely brushing past them like an ordinary gust of wind. Wang Xi stood unmoved, his cloak billowing violently in the wind, with dust swirling around his feet. Thanks to the shadows he had cast, Wang Xi could effortlessly peer through the thick haze to witness the battle between the Exile Class 3 and the Twilight Wolf King. After their initial clash, the two opponents created a distance of several meters between them. The mid-stage 4-horse Twilight Thunderwolf attempted to assist, but was sent flying by a single punch from the Exile Class 3, nearly having its eyeballs knocked out. The Twilight Wolf King, realizing that its kin were ineffectual, immediately commanded the pack to prioritize hunting down the delectable, vitality-rich humans, while it focused on stalling the peculiar giant. Upon receiving the order, the pack's deputy leader immediately sprang to its feet, howling to the heavens before leading the pack around the Exile Class 3, charging towards Wang Xi and the others. The ghostly blue light flickered in the dense forest as the dark-furred giant wolves surged forward like an army, launching an assault on the mere 7 members of Wang Xi's group. Zhang Tiniu, having never witnessed such a spectacle, looked anxiously at the multitude of Twilight Thunder wolves bounding towards them, instinctively tightening the 2 armors on his arms. Zhang Guoxue, Su Qining, Li Qingyue, Wang Wan, and Wang Xing also gripped their weapons tightly. Their expressions grave. Unfazed by his comrades' apprehension, Wang Xi merely stood at the back, hands clasped behind him, sensing the movements of the wolf pack. Once the wolves stepped into the shadows, a glint of crimson flashed in Wang Xi's eyes. "A horde of beasts dares to feast upon my flesh and bone." Wang Xi chuckled softly as countless thick, black metal spikes erupted from the ground. The shadowy spikes, denser than grass, swiftly pierced through dozens of 1st to 5th tier Twilight Thunderwolves. Blood and entrails rained down from above, the wails of the beasts reverberating through the forest, only to abruptly cease. The deputy leader of the wolf pack, witnessing the black spikes that had nearly impaled it as well, along with the dozens of wolf carcasses, unlike Zhang Tiniu and his companions, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the distant Twilight Thunder Wolf, Wang Xi found himself in a chilling silence before the deputy leader of the wolf pack. Over the past few days of martial training, Wang Xi had grown to over 1.8 meters, yet he appeared diminutive before the towering figure of the deputy leader, which stood at an imposing 7 meters. Nevertheless, this seemingly insignificant Wang Xi exuded an aura of terror that even the formidable wolf beast found daunting. The deputy leader of the wolf pack recognized that this human possessed the power to slay him. Instinctual fear held the deputy leader back, rendering him hesitant to act. Yet, The roars of his leader and the anguished cries of his subordinates under siege stirred his nerves. Ultimately, this mid-stage horse realm Twilight Thunder Wolf lost its patience. Unleashing a piercing howl, a dark, tangible lightning surged from its body, coalescing around its claws, while the surrounding air crackled with dense arcs of electricity. The deputy leader crouched, gathering strength before breaking the sound barrier and lunging towards Wang Xi. The massive claw, imbued with solidified dark lightning and accompanied by an overwhelming force, descended upon Wang Xi's head as if to obliterate him. However, Wang Xi's expression remained unflinching, even tinged with disappointment. While the claw might be deemed formidable among mid-stage horse realm beasts, it paled in comparison to the strength Wang Xi had solidified through mere days of effort, with attributes soaring to 840 and 725. Indeed, the power attained through years of painstaking cultivation is ultimately so insubstantial. It is no match for the stability and solidity of the strength I have gained in just a few days. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Wang Xi's mouth beneath his mask as he gripped his black spear with both hands. With a heightened focus, he unleashed the full might of his intent. In an instant, his already fearsome aura surged to new heights. The palpable spear intent broke through the clouds, shaking the earth and sending debris flying. An immense surge of martial true energy and shadow elements enveloped the black spear, intertwining in shades of blue and black. Not enough. Wang Xi growled, channeling even more overwhelming true energy and shadow elements into the spear. The originally 2.5-meter spear instantly ballooned to an astounding 10 meters. The colossal spear sliced through the air. 105 enhancement points consumed. Congratulations, host. Skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. Level 4 Skill Proficiency 5. Constitution Attribute 120. Spirit Attribute 75. Skill Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. Level 4 Proficiency is 50/50, reaching the highest proficiency level of this skill. The skill has automatically advanced to Water Element Flowing Waterfall Technique. Level 5. Congratulations. Host. Skill Shadow Chaser Piercing Gun. Mastery Skill Proficiency 50. Constitution Attribute 200. Spirit Attribute 300. Skill Shadow Chaser Piercing Gun. Mastery Proficiency is 50/50, reaching the highest proficiency level of this skill. The skill has automatically advanced to Shadow Chaser Piercing Gun. Great accomplishment. Congratulations, host. Skill Heart Mind Divine Sword. Mastery Skill Proficiency 50. Constitution Attribute 100. Spirit Attribute 400. Skill Heart Mind Divine Sword. Mastery Proficiency is 50/50. Reaching the highest proficiency level of this skill, the skill has automatically advanced to Heart Mind Divine Sword. Great accomplishment. Enhancement points. 75. Constitution. 1260. Spirit. 1500. As the text on the system panel ceased to change. A surge of formidable power surged within Wang It directly broke through countless obstructions within his body that would typically require time to overcome, shattering the extraordinary bottleneck that had hindered numerous fifth-tier martial artists. At this moment, Wang Xi's entire being, skin, flesh, bones, blood, and organs, underwent a profound transformation, interlinking to forge a truly extraordinary body, resonating with the heavens and earth. Beyond the enhancement of body and soul, countless martial intentions and insights into techniques and martial arts flooded Wang Xi's mind. There was no sense of unfamiliarity, as if Wang Xi had genuinely cultivated these techniques and martial arts to this realm step by step, feeling the overwhelming power and the domineering intent of the piercing gun within him. Wang Xi turned his gaze once more to the Wolf King, whose combat strength was at the late stage of the four-horse realm. His expression remained calm and indifferent, yet now bore a hint of greed and fighting spirit. Chapter 59. Absolute Domination, Slaying the Wolf King. Driven by Wang Xi's staggering 1500 spirit attribute, the previously expanded shadow range of 2 kilometers surged once again. The deep shadows spread rapidly like a tidal wave, extending outward to 4 kilometers in an instant. The tidal shadows enveloped the battleground where Ji Lihui and the Wolf King clashed. Both warriors were startled to see the profound shadows rolling over their feet. Instinctively retreating 100 meters from each other, Ji Lihui focused on the shadows beneath him and immediately understood. This was Wang Xi's ability, which calmed his heart, in contrast to Ji Lihui's reassurance. The Wolf King glanced at the deep shadows beneath him and then at his kin, who were all met with misfortune in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. However, this flicker of fear was swiftly dismissed by the Wolf King. shaking his head to cast it aside. The beast's eyes, which had briefly shown uncertainty due to his sudden fear, regained their sharpness. How could a mere beast possess such unwavering will? Wang Si, witnessing his tried-and-true tactic falter, couldn't help but feel a tinge of contemplation. Without further hesitation, a terrifying aura surged skyward. The mastery of the piercing gun at great accomplishment, a mental supremacy rivaling the perfection of the four-horse realm. And beneath the shadows, the dim, desolate realm of darkness loomed. As soon as the Wolf King sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Wang Si and glimpsed the shadowy realm beneath him, alarm bells rang in his mind. He abandoned the prepared stance of the exiled three techniques, erupting with resounding thunder as he charged towards Wang Si. He knew he could not outrun the bizarre giant who could soar through the skies. So he would fight to the death, employing thunderous methods to eliminate this dark-skinned human first. Otherwise, death was merely a matter of time. The inky black thunderbolts erupted from the Wolf King's body, and long spears of lightning coalesced. Immediately striking towards Wang Si, countless black thunder spears soared through the air, crossing over 2,000 meters in an instant. Faced with the relentless barrage of the Wolf King's black thunder spears, Wang Si did not even flinch. With a mere thought, the terrifying projectiles, each capable of slaying an ordinary early-stage four-horse realm existence, were swallowed by the surging tides of shadows mid-flight. The Wolf King, realizing his initial assault was in vain, made a swift decision, instantly teleporting before Wang Si, his mouth aglow with lightning. He had been gathering a breath of thunder, preparing to unleash it directly upon Wang Si's face. Boom! The terrifying black thunder erupted from the Wolf King's maw, crashing down upon Wang Si. Witnessing the motionless dark-skinned human before him, the Wolf King felt a surge of triumph. I've got him. Just as the Wolf King thought this, and the thunderous breath was about to strike Wang Si, Wang Si's figure vanished from the spot, causing the Wolf King's lightning breath to land in empty space, creating a massive crater without dispersing a single shadow. He had failed to eliminate a highly threatening enemy and had unwittingly placed himself in a more perilous situation. Hearing the roar of the exiled three techniques engines behind him, the Wolf King felt utterly despondent. However, before he could lament his misfortune, instinct compelled him to look upward. There, a colossal spear, entirely black and with a head as exaggerated as a great sword, plummeted from the sky. The sharp intent of the spear shattered the Wolf King's resolve, and its cunning angle and incredible speed left him nowhere to evade. Boom! The descending black spear pierced through the Wolf King's spine, pinning the fierce beast of the late four-horse realm firmly to the ground, rendering it unable to escape. The Wolf King lay prostrate on the earth, enduring the agony of being impaled, black lightning surging from his body as he attempted to dislodge the massive spear. However, it was evident that all his efforts were in vain. Wang Si, gripping the black sword, slowly emerged beside the Wolf King as the overwhelming martial energy within him, along with the vast dark elements drawn from the desolate realm, surged towards the black sword, continuously amplifying its size and destructive power. At last, the black sword expanded from its original length of 1.4 meters to an astonishing 14 meters. The immense blade, raised high, shimmered with a blend of blue and black light, swirling and intertwining. It embodied the will to shatter all, advancing with unwavering determination, a sharp intent that could pierce the heavens. Survived one spear, then let my sword strike you again. The colossal sword descended under Wang Si's will, cleaving towards the Wolf King, who was pinned helplessly to the ground. In an instant, the giant sword severed the Wolf King's neck, falling to the forest floor. As the massive sword landed, everything within a radius of 150 meters came to a sudden halt, as if time itself had paused. The next moment, a tremendous shockwave erupted, kicking up clouds of dust and debris, uprooting dozens of towering trees as if they were mere weeds. The thunderous boom, louder than a clap of thunder, reverberated throughout the forest, accompanied by a powerful sonic boom. Within a radius of 150 meters around the sword's impact site, the ground turned to scorched earth, devoid of any vegetation. Within a 300-meter radius, countless towering trees were toppled, while across a 500-meter radius, aside from Ji Lihui, piloting the exiled three techniques, and Wang Si himself, no living creature survived. Detected that the host has slain a late-stage four-horse realm Twilight Thunder Wolf, rewarding 60 enhancement points. Ignoring the system's notification, Wang Si reveled in the immense power surging within him, surveying the aftermath of his destruction with satisfaction. Chapter 60. Consolation. The storm gradually subsided, and the shrubs and debris that had been swept into the sky began to settle back down. On the scorched earth shrouded in shadows, a haze of dust spread across the ground. The black spear remained lodged in the Wolf King's lifeless body, while the giant's sword had vanished, leaving only the surrounding chaos as evidence of its prior existence. A sharp tendril emerged from beneath the Wolf King's body, piercing into the still intact cavity of the fierce beast's chest, extracting a dimly glowing, pulsating crystal core imbued with flickering lightning. The tendril first wiped the blood from the crystal core against its own body before presenting it to Wang Xi. Wang Xi accepted the Wolf King's core, examining it with one hand, noting its lack of any particular traits other than being several sizes larger than the cores of the other 3 Twilight Thunderwolves. Creating a shadow in his palm, he tossed the Wolf King's core into the desolate realm and strode towards the waiting exiled 3 techniques, which stood a short distance away. The shadows that had enveloped a 4-kilometer radius swiftly coalesced back. Drawing in all corpses and wandering souls. In an instant, the shadows returned to Wang Xi's feet. In the atmosphere of darkness and decay in the forest lightened considerably. As he passed by the still embedded black spear, Wang Xi casually reduced it to a normal size and stored it within the shadows. At this moment, Ji Lihui had already retracted the 10-meter-long chainsaw sword, silently watching Wang Xi, sensing that Ji Lihui might say something. Wang Xi realized he could not hear it. The energy fluctuations released by that one strike had been too immense, rendering the tactical headset distributed by Ji Lihui before their departure utterly inoperative. Had Wang Xi not previously experienced 2 phones being destroyed in battle, he would have been caught off guard. Fortunately, he had placed a military-grade phone purchased with contribution points into the desolate realm at the start of this battle, where he would have faced his 3rd phone destruction since crossing over. Ultimately, although that military-grade phone can withstand most of the lethal threats posed to ordinary devices, it is undeniably incapable of remaining unscathed when confronted with an assault powerful enough to slay a late-stage beast from the 4-horse realm. The exterior may appear intact, but the intricate electronic components within would surely be rendered a chaotic mess by the terrifying energy shock, incapacitating their normal functioning. Here, Wang Xi stood upon a massive tree. Distorted by the shockwave, arms crossed, exchanging silent glances with the mute exile Type 3, perhaps realizing that Wang Xi's tactical headset had been damaged in the recent combat, rendering him unable to hear anything. The exile Type 3 suddenly raised his right hand after a brief silence, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and then gave Wang Xi a thumbs up. Witnessing this, Wang Xi couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. This young man is still too young. The 2 figures remained stationary for a while until a dark green drone arrived, leading Zhang Tiniu and his group, who had retreated to a distance earlier. After escorting Zhang Tiniu and his companions, the drone circled the vicinity before finally descending in front of Wang Xi. Just as Wang Xi was pondering the drone's intentions, a delicate mechanical arm extended from its underside. Opening a compartment on its side and retrieving a tactical headset to present it to Wang Xi. So, it has this functionality as well? Enlightened, Wang Xi accepted the tactical headset and donned it. The moment he put it on, a cold, mechanical voice filled his ears, connecting to Cleanup Squad. Channel 10. Connection successful. The mechanical voice faded. A cheerful voice belonging to Ji Lihui resonated through the headset. Hey, can you hear me? Wang Xi responded affirmatively. Upon hearing Wang Xi's voice, Ji Lihui immediately perked up, completely shedding the earlier awkwardness of manipulating the exile Type 3. He exuberantly praised, "Brother, you are incredible. I initially thought it would be quite an achievement for you to annihilate the wolf pack alongside the other teammates. But I never expected you to dispatch that late-stage Twilight Thunderwolf so effortlessly. In all my years as a mecha pilot, I've never encountered such a fierce young talent." As he spoke, Ji Lihui maneuvered the exile Type 3 to give Wang Xi another thumbs up. In the face of Ji Lihui's unabashed admiration and the varied glances from Zhang Tiniu and the others, Wang Xi maintained a demeanor as calm as the still waters. He inclined his head slightly towards the exile Type 3 and Zhang Tiniu, speaking in a tone as light as a breeze. "You flatter me, big brother Ji. Were it not for your piloting of the mecha to intercept the Wolf King of the late-stage 4-horse realm, as well as the efforts of all the team members to restrain the fleeing wolves, I would not have been able to so smoothly slay these Twilight Thunderwolves and gather sufficient strength to unleash the sword strike that felled the Wolf King." After hearing Wang Xi's words, regardless of whether it was Ji Lihui or the weary Zhang Tiniu and his group, they felt a sense of comfort, recognizing that Wang Xi's words were merely modesty, although they were aware that their previous efforts had essentially served as a backdrop for Wang Xi's achievements. No feelings of resentment arose within them. After Wang Xi finished speaking and everyone shared their sentiments, Ji Lihui cleared his throat and announced over the communication channel, The drone has transmitted the information from this location back to the military camp. Although there were some unexpected developments in this cleanup mission, it can be considered a successful completion. He paused for a moment before continuing in a notably official tone, due to the special circumstances encountered during this mission. The military camp will be awarding an additional 40 contribution points to the participants as a gesture of appreciation. With Ji Lihui's words, joy illuminated the faces of Zhang Tiniu and his companions. Given that Wang Xi had single-handedly dealt with most of the beasts and foes encountered, their group had only managed to defeat a few first-tier beasts and restrain a late-stage beast. Consequently, throughout the mission, they had hardly earned any contribution points, rendering the endeavor a loss. Although they bore no resentment towards Wang Xi, they did harbor some regret about participating in the mission. Ji Lihui's added statement, however, directly dispelled their feelings of regret. After all, they had spent an afternoon fishing and still managed to receive 40 contribution points. Such an opportunity was one that everyone would eagerly seize, leaving no room for regret. Within the Exile Type 3, noticing the normal expressions on Zhang Tinia's group, Ji Lihui promptly closed the squad channel and switched to another. Report, Commander, the soul waves of the remaining members of the cleanup squad are normal. With no extreme emotions detected, they can return to the military camp to sign the confidentiality agreements. The superior, referred to by Ji Lihui, inquired, "What about Wang Xi? How is his condition?" Ji Lihui replied, "No soul waves of the 10,000 realms evil spirits have been detected." The superior commanded, "Good, return." Chapter 61. The Blood God Cult. Upon returning to the Eastern District military camp, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. Wang Xi, along with Zhang Tiniu and Ji Lihui, exchanged contact information via Qixing before departing the military camp and heading towards the school. Of course, this was not due to Wang Xi's particular fondness for the school, but rather his intention to visit Area D for some exchanges to enhance his combat prowess. From this mission alone, aside from the several beasts below the 5th tier, 2 early-stage 4-horse realm Twilight Thunderwolves, 1 mid-stage, and 1 late-stage Wolf Soul, along with 4 beast cores valued at 700 contribution points. Wang Xi had also accrued 1240 contribution points, a sum that was undeniably substantial. He could even exchange for an advanced martial arts technique or gather sufficient materials to forge a mid to high quality martial weapon. On his way, Wang Xi carefully weighed his options and ultimately decided to exchange for a lightning attribute ranged combat skill to compensate for his lack of long-range striking capabilities. Coincidentally, he still possessed 4 lightning and dark attribute beast cores, which, after practicing his new skill and fully immersing himself in training, would allow him to absorb the lightning elements and natural energy within the cores, facilitating a swift recovery of his stamina. Moreover, the water elemental flowing water technique that Wang Xi was cultivating was a water attribute technique, which posed no conflict with the lightning attribute skill and even exhibited compatibility. Once Wang Xi fully attained the extraordinary level, he discovered that the originally azure martial energy within him had been largely tainted black, transforming from a purely water attribute energy into a unique martial energy embodying both water and shadow elements. In simpler terms, it was now stronger and more diverse than before. According to Wang Xi's conjecture, should he successfully cultivate the new skill to perfection, it could evolve from a singular lightning attribute technique into a more potent skill that amalgamates the dark and lightning attributes. Wugao is situated in the eastern district of Nanjing City, which is undoubtedly closer than the bounty hall at the North District Police Station that Wang Xi was familiar with. This proximity was a primary factor in Wang Xi's choice of Area D at Wugao for his skill exchange. Under the dusk sky, Wang Xi, a shadow in motion, raced swiftly through the city. Soon arriving at the Wugao Area D, although nightfall was approaching and classes had long since ended, the first-floor lobby of Area D remained crowded, with 2nd and 3rd-year students lining up in long queues, creating a bottleneck that rendered the lobby nearly impassable. Occasionally, shouts of indignation could be heard from the throng. In confusion, Wang Xi seized hold of a student in line, amplifying his desire for information. Upon inquiry, he learned that recent disturbances had arisen from the emergence of numerous cultists from the Blood God cult in the islands of Fusang and the Korean Peninsula, who were spreading panic and inciting chaos. Many malicious individuals had taken advantage of the situation to instigate a coup, seeking independence for these 2 regions. Although the Federation had dispatched considerable mecha forces to suppress the insurgents in these areas, the Blood God cultists, hiding among millions of Federation citizens, were difficult to eradicate. It could be said that if the Federation merely sent troops to suppress the rebellion without addressing the cultists concealed within the populace, The unrest would not only persist but escalate, until sufficient lives were lost to meet the conditions for the Blood God's avatar to descend, resulting in casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The higher-ups in the Eastern District of the Federation recognized this issue and promptly began issuing bounties to recruit a substantial number of martial artists at the 5th tier and those near the Four-Horse realm to eliminate the Blood God cultists in the islands of Fusang and the Korean Peninsula. Given that the cultists were predominantly of the 1st to 3rd tier, with only a few missionaries achieving early-stage Four-Horse realm strength, recruiting martial artists for the search became the most viable option to fill the gaps in the grassroots personnel. For the students of Wugao, the task of hunting down cultists posed a lower danger level than hunting beasts outside the city, while also offering considerable contribution points, making it an excellent opportunity to earn points for redeeming training resources. If one were to inquire why the Federation did not mobilize the city defense forces from the front lines or other cities to suppress the unrest in Fusang and Korea, one could only conclude that such a perspective was rather simplistic. Leaving aside the potential for hostile races to launch surprise attacks against the Federation's positions in the 10,000 realms due to a reduction in frontline forces, and the possibility of beast hordes coincidentally attacking cities due to the diversion of city defense forces to Fusang and Korea. Even if the Federation managed to withstand external pressures and forcefully quash the rebellion in these regions, what could the famously iron-fisted and firepower-heavy Federation military do against millions of its own citizens? Would they annihilate them with devastating rays and extermination missiles, cleansing the Federation populace who may be harboring countless Blood God cultists? Should such extreme measures be taken, the rebellion would not be limited to just Fusang and Korea. Upon comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Wang Xi disregarded the unfortunate individual he had summoned to incite a desire for sharing, transforming into a shadow and vanishing towards the 2nd floor. The unfortunate soul, brimming with an urge to share, could not contain his restless tongue after Wang Xi's departure, and turned to share with a fellow classmate in line beside him. However, he was met with an exasperated retort. "Are you an idiot? If I didn't know, would I still be standing here in line?" Faced with such treatment, the unfortunate individual had no choice but to shut his mouth, awkwardly pulling out his phone and pretending to be engrossed in the screen. This was not due to any virtue on his part, but rather because the one who had insulted him was a 4th tier, while he was merely a 3rd tier. Unable to retaliate, he could only play the role of a punching bag. Chapter 62. The Punishment of the 100 Arms. Meanwhile, having ascended to the 2nd floor of District D, Wang Xi remained oblivious to the fact that the unfortunate individual he had interrogated had been insulted. Even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him. Upon entering the hall on the 2nd floor, Wang Xi noted a significant reduction in the surrounding noise. The 2nd floor of District D was designated exclusively for 1st-year students, prohibiting 2nd and 3rd-year students from conducting business there. Thus, at this moment, only a handful of night shift staff clad in light blue uniforms occupied the area. In the vast hall, only 4 staff members were present, accompanied by white tutoring robots and ominous black combat robots. The 4 staff members, initially caught off guard while idling, straightened up and adopted a posture of alertness as Wang Xi entered the hall via the staircase. Observing this, Wang Xi, who had removed his alloy mask upon leaving the military camp, stifled a laugh and approached the nearest staff member with a calm demeanor. Wang Xi presented his identification card and stated, "Hello, I would like to exchange for an advanced ranged martial technique of the lightning attribute." The staff member was taken aback upon hearing Wang Xi's request. Had it only been a few days since the semester began? A 1st-year student was already seeking to exchange for an advanced martial technique. Such financial backing could only belong to a scion of a prominent martial arts family. With this thought, the staff member, already feeling awkward for being caught slacking, became increasingly anxious. Very well. The staff member accepted Wang Xi's identification card with both hands and gently placed it on the card reader. Martial artist account. Account holder. Wang Xi contribution points. 1290. Upon seeing Wang Xi's contribution point balance, the staff member's suspicions were further solidified. Which affluent family just enrolled a student with over 1,000 contribution points? Though unaware of when another Wang family had emerged in Nanjing City, the staff member diligently refrained from prying further and promptly retrieved several advanced martial techniques of the lightning attribute for Wang Xi. A projection screen displaying the summaries of the martial techniques appeared before him. Wang Xi swiftly scanned the array of techniques and ultimately selected one named the Punishment of the 100 Arms. Each advanced martial technique possessed distinct characteristics and training requirements. For instance, The shadow-piercing gun and mind's eye sword were characterized by their ability to cultivate the essence of their respective techniques. With comprehension as the training prerequisite, conversely, the punishment of the 100 arms boasted the ability to manifest multiple arms identical to the practitioner's own, capable of unleashing countless powerful lightning arrows at a high frequency. According to the description, this technique could conjure over 100 arms simultaneously. While the notion of possessing over 100 identical arms may not seem extraordinary, it is worth noting that the mythological three-headed, six-armed figure is merely 3 heads and 6 arms, yet is revered for its divine prowess. Although the punishment of the 100 arms may not rival the legendary 3-headed, 6-armed beings in power, it nonetheless conferred an exceptionally extraordinary ability. One might wonder whether such a remarkable technique has any stringent training requirements. Indeed, it does, particularly in terms of comprehension and adaptability. Insufficient comprehension would render one incapable of grasping the technique's essence, while poor adaptability would hinder any attempts at training, despite understanding its principles. However, the demands of comprehension and adaptability are concerns primarily for those who progress through training methodically. Wang Xi, equipped with a system interface and adept at mastering the mechanics of skill enhancement, need not fret over such trivialities. He merely needed to accumulate sufficient reinforcement points for enhancement. The exchange cost for the punishment of the 100 arms was 1,200 contribution points. Without hesitation, Wang Xi confirmed the exchange, and additionally spent 60 contribution points to acquire a manual titled The Art of Weapon Crafting, From Novice to Master, exchanging for the punishment of the 100 arms and the Art of Weapon Crafting. From Novice to Master requires 1260 contribution points. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange? The staff member inquired. Observing Wang Xi's selections, Wang Xi nodded affirmatively, confirmed. Upon receiving his confirmation, the staff member swiftly operated the computer in front of him. With a beep, 1260 contribution points were deducted from Wang Xi's martial artist account. Please wait a moment. The technique Jade tokens will be delivered shortly, the staff member stated in a formal tone. Having become accustomed to this process, Wang Xi simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement without offering a verbal response. After waiting for over a minute, 2 robots, one white and one black, emerged from downstairs, each carrying a Jade token. Wang Xi accepted the 2 tokens. Noticing the inscriptions 100 and weapon upon them, he probed his spiritual energy into the tokens and confirmed they indeed contained the punishment of the 100 arms and the art of weapon crafting, from novice to master. Seeing Wang Xi stow away the tokens, the staff member promptly retrieved the identification card and handed it to Wang Xi with both hands, stating, "You have 30 contribution points remaining on your account. Please take care of it." Wang Xi accepted the identification card, nodded, and transformed into a shadow. Swiftly descending to the lower level, he was eager to utilize his reinforcement points to fully enhance the punishment of the 100 arms and the art of weapon crafting, from novice to master. The shadow darted out of District D, heading straight for District B. Chapter 63, The Self-Evolution of the Ruined Nation. Wang Xi, now a shadow, raced through the campus under the twilight, successfully arriving at the entrance of the training room in District B after navigating several challenging turns. Skillfully disengaging the security lock, he entered the iron coffin-like training room and activated the energy gathering function. Once the rich essence of heaven and earth filled the room, Wang Xi retrieved a Jade token inscribed with a swirling dragon and phoenix motif from his possession, Ruined Nation. Having undergone 3 previous training sessions, Wang Xi expertly channeled a thread of his spiritual energy into the narrow Jade token. Given the stark contrast to his earlier meager spiritual strength, Wang Xi's spiritual attribute had now reached 1,500 points, rendering his spiritual energy both qualitatively and quantitatively superior. Should he choose to pour all his spiritual energy into the Jade token, it would inevitably burst with a resounding pop, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Although crafted to record spiritual information, the Jade token was not designed to endure such spiritual impacts. In the face of spiritual energy comparable to that of a fully realized 4th-tier practitioner, the Jade token would be akin to fragile, inferior glass. Fully aware of his own strength, Wang Xi prudently refrained from damaging his belongings. With careful manipulation, the thread of spiritual energy he infused into the Jade token swiftly absorbed the entirety of the punishment of the 100 arms. How to put it? Despite having read the entire content from beginning to end and recognizing every character, Wang Xi found himself perplexed by the cultivation methods of the punishment of the 100 arms. Even after attempting to perceive the martial essence contained within the Jade token, he could only grasp it partially, rendering him unable to enter the training phase. Fortunately, There was no need for him to fully comprehend the techniques. As long as he read through the punishment of the 100 arms, the system interface would automatically record this skill at 0 proficiency. Recognizing his lack of comprehension, Wang Xi wasted no time and summoned the system interface. The translucent light blue interface unfolded before his eyes. Host, Wang Xi, reinforcement points, 135 physique, 1260 mental, 1500. Note, the dual attributes of an ordinary person max out at 5 talent. Shadow Commander, skills, White Lotus Meditation, 3-3. 9th set Foundation Exercise, 9-9. Water Element Flowing Water Technique. 5th level, 0-100. Shadow Piercing Gun. Major Achievement, 0-200. Mind's Eye Sword. Major Achievement, 0-200. The Punishment of the 100 Arms. Beginner, 0-20. Comprehensive Evaluation. Undoubtedly a powerful individual. Effortlessly capable of slaying strong enemies across tiers. Before you, foes either flee or face utter defeat. Friendly reminder, reinforcement points are acquired through combat. Defeating or killing enemies yields reinforcement points. Wang Xi bypassed the various options, his gaze landing directly on the punishment of the 100 arms. Beginner, 0-20. System, upgrade the punishment of the 100 arms. Beginner to major achievement. Wang Xi commanded mentally. To elevate the skill the punishment of the 100 arms. Beginner to the punishment of the 100 arms. Major achievement. A cost of 70 reinforcement points is required. Does the host confirm the consumption of 70 reinforcement points to enhance skill proficiency? Yes, 70 enhancement points consumed. Congratulations, host. Skill 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Entry Skill Proficiency 20. Physical Attribute 40. Mental Attribute 60. Skill 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Entry Proficiency 2020 has reached the highest level of proficiency for this skill and has automatically advanced to 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Mastery. Congratulations. Host. Skill 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Mastery Proficiency 50. Physical Attribute 200. Mental Attribute 300. Skill 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Mastery Proficiency 50-50. Has reached the highest level of proficiency for this skill and has automatically advanced to 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. Great achievement. As the words on the system panel continually shifted, a peculiar force burgeoned within Wang Xi, and an immense reservoir of cultivation memories surged into his mind. In but a breath's time, Wang Xi had mastered the martial art 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment, which demanded exceptionally high requirements for training. Numerous profound, shadowy phantom arms materialized in the air, emerging from the ether in concert with the movements of Wang Xi's own arms. In the blink of an eye, over 20 deep, illusory arms sprang forth from his shoulders, frozen in a series of dynamic poses like lingering afterimages. Wang Xi exhaled a breath of murky air. His thoughts stirring in the next moment, his figure vanished, slipping into the ruined kingdom. Physical, 1500. Mental, 1860. Dark and ruined kingdom compared to Wang Xi's previous foray into this desolate realm. The ruined kingdom now not only spanned a much larger area, but also exhibited a denser concentration of shadow elements within its confines. With an enhanced quality, undoubtedly, this domain, which melded seamlessly with Wang Xi's shadow, would evolve alongside his growing power. At present, the ruined kingdom had expanded into a circular expanse with a radius of 5 kilometers. Its center now featuring a black river that traversed the landscape. A pitch-black river, devoid of light, flowed languidly across the gray-white terrain. Beneath its surface lay countless souls that Wang Xi had previously drawn into the ruined kingdom. Along with the slumbering black-scaled serpent, the greedy soul, resting upon the riverbed, this black river, which housed innumerable souls, had spontaneously emerged following Wang Xi's ascension to the extraordinary. Above the lightless sky of the ruined kingdom, dark thunderclouds began to coalesce. Wang Xi paid little heed to these self-evolved phenomena, having long sensed their presence. Instead, he casually selected a relatively flat area to alight upon. Below the dark river, the greedy soul, sensing Wang Xi's arrival, abruptly awakened from its slumber, coiling its massive form and breaking through the still surface of the river to leap onto the land. Then approached Wang Xi, its enormous serpentine body swaying in a sycophantic manner as it emitted a low, ingratiating growl. It was difficult to imagine how an 80-meter-long black-scaled serpent could exhibit such canine-like obsequiousness and produce such a solicitous growl. Wang Xi, who typically favored a gentle approach over a harsh one, looked down at the greedy soul resting beside him, and, with a resigned pat on its head, chuckled. All right, you can have those dozen or so wolf souls under 5th rank from the Dark River. Along with those ordinary beast souls, upon hearing Wang Xi's words, the greedy soul's crimson eyes gleamed with delight, completely devoid of any semblance of a mighty beast's dignity. It let out a few low growls of gratitude, nuzzled against Wang Xi's garment like a small dog, and then eagerly returned to the Dark River to feast upon the beast souls. Chapter 64. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf Left, Wolf Right. Although Wang Xi had procured many high-quality, unique souls during this expedition, he was not in haste to convert them all into shadow minions. For now, Wang Xi wished to first experience the martial technique he had painstakingly cultivated, 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment. A mass of shadow coalesced between Wang Xi's hands, stretching and pulling until it transformed into a metallic bowstring. This bowstring was crafted from the same special alloy as his black spear and black sword, possessing high conductivity for water and lightning elements, as well as enhancement properties. Furthermore, due to its intrinsic nature as a mass of shadow, it also exhibited considerable conductivity and compatibility with shadow elements. After forming the bowstring, Wang Xi recalled materials suitable for crafting a bowstring from his memories. Generally, modern bowstrings are made from steel wire or polyester, various polyethylene materials, and Dacron strings, while traditional bowstrings are often comprised of beast tendons or various silk ropes. Each has its own merits. Bowstrings made from modern materials tend to be more durable, but are also heavier, resulting in somewhat diminished elasticity and resilience. Conversely, traditional bowstrings, while less durable than their modern counterparts, possess superior elasticity and resilience. However, it is worth noting that the disparities between these two types of materials are characteristics of a mundane world devoid of the extraordinary. In the Blue Star Federation, which borders countless realms, both modern and traditional materials exhibit varying degrees of astonishing enhancements. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xi settled on the material for his bowstring, the tendons of the Twilight Thunder Wolf King. Compared to the special alloy, which is inherently suited for protective armor, the beast tendons, with attributes of lightning and shadow, were undoubtedly more suitable for the 100 Arms of Heavenly Punishment bowstring. Not only did they possess exceptional conductivity for lightning attributes along with the unique properties and texture of beast tendons, but they were also the only special material Wang Xi could currently obtain that belonged to the late-stage four-horse realm. Initially, Wang Xi had intended to use the Greedy Soul's serpent tendons as the bowstring material. However, considering that while the Greedy Soul's physical strength could rival that of late-stage four-horse realm beasts, its contained extraordinary energy was still at an early stage, nearing the middle level. Its tendon strength fell short of that of true late-stage four-horse realm creatures. Moreover, as the Greedy Soul was dual attribute in shadow and water, its tendon material also reflected those attributes, even though water and lightning attributes are not mutually exclusive and have a decent compatibility. In terms of weapon materials, the lightning attribute of the Twilight Thunder Wolf King's tendons was superior. Hence, Wang Xi chose not to use the Greedy Soul's serpent tendons. However, Wang Xi did not plan to utilize the tendons from the Twilight Thunder Wolf King's corpse directly. Instead, he intended to convert it into a shadow minion first, then harvest the most resilient tendons from its body. The tendons of the Twilight Thunder Wolf King, once transformed into a shadow minion, would not only possess superior quality but also exhibit growth potential and regenerative capabilities, as shadow minions are immortal and capable of continual evolution. Having made his decision, Wang Xi extended his hand toward the Dark River. The once placid surface of the river erupted into tumultuous waves, casting 4 wolf souls forth from its depths. Upon being released from the Dark River's hold, these 4 wolf souls instinctively attempted to scatter in flight. However, as soon as they breached the surface of the Dark River, the omnipresent shadow elements within the ruined kingdom swiftly coalesced into a net, seamlessly ensnaring the 4 wolf souls. The net pulled these 4 wolf souls before Wang Xi, releasing them with a gentle motion. It was amusing to note that, having once been renowned for their ferocity and brutality as four-horse realm beasts, the Twilight Thunder Wolves now appeared before Wang Xi as docile as 4 loyal hounds. Wang Xi did not need to exert any effort to control them. Merely radiating a hint of pressure was sufficient to convey to the wolf souls that escape was futile, with no means of fleeing. Submission became their most prudent option. Observing the wolves' compliance, Wang Xi felt no inclination to torment them. Instead, with a mere thought, an immense mass of shadow elements began to converge. An endless expanse of darkness and shadows swiftly enveloped the 4 Twilight Thunder Wolf souls. And under Wang Xi's manipulation, Their new physical forms were gradually constructed from the shadow elements. Boom! As the shadow elements enveloping the wolf souls dissipated from menacing wolf beasts, their bodies entirely black with gray-white lightning patterns materialized upon the soil of the ruined kingdom. The leading wolf king, now towering at 12 meters, had increased from its previous height of over 9 meters, its internal extraordinary energy reaching the pinnacle of the four-horse realm. The remaining sub-leader and the other two wolf beasts also experienced varying degrees of growth, with their sizes and internal extraordinary energy nearing the next level. Their shoulder heights increased from 7 to 9 meters, and from 4 to 7 meters, respectively. Though the wolves' physical dimensions had only increased by a few meters compared to their former selves, the augmentation in muscle density and weight was far more significant. Given their quadrupedal nature, every additional meter in shoulder height resulted in substantial enhancements to their combat prowess that it would not be an exaggeration to claim that these wolf beasts, now resurrected as shadow minions, could easily dispatch their former selves, chasing them down with ease while sustaining no injuries, merely returning with slightly soiled fur. Gazing upon the four black wolf beasts standing before him, their expressions a mix of confusion yet retaining their fierce, menacing aura, Wang Xi nodded in satisfaction. After completing the transformation of these wolves, Wang Xi discerned the unique traits retained from the Twilight Thunderwolves: superlative olfactory senses and dual affinity for shadow and lightning elements. While neither particularly strong nor weak, the superlative olfactory sense was a common trait among canine beasts, providing excellent reconnaissance capabilities. Its range was contingent upon the user's abilities, allowing for effective danger detection and target tracking. As for the dual affinity for shadow and lightning elements, it could be described as a rather commonplace trait. Although possessing an affinity for two elemental attributes is quite rare, it is not unheard of. Fortunately, the ruined kingdom was saturated with shadow elements, and lightning elements were gradually accumulating as well. In this environment, the wolves would absorb elements and grow at an accelerated pace. Though Wang Xi felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the wolves' rather pedestrian traits, he did not linger on it. After all, the greed soul is an evil deity's colossal serpent, a serpentine progeny bestowed upon the cultists by Yamoja, while the wolf beasts merely represent a class of extraordinary creatures endowed with commendable innate abilities. The disparity between the two cannot be understated. It is akin to the distinction between the elite disciples of a sect and ordinary followers. One need only observe that the extraordinary energy within the greed soul, despite being at the early stages of the four-horse realm, has already grown to an imposing length of over 80 meters. In stark contrast, a wolf beast with a comparable level of extraordinary energy stands merely at over 7 meters in height and a mere dozen meters in length. This exemplifies the innate talent disparity between the progeny of evil deities and common extraordinary beasts. What does it matter if an ordinary extraordinary beast possesses a higher realm, even at a heightened realm? It cannot contend with the offspring of an evil deity. This illustrates the gap in racial value. Disinterested in bestowing intricate names upon the four wolf beasts, Wang Xi opted to name them based on his impressions of them in life. The Wolf King and the deputy leader were dubbed Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, while the remaining two, named Wolf Left and Wolf Right, were designated according to the direction they fled. As Wang Xi's voice echoed, the four ferocious and menacing wolf beasts instantly shed their confusion, replaced by unwavering loyalty and obsequiousness. Thud, thud. As soon as the four wolf beasts regained their senses, they unhesitatingly lay down, exposing their bellies to Wang Xi in a display of submission, their tongues lolling in a manner that completely undermined their previously fearsome demeanor. Wang Xi, who had always preferred softness over harshness, chuckled as he patted these rather simple-minded large dogs, conjuring a mountainous region suitable for their survival within the ruined nation. Chapter 65. The Arrow of Divine Retribution. After extracting a suitably thick and appropriately sized beast sinew from Wolf 1, Wang Xi dismissed the four submissive wolves. He then wrapped the sinew around a bowstring, crafting a black longbow. With a gentle interlacing of his right index and thumb, he conjured a pitch-black alloy arrow. The arrowhead was fashioned from the hardest and sharpest special alloy found on the first-class mechanized Exorcist, while the shaft was made from the most resilient ordinary alloy from the third-class Exile. The feathers at the tail end were regular goose feathers, as Wang Xi had yet to slay any avian extraordinary beasts, thus lacking the means to replicate similar extraordinary materials. Wang Xi manipulated shadows to raise a 10-meter-high bald hill over a kilometer away. He then drew his bow and aimed at the hillside's midsection. Channeling his martial arts' true energy, he activated the 100-armed Divine Retribution. In the next moment, the arrow perched upon the black longbow was enveloped in a furious, purplish black lightning. The arcs of purplish-black electricity erupted at Wang Xi's fingertips, causing the surrounding air to distort violently. Boom. The arrow was launched from the longbow with explosive force. The instant the arrow's tail detached from the bow, it was ensnared in purplish-black lightning, breaking the sound barrier and sending out a visible shockwave before directly striking the 10-meter-high earthen hill. The sharp arrow penetrated deep into the solid earth, unleashing terrifying purplish-black lightning from within. Boom, the bald hill, entirely composed of hard earth, erupted violently, sending countless charred fragments soaring into the air as a thick cloud of dust slowly ascended. Even from a kilometer away, one could clearly see the scale of the shockwave expanding outward for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. The faint tremor reached Wang Xi's feet moments later, observing the 10-meter diameter crater he had created from a kilometer away. Wang Xi nodded in satisfaction. It is widely said that thunder and fire are the most destructive and viscerally impactful natural elements, and they certainly live up to their reputation. This 100-arm divine retribution truly deserves its reputation as a martial technique of significant complexity. The basic arrow enchantment consumed only a minuscule amount of martial arts' true energy, yet its destructive capacity rivaled that of an all-out strike from an ordinary practitioner at the early stages of the Four-Horse realm. With a seemingly effortless shot, the damage inflicted was sufficient to obliterate a small hill. As he casually smoothed over the crater created by the arrow of divine retribution, Wang Xi teleported to the edge of the ruined nation and, from the farthest point away, raised a 20-meter-high and 20-meter-wide square made entirely from the hardest metal found on the third-class exile. From nearly 10 kilometers away, this 20-meter cubic alloy structure was virtually invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person, let alone aiming at it. Even for Wang Xi, who had achieved extraordinary status, it was challenging to discern it without utilizing his ability to perceive any location within the ruined nation. However, this was precisely the effect Wang Xi desired. Although, under normal circumstances, he found it difficult to locate enemies 10 kilometers away, this was only true in ordinary states. Not to mention, once Wang Xi activated his shadows, he could perceive everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Just the enhancement provided by his divine skill, Mind's Eye, allowed him to accurately aim at enemies 10 kilometers away. One might wonder why, given his ability to precisely target enemies at such a distance. Wang Xi would still raise a 20 by 20 by 20 cubic alloy structure within the ruined nation. The reason was that Wang Xi had merely experienced a single shot of the arrow of divine retribution. And this time he intended to experience the true 100-armed divine retribution, a technique described as having a firing frequency surpassing that of a machine gun. With his mind's eye actively engaged and his focus sharpened, Wang Xi's eyes glimmered with a hint of an overwhelming surge of purplish-black martial arts true energy coursed through him as he fully unleashed the martial technique. 100-armed divine retribution. Black, ethereal arms materialized from Wang Xi's right shoulder, while alloy arrows appeared between his fingers. Exhaling a long breath, Wang Xi readied the first arrow on the longbow, enveloping it in lightning, and unleashed it with a thunderous roar, just as the tail of the previous arrow departed the bowstring. An ethereal black arm appeared to knock another arrow, this one also wreathed in purplish-black lightning. The black, ethereal arm firmly grasped the arrow, drawing the bowstring taut in a seamless motion, while its essence passed through the previously shot arm like a phantom. One right arm intertwined with 9 ethereal black arms, and in an instant, 20 arrows of divine retribution were unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the bowstring slicing through the air echoed like the roar of a great dragon spitting forth thunder. With each passing second, 20 arrows entwined in purplish-black lightning were fired with blinding speed. Hundreds of arrows formed a streak of purplish-black lightning across the ruined nation. After 5 seconds since the first arrow departed the bow, it struck the surface of the 20 by 20 by 20 cubic alloy structure 10 kilometers away. The arrowhead, forged from special alloy and enveloped in lightning, penetrated the cube. Shortly after, the purplish-black lightning exploded within the alloy structure, releasing an unimaginable force of destruction without reservation. Following the initial arrow's impact and explosion, a relentless torrent of arrows, equally potent, followed in succession. The cacophony reverberated throughout the ruined nation like a barrage of firecrackers. The thunderous booms echoed across the desolate landscape for over 20 seconds. The purplish-black lightning raged along the borders of the ruined nation as the terrifying pressure and shock waves surged like a tidal wave, gradually engulfing the entire space. The greed soul in the dark river, along with several demon souls, lay motionless on the riverbed, watching the purplish-black lightning streaking across the surface, perched atop the mountains that met the thunderclouds. For pitch-black wolf beasts sat in the freshly dug burrows, gazing in awe at Wang Xi, who continuously unleashed arrows of divine retribution. 300 seconds later, having released 3,600 arrows of divine retribution. Wang Xi dissipated the 100-arm technique and stretched languidly. Even with a physical attribute as high as 1,500 points, such intense shooting for 3 minutes necessitated a brief respite. Turning his gaze to the 20 by 20 by 20 cubic alloy structure at the edge of the ruined nation, he found no fragments remaining, only a massive crater filled with densely packed metal arrowheads and a pool of rapidly coalescing metallic liquid. A metal cube constructed from the hardest alloy of the third-class exile had been utterly obliterated under the relentless bombardment of the 100-armed divine retribution for 180 seconds, leaving nothing but a pool of entirely dissolved metallic liquid. However, the cost of such a display was staggering. After firing 3,600 arrows of divine retribution, Wang Xi was left with only 1/5 of his martial arts' true energy. This was still under the condition that he had utilized only 10 arms for uninterrupted shooting. If Wang Xi were to push the theoretical limit of the 100-armed divine retribution, simultaneously employing over 100 arms to shoot, he would exhaust his martial arts' true energy to the last drop within a minute. After all, only those above the wolf smoke realm could fully unleash the complete destructive potential of high-level martial techniques at their pinnacle. Wang Xi gazed at his handiwork, casually discarding the now-defunct black longbow to the side, a satisfied smile gracing his face. If the current Wang Xi were to return to the moment he first engaged the wolf pack, he would be confident that, armed solely with a longbow, he could obliterate the entire wolf pack into a puddle of twilight lightning wolf paste from a kilometer away. Chapter 66. The Shadow Demon. Once his self-indulgence concluded, Wang Xi retrieved the bow that lay discarded on the ground, using shadows to replicate a sinew from Wolf 1 to repair the black bow. He then cast it into a stone house resembling a matchbox within the ruined nation. This unassuming stone structure served as a repository for Wang Xi's black firearms, swords, and various other tools he frequently utilized. Though it appeared rather plain and somewhat unsightly from the outside, the interior was equally devoid of adornment. Wang Xi, having never studied decoration or architecture, had only the experience of constructing a matchbox from a sandbox block game during his childhood to draw upon. However, the stone chamber is merely a storage room for keeping items, and its appearance is of little consequence. As long as it serves its purpose of safeguarding Wang Xi's belongings in the desolate land, preventing them from being tainted by the dust of the ashen terrain. Its mission is accomplished. After placing the black bow within, Wang Xi relocated to the bank of the dark river. With a swift motion, he extracted the souls of 5 demon entities that were dozing on the riverbed. Surrounding the gluttonous soul, these 5 demon souls, all of first-tier strength, were retained by Wang Xi instead of being fed to the gluttonous soul due to the intriguing chitinous-like ability they possessed, derived from the extraordinary energy within them. It had been 2 or 3 days since his traversal, during which Wang Xi had vanquished nearly 100 cultists and dozens of aberrant beasts, gaining some experience. Yet, encountering demons that could manifest tangible matter using extraordinary energy was a novelty for him. Driven by curiosity about the unique properties contained within the demons, Wang Xi wasted no time. As soon as the 5 demon souls departed the dark river, countless shadow elements surged towards them under his command. Perhaps due to their lower tier, the transformation occurred rapidly, and within the blink of an eye. 5 humanoid beings, each unique in form and encased in a dark chitinous exoskeleton, descended onto the ground. One wielded a bow, 2 bore heavy short sickles on their right arms, while the others sported broad and resilient limbs. Observing these newly formed shadow demons, whose extraordinary abilities ranged around the 2nd tier yet displayed intelligence inferior to that of a German shepherd, Wang Xi fell into contemplation. After a moment of thought, unable to devise a simpler solution, he abandoned his musings. He adorned the 5 demons with his signature black cloak and mask, obscuring their heads, which bore no resemblance to human features, rather than grotesque. Their appearance exuded a unique ferocity, a chilling aura that unmistakably marked them as non-human. Wang Xi, brimming with enthusiasm, began to delve into the peculiar traits of the transformed demons, rather than hastily naming them. Though their internal extraordinary energy amounted only to the 2nd tier, they exhibited remarkably complex characteristics. These included, but were not limited to, the ability to create chitinous shells with extraordinary resistance and hardness, asexual reproduction, thermal brain insertion, and autonomous evolution. The first 2 traits were quite comprehensible. the shadow demons could expend their extraordinary energy to fabricate resilient chitinous shells or weaponry. And under sufficient energy, they could independently execute a form of asexual reproduction akin to that of earthworms. The two resulting shadow demons were distinct entities, lacking shared consciousness, and after a brief respite, retained their combat prowess just as before. Wang Xi noted that these admirable traits would spare him the effort of hunting demons for conversion into shadow servants later on. In the desolate land, while other resources were scarce, energy was abundantly rich. The latter two traits, thermal brain insertion and autonomous evolution, were equally intriguing. The abstract term thermal brain insertion was coined by Wang Xi himself, not due to any lapse in clarity, but because the trait was indeed complex. Any upper-tier demon could project its will into the bodies of lower-tier demons, forcibly commandeering them. This explained why, despite their souls possessing a second-tier strength, these humanoid beings exhibited a lower level of intelligence, nearly devoid of cognitive thought, driven primarily by combat instincts. That it seemed the upper-tier demons had intentionally stunted the intellectual growth of their lower counterparts to mitigate the risk of rebellion during critical moments. While this trait offered convenience, allowing Wang Xi to project his will into the shadow demons' bodies, thus risking his own demise, the suppression of his servant's intelligence was a purely negative aspect for him. After all, any demon converted into a shadow servant would be incapable of harboring thoughts or actions of betrayal against him, with the power to obliterate all shadow servants at a mere thought. Wang Xi felt no concern over potential insurrections, as he was not part of the upper-tier demons, and thus did not fear rebellion from the shadow demons once they attained intelligence. After thorough examination, Wang Xi decided to eliminate the intelligence-suppressing aspect of thermal brain insertion, retaining only the insertion capability. Following this modification, he turned his attention to the final trait of the shadow demons, autonomous evolution. This term was somewhat vague, as most extraordinary beings evolved independently. Yet, the demons possessed a unique ability to consume the corpses of beings with higher extraordinary energy levels, thus acquiring their powers. For instance, if a demon were to consume the body of an awakened human warrior with wind attributes, it would absorb all extraordinary substances within, gaining the warrior's wind-related abilities and significantly enhancing its own extraordinary level. After reviewing all the traits of the demons, Wang Xi's initial disdain born from their low intelligence dissipated entirely. After categorizing the 5 shadow demons based on their distinct attributes, naming them Shadow Archer, Shadow Sickle, and Shadow Blade, he enhanced their intelligence. Draped in black cloaks, their faces concealed behind black masks, the shadow demons, with their crimson eyes, knelt respectfully and loyally before Wang Xi. "Those corpses are yours." He gestured towards the mound of carcasses made up of countless twilight thunder wolves and beasts piled near the dark river. As his words echoed, the shadow demons remained kneeling, unmoving. Observing this, the corners of Wang Xi's mouth twitched in frustration. Although he had just removed the intelligence suppression, their understanding had improved significantly. Yet they still lacked the capacity for independent thought. Responding only to straightforward commands, reluctantly, he clarified, "Stand up, consume those corpses, then evolve and reproduce." This time, the loyal shadow demons comprehended his command fully and instinctively transformed into 5 shadows, instantly teleporting to the base of the corp only to see the message displayed. Host has acquired the skill of weapon forging. System functions are commencing an automatic upgrade. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. The system has added a weapons category, allowing the host to select and store weapons within this category for safekeeping and enhancement. Gazing at the light blue system pop up before him, Wang Xi was momentarily taken aback, then promptly summoned the system panel. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found the weapons category nestled beneath the talent section. At this moment, the weapons category was empty, only indicating that weapons could be selected for storage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Xi retrieved the black bow he had just repaired and placed it within the stone room. Choosing to store it in the weapons category, the black bow vanished from Wang Xi's grasp, and immediately, the weapons category on the system panel transformed. Weapons. Weapons. Black bow, excellent, enhanceable. Chapter 68. Weapon attributes regarding the weapons category. Wang Xi issued the command to enhance the black bow. Please select materials for enhancing the weapon black bow. Excellent. Select enhancement materials. Wang Xi paused for a moment, then fetched a Twilight Thunderwolf crystal core from the stone room, which was at the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm. Both the bowstring of the black bow and the crystal core of the Twilight Thunderwolf were primarily based on the attributes of lightning and darkness. Moreover, due to the high concentration of shadow elements within Wang Xi, His martial arts True Chi, which was originally of the water attribute, had gradually transformed into a dual attribute of water and darkness. Consequently, the heavenly punishment thunder he conjured also evolved into a tri-attribute of water, lightning, and darkness. Therefore, the optimal material for enhancing the Black Bao was indeed the Twilight Thunderwolf crystal core. However, since Wang Xi had a limited number of crystal cores, and the Black Bao was a weapon that could be replicated in mass, he approached the first enhancement with caution. The Twilight Thunderwolf crystal core vanished from Wang Xi's hand and was stored in the weapons category. Weapons, Black Bao, excellent, enhancement material, lightning and darkness dual attribute beast crystal core 1. This enhancement will consume 15 enhancement points. Does the host confirm to proceed with this weapon enhancement? Not only did it require materials, but also 15 enhancement points. Wang Xi glanced at the remaining 45 enhancement points on the system panel, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to proceed with the enhancement. Yes, 15 enhancement points consumed. Integrating weapon with material. Integration successful. Congratulations, host. The weapon Black Bao, excellent, has acquired the attributes limited damage increase and consumption reduction. Attribute limited damage increase. Arrows shot from the weapon can increase lightning and darkness attribute damage by 0.5 to 1 times, provided the energy limit does not reach the mid-stage of the Four-Horse realm. Attribute consumption reduction. When attacking with this weapon, if the energy limit has not reached the mid-stage of the Four-Horse realm, the energy consumed is reduced by 50. Weapon Black Bao, excellent. Black Bao, excellent, quality unchanged. Attributes 2. Having read every word that appeared on the system panel, Wang Xi felt as if he were Qin Shi Huang touching electric wires. He had hit the jackpot. A damage increase of 0.5 to 1 times, along with a halved energy consumption. Although there was a limitation that the energy must not reach the mid-stage of the Four-Horse realm, for Wang Xi at this stage, it was akin to having no limitation at all. This was because Wang Xi's current cultivation was at the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm, and although his martial arts True Chi was unique, it still fell within the parameters of the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm. Originally, a single heavenly punishment arrow from Wang Xi could unleash destructive power equivalent to that of an ordinary martial artist at the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm. Now, with the Black Bao's minimum damage increase attribute of 0.5 times, the destructive potential of the heavenly punishment arrow could very well rival the ordinary attacks of martial artists at the mid-stage of the Four-Horse realm. Furthermore, due to the existence of the consumption reduction attribute, Wang Xi, who could originally shoot 18,000 heavenly punishment arrows with his full martial arts True Chi, could now unleash 36,000 arrows. 36,000 heavenly punishment arrows. Still at the enhanced version's 1.5 times destructive power, Wang Xi could hardly imagine the devastation he could wreak using the system-enhanced Black Bao, unleashing the 100-armed heavenly punishment. Who could withstand the onslaught beneath the smoke of war? After reading the attributes, Wang Xi retrieved the Black Bao from the weapons category on the system panel. The pitch black Bao appeared in his right hand, and the cold metallic Bao occasionally flickered with purple-black arcs of electricity. Wang Xi examined the Black Bao, noting that aside from the added special effects, it had hardly changed, and nodded in approval. Subsequently, he conjured a black arrow, knocked it onto the Black Bao, and aimed at a dirt slope a kilometer away. The purple-black heavenly punishment arrow shot forth, whistling through the air before crashing into the small dirt slope. Boom! As the arrow struck, purple-black thunder raged uncontrollably, instantly collapsing the slope. And the gray-white earth and stone were violently thrust into the air by the shockwave produced by the thunder's descent. Indeed, the power had increased by approximately 0.6 times compared to before, with energy consumption reduced by half. Satisfied with the results of his test shot, Wang Xi nodded and stored the Black Bao back in the weapons category. He then retrieved the Black Spear, Black Sword, and 2 water attribute beast crystal cores from the stone room. Wang Xi stored the Black Spear and Black Sword in the weapons category and proceeded to enhance them simultaneously. Please select materials for enhancing the weapons Black Spear, excellent, and Black Sword, excellent. Having gained experience from the previous enhancement, Wang Xi adeptly placed the 2 prepared water attribute beast crystal cores from the initial stage of the Four-Horse realm into the enhancement materials section. Weapons, Black Spear, excellent. Black Sword, excellent. Enhancement materials, water attribute beast crystal core 2. This enhancement will consume 30 enhancement points. Does the host confirm to proceed with this weapon enhancement? The remaining enhancement points were just sufficient. Yes, 30 enhancement points consumed. Integrating weapon with material. Integration successful. Congratulations, host. The weapons Black Spear, excellent, and Black Sword, excellent have acquired the attributes limited damage increase and consumption reduction. Attribute limited damage increase when attacking with the respective weapons. If the energy limit has not reached the mid-stage of the four-horse realm, water attribute damage increases by 0.5 to 1 times. Attribute consumption reduction when attacking with these weapons if the energy limit has not reached the mid-stage of the four-horse realm. The energy consumed is reduced by 50. Weapon Black Spear, excellent Black Spear, excellent. Quality unchanged, attributes 2. Weapon Black Sword, excellent Black Sword, excellent. Quality unchanged, attributes 2. Perhaps due to the enhancement materials being crystal cores from the initial stage of the four-horse realm. The enhancement attributes of the Black Spear, Black Sword, and Black Bow were almost identical, with the only difference being that the attribute limited damage increase had changed from lightning and darkness dual attributes to water attributes. Were it not for the fact that adding 2 types of materials would increase the enhancement points required, and given that Wang Xi had no extra enhancement points, he would have bestowed all 3 excellent grade weapons with the tri-attribute damage increase. Unfortunately, after elevating the 100-armed heavenly punishment to a high proficiency level, Wang Xi was left with merely 65 enhancement points. At this moment, the expertise in weapon forging and the enhancement of 3 weapons had completely exhausted Wang Xi's enhancement points. Wang Xi retrieved the Black Spear and Black Sword from the weapons category, injecting martial arts true chi into them to test their feel, confirming that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable using them in battle. He stored them back in the weapons category. After testing the weapons and finalizing his enhancement points, Wang Xi surveyed the once desolate land of the ruined kingdom, now teeming with life compared to the previous day. He observed the greedy souls napping on the dark riverbed that pierced through the grayish expanse, the shadow demons feasting beneath the mountain of corpses, and the wolf beasts digging holes atop the storm-laden mountains. Although the overall scenery of the ruined kingdom was still devoid of vitality, bordering on the macabre, it was certainly less monotonous and bleak than before, noticing that everyone in the ruined kingdom had their own tasks to attend to. Wang Xi decided not to linger any longer. He returned to reality, shut down the facilities in the training room, and strolled leisurely towards the school grounds, ready to rest after a long day. Chapter 69. Deceiving me to fly. The following day, Wang Xi rose early from his bed. With the assistance of the shadow tendrils, he quickly completed his morning routine and stepped out of the house. Today, Wang Xi intended to have another discussion with his homeroom teacher, Lun Yin, regarding the exploration rights of the undeveloped small world. After all, with Wang Xi's ability to casually unleash a heavenly punishment arrow equivalent in destructive power to an ordinary strike from a martial artist at the mid-stage of the four-horse realm, it seemed somewhat unfair to engage in combat with students who were at most of the second rank. Wang Xi believed that the first-year students at Wu Gao had no need to participate in a battle where victory was unattainable. Furthermore, he had no need to squander time fighting these students who could barely reach the second rank. Given the public nature of the sparring, he couldn't afford to incapacitate his opponents completely nor risk accidentally killing someone. After an entire martial arts tournament, Wang Xi estimated he would earn not a single enhancement point. Instead of wasting time on such battles, he would rather wander around the city, seeking out any cultists engaging in public abductions, perhaps earning some enhancement points in the process. In his musings, Wang Xi considered that if the leaders of the Eastern District and Wu Gao were more open-minded, generous, and less rigid in their ways, perhaps he could obtain the special item that would allow him to enter and exit the small world ahead of time. Thus, Wang Xi could rush into that untouched little world, wreaking havoc and earning enhancement points to further bolster his strength. After closing the gate, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly made his way toward the school. Along the way, he spotted Jiang Shui, who was queuing for breakfast, and decided to stop. "Have you eaten?" Wang Xi emerged from the shadows by the roadside, casually strolling to Jiang Shui's side, indifferent to the glances cast by nearby gentlemen, his arms crossed over his chest. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Shui instinctively turned to see its source. Upon realizing it was none other than Wang Xi, who often woke up just in time to avoid being late, she was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering across her cool visage. "Wang Xi, you actually got up this early today? Is the sun rising from the west?" Jiang Shui gazed at him incredulously. Observing her surprise, Wang Xi shrugged helplessly and softly explained, "I had matters to attend to at school today, so I woke up a bit earlier." After a brief pause, he pointed toward the breakfast shop and asked Jiang Shui, "Aren't you eating at home today?" Jiang Shui promptly replied, "I already ate." Wang Xi teased, "Then why are you in this queue?" At his words, Jiang Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation, huffing, "Of course, I'm buying breakfast for you, the king of sleep." Otherwise, would I stand here idly so early in the morning? Amused by Jiang Shui's contradictory demeanor, Wang Xi chuckled lightly. I truly appreciate your efforts. He smiled and gave a slight bow. Jiang Shui remained silent, merely lifting her chin with a satisfied smirk. But you don't need to buy me breakfast today. Let us just head to school. Wang Xi gently took hold of Jiang Shui's left hand, leading her out of the queue in front of the breakfast shop. Aren't you having breakfast? Jiang Shui asked curiously as she allowed him to guide her forward. I've already eaten. Wang Xi casually fibbed. But this isn't the direction to the bus station. Is it? Jiang Shui tugged at Wang Xi's shirt, reminding him that I'm not taking the bus today. Wang Xi pulled Jiang Shui into a shadowy corner, just as she was about to question, no bus? Are we walking to school? The shadow beneath Wang Xi's feet expanded slightly, enveloping Jiang Shui's shadow. In the next moment, Wang Xi, along with Jiang Shui, vanished into the shadows, racing toward Wugao. In less than 20 seconds, they covered over 10 kilometers, arriving at the entrance of Wugao. Beneath a willow tree at the school gate, their figures emerged from the shade, having grown accustomed to high-speed shadow travel. Wang Xi appeared unfazed, his state unaffected by the visual impact of supersonic movement. Jiang Shui, however, was different. Since Wang Xi enveloped her in shadow during the journey, she shared his perspective, experiencing the exhilarating rush of superspeed through the city. With her legs feeling slightly weak, Jiang Shui clutched Wang Xi's shoulder as they materialized from the shadows, striving to steady herself. Wang Xi, you? Jiang Shui's eyes were wide with a lingering shock, observing her reaction. Wang Xi furrowed his brow slightly, steadying her with concern. Are you all right? Of course, I am. Jiang Shui shot back, straightening up defiantly. Seeing her still brimming with stubbornness, Wang Xi relaxed, understanding she was merely adjusting to the experience. Should I go a bit slower next time? He asked gently. No need. I just wasn't prepared for it. Next time will be fine, Jiang Shui insisted, still holding on to Wang Xi for balance. Wang Xi couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Jiang Shui demanded, flustered that I just thought of something amusing. Wang Xi replied, stifling his laughter. What could be so funny? Jiang Shui looked at him skeptically. Yesterday, I single-handedly killed a late-stage 4-horse realm beast. I was so thrilled that I can't help but laugh when I think about it. Wang Xi fabricated on the spot that, oh really? Wang Xi, you're not even bothering to prepare your lies now. Why not claim you defeated a late-stage tiger realm beast instead? Jiang Shui huffed, her cheeks puffed up adorably like a puffer fish. I swear it's true. I'm not lying. Wang Xi protested, raising his hands in a mock salute. Humph, if you're lying, I'll make you fly. Jiang Shui pouted, leaning against Wang Xi's chest, mumbling. Subsequently, as Wang Xi pulled out his phone to contact their homeroom teacher, Lu Nian, he also supported Jiang Shui, allowing her to rest beneath the willow tree. Moments later, after confirming the meeting location with Lu Nian via text, Wang Xi and Jiang Shui stepped out from the shade, merging with the flow of students entering the campus. Chapter 70, A Feast of Delights. Upon entering Wugao, Wang Xi proceeded toward the first-grade teacher's office in Area A, as previously discussed with Lu Nian on his phone. The teacher's office in Area A bore a striking resemblance to the offices of high school teachers from Wang Xi's past life. A spacious room furnished with a dozen desks, each occupied by a teacher possessing extraordinary powers. Wang Xi pushed open the office door and stepped inside, only to find that aside from the burly Lu Nian brewing tea at his desk, there was only one elderly gentleman seated quietly. In this vast office, even with Wang Xi's presence, there were just 3 individuals. Wang Xi sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the elder, a power far exceeding both his own and that of Lu Nian beside him. Almost instinctively, Wang Xi began to speculate about the elder's identity. Was he a school leader? Or perhaps a high-ranking federal official from Nanjing City? Inside, Lu Nian, noticing Wang Xi lingering at the door, waved him over, urging, "Why are you just standing there? Come on." "At is prompt." Wang Xi stepped forward, halting a few paces before Lu Nian, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Good morning, Teacher Lu Nian, and good morning to you." As Wang Xi spoke, smiles began to grace the faces of both Lu Nian and the elder. Clearly, they were pleased with Wang Xi's courteous demeanor. After all, a genius with a fierce desire to combat is not inherently a negative trait. A genius with a fierce disposition, yet unwilling to adhere to societal norms, arrogant and dismissive of others, is the true danger. A talented individual with questionable morals, regardless of their natural aptitude, would not receive investment from the Federation. In contrast, someone like Wang Xi, who, although somewhat bloodthirsty, understood respect and etiquette, posed no threat. A genius with talent, discretion, and independent thought. Such individuals are rare, even to the elder, who may not have encountered one in years. Lun Yin and the elder exchanged smiles and stood to greet Wang Si. Come, Wang Si, allow me to introduce you. This is our principal at Wugao, Nangong Yongkong. Lun Yin gestured toward the elder. Nangong Yongkong. Realizing this, Wang Si's amber eyes flickered, and he quickly responded, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in greeting, that it is an honor to meet you, Principal Nangong. Nangong Yongkong chuckled warmly, stroking his silvery beard with a single hand. A gentle breeze wafting through as he adjusted Wang Si's posture. I heard from Lun Yin how exceptional you are. Seeing you today, you truly exceed expectations, exuding integrity and possessing a handsome demeanor. The principal's voice was kind and friendly, reminiscent of an ordinary grandfather rather than a formidable martial artist. You flatter me, Wang Si replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, feigning modesty while remaining cautious. Adhering to the habit of being prudent in the presence of the powerful. In Wang Si's view, all praise and accolades from others were hollow and inconsequential. The only truly valuable aspects in this world were the benefits one could ascertain and the tangible increase in strength. Nangong Yongkong regarded Wang Si with a gentle gaze. His tone measured. I was just discussing you with Lun Yin when I noticed your message to him about wanting to talk concerning the martial arts competition. I hope I'm not interrupting. Wang Si shook his head, maintaining his composure. Not at all. On the contrary. With you here, Principal Nangong, it eliminates the need for Teacher Lun Yin to report to you separately. Nangong Yongkong, intrigued by Wang Si's response, nodded with a smile. In that case, young comrade Wang Si, please proceed. Hearing the principal's reply, Wang Si acknowledged with a nod and began recounting how he had gone to the logistics area in District D the previous day to exchange resources and, with the assistance of the logistics department head, Mui had accepted a task to eliminate beasts lurking by the walls. He narrated to Nangong Yongkong and Lun Yin, weaving a half-truth tale of how he had skillfully dispatched 3 early to mid-stage Twilight Thunderwolves, and how he had triggered his potential through intense life-and-death battles, thereby advancing to the early 4-horse realm. As he spoke, Wang Si released a hint of his pure martial energy and a trace of soul fluctuation. Although he suspected that Nangong Yongkong and Lun Yin, both official powers above the realm of smoke and flames, were already aware of all his superficial information, he still felt the need to embellish his story. In order to cultivate an image of a seemingly good child, despite his misdeeds of murder and soul hunting, Wang Si recounted his achievements in his own way. After all, expending a bit of effort in words is of little consequence. As long as tangible benefits can be secured, everything is worth it. Lun Yin stood with his arms crossed, gazing at Wang Si, whose expression was as tranquil as still water, and remarked, at the mere age of 16. In the early stages of the 4-horse realm, you even managed to slay a beast in the late stages of the same realm. TSK, you are truly a prodigy. Next to him, Nangong Yongkong nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, which aligned with his expectations, Wang Si declared in a clear voice, Principal Nangong, Teacher Lun Yin, I believe that given my current cultivation and combat prowess, participating in the martial arts tournament against classmates of at most the 2nd tier would be rather unfair. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yongkong, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. He looked at Wang Si and slowly inquired, So what do you propose? Wang Si clasped his hands and suggested, I propose that I do not participate in the freshman martial arts tournament, but instead hold a demonstration match before the event. At that time, the school would verify my identity, and I would defeat a beast in the mid or late stages of the 4-horse realm in front of all the teachers and students, so that the newcomers may understand the disparity in power between us. Thus, winning the championship and its rewards would be a natural outcome. This way, no one would question the school's integrity, and I would not need to bully my fellow students. As Wang Si finished speaking, Nangong Yongkong and Lun Yin exchanged glances before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Lun Yin pointed at Wang Si and jestingly scolded, You want to avoid bullying the weak, yet are unwilling to forfeit the rewards of the tournament. You even wish for the school to provide you with an equally matched opponent to engage in a fierce battle. You rascal, you are quite cunning, wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Listening to Lun Yin's playful rebuke, Wang Si was not offended. Instead, he laughed along. Look at what you're saying. The school cannot truly expect me, who can slay a late-stage beast of the 4-horse realm, to fight against newcomers of only 2nd tier. Those who do not know might think I have been cultivating since birth, although the disparity in cultivation levels between Wang Si and Nangong Yongkong, Lun Yin was vast. It did not affect their mental state. Fortunately, Wang Si could still perceive emotional fluctuations. From his sensing, he discerned that neither Nangong Yongkong nor Lu Nian harbored any negative emotions after he uttered his last word, indicating a high likelihood of success for his proposal. Under Wang Xi's expectant gaze, the silver-haired elder, Nangong Yongkong, finally ceased his contemplation and spoke. Young comrade, Wang Xi's suggestion is quite commendable. However, this matter pertains to the prestige of the Federal Martial Arts Academy, and I must report it before it can be established. Upon hearing Nangong Yongkong's words, Wang Xi understood that this matter was secure. With a gentle smile on his face, he assumed a demeanor of amiable respect, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Principal Nangong." Nangong Yongkong waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Cultivating talents for the Federation is my duty. There is no need for excessive formality." With that, Nangong Yongkong did not linger and vanished from the office, presumably to report Wang Xi's proposal. Wang Xi, pleasantly surprised by the smooth progression of events, let out a sigh of relief. When dealing with strong individuals, it seems that speaking a bit more can indeed facilitate achieving one's goals. Chapter 71. 20 kilograms of netherwater cold iron. After Nangong Yongkong's presence had completely faded, Wang Xi turned to Lu Nian, who was sipping tea nearby, and said, "Teacher, I shall go cultivate now." Lu Nian, without attempting to retain him, merely gestured for Wang Xi to go. "Off you go. But remember that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Burying oneself in hard training is not the optimal choice." As he spoke, Lu Nian finished his tea in one gulp and poured more from the teapot. "I shall remember this," Wang Xi responded, then pushed open the office door and strode out. As Wang Xi's figure gradually receded, disappearing into the corridor, Lu Nian set down his teacup and approached the window, admiring Wang Xi's upright silhouette. What a splendid child. Once he enters the myriad realms, he will surely surpass my own journey. Lu Nian mused, his tone filled with emotion. As Wang Xi departed from Area A's teaching building, he made his way towards Area B, just as he had the previous day, although at this moment, Wang Xi found that both his enhancement points on the system panel and contribution points on his martial artist account were either depleted or scarce, preventing him from rapidly advancing to the mid-stages of the four-horse realm or exchanging valuable resources to enhance his cultivation. He harbored no thoughts of complacency. During these few days, Wang Xi intended to dedicate himself to the dual focus of tranquil cultivation and honing his martial techniques. Even without enhancement points, his pursuit of strength would not waver. No circumstance could serve as an excuse for negligence. Resting without reason was not a reward for oneself, but rather a slow poison that would gradually erode one's will. On the way, Wang Xi contemplated methods to integrate sword, spear, and bow techniques into his combat style, while habitually observing the martial arts students of various grades around him. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment as he did not encounter any students of familial stature, like Dongfang Yu, who would be of networking value. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the large iron gate of Area B, having conversed with Nangong Yongkong and Lu Nian for a while in the office. He realized it was nearly time for the newcomers to commence their martial arts classes. The crowd near the large gate of Area B was visibly more populated than the previous day. From a distance of over 20 meters, Wang Xi spotted Dongfang Yu with her striking silver hair, accompanied by a boy resembling a golden-haired lion. Of course, this golden-haired lion was not a breed of beast, but rather a boy with a mane of dense golden hair. Judging by his appearance, he exuded an air of nobility. Observing his expression and demeanor, the boy radiated an almost rebellious aura that seemed to leap into Wang Xi's face. Another cliché face-slapping scenario. Wang Xi, having read thousands of web novels in his past life, instinctively guessed upon seeing Dongfang Yu and her companion, the golden-haired lion. This golden-haired lion is likely another scion of a prominent family, possessing ample resources. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Xi appeared to be eyeing the golden-haired lion's wealth. Although he had yet to interact with him, he was already devising ways to extract resources from him. Wang Xi's gaze settled on the shadow of the golden-haired lion, which transformed into that of a golden retriever, conveying the boy's cultivation level and other information to Wang Xi. 5th-tier cultivation. Lightning attribute talent awakened. Soul age of 18. That after organizing the basic information of the golden-haired lion, a subtle smile graced Wang Xi's lips as he mentally mapped out how to procure a significant amount of resources from this individual. At that moment, Dongfang Yu felt quite displeased. Upon returning home after acquiring the netherwater cold iron, she had encountered her cousin, Zhao Haoyan, who had always been arrogant and domineering. Upon seeing Dongfang Yu obtain a high-quality ore with both dark and water attributes, he immediately inquired why she would take such a high-quality ore that was incompatible with her attributes. Dongfang Yu merely replied that she had lost a bet with a classmate, and it was the agreed-upon forfeit. Without mentioning Wang Xi's name or appearance. To her surprise, Zhao Haotian became intrigued and insisted on meeting this newcomer who had defeated Dong Fangyu, stubbornly following her to the large gate of Area B. Originally, Dong Fangyu intended to contact Wang Xi via her phone and arranged a hand over the promised Netherwater Cold Iron at a later date. However, after leading Zhao Haotian to Wang Xi's class to obtain his reserved phone number, she discovered that it was unreachable. Left with no choice, in order to protect her family's reputation and her own impression in Wang Xi's eyes, Dong Fangyu had to wait for Wang Xi at the gate of Area B. She had thought that Zhao Haotian would grow impatient and leave after waiting for a while, yet to her astonishment, he stood there stubbornly for half a day without any sign of departing. At that moment, Dong Fangyu began contemplating how she might rebuke Zhao Haotian if he were to speak arrogantly to Wang Xi, considering how to make her response more imposing. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instinctively glanced towards the crowd not far away, spotting Wang Xi approaching her slowly. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly strode towards him, seeing Dong Fangyu suddenly walking into the crowd. Zhao Haotian was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Dong Fangyu stopping before a black-haired youth and retrieving the promised Netherwater Cold Iron from her storage bracelet, he quickly regained his composure, without a thought to continue posturing before the first-year students. He hastily approached Dong Fangyu. The two figures, who had stood at the gate of Area B for quite some time, now moved towards the same direction, drawing the attention of surrounding students who followed suit. Just as Zhao Haotian had come to terms with the situation, Dong Fangyu had already handed over the Netherwater Cold Iron she had long prepared to Wang Xi. I went looking for you in your class, but couldn't find you. After trying to call your number without success, I had no choice but to wait here. With a hint of apology, Dong Fangyu lowered her head slightly towards Wang Xi and explained that in response. Wang Xi paid no heed. The opinions of outsiders held little significance in his eyes, for no matter how tumultuous their thoughts might be, they could not alter his resolve. Weighing the Ming Shui Han Tai in his hand, a genuine smile graced Wang Xi's face. Having already mastered the art of refining weapons, he could effortlessly identify the high-quality or known as Ming Shui Han Tai, which possessed the dual attributes of darkness and water. This was an excellent material for forging spear tips or sword blades. In District D of the Academy, a 10-kilogram piece of Ming Shui Han Tai was valued at 1,500 contribution points. However, the piece entrusted to Wang Xi by Dong Fangyu weighed a staggering 20 kilograms, worth a total of 3,000 contribution points. This quantity was more than sufficient for Wang Xi to craft the spearhead and blade of a martial weapon, as soon as he appraised the Ming Shui Han Tai in his possession. Wang Xi stored it away in the ruined kingdom. No trouble at all, he said, looking at the silver-haired girl before him. His gaze softened somewhat, losing some of its earlier indifference. Chapter 72, Defeat Me. And it shall be yours. As Wang Xi's words faded, Dong Fangyu opened her mouth to respond, but a voice brimming with arrogance interrupted her from behind. You are the freshman who defeated you? You seem rather unremarkable. Zhao Haotian, with his golden hair, sauntered up to Wang Xi and came to a halt, crossing his arms over his chest, his head held high, a look of contempt evident on his face. Observing this, Wang Xi's expression remained unchanged as he turned to Dong Fangyu and calmly inquired, Dong Fang classmate, who is this? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Dong Fangyu's face at Wang Xi's question, and she hurriedly explained, this fellow is Zhao Haotian, my cousin. I am not well acquainted with him. After speaking, she directed an impatient look towards Zhao Haotian, asking, Zhao Haotian, what on earth do you want? Zhao Haotian, little you. Is that how you address your cousin? What has happened to your manners? Zhao Haotian frowned slightly as he regarded Dong Fangyu. Meanwhile, Wang Xi silently observed the standoff between Dong Fangyu and Zhao Haotian, subtly fueling the pride and competitive spirit simmering within them. Coming right at my friend with your mockery, and you dare speak of etiquette? Can't you find anything amusing in your own words? Dong Fangyu retorted disdainfully, her words sharp as daggers. Zhao Haotian rubbed his temples as if pained by her response. I can't be bothered to argue with you. With that, he turned his gaze towards Wang Xi, stating, I am Zhao Haotian, this girl's cousin. I truly wonder what kind of enchantment you've cast upon her to make her procure 20 kilograms of Ming Shui Han Tai from her family and hand it over to you without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhao Haotian's words, Wang Xi was somewhat astonished. This seemingly arrogant golden-haired youth had managed to suppress his overwhelming competitive spirit long enough to spout such nonsense. Immediately, Wang Xi intensified his efforts to provoke Zhao Haotian's emotions, adopting a look of exasperation as he remarked, do you have nothing better to do? I still need to train and have no time to waste on you. With that, Wang Xi attempted to bypass Dong Fangyu and Zhao Haotian. Heading towards the entrance of District B. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian quickly stepped in front of Wang Xi, extending his arm to block his path. Wait, let us have a match. Are you out of your mind? Why should I duel you? Wang Xi scoffed, brushing past Zhao Haotian's arm with ease. Bang! The sound of a fierce collision resonated as Zhao Haotian's strong arm was effortlessly shoved aside by Wang Xi. What a remarkable strength you possess, Zhao Haotian exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he steadied his somewhat numbed arm that he rubbed his arm, eager to pursue Wang Xi and stop him. But Dong Fangyu was quicker, positioning herself in front of him. Her delicate face was as cold as ice, with sparks of electricity flickering around her. Zhao Haotian, if you dare lay a hand on my friend again. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhao Haotian, witnessing Dong Fangyu draw her sword from its sheath, glanced back at the receding figure of Wang Xi and felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he recalled Wang Xi's smile when he had received the Ming Shui Han Tai from Dong Fangyu. Without regard for the onlookers, Zhao Haotian shouted towards Wang Xi's back. I'll wager a high quality or equivalent to 20 kilograms of Ming Shui Han Tai. Defeat me, and it is yours. As Zhao Haotian's declaration echoed, the surrounding crowd fell into momentary silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of excited chatter. Did I hear that correctly? In or equivalent to 20 kilograms of Ming Shui Han Tai. That's enough to forge a high-quality martial weapon. One type of or alone wouldn't be sufficient for forging. But if half were exchanged for other high-quality ores, it would surely be more than adequate. Who is this golden-haired youth, so generous with his stakes? Golden-haired. Keep your voice down. That is Zhao's young master. His father is the current head of the Zhao family, and his mother is the sister of the current head of the Dongfang family. Holy, he is the infamous wastrel. I heard from my cousin in the third year that he is on the verge of breaking through to the four-horse realm and achieving extraordinary status. And who is that silver-haired beauty beside him? It looks like this man and woman are vying for the same man. Hearing the discussions he had hoped for, Wang Xi halted his slow steps, disregarding the surrounding chatter, and looked into Zhao Haotian's eyes, asking, "All right, but when will the wager be settled? Today or tomorrow?" A dangerous smile crept onto Zhao Haotian's face as he replied, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Thinking victory is already in your grasp before the fight has even begun. I'm merely being honest, stating the facts." Wang Xi responded with a smile, appearing in good spirits. Zhao Haotian, seeing Wang Xi unfazed, snorted coldly, "Humph, if you truly manage to defeat me, I'll bring you that or this afternoon." "That sounds fair." Wang Xi nodded with a grin in front of the gathered crowd. He showed no fear that this wealthy young master would default on the agreement. After all, for families of their stature, resources valued at 3,000 contribution points were trivial. Losing face would be the greater concern. Dong Fangyu, initially worried that Zhao Haotian might continue to pester Wang Xi despite the risk to his reputation, found herself momentarily stunned. It was important to note that while Zhao Haotian often acted recklessly and exerted pressure on others, his fifth-tier cultivation was genuine. Wang Xi, despite his exceptional talent, had only been enrolled for a few days, barely even a week. How could he possibly be Zhao Haotian's match? At that moment, it was just Dong Fangyu who thought this. The surrounding students, upon learning that Wang Xi was a first-year freshman, largely deemed him a fish caught on the hook of a high-stakes wager, destined to be soundly defeated and humiliated by Zhao Haotian. Dong Fangyu hurriedly approached Wang Xi, but before she could voice her concerns, she heard a light and reassuring phrase in her ear. For reasons unknown, she found herself unwilling to interfere in the impending duel between Wang Xi and Zhao Haotian. With Dong Fangyu no longer in the way, Zhao Haotian promptly led Wang Xi to the exclusive venue he had reserved with his contribution points. Perhaps wishing to showcase how he would triumph over Wang Xi, this reckless fool, Zhao Haotian did not deter the students eager to witness the spectacle. In the arena, Zhao Haotian stood 10 meters away from Wang Xi, withdrawing a resplendent golden spear from his storage necklace, pointing it directly at Wang Xi's face. "Kid, today I shall show you what it means to be outmatched. There are always greater heights beyond." With that, golden lightning erupted from Zhao Haotian, mirroring Dong Fangyu's earlier display. The dazzling arcs of lightning shot into the sky, and in an instant, Zhao Haotian's energy fluctuations surpassed the 5th tier of martial arts. Faintly brushing against the threshold of the four-horse realm, the golden lightning swirled violently around Zhao Haotian, sending dust flying and stones scattering in its wake. The terrifying pressure of energy enveloped the entire open arena, leaving the assembled students at the edge gasping for breath. Observing Zhao Haotian unleash his full power so swiftly and seeing Wang Xi maintain an air of calm, Dongfang Yu could not help but pull out her phone. Dialing the emergency services, with a sigh, she chided herself for not intervening to stop Zhao Haoyan earlier, and for failing to dissuade Wang Xi from this confrontation. Boom! A deafening crash followed as Zhao Haoyan launched his attack with the spear. The golden lightning ravaged the arena, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Haoyan closed the distance to Wang Xi. The spear, radiating golden lightning, was thrust directly at Wang Xi's abdomen. The spear's brilliance surged forth like a golden dragon exhaling devastating lightning. Aimed squarely at Wang Xi's dantian. Just when Zhao Haoyan believed victory was assured, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure bore down upon him. He looked up abruptly, staring into Wang Xi's eyes, feeling an inexplicable pull that a flash of crimson light flickered. And then an endless, bone-chilling darkness enveloped Zhao Haoyan entirely. In this darkness, he sensed a rich, metallic scent of blood, and as he tried to discern its source, he felt a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. At this moment, Zhao Haoyan felt as though he had plunged into a pitch-black abyss, devoid of any illumination, yet he could still detect the acrid scent of blood and sense the chilling aura of murderous intent that made him tremble. As each second ticked away in the silent netherworld, Zhao Haoyan, in a fit of rage, brandished the long spear in his grasp, unleashing a tempest of indiscriminate strikes against everything in his vicinity. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, the oppressive darkness remained. There was no sound, no light, only an interminable void and the pungent stench of blood, along with the ever-present terror that gnawed at his nerves. Finally, it dawned on Zhao Haoyan that something was amiss. Just as he was about to concede, a glimmer of light re-emerged before his eyes. Before he could revel in this newfound brightness, he beheld a fist, crackling with black lightning, hurtling toward him. Bang! The forceful blow landed squarely on Zhao Haoyan's face, sending the golden-haired youth, who wielded a golden spear, soaring through the air. The tremendous impact propelled Zhao Haoyan several meters away before he finally crashed to the ground. Owing to Wang Xi's restraint, Zhao Haoyan, still possessing a modicum of strength, attempted to rise with the spear as support. Yet, an overwhelming aura descended upon him from above, the fourth horse realm. Zhao Haoyan could not maintain his footing against the oppressive pressure and, with a thud, collapsed to his knees. Chapter 73, after taking a beating, he still has to thank me. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area, creating a tempest of air and swirling dust. This force did not single out any individual but rather bore down equally upon all who stood or knelt within the vicinity. Zhao Haoyan, Dongfang Yu, and the students gathered at the edge of the arena all felt the extraordinary pressure emanating from Wang Xi, a pressure that belonged solely to one beyond the fourth horse realm. The previously somewhat raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Aside from the sounds of the turbulent air and swirling dust, not a single voice could be heard. Zhao Haoyan, drawing upon the residual martial energy within him, braced against the formidable pressure of Wang Xi's early fourth horse realm might, and managed to rise once more. Yuda, you are actually a fourth horse realm martial artist. How is that possible? How long have you even been training? Zhao Haoyan, leaning on his spear, gazed in astonishment at Wang Xi, who stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back in the distance. Upon hearing Zhao Haoyan's incredulous tone, Wang Xi merely smiled slightly, then took a step forward and vanished from sight. Just as Zhao Haoyan was bewilderedly searching for Wang Xi's figure within the arena, a calm voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Mr. Zhao, did you not just say, there are always greater beings beyond the mortal realm? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xi had instantaneously moved to stand behind Zhao Haoyan. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Haoyan instinctively turned to sweep his spear backward. The dazzling golden lightning surged forth, tearing through the air as the spear tip unleashed a torrent that ravaged the ground behind him, sending soil and stones flying. Yet, regrettably, this strike met only empty air. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Haoyan attempted to retract his spear, only to see a long, powerful leg cleave through the air and strike him directly at his side. Boom! A terrifying sound wave erupted between Wang Xi and Zhao Haoyan, with visible shockwaves radiating outward through the air. Zhao Haoyan coughed up blood and was sent flying once more. However, this time, he could not adjust his posture midair and was flung over 30 meters, crashing heavily against the alloy wall at the edge of the arena. Bang! The impact rendered Zhao Haoyan unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to darkness. His hand, which had tightly grasped the spear, loosened, causing the golden spear to clatter onto the gray, dusty ground, producing a series of metallic clinks. Clang, clang. Detected that the host has defeated a 5th stage martial artist. Reward: 5 enhancement points. Is the reward nearly half of what I would receive for a kill? Well, It is better than nothing. Wang Xi mused indifferently. Meanwhile, the students, previously hushed by the overwhelming pressure, erupted into a cacophony upon witnessing Zhao Haoyan lose consciousness. Did I see that correctly? The scion of the Zhao family, on the brink of breaking through to the fourth horse realm, was just knocked out by this new student with a single punch and kick. Of course, that's the fourth horse realm. The true extraordinary. If you take a punch and kick from the fourth horse realm, not only would you lose consciousness, but you'd be lucky to walk away with your life. Is this handsome guy really just a first-year student like us? School just started 3 days ago, right? 3 days to reach the fourth horse realm. Who knows such a thing? However, today I finally understand why those above the fourth horse realm are considered truly extraordinary. One martial skill was all it took to render Zhao Haoyan unconscious. The gap between the mundane and the extraordinary is indeed vast. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Dongfang Yu glanced at the unconscious Zhao Haoyan. Then at her recently ended emergency call, sighed, and dialed again. On the other side, Wang Xi, unconcerned with the murmurs of the onlookers, had already approached the collapsed Zhao Haoyan, who lay sprawled against the alloy wall. Sensing Zhao Haoyan's emotional fluctuations, he confirmed the youth had indeed lost consciousness. After a brief contemplation, Wang Xi recalled a common trope from the films of his past life. Subsequently, a shadow coalesced in Wang Xi's hand, quickly transforming into a chilling black liquid. Splash! The icy black water was hurled onto Zhao Haoyan's face, drenching his upper body and soaking his thick golden hair, resembling a golden retriever that had just emerged from the water. Fortunately, after being splashed with the frigid liquid, signs of revival began to manifest in Zhao Haoyan. Whether it was the sheer weight of the water that roused him or being unable to breathe due to the liquid blocking his mouth and nose, he began to awaken. Cough, cough. Zhao Haoyan rose from the damp, gritty ground, expelling several mouthfuls of dark, unidentifiable liquid. Awake, upon hearing the voice, Zhao Haoyan instinctively raised his head to the source, only to find Wang Xi standing 3 steps away. Looking down at him from above, the disdainful and superior gaze instantly shook Zhao Haoyan from his daze. Mistaking Wang Xi's intent to continue their battle, Zhao Haoyan, in a fit of panic, curled up and pleaded. Wait, don't hit me anymore. I concede. I'll bring you the ore this afternoon. Observing Zhao Haoyan's disheveled and pitiful state as he cowered on the ground, Wang Xi's lips curled into a slight smile. I understand now, Mr. Zhao. Please, rise. Let us exchange contact information for future convenience. As Wang Xi extended a hand to help Zhao Haoyan up, he subtly reinforced the youth's submissive feelings. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Haoyan clutched Wang Xi's arm. Feeling grateful that Wang Xi had refrained from further humiliation, repeatedly expressing his thanks and no need for such formalities. Your injuries are serious. You should head to the hospital for a checkup. I saw a Dongfang classmate make an emergency call. They should be arriving shortly. Wang Xi wore a gentle smile, handing Zhao Haoyan a pair of black alloy crutches. You must not come to harm before delivering that, or worth 3,000 contribution points. Unaware of Wang Xi's ulterior motives and oblivious to the manipulation of his emotions, Zhao Haoyan gratefully accepted the crutches. With his damp hair and blood-streaked face, he clutched his aching side and added Wang Xi on his messaging app, promising, I want to go back on my word. By 5 o'clock at the latest, I will deliver the ore to you. After speaking, Zhao Haoyan retrieved his spear from his storage necklace, leaning on the crutches as he made his way toward the arena's exit. Halfway there, 2 burly men in white coats burst through the door, swiftly placing Zhao Haoyan on a stretcher and rushing him back to the ambulance. With the blaring sirens echoing, Zhao Haoyan, filled with gratitude, boarded the ambulance. The crowd watching from the sidelines, realizing the excitement had come to an end, dispersed from the arena. Chapter 74, Dividing the Dark Water Cold Iron. In less than 20 seconds, only Wang Xi and Dongfang Yu remained in the arena. With the plan successfully executed and the acquisition of high-quality materials valued at 3,000 contribution points, Wang Xi was in high spirits. Noticing Dongfang Yu looking at him, he strolled over to her side and gently inquired, Aren't you going to follow and see how he is? Dongfang Yu shook her head, explaining, Don't be fooled by his sweet words. In reality, we hardly speak a few times a year and are not familiar at all. After a brief pause, she added, Besides, your actions were quite restrained. He merely sustained some superficial injuries that can be remedied with a healing potion. After hearing Dongfang Yu's explanation, Wang Xi nodded thoughtfully, then seemed to recall something. A warm smile returning to his face. Let us exchange contact information. It would be more convenient for future matters. After all, 20 kilograms of dark water cold iron is worth 2 high-quality materials. Displaying remarkable patience and kindness toward the affluent Dong Fangyu, Wang Xi awaited her response. All right. Eager to ask Wang Xi for his contact details, Dong Fangyu quickly pulled out her phone, nodding as she searched for the app. They exchanged contact information, and afterward, Wang Xi and Dong Fangyu ascended to the floor housing the training rooms together on the road. Wang Xi engaged in an extensive conversation with Dong Fangyu regarding the application of sword techniques. Under Wang Xi's intentional control, the distance between them diminished significantly. After agreeing to provide Dong Fangyu with paid swordsmanship guidance the following day, Wang Xi bid her farewell and retreated to his training chamber. As per his usual routine, he activated the Qi gathering function and sat cross-legged on the floor, commencing his practice of the 5th level of the water elemental flowing water technique. The water element and the vital energies of heaven and earth converged within the training chamber, which Wang Xi wholly absorbed into his body, augmenting his martial arts' true Qi. After more than an hour, Wang Xi ceased his cultivation, lacking any water attribute beast cores and refraining from using enhancement points to directly increase his proficiency. He found that nearly 2 hours had elapsed without any improvement in the 5th level's mastery. Feeling slightly fatigued, Wang Xi recalled the shadowy denizens of the Ruined Kingdom, who were currently experiencing a peak in their combat prowess. Thus, he decided to slip into the Ruined Kingdom for an inspection. Upon entering the Ruined Kingdom, Wang Xi noted that the thunderclouds in the sky had thickened compared to the previous day, casting a dark shroud over the entire realm. Ominous bolts of black lightning flickered from the clouds, striking the nearby mountainous terrain. It appeared that the unique topography of the Ruined Kingdom required time to fully manifest. Sensing Wang Xi's presence once more in the Ruined Kingdom, the greedy souls crawled out from the dark river, and the wolf beasts leapt down from the lightning-stricken peaks. The shadow demons also rose from the mound of corpses. Gazing up at Wang Xi, who hovered in midair, his gaze traversed over the greedy souls, wolf beasts, and shadow demons in succession. He observed that the greedy soul, which had originally measured over 80 meters, had now grown to 100 meters. Its internal extraordinary energy had ascended to the mid-stage of the four-horse realm, likely due to the substantial number of souls it had consumed the previous day, which had transformed into both size and cultivation. Turning his attention to the wolf beasts, he noted that while the main wolf remained unchanged, still exhibiting the peak combat power of the four-horse realm, the other two, Wolf 2 and Wolf Left and Right, though their sizes had not altered, had solidified their internal extraordinary energies, now reaching the mid and late stages of the four-horse realm. Were it not for the fact that the shadow servants lacked the energy cores typical of other beasts, rendering them unable to condense extraordinary beast cores, Wang Xi might have considered slaying some beasts for their cores to acquire training resources. After all, extraordinary beast cores are specialized organs evolved by beasts to control and store their internal extraordinary energies. After dismissing the fawning greedy souls and wolf beasts, Wang Xi descended to the ground, turning his attention to the 10 shadow demons kneeling in a row. Indeed, after a night of feeding, the shadow demons had consumed about 1/10 of the mound of beast corpses, increasing their numbers from 5 to 10, with their internal extraordinary energy levels reaching the 3rd tier. Wang Xi assessed his control over these 10 shadow demons and confirmed that he could obliterate them at a thought or restrain their bodies at will. Thus feeling reassured, he instructed the team of 2 shadow archers, 4 shadow side wielders, and 4 shadow swordsmen to return to the corpse mound to continue feeding, dividing, and advancing. Standing by, Wang Xi held the 20-kilogram netherwater cold iron. Watching with satisfaction as the shadow demons feasted voraciously, he found these expendable subordinates, who could grow from consuming refuse, quite appealing. Their humanoid forms granted them a degree of agility, enabling them to assist Wang Xi in exploring unfamiliar terrains. And their regeneration time upon death was swifter than that of larger-bodied shadow servants. They consumed the refuse left by the greedy souls and wolf beasts, yet produced tangible value in return. Were it not for the fact that the current intelligence level of these shadow demons was still developing, rendering them unable to comprehend more complex instructions, Wang Xi would have considered imparting some domestic knowledge to them, allowing the able-bodied shadow archers to act as caretakers, tidying up his dwelling and serving tea. After transmitting an encouraging message to the engrossed shadow demons, Wang Xi made his way to the banks of the dark river with the netherwater cold iron. Such a substantial piece of netherwater cold iron could not be utilized entirely as material for a single weapon. It needed to be divided into 2 portions, a high-quality material possessing both water and dark attributes. It was most suitable for crafting the spearhead and the blade of a sword. In Wang Xi's plan, The 20 kilograms of netherwater cold iron would be split into two parts, one weighing 12 kilograms and the other 8 kilograms, designated as the main materials for the spearhead and sword body, respectively. Typically, separating a high-quality metal material into two portions requires considerable experience and knowledge in artifact crafting to avoid damaging the material's stable structure, thereby preventing a decline in quality. Fortunately, Wang Xi possessed mastery-level artifact crafting skills. Though independently forging high-quality martial weapons posed challenges, separating a metal material was well within his capabilities at the banks of the Dark River. Wang Xi constructed an electric boiler designed to separate the dual attributes of water and dark metals based on his expertise in artifact crafting. After tossing the netherwater cold iron into the boiler, he summoned lightning into his palm and pressed it against the boiler's power source. In the next instant, a torrent of heat surged from within the boiler, heating the netherwater cold iron. Thanks to the dense presence of water and shadow elements at the riverbank, Wang Xi need not worry about compromising the material's properties. Thus, once the netherwater cold iron had been heated to a malleable state, Wang Xi halted the power supply to the boiler and manifested a sharp, whip-like appendage from within the boiler, expertly dividing the netherwater cold iron into two portions weighing 12 kilograms and 8 kilograms, respectively. After completing the separation, he opened the boiler. The rich water and shadow elements at the riverbank flowed into the boiler under Wang Xi's control, cooling and stabilizing the internal structure of the netherwater cold iron. Moments later, the two pieces of netherwater cold iron returned to their original temperature. Upon confirming that they had sustained no damage, Wang Xi returned them to his stone chamber. Chapter 75. Mysterious Azure Water Steel. At 4:30 in the afternoon, within the training chamber, Wang Xi, having once again depleted the vital energies of heaven and earth, exhaled a breath of murky air and exited his meditative state. Congratulations, host. Skill Water Elemental Flowing Water Technique. 5th level proficiency 1, Constitution Attribute 10, Spirit Attribute 6. After tending to the newly created electric boiler, Wang Xi returned to the training chamber, rich with vital energies, to continue his cultivation. Until now, several hours of continuous practice were undeniably monotonous, yet the investment of time bore fruit. Just as Wang Xi prepared to rise and deactivate the qi gathering function of the training chamber to procure some beast meat from the cafeteria, the phone he had set aside began to vibrate. Assuming it was Zhao Haotian delivering minerals, Wang Xi answered the call without even glancing at the screen. However, to his surprise, the voice on the other end was that of his homeroom teacher, Lu Nian. Hello, is this Wang Xi? Upon hearing Lu Nian's gruff voice emanate from the phone, Wang Xi, who had just emerged from his meditative state, was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom the reason for Lu Nian's call at this hour. Nevertheless, setting aside his confusion, Wang Xi promptly replied, "Yes, it's me, Teacher Lu." After responding, he followed up with a query. "Is there something urgent?" Once Lu Nian confirmed that it was indeed Wang Xi on the line, he quickly elaborated, "It's not urgent. Rather, it's a matter of joy for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Xi reflected on what could be deemed a joyous occasion by Lu Nian and instantly realized the implication. Exclaiming, "Teacher Lu, are you saying that my proposal from this morning has been adopted by the higher-ups?" Lu Nian's laughter resonated from the other end of the line. "Ha ha ha, you're quite astute," he continued. This morning, Old Nangong held a leadership meeting at the school and subsequently took the materials to discuss the matter with the city's higher-ups. As of now, it has been finalized, with Lu Nian's response. A genuine smile spread across Wang Xi's face. The confirmation of the exhibition match meant that he would not only gain early entry into the untouched little world developed by the Federation, but also earn 60 enhancement points along with the soul of a beast at the late stage of the Four-Horse Realm. While Wang Xi reveled in his good fortune, Lu Nian continued to relay the good news, saying, "Furthermore, after reviewing your materials, the higher-ups deemed the little world initially allocated to you too weak and have instead assigned you a world of a higher extraordinary level. Your extraordinary ceiling has been raised from the mid-stage of the Four-Horse Realm to a level nearing the Wolf Smoke Realm." Upon hearing Lu Nian's words, Wang Xi's smile broadened further. A level approaching the Wolf Smoke Realm indicated that this little world would at least house a beast at the peak of the Four-Horse Realm. Such a formidable beast, with Wang Xi's current strength, would pose little difficulty for him to capture, provided he exercised caution. At that point, he could dispatch his infinitely reincarnating shadow servants to ascertain the beast's strengths and weaknesses, then employ a swift and decisive strategy to eliminate it. Subsequently, with the strongest presence in the little world dealt with, the remaining entities would stand no chance against Wang Xi's onslaught. Lost in thought, Wang Xi couldn't help but chuckle softly within the confines of his training chamber. Hearing his laughter, Lu Nian offered a final piece of advice. In the next few days, avoid venturing into dangerous areas. Be cautious of injuries. You wouldn't want to be bested by a late-stage 4-horse realm beast during the exhibition match 4 days from now. Upon hearing those words, Wang Xi stifled his laughter and replied in a clear voice. The student will remember. After receiving Wang Xi's response, Lu Nian, somewhat concerned about Wang Xi's mental state, added, "Do take care to rest," before hanging up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. As Lu Nian ended the call, Wang Xi prepared to turn off the screen and leave. However, just as he had deactivated a series of auxiliary functions within the training room, a crisp ringing sound emanated from Wang Xi's pocket. Ding dong. Wang Xi retrieved his phone and, upon focusing his gaze, discovered a message from the individual he had saved as Golden Retriever King. Golden Retriever King. Brother, I brought 10 kilograms of Xuanshu Bihue steel to the entrance of Zone B. Are you free to come and collect it? To think it was Xuanshu Bihue steel, Wang Xi was taken aback after reading this message. It is worth noting that this steel not only possesses the dual attributes of water and darkness, but also carries a hint of spatial properties. Should it be combined with the Mingshui cold iron to forge a high-quality martial weapon spear, alongside Wang Xi's mastery in the art of piercing, one could only imagine the exponential increase in destructive power. Moreover, due to the spatial attributes inherent in Xuanshu Bihue steel, it is rarer and more precious than Mingshui cold iron. 10 kilograms of Xuanshu Bihue steel is equivalent in value to 20 kilograms of Mingshui cold iron, which cannot be deemed inexpensive. Wang Xi, please wait a moment. I will be there shortly. After sending this message, Wang Xi immediately exited the training room, transforming into a shadow as he swiftly made his way toward the alloy gates of Zone B. Near the entrance of Zone B, a golden-haired individual with his face wrapped in bandages was gazing at his phone. This person was Zhao Haoyan, who had just emerged from the hospital. Earlier that day, he had inquired with Dongfang Yu and learned the attributes of the materials Wang Xi required. Subsequently, he contacted his younger brother and retrieved a portion of Xuanshu Bihue steel from their family. Having just regained his ability to move, he had come to the school in search of Wang Xi. After seeing the message from Wang Xi, Zhao Haoyan was about to reply with a simple okay when he noticed a shadow swiftly approaching him. Before he could react, the shadow materialized into Wang Xi, halting directly in front of him. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Zhao, for personally delivering the materials," Wang Xi said with a gentle smile. It was no trouble at all. Zhao Haoyan quickly shook his head in response. "I see that you have yet to fully recover, so please hand over the materials to me and return to the hospital for further treatment. Do not delay your recovery." Wang Xi smiled and patted Zhao Haoyan's shoulder, speaking softly. Upon hearing Wang Xi's words, Zhao Haoyan, feeling a sudden impulse, instinctively retrieved the 10 kilograms of Xuanshu Bihue steel from his storage necklace and handed it to Wang Xi. Wang Xi accepted the steel, which exuded a greenish glow, with a smile. After confirming it was indeed Xuanshu Bihue steel, Wang Xi immediately stored it within the ruined kingdom. Then, turning to Zhao Haoyan, who appeared somewhat bewildered, he clasped his hands together and remarked, "Mr. Zhao, your time is precious. I shall not delay you further." With that, Wang Xi transformed into a shadow once more and swiftly departed from the school grounds, leaving a dazed Zhao Haoyan standing at the bustling entrance of Zone B, resembling a defeated hound. Chapter 76. Who is spreading my rumors? Upon returning to his residence, Wang Xi promptly divided the Xuanshu Bihue steel that Zhao Haoyan had delivered into 2 portions. One portion of 6 kilograms would be utilized for forging a spear, to be mixed with 12 kilograms of Mingshui cold iron. The remaining 4 kilograms would be combined with 8 kilograms of Mingshui cold iron to create a great sword. However, although both Mingshui cold iron and Xuanshu Bihue steel belong to the high-quality metals with dark and water attributes, due to the spatial characteristics of Xuanshu Bihue steel, Wang Xi needed an additional high-quality metal to neutralize the potential rejection between the 2 materials. After a brief contemplation, Wang Xi recalled a suitable material he had diligently studied and obtained through skill points Yuquan purple gold. A rare and precious metal, it typically originates from the grand worlds inhabited by the upper races of demons. Its excellent fusion properties allow it to perfectly suppress the rejection of other metals during the forging of martial weapons. Its price is quite steep as well. 1 kilogram of Yuquan purple gold requires a staggering 1,500 contribution points for exchange. Wang Xi needed a total of 2.5 kilograms for both the spear and the great sword. amounting to 3,750 contribution points. At this moment, even if Wang Xi sold all the beast crystals he possessed from the late and mid stages of the Four-Horse Realm, he would only acquire 700 contribution points. Adding the remaining 30 contribution points in his account, he would have a mere 730 points, still 3,020 points short of the required 3,750. Fortunately, Wang Xi currently had fewer than 50 enhancement points and could not elevate his forging skills to the master level for weapon crafting, meaning he did not need to rush to earn enhancement points. 4 days' time might allow him to coax some from the wealthy Dong Fanyu for free. After calming his thoughts, Wang Xi neatly arranged the divided Xuanxu Biwei steel and returned to his room. With a vial of vitality supplement in his mouth, he reclined on his bed and began browsing on his phone. Of course, Wang Xi was not merely scrolling through humorous videos on Doushou for amusement. Rather, he was perusing recent news reports from the regions of Fusang and Goryeo. Reports were rife with accounts of the Blood God Church's cultists, with entire residential buildings housing an unknown number of these zealots. Some had been brainwashed by the evil god, while others were simply madmen, needing no indoctrination. Gangs, outlaws, cultists, soldiers, enforcers, the judging committee. In the news, it seemed that in virtually every city, federal superhumans were maintaining order while countless dangerous individuals, incited by the evil god and cultists, launched assaults on that very order. The entire eastern region was in utter chaos. Wang Xi even witnessed a live broadcast from a Fusang region where a cultist emerged from the crowd wielding an old-fashioned RPG rocket launcher. Shouting "Long live the evil god," he pulled the trigger at a reporter narrating the chaotic situation. Fortunately, the rocket was intercepted mid-flight by an enhanced soldier standing beside the reporter using an energy weapon, and the cultist was swiftly gunned down by a barrage of precise bullets. Had the reporter not been a martial artist and positioned at the front of the military ranks, the commotion caused by the Fusang cultist might have allowed him to succeed in his attack. Reclining on his bed, Wang Xi began contemplating which cities he might continue to fight and grow in following his return from the small world. Yes, the foresight Wang Xi was already considering where to engage in battle after his return. A place teeming with cultists yet with federal forces stationed in the eastern region. Such a location, fraught with danger yet also security, was undoubtedly ideal for Wang Xi. It would allow him to slay cultists, earning enhancement points and contribution points, while also providing a refuge with the federal troops should more formidable opponents arise. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Although Wang Xi was no gentleman, he certainly would not jest with his precious life. After all, he was not like the Shadow Servant, capable of infinite resurrection from the ruined kingdom. Thus, he needed to exercise caution. While Wang Xi was sifting through the battle reports from various cities in the eastern region, he noticed a message from Jiang Shui. Upon opening it, he found she was inquiring about his whereabouts. Seeing this, Wang Xi quickly typed it home and sent it off. Almost instantaneously, he received a response in the form of a question mark. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang, revealing Jiang Shui's name on the screen. Reluctant to move from his comfortable position, Wang Xi answered the call, only to hear Jiang Shui's annoyed voice. "You didn't wait for me again today, and I thought we agreed that you would come to my house for dinner?" Listening to Jiang Shui's tone filled with grievance, Wang Xi rolled over. To be honest, he had indeed somewhat forgotten about their dinner plans at Jiang Shui's house that evening. After all, he had just received the Mingshui cold iron sent by Dong Fanyu, defeated her cousin, and obtained the Xuanxu Bihui steel. Furthermore, he had secured an agreement from the school that he wouldn't need to participate in the martial arts competition but could instead earn the champion's reward through a demonstration match. The earlier small world had even shifted from the mid-stage of the Four-Horse Realm to something closer to the Smoke of War realm. Surprises and benefits had been coming one after another. After school, Wang Xi had hurried home to separate the Xuanxu Bihui steel, all the while pondering the affairs of the Blood God Church. Thus, he had forgotten the earlier promise made to Jiang Shui to wait until she broke through to the first tier before visiting her home for dinner. Since it was indeed a promise he had made, Wang Xi had no habit of going back on his word. After organizing his thoughts, he began to soothe the displeased Jiang Shui, explaining, "Well, there is a reason for it. Today was hectic, and I was quite busy, so after finishing up, I went home to rest." Wang Xi spoke earnestly while lying on his bed. Indeed, there had been a lot to do today, but he was not fatigued. Upon hearing Wang Xi's explanation, Jiang Shui, who was unaware of the full context, felt her displeasure diminish considerably and even turned to express concern. "You weren't caught by the enforcers at the police station again, were you? You're not hurt, are you?" Realizing that Jiang Shui had misunderstood, Wang Xi quickly clarified, No, No, it was mainly about discussing the martial arts competition with the school officials. Then I just had a spar with a senior known as Golden Retriever King. As Wang Xi finished speaking, Jiang Shui fell silent for a few seconds. After a moment, she spoke to Wang Xi with a curious tone. So the first-year student who acted out of anger for a fair maiden was you? Huh? After listening to Jiang Shui's words, Wang Xi was momentarily taken aback. The idea of acting impulsively in the name of a beloved? Me? Filled with uncertainty, Wang Xi was about to offer an explanation when he heard Jiang Shui softly remark, I truly did not expect that you, Wang Xi, have a preference for the white-haired type. Upon hearing this, Wang Xi felt a surge of frustration. Who is spreading these rumors about me? Chapter 77. Cultists truly deserve to die. Shui. Things are not as you think. She is merely my friend. Wang Xi attempted to clarify his relationship with Dong Fangyu. Jiang Shui, upon hearing this, let out a soft snort. Humph. Wang Xi, do you take me for a fool? You even fought a fifth-tier martial artist in the 3rd grade for her. Wang Xi, the charismatic gentleman, truly is formidable, risking it all for his beloved. Sitting up from the bed, Wang Xi hurriedly denied the accusation. It's a misunderstanding. You've been misled by rumors. That 3rd grader is her cousin, who sought me out for a duel because he heard I was relatively strong. Upon hearing Wang Xi's firm denial and explanation, Jiang Shui began to doubt the credibility of the rumors. Her tone softened as she asked, Really? Seeing Jiang Shui's wavering heart, Wang Xi seized the opportunity to reassure her, affirming, Of course it's true. I even have his QQ contact on my phone. Moreover, if we were to speak of acting impulsively for a beloved, it would be more accurate to refer to the incident a couple of days ago when I helped you deal with that red-haired fellow. After listening to Wang Xi's words, Jiang Shui, feeling somewhat ashamed, apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you without asking for clarity. Amused by Jiang Shui's immediate concession, Wang Xi stifled a laugh. Appearing magnanimous as he forgave her. It's all right. Just don't believe in hearsay in the future and think independently. Jiang Shui nodded in agreement, then inquired, I see. What dish do you want to eat? I can pick some up on my way back. Wang Xi, puzzled by her question, directly asked, Didn't uncle and aunt buy any groceries? Jiang Shui replied, No, they had something to attend to yesterday. They are on a business trip and probably won't return for a few days. A business trip? Wang Xi instinctively associated this with the rampant blood god cult in the eastern regions. It was only in the past couple of days that the cultists had begun their rampage there. Wait a minute. Although Uncle Jiang is a retired soldier, due to his serious injuries, his cultivation has regressed to the 5th tier, barely maintaining his vitality. Even if they were to summon soldiers, they shouldn't send him to the eastern region. Moreover, Jiang Shui's mother left as well. Could it be? Wang Xi's mind raced with wild speculation. He quickly steadied his thoughts and controlled his tone, asking Jiang Shui, Did Uncle and Aunt say where they were going on their business trip? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shui replied, I asked. They said they were heading to Liaoning Province, Dongcheng. Wang Xi feigned an understanding demeanor and said, Dongcheng. Huh. That indeed requires several days for a return. Dongcheng, the closest city in the Huaxiao region to the eastern region. Without a doubt. At this juncture, it could either be retired soldiers responding to his summons or cultists from the blood god cult. Truth be told, Wang Xi hoped that Jiang Shui's parents were indeed responding to his summons. After all, in both past and present, his memories of Jiang's parents were of commendable individuals who often assisted him in his youth without expecting anything in return if such people were to turn into cultists. Wang Xi would be at a loss as to how to confront them. Should he end their sins with his own hands, or capture them alive? Wang Xi couldn't fathom it and was unwilling to dwell on it further. After arranging a meeting place with Jiang Shui, Wang Xi ended the call. Changing into casual attire, he gazed at the sun gradually sinking in the distance and muttered impatiently, Cultists truly deserve to die. In Dongqing district, at the entrance of a pedestrian street near the university town, Jiang Shui stood under the shade, playing with her phone while carrying a long gun wrapped in black cloth. Perhaps having tied her hair in a ponytail all day had exhausted her. She released the hair tie, allowing her long, flowing black hair to cascade down, with her dark tresses unfurling, delicate features adorned with subtle makeup. In her captivating eyes and lips, she presented an enchanting sight. However, if not for her cold demeanor and the icy aura that surrounded her, countless eager university students would have approached her for conversation. Due to the 5-meter radius around Jiang Shui being devoid of any lingering individuals, she stood out amidst the bustling pedestrian street. As Wang Xi emerged from the shadows, he immediately spotted her. With a calm demeanor despite the admiring or mocking gazes of those around, he approached Jiang Shui, his voice gentle and natural. Am I late? Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Shui instinctively looked up, and the frosty expression on her face melted away upon recognizing Wang Xi. Her brows lifted in a soft smile as she tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear, softly replying, "No, I just arrived as well." Wang Xi, not probing further, took Jiang Shui's left hand, leading her into the pedestrian street. Feeling the warmth radiating from Wang Xi's hand, Jiang Shui's heart filled with delight and contentment. Perhaps feeling guilty for her previous misunderstanding, she surprisingly allowed Wang Xi to hold her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. Before long, the two of them blended into the crowd, disappearing at the street corner. Leaving behind a group of university students contemplating whether to approach after witnessing Wang Xi's earlier rejection, clustered in groups, they gazed in astonishment at the retreating figures of Wang Xi and Jiang Shui. Regret gnawing at their hearts. Many who considered themselves attractive lamented, "Had I known that her cold demeanor was merely a facade, I would have seized the chance." Nearby, a friend who also regretted not mustering the courage to ask for her QQ contact scoffed, mockingly retorting, "Give it a rest. With your looks, she definitely wouldn't be interested." In response, the individual bristled and shot back, "Screw you. I'm the Ping Yuyan of Nanjing." His friend sighed in exasperation, All right. Mr. Ping Yuyan from Dongqing District. Nanjing, are you still going to the supermarket to buy drinks? Damn. Box. The individual replied humorously. The two friends then laughed and departed like the other onlookers. Meanwhile, Wang Xi led Jiang Shui to a barbecue restaurant he had discovered online. It was reputed for serving only prime cuts of beef, directly sourced from first-tier exotic beasts with no synthetic meat. Additionally, the establishment offered a variety of seafood dishes, including rare first-tier exotic young lobster and the crab roe of second-tier exotic three treasure crabs. However, due to the specialty of exotic beast meat, the prices were significantly higher than at other restaurants. A meal for one would typically cost around 10 to 20,000 federal coins. Nevertheless, this sum was negligible for Wang Xi at present. Not to mention, he still had over 200,000 federal coins from rewards he had yet to spend. Even the remaining 30 contribution points in his martial artist account, converted into federal coins, would suffice for daily dining. Chapter 78. Do you know who my brother is? Upon entering the restaurant, the waitstaff did not belittle Wang Xi and Jiang Shui due to their youthful appearance or mock them. Instead, they greeted them with warm smiles, leading them to a cozy two-person table and presenting two menus. Jiang Shui, upon receiving the menu, was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Wang Xi, who was eagerly selecting dishes. Gently tugging at his sleeve, she drew his attention. Having already chosen 5 signature dishes, Wang Xi noticed the gentle tugging and set the menu down to look at Jiang Shui, seeing her expression of concern. He instantly understood her sentiment, gently patting the back of her hand before passing the menu to the waiting server. Wang Xi waved his hand, saying, "For everything checked, let us have 2 of each." The server nodded with a smile and took the menu away. Once the server had left, Jiang Shui sat beside Wang Xi and whispered, "Didn't you say we'd just casually grab some barbecue? Why are all the dishes here exotic beast meat?" Hearing her soft words, Wang Xi's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied softly, "Yeah, just casually having some exotic beast meat." Noticing Wang Xi's continued amusement, Jiang Shui puffed up her cheeks and feigned indignation, saying, still laughing, "My allowance isn't enough for us to split the bill." With a grand gesture, Wang Xi replied, "No worries, today it's my treat." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly tucked a strand of Jiang Shui's black hair behind her ear. Feeling the gentle touch from Wang Xi, Jiang Shui teasingly remarked, "A treat? Be careful I don't eat you out of house and home." In response, Wang Xi chuckled heartily, his tone light. "Then I'll just have to take on a part-time job at the police station for a few extra days." Afterward, the pair continued to exchange playful banter for a while. Soon, some of the quicker dishes and pre-sliced beef and steak were served, since Jiang Shui was still a first-tier martial artist and had yet to achieve transcendence. Unlike Wang Xi, who was unbothered by dirt, she excused herself to wash her hands in the restroom. Meanwhile, Wang Xi leisurely placed several T-bone steaks from the red-footed black cattle onto the grill. Brushing them with sauce, these cuts contained trace amounts of natural energy, truly qualifying as exotic beast meat. Moreover, Wang Xi discovered that the grilling pan for the roasted beef was not composed of ordinary metal, but rather a special alloy with exceptional thermal conductivity. It must be said that the relatively high prices at this restaurant are quite justifiable. After all, the costs are not inflated by superficial embellishments like plating, but rather stem from the value of the ingredients and the cooking utensils. As Wang Xi eagerly grilled large chunks of steak, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Shui, who had just washed her hands and was smiling as she walked back. Suddenly, a gaudily dressed individual leaped out from nowhere, blocking Jiang Shue's path to this sight. Both Jiang Shui and Wang Xi's previously cheerful expressions instantly turned cold. Damn, why are there so many brain-dead folks in 2077? How dare a third-tier cultivator obstruct someone in public? Wang Xi cursed in annoyance and strode towards him. Xiao Yifei was in a particularly foul mood today. Earlier in the morning, his boss had been inexplicably hospitalized, and during lunch, he brought a basket of fruit to visit. He learned that it was a first-year student who had assaulted him to that moment. Xiao Yifei suggested ambushing the newcomer at the school gate after class to teach him a lesson. However, he ended up being beaten by his boss wielding an alloy cane and was scolded mercilessly for his troubles. It was said that resorting to such despicable tactics against a first-year student was utterly disgraceful. Although he was bewildered by his boss's sudden change of temperament, Xiao Yifei dared not refute him. Once his boss had vented his frustrations, Xiao Yifei left the hospital and began his pursuit of romantic conquests. Despite being a second-generation martial artist, his mediocre talent meant he relied solely on supplements and rare materials to reach third-tier cultivation by his third year. His combat prowess was pitifully low, and he could only bully first- and second-year students with his numerical advantage. Believing he lacked martial arts talent, Xiao Yifei did not train as diligently as his boss but instead indulged in flirtations. With his third-tier cultivation, handsome appearance, and considerable family wealth, he navigated the university town with ease. In the afternoon, he took a Navi young lady he had just courted to a restaurant he frequented. As soon as they sat down and before ordering, his gaze was captivated by a girl in martial arts academy attire. Her delicate features, impressive physique, striking phoenix eyes, and cascading hair rendered Xiao Yifei unable to look away. When he noticed her smiling and approaching, he mistakenly believed it was his undeniable charm that had drawn her attention, prompting her desire to get to know him. Misinterpreting the situation, Xiao Yifei left his seat, disregarding the confusion of his female companion, and positioned himself directly in front of the girl. "Hello, beautiful miss. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Xiao Yifei said flamboyantly, adopting a casual tone as he addressed Jiang Shui. Seeing the ostentatious figure blocking her view of Wang Xi, Jiang Shui's smile froze instantly, and a cold aura enveloped her. "Not interested. Furthermore, you are obstructing my path," she replied, her expression as frigid as ice. Her exquisite phoenix eyes now brimming with hostility. Nearby diners shivered involuntarily, glancing around in confusion, mistakenly believing the restaurant's air conditioning had been turned too low. Sensing the sudden drop in temperature, Xiao Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shrugged it off as irrelevant. To him, the aura emitted by a first-tier martial artist was negligible. Unfazed by Jiang Shui's feline-like fury, he chuckled. "Oh, what a feisty little wildcat you are." As he reached out to tease her, a powerful hand suddenly shot out from the side, seizing his wrist and preventing him from advancing. "Who dares?" Xiao Yifei exclaimed, realizing that no matter how much he struggled, he could not budge the hand that gripped him. Panic set in as he turned to see a handsome young man with a cold demeanor. "The one who will render you a eunuch," Wang Xi sneered, then released Xiao Yifei's wrist, his eyes flashing red as he directly ensnared Xiao Yifei's mind. In an instant, Xiao Yifei found himself disconnected from his internal martial energy. Unable to control his limbs, realizing the implication of Wang Xi's words, he panicked. "What are you planning to do? Stay calm. Don't act rashly." Wang Xi ignored Xiao Yifei's pleas, instead yanking him by the collar and dragging him out of the restaurant and onto the street. Seeing that Wang Xi was unyielding, Xiao Yifei quickly shifted his tone, threatening loudly. "Do you know who my brother is? You dare to touch me?" Chapter 79. Mental castration and Uncle Black's education. Upon hearing Xiao Yifei's sudden bravado, Wang Xi was momentarily taken aback. Mistakenly believing he had intimidated Wang Xi, Xiao Yifei grew confident. "My brother is the young master of the Zhao family. If you harm me, he will not let this slide." Seizing the moment, he urged, "Let me go now, and I'll pretend none of this has happened." Wang Xi laughed derisively, unable to contain himself. "What are you laughing at? Release me this instant," Xiao Yifei shouted forcefully. Despite his loud protest, Wang Xi showed no inclination to comply, instead remarking cryptically, "You seem quite fearful of becoming a eunuch." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifei's arrogant demeanor faltered, replaced by a smile that was more painful than tears. "Brother, please stay calm. This is a society governed by law. Our city, Nanjing, is a key city in China, and crime is not tolerated." Seeing Xiao Yifei's sudden retreat, Wang Xi said nothing further, merely tapping Xiao Yifei gently on the cheek with the back of his hand, flashing a benign smile. "Rest assured, Your physical form will remain intact. At those words, just as Xiao Fei was about to breathe a sigh of relief and commend Wang Si for his understanding, he found himself abruptly transported to a dimly lit chamber. His entire body was tightly bound to a hospital bed with ropes of an unknown material, rendering him immobile. In a panic, Xiao Yifei struggled to assess his surroundings. However, before he could take in the room's furnishings, two shadowy figures draped in black cloaks emerged from the darkness. As he saw the two ominous figures, a primal instinct to beg for mercy surged within him. But he soon realized that a black tendril had sealed his mouth shut without him noticing. The unarmed figure began to unfasten Xiao Yifei's pants, while the one wielding a short scythe raised it high and swiftly severed Xiao Yifei's banana. The excruciating pain caused him to faint instantly. After Xiao Yifei lost consciousness, the two figures exchanged glances before retrieving a basin of cold water from beneath the bed and dousing him with it. Splash! Xiao Yifei was jolted awake by the icy water, but as soon as he opened his eyes, the searing pain returned. Once he acclimated to the agony, he discovered that the two figures had vanished, replaced by three robust, kindly-looking black uncles. Xiao Yifei looked on in confusion as the three uncles swiftly approached him, only to realize that he could now speak again. However, before he could utter a word, the three uncles proceeded to hoist him up and deliver a lesson in affectionate education. In that small chamber, the echoes of Xiao Yifei's screams reverberated. Time passed, and when Xiao Yifei regained consciousness and clambered to his feet, his eyes devoid of light, he realized he had escaped that chamber. Almost instinctively, he reached for his banana, which had endured countless scythe strikes. Upon finding it still intact, tears of joy welled in Xiao Yifei's eyes. How does it feel? The experience of a eunuch. Wang Si's voice drifted from behind Xiao Yifei. Though the words originated from a human mouth, they sent a chill down Xiao Yifei's spine, sinking to the ground of the pedestrian street. He turned to Wang Si, his heart finally sinking into despair. Noticing Xiao Yifei's silence, Wang Si wore a gentle smile. Under normal circumstances, the illusionary realm should have lasted 2 days. Care to guess how many seconds have passed in reality? And how long I can maintain this illusion? As he spoke, Wang Si crouched down, gazing into Xiao Yifei's terrified face, and slowly declared, "The answer is that 2 seconds have elapsed in reality, and I can sustain the illusion for an entire day." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifei could no longer contain himself and cried out to Wang Si, "Brother, please, what must I do to be spared?" Wang Si smirked and replied evasively, "You might want to ask your elder brother how he handled it." With that, Wang Si stood up, straightened his collar, and re-entered the restaurant. Puzzled, Xiao Yifei sprang to his feet and dashed out of the pedestrian street, utilizing his martial energy as he ran. From a psychological standpoint, it seemed he had no issues. Yet in truth, Xiao Yifei's banana spirit had perished multiple times within the illusion. Now, Xiao Yifei, despite being able to excrete like a normal person, had effectively become a eunuch. After expending a mere few seconds to resolve the commotion caused by the unruly Xiao Yifei, the meticulous Wang Si returned to the restaurant with a sense of rejuvenation. Just as he and Jiang Shui settled back into their seats, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached them, his expression marked by an awkward smile. In response to the puzzled gazes of Wang Si and Jiang Shui, the man, apologetically grinning, stated, "I am the duty manager of this establishment, and I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate dining experience you both endured due to my negligence. To express my regret, I would like to cover your expenses for today." Upon hearing this, Wang Si scrutinized the self-proclaimed manager, ensuring there was no malice or deceit in his demeanor. Once satisfied, he nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "Thank you. I shall leave you a favorable review today. As the saying goes, a fool does not pass up a bargain." Although Wang Si was not in need of the money from this meal, he had no qualms about enjoying a complimentary dining experience. With Wang Si's assurance, the duty manager visibly relaxed, the awkwardness on his face dissipating considerably. "I shall not intrude on your conversation any longer," he declared, bowing slightly to Wang Si before promptly departing. Wang Si cast a sidelong glance at the unfortunate employee before resuming his focus on the T-bone steak sizzling on the grill.